This is a mysterious otherworld. Vampires, werewolves, technology, potions, monsters, bioengineered beings, divination, puppets, every conceivable element of terror exists within this realm. One must always carry a light when venturing outside. Straying too far is ill-advised beyond 10 paces from the threshold. The encroaching darkness will consume you. Whether the visitor seeking aid is human, specter, or a stitched monstrosity, one must maintain composure. A lack of calm may provoke malevolence. Before a dilapidated table, Lynn held a quill, illuminated by the flickering light. He inscribed the principles he had adhered to during his 2 years in this world within his diary. Lynn, time's up. Hang the lantern outside and prepare to open for business. A voice, raspy and reminiscent of gnawing on bones, echoed through the air. Lynn shook his head. This voice belonged to his mentor, the proprietor of the apothecary where he worked, who had rescued him 2 years prior to "I am coming." Lynn shouted back. At that moment, a chilling synthetic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Your mentor, the blood-saw maniac, has issued a task. Open for business. Hang the soul lantern at the entrance. Completion rewards: 10 skeleton coins, 5 basic experience points, 100 milliliters of pure human blood. Lynn paused, astonished. Was this voice the system? Had he finally awakened his golden finger after 2 years in this world? However, he did not linger on this revelation, for he understood that failure to obey his mentor's command immediately could lead to dire consequences. Lynn swiftly exited the dim attic, encountering his mentor dragging the severed remains of an unidentified creature toward the adjacent operating room. Crimson blood trailed along the moldy floor, creating a long, sinister path. Soon, the jarring sound of a chainsaw filled the air from within the operating room. The raspy voice returned. After opening, sort out the expired potions from yesterday and feed them to the little darling in the backyard. Make haste, Ding. Your mentor, the bloodsaw maniac, has issued a task. Organize expired potions and feed them to the little darling in the backyard. Completion rewards: 10 skeleton coins, 10 favorability with the little darling, 1 household skill proficiency. Lynn was taken aback. Indeed, he had been correct in his assumption. This was his system. Could it truly manifest everything he encountered into tangible tasks? Listening to the gnawing sounds behind him, Lynn steadied his expression. Creaking and groaning, the aged floorboards protested underfoot as he made his way to the main hall. He retrieved an oil lamp from the corner and wound its mechanism, allowing drops of crimson blood to fall onto the wick. With a breath, a flicker of scarlet flame ignited. If one listens closely, one can still hear the faint, anguished cries emanating from within the oil lamp. Lynn maintained a composed demeanor as he cautiously opened the door. Outside lay a shroud of darkness, seemingly enveloped in mist, with sporadic, mysterious laughter echoing from the shadows. He remained unperturbed, hanging the oil lamp on the doorpost, illuminating the tattered sign nearby. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Ding! You have acquired 10 skeleton coins, 5 basic experience points, and 100 milliliters of pure human blood. Lynn intended to turn back into the apothecary. Yet, at that moment, a low, ominous laughter resonated from the darkness. Good morning, young man. Do you have any useless trash to offer this old woman? I shall reward you accordingly. From the shadows emerged a hunched figure, an elderly woman clad in tattered burlap, pulling a cart behind her. Her face bore a benign smile. However, Lynn could clearly see that in her hand was a lantern made of human skin, and the rusty cart appeared to be a part of her being. Ding. The skin lantern collector has issued an optional quest. Provide the collector with useless trash. Optional quest completion rewards. Collectors favor 10, 20 skeleton coins. Collectors reward X1. Lynn remained calm. Certainly, please wait a moment. He swiftly turned and returned to the apothecary, grabbing 2 black bags from the entrance. Faintly, he could discern a strong, metallic odor of blood emanating from the bags, and it seemed as though something within was writhing, emitting muffled groans. Lynn calmly placed the useless trash onto the old woman's cart. Thank you, young man. You are a kind soul. The smile on the old woman's face remained unchanged. Slowly, she extended her gnarled hand and extracted 2 bloodied eyeballs from her own eye sockets. Here, young man, this is your reward from the old woman. Ding. You have received the quest reward. Collectors favor 10, 20 skeleton coins. Ding. You may choose to accept the reward offered by the collector or decline it. Declining will result in a 50 favor with the collector. Lynn gazed at the steaming eyeballs, calmly extending his hand to accept them, saying, "I will take them. Thank you." The old woman's smile became exceptionally radiant, yet her empty eye sockets were profoundly unsettling. "Good, good." Then, before Lynn's eyes, the old woman pulled her cart and slowly vanished into the darkness. Ding! You have acquired the collector's rewards. Eyeball of the tailor shop owner X1. Eyeball of the butcher shop owner X1. Collector's favor 20. Lynn maintained his composure, but secretly exhaled in relief. Promptly returning to the apothecary, he learned from his teacher's words that the tailor's shop crafted garments from human skin, while the butcher's shop sold flesh from humans. Both establishments situated directly across from their apothecary. In the hands of the ragpicker lay the very eyes of the proprietors of those two businesses. This was the alternative axiom he had deduced about the world. Never attempt to offend the walkers in darkness. Lynn turned, his expression deliberately composed. He meticulously organized the expired vials of dark red potions upon the counter and placed them into his portable apothecary case before making his way to the rear yard. As he passed the operating room, the sound of relentless cutting persisted, a cacophony that he understood was best left undisturbed. Should he intrude, it was uncertain who might find themselves upon the operating table next. Arriving at the backyard, he opened the cellar door, and a nauseating stench immediately assaulted him, reminiscent of decaying flesh and excrement that had festered for an eternity. Hiss! A series of eerie sounds emanated from within the cellar. Lynn was aware that within lay the cherished little treasure his teacher often spoke of, and its true nature remained a mystery known only to his mentor. He poured the contents of his case into the depths of the cellar. Ding. You have acquired 10 skeleton coins. Affection level of the little treasure, 10. Furniture proficiency, 1. Roar. The cellar soon reverberated with anguished and furious howls, accompanied by waves of putrid odor. Lynn promptly shut the cellar door behind him, exhaling in relief. This had become a routine task for him each morning since he joined the apothecary, and his survival hinged upon his obedience to his teacher's commands. Those who disobeyed had long been dismembered and offered as sustenance to the little treasure. Lynn steadied his nerves and ventured. System? In that instant, a panel materialized before his eyes. Lynn, age, 17. Level 2. Race, human. Strength, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 7. Constitution, 3. Basic skills. Intermediate household proficiency, 901-1000. Beginner potion crafting, 90100. Beginner surgical skill, 20100. Skeleton coins, 100. Reputation, none. Description, a nameless apprentice at the Bloodsaw Apothecary, a frail yet astute young human who has survived in this world for 2 years, though his demise may be imminent. Lynn calmly surveyed the suddenly appeared panel. Over the past 2 years, he has cultivated an unwavering composure, enabling him to maintain his tranquility in the face of any situation. He pondered for a moment, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the system's functions. So, as long as I continuously complete the tasks assigned to me by the creatures of this world, I can reap corresponding rewards and enhance my abilities? Lynn mused internally. If that were the case, his chances of survival in this realm would significantly increase. I could see that moment. The raspy voice of his teacher echoed through the room, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Lynn, I must step out for a while and will return within 2 days. Ensure you keep a close watch on the shop, lock the doors at night, and do not allow those pesky thieves to take anything. A dragging sound reverberated down the corridor. Ding. Your teacher, the Bloodsaw Maniac, has assigned you a task. Safeguard the shop. Task reward, 50 skeleton coins, 100 basic experience, special reward. 1. Task failure penalty. The apothecary may require additional collections. Lynn hurried back inside. Before him stood his teacher, dragging a blood-soaked sack, within which something seemed to be struggling. The figure towering at least 2 meters with a dark red, cyst-laden body was indeed his teacher. Before Lynn, a panel materialized. Bloodsaw Maniac. Race, stitching monster. Level, alignment, lawful evil. Combat ability, please do not provoke him. Description, owner of the Bloodsaw. Apothecary and Soul Alley, adept at various surgical procedures, but often engages in interesting side endeavors. Lynn was shaken internally, yet his expression remained stoic. Teacher, during your absence, is there anything I should be particularly cautious of? Lynn inquired, that he understood that this was a crucial question failure to ask could lead to dire consequences. The bloodsaw maniac hefted the bloodied sack behind him and rasped, for those with money, take the payment for those without, an equivalent exchange. If they refuse to trade, even then, you must take matters into your own hands. With a sharp motion, he tossed a blood-stained bone saw before Lynn. Ding. You have acquired a special item, Bloodsaw Bone Cutter X1. Bloodsaw Bone Cutter. Quality, exquisite. Level, exclusive. Bloodsaw Maniac authorized. Description, a surgical knife frequently utilized by the owner of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, exceptionally sharp, possessing formidable cutting power against flesh and spirits. It is said that prolonged use will incite an irresistible urge to carve something. Remember, the Bloodsaw Maniac declared, shouldering the blood-soaked sack as he strode purposefully toward the door. Regardless of the sounds emanating from outside, do not venture beyond the confines of the Soul Lantern. Whoever may summon you to practice medicine, pay them no heed. Like the T-Knight, securely fasten the doors and close the windows should anyone enter. Slay them without hesitation and disregard any calls. Lynn nodded, committing his teacher's words to memory. Yes, teacher, I understand. Then, under his watchful gaze, the burly bloodsaw man swiftly disappeared into the thick darkness. Time flowed by rapidly. Lynn commenced his daily routine, diligently wiping the blood from the floor, preparing ordinary potions to treat various ailments, and then positioned himself at the counter. Bone saw in hand, eyes closed, awaiting the passage of time. The next moment. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks echoed from the door. Lynn raised his gaze toward the entrance. There stood a filthy little girl, clutching a doll, her small hand gently tapping on the door. Her face bore a look of pitiable desperation as she implored. Is the proprietor here? My doll's arm is broken, could you please help mend it? Ding. The blood puppet has issued a quest. Heal the injured doll. Upon completion, 50 skeleton coins, 50 experience and surgical skills, and a special reward of 1. Lynn's eyes narrowed. He observed the flickering flame of the soul lantern outside, its chaotic dance signifying the strength of the visitor. Under the protection of a lantern, as long as one refrains from inviting the other in, they cannot cross the threshold. Of course, this excludes formidable beings. Instantly, the girl's information appeared before him. Blood doll. Level 5. Race, flesh and blood, malevolent spirit. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Compatibility, you may provoke it slightly. Description, the doll clutches a doll, wandering through the alley of wandering souls in search of its mother. Should anyone attempt to steal my beloved doll, let the doll consume them. A chill ran down Lynn's spine, yet he maintained an air of composure. Come in. As a clerk at this apothecary in the alley of wandering souls, Lynn understood the rules that govern this realm regarding these malevolent spirits, as long as one does not infringe upon their taboos. They are not inherently bloodthirsty, and commerce may still be conducted. The girl, cradling her doll with a sorrowful expression, took a seat in front of the platform. Lynn glanced over. One of the doll's arms had been completely torn asunder, crimson blood and filth oozing from within, as if it had been viciously bitten off by some creature. Doctor, please save my doll. Her arm is broken, and I cannot find it. She is my favorite doll, and if this continues, she will perish, the girl pleaded pitifully. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth twisted violently, pulling back to reveal a blood-curdling grin across her face. You must be able to save the doll, right, big brother? Lynn's sanity 5. Lynn maintained his composure as he extended his hand to examine the severed arm of the doll. That moment, a voice echoed in his mind, emanating from the system. Ding. The wound exhibits signs of being torn by teeth, which preliminarily matches the dental structure of the target's family. The blood composition in the mouth aligns with that of the doll, leading to an initial diagnosis that the target's family has consumed one of the target's arms. Lynn? The system was indeed remarkable, capable of assisting him in making a diagnosis automatically. If that were the case, the situation had become considerably simpler. He cast a glance at the little girl, disregarding her bloody smile, and inquired, "Have you eaten anything recently?" In an instant, the girl's gory grin vanished, returning to her previously innocent and pitiful demeanor. She clasped her hands together and replied, "I haven't eaten anything in many days. My stomach is extremely hungry. However, last night as I slept, I dreamt of indulging in a lavish feast." She licked her lips and suddenly broke into a tinkling laugh, exclaiming, "It was quite delicious." Creak, creak. The doll on the table suddenly echoed the girl's eerie smile, repeatedly chanting, "It was quite delicious. It was quite delicious. Hee 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 hee." Lynn's sanity 10. Lynn remained calm and remarked, "If that's the case, I suspect you may have consumed the wrong thing. You likely ate the arm of your doll." The girl's smile instantly froze. Yet, the doll's laughter continued to resonate. "The doll loves mommy. Mommy loves the doll. Hee 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 hee." Lynn raised his head, his eyes vacant, and asked, "Have you felt any discomfort in your stomach lately?" The girl stiffened and replied, "My stomach is gurgling. It feels like something is tickling me." Lynn nodded, jotting down notes, and casually remarked, "That seems accurate. It appears you haven't digested it yet. Would you prefer surgery or physical treatment?" The girl stiffly inquired, "What does moving entail?" Clang! Lynn thrust the bloodied bone saw onto the table. "Cut open your abdomen, remove your doll's arm, and I will stitch you up afterward." Instantly, the doll's laughter ceased. A chill raced from the girl's feet to the top of her head. "What about physical treatment?" Lynn stood up, he retrieved gloves and a mask from the counter, gazing at her with indifference, and said, "This is simple and requires no incision. Would you prefer to extract it from the top or the bottom? I can assist you either way, and the cost is quite reasonable." Girl. Doll. Girl's sanity 20. The girl, in a daze, murmured, Up there." "Very well," Lynn replied, pushing aside the items on the counter and flexing his wrist. "Given your petite stature, there's no need for the operating room. You can sit here now. However, you must endure and refrain from biting off my arm." Under the girl's terrified gaze, Lynn's imposing shadow loomed closer, clad in a mask and leather gloves, his eyes radiating a calming light. Seated on a small stool, the girl instinctively clutched her doll tightly. "Must I look?" Lynn replied coolly, "No, you cannot." My mentor instructed that upon entering this establishment, one must receive treatment, otherwise, one must leave something behind. The girl shivered in her stupor, but eventually acquiesced, saying, "All right." She opened her mouth wide with great effort. Wider, with a tearing sound, the girl stretched her mouth back, revealing her gaping maw. A foul odor assaulted the senses. Lynn maintained his composure, retrieving a brace from the counter to secure her jaw, preventing any adverse reactions. Then, he rolled his shoulders and inserted his arm into the girl's mouth. In an instant, it was engulfed. Deep-throated indeed. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Do not move," Lynn stated sternly, calmly exploring her stomach. "It will be over swiftly if you wish to avoid your doll being mutilated. Hold still." Ding. "You have obtained 50 strands of hair." Ding. "You have obtained 2 unidentified body fragments." Ding. "You have obtained 5 pieces of rotting flesh." Ding. "You have obtained 1 comb." The girl gazed wide-eyed, her mouth agape, continuously emitting muffled sounds of fear. "I found it." Lynn felt a stir within. His fingers brushed against a still, writhing object. Ding. "You have obtained 1 wriggling arm." With a tearing sound, it was the very arm of the doll she had consumed. Remaining composed, Lynn rinsed the arm and placed it on the counter, stating, "This must be it. That night, you must have been exceedingly hungry, unconsciously devouring your doll's arm. Your doll, seeing your hunger, did not alert you. However, you must be cautious in the future. Avoid consuming strange things that are difficult to digest." The girl, her mouth held open by the brace, could not utter a word. Physical therapy costs 10 skeleton coins, and suturing is 30 coins. Lynn, masked and calm, pulled out some twine and a sharp needle, its surface gleaming with a dazzling sheen. "Shall we suture it now?" Her doll, terrified, began to wail loudly, flapping its limbs as if attempting to escape. "Now that we should stitch," the girl said, her mouth held open by the brace, in a dazed tone. Lynn donned her gloves and remarked calmly, "Very well. You hold it down while I prepare the needle." The girl immediately widened her eyes, pressing the wriggling doll against the counter, its gaze reflecting the cold light in Lynn's eyes, eliciting a series of terrified shrieks. From the doll, "Here we go. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish." Ding. "Beginner surgery experience 1. Ding. Beginner surgery experience 1. Ding. Beginner Surgery Experience 1. After more than half an hour, amidst the doll's anguished cries, Lynn retrieved her scissors and snipped the thread, stating, "All done. Apply this potion once a day, and within a week, this arm will return to normal." Lynn procured a bottle of greenish potion from the counter. Upon opening it, she poured it onto the sewing site, causing the doll to emit a terrified scream. The girl stared blankly, asking, "Is it over?" Lynn clapped her hands and replied calmly, "It's complete. You can settle the bill now. Physical therapy 10 coins, sewing 30 coins, one bottle of potion 10 coins, totaling 7 bottles, which amounts to 110 coins. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit." The doll swiftly leaped into the girl's embrace, trembling in fear as it gazed at Lynn. Clearly, in her mind, Lynn had left an indelible psychological scar. The girl, still in a daze, began to search her belongings. After a prolonged moment, she produced 20 coins, trembling as she placed them on the counter, saying, "I only brought 20. Lynn replied coolly, "That's acceptable, but you still own 90 coins. Which part of your body do you intend to offer as collateral? I can assist with a cut. No charge." As she spoke, Lynn brandished a bone saw. The girl instantly displayed a look of horror, retreating a step back. "Just 10 more coins." The girl quickly fished out 10 coins from her clothing and placed them on the counter. Lynn remarked indifferently, "You still owe 80. With a look of desperation, the girl relinquished the 6 bottles of potion, saying, "I will purchase these potions later." Lynn retracted the potions and stated, "You still owe 20. The girl trembled, asking, "Is it possible to buy on credit?" Lynn walked outside with a knife in hand, stating coolly, "This is a small business, we do not extend credit. However, 20 coins is not a large sum. You may offer me one of your eyes, and I will grant you the potion. Plus, I can even lend you 40 coins. The girl, clutching the doll, took a step back, covering her remaining eye, trembling as she asked, "Is there another form of payment?" Lynn replied coolly, "Speak, and I shall appraise it." The girl swallowed nervously and stammered, "What if I let you have me once? Would you waive all my charges?" Lynn replied calmly, "This is a small business. I do not accept such payments. Rest assured, I only require your right eye. You may redeem it later when you earn some money." The girl, with a tone of resignation, murmured, "All right, I suppose." Woo-woo. A few minutes later. Ding. You have acquired a rare item. Right eye of the blood doll X1. Right eye of the blood doll. When carried, it satisfies hunger by 10 points skill activated. Invincible stomach. Ding. You have completed the task and received the following rewards. Skull coins X50, surgical skill experience X50, special reward. Blood doll fear level 30, blood doll's doll fear. Level 50. Lynn calmly washed the bloodstains from his hands. He then placed the eyeball into a vial of special reagent, affixing a label with precision. Turning around, he faced the girl, who was shielding one eye, and politely remarked, "Thank you for your patronage. The Bloodsaw Apothecary is sincerely at your service." Lynn bowed slightly. The girl, clutching her doll, exited, her voice faintly echoing in the distance. "I should hurry to find my mother. I shall never return." Woo-woo. A shady shop. Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest. Find the blood doll's mother. Assist the blood doll in locating her mother. Quest completion rewards. Blood doll affection level 200. Blood doll's doll affection level 100. Special reward X1. Current quest. Completion 2. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Gazing outside, he noticed the girl's figure had vanished into the shadows. Completion at 2. His attention then shifted to the platter on the counter, containing several organs he had extracted from the girl's stomach. Unknown woman's hair X50. Unknown woman's ears X2. Unknown woman's comb X1. Lynn was left speechless. He could not help but entertain a chilling hypothesis. Rising to his feet, he meticulously cleaned the organs, sealing them within vials. Intending to discuss the matter with the girl upon her next visit, he accessed his personal panel. Thanks to the rewards previously obtained, he had accumulated 50 points of surgical skill experience, along with an additional 50 skull coins belonging to himself. The patron's funds belonged to the establishment, thus he could not touch them. Consequently, his total assets amounted to 150 skull coins. Skull coins served as the basic currency in this realm, functioning as a general equivalent, though Lynn had yet to venture beyond the confines of this shop during the past 2 years. Thus, he had not found the opportunity to utilize them. Yet, having an abundance of wealth was never a hindrance. Time swiftly passed. Lynn closed his eyes, gripping the bone saw, resembling a statue in stillness. The soul lamp at the entrance symbolized a set of rules, signaling to the wandering spirits in the darkness that this was a domain with an owner any malevolent intentions would inevitably incur a corresponding price. Most wandering spirits and creatures typically refrained from invading while the soul lamp was aglow. Within the sanctuary of the soul lantern, the master holds the power to suppress any invading malevolent spirits at will. Yet, this does not preclude the existence of audaciously wicked entities that fear neither heaven nor earth. For them, the concept of rules is utterly foreign. Knock, knock, knock. That moment, a sound echoed from the door once again. Welcome. Lynn opened his eyes, and before him stood a towering monstrosity resembling a pig-headed man. One of its eyes was gruesomely bloodied, devoid of a pupil, and it wore a crimson apron, wielding a butcher's knife that appeared freshly stained from its recent slaughter. An interface materialized before Lynn. Pighead Demon. Level: 21. Race: Abomination. Alignment: Lawful Evil. Compatibility: If you are willing to be eaten. Description: The proprietor of the pork shop in Soul Alley, he is your friendly neighbor, eager to share his latest catch, or perhaps you. Lynn's sanity 5. Curse be this day, the pighead demon grumbled, clutching its eye socket. All because I failed to deliver useless scraps to that old hag. I lost an eye. The next time I encounter her, I shall. Spit. It spat a foul-smelling phlegm while continuing its tirade that instant. A system notification resonated in Lynn's mind. Ding. Pighead Demon Task. Assist in finding a suitable eyeball. Task Reward: 50 skeleton coins, 50 surgery experience, 20 Pighead Demon Favor. Special Reward 1. Please come in. Lynn maintained his composure, seated at the counter, discreetly gripping a bone saw. The Pighead Demon strode in, the soul lantern flickering ominously. A wave of putrid and sanguine odor assaulted Lynn's senses, igniting an urge to retch. The creature plopped onto a stool before the counter. Its solitary fierce eye fixated on Lynn as it surveyed its surroundings. Where's Bloodsaw? Bring him forth. I require a new eyeball, and I come bearing a fine catch to trade. Lynn, keeping his calm demeanor, replied quietly, the master is out on business. You may convey your matters to me. The pighead demon paused, then squinted its remaining eye, directing an appraising gaze at Lynn, as if sizing up a piece of meat. Oh, ding. Crisis level increased to 89. A tempest brewed within Lynn's heart, yet his exterior remained unflinching. His choice proved sagacious, for any attempt to deceive the pighead demon by claiming his master was in the backyard would surely prompt immediate hostility upon detection of the rused approach with candor, however, might invoke a sense of caution in his adversary. What type of ocular orbs do you require? Lynn turned, quietly gesturing towards the cabinet where the eyes were immersed in reagents. We have human eyes, pig eyes, necromantic eyes, bat eyes, and blood doll eyes. Choose whichever you desire. The prices vary with the type. The pig-headed demon's eyes glinted with malice, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, accompanied by a pungent stench of decay. I find your ocular orbs rather appealing. He extended his tongue and licked his cracked lips. Lynn's sanity 10. Ding. Crisis level increased to 91. Lynn knew that any sign of weakness on his part would undoubtedly provoke the pig-headed demon to act without restraint. My eyes? Lynn turned his head, calmly gazing at him. Then, under the menacing scrutiny of the pig-headed demon, Lynn slowly extended 3 fingers and, before his eyes, delved into his own eye socket, meticulously extracting his right eye. Squeak. Ding. Host life deteriorating. Ding. Host organ missing. Moments later, Lynn presented his eye, cradled in his palm, before the demon. Pig-headed demon's sanity 20. Yet he remained unfazed. 200 skeleton coins for an eye. No returns if it does not match. The pig-headed demon was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail human could so ruthlessly remove his own eyeball in front of him. In contrast, he had howled in agony for quite some time when the scavenger had taken his eye. Yet this individual maintained an unsettling calmness. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 50. Chapter 5. As a physician, I must be accountable to you. His gaze flickered. He had begun to harbor suspicions that this apprentice of the blood saw might have been transformed into a creature of stitches by the very instrument he wielded. A common individual would never exhibit such composure in his presence. I do not desire yours. I want my own eyeball, he rasped heavily. Alert. Crisis level reduced to 45. Lynn maintained a serene countenance, casually pressing his own eyeball back into its socket before quietly returning to his chair. He then reached into his bosom. Indeed, there was something there. Under the astonished gaze of the pig-headed demon, Lynn retrieved a large, blood-soaked eyeball that continued to rotate. With a start, the pig-headed demon rose, trembling as he exclaimed, This is unmistakable." He immediately recognized that the eyeball was the very one that had been removed by that old woman. Yet how could it possibly be in the possession of this human apprentice? Lynn placed the eyeball upon the counter and spoke calmly. "I encountered that kind-hearted old lady this morning. She gifted me this toy. Pig-headed demon value, 30. The pig-headed demon fixated on the eyeball on the counter. Beads of cold sweat trickling down from the bristles on the nape of his neck to his spine. He was acutely aware of the terrifying capabilities of that scavenger. With his own strength, he had easily lost an eyeball to that scavenger, and if the latter wished, he could just as effortlessly sever his head. The fact that the scavenger would gift his own eyeball to this feeble human was increasingly unsettling. No, it was becoming rather terrifying, as he found himself unable to fathom the depths of this human's capabilities. Alert. Crisis level reduced to 20. The pig-headed demon hesitated, gazing at Lynn. "You dare to casually offer me something bestowed by that old woman?" Lynn replied coolly, "I am not offering. I am selling it. 200 skeleton coins for one, the market price." Is he truly unafraid? The pig-headed demon scrutinized him, attempting to uncover a flaw. Could it be that he and that scavenger shared a close relationship? Alert. Crisis level reduced to 10. With a flurry, the pig-headed demon produced a pouch from within his garments, spilling a considerable amount of skeleton coins onto the counter. He fixed his gaze upon Lynn and declared, "Very well, I shall purchase it." Lynn calmly accepted the coins into the counter and donned his gloves and mask once more. Producing a monocle. "It's a deal. Will you have the procedure done here, or shall we proceed to the operating table?" "Here," the pig-headed demon asserted decisively. The operating table of the blood saw was a place no resident of Phantom Alley would willingly approach. "Very well," Lynn said, calmly grasping the bone saw. "Lean against the counter and rest your head on the table. If you feel any pain, you may cry out." The grotesque creature with a pig's head sneered menacingly. "Am I afraid of pain?" With a swift motion, Lynn took a sip of alcohol and sprayed it onto the glistening blade. The pig-headed monster fell silent immediately. After lighting a candle, Lynn meticulously heated the blade over the flame for several minutes. Squinting, he grasped the knife and gradually approached the pig's head. A bead of cold sweat plopped onto the countertop. The pig-headed fiend trembled. "Do you really need a knife just to install an eyeball?" "The pig-headed fiend has 10 health points." Lynn replied calmly, "I just noticed that your eye socket is filled with considerable calcifications and clots, indicating that you have not taken proper care of your eyes. This step is merely an additional service I am providing. No need for thanks." "Wait." The pig-headed fiend gasped in horror, but it was already too late. Crack, crack, crack. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the creature, echoing in terror. Knife skill experience points 1. Knife skill experience points 1. Knife skill experience points 1. Minutes later, Lynn used a disinfectant to cleanse the remnants from the fiend's eye socket. Pondering why his surgical skill had not improved this time, but rather his knife proficiency. All done. Lynn calmly wiped the bone saw clean. "Do not move. I am about to install your eyeball. If you fidget, you may end up with it installed incorrectly." The pig-headed monster leaned against the wall, frothing at the mouth, its body quivering, seemingly oblivious to Lynn's words. Lynn paused, instinctively muttering, "Damn it, I forgot the anesthetic." It seemed he had also forgotten to use it the last time he sewed a doll's arm. "Never mind," he thought, shaking his head and regaining his composure. He retrieved the eyeball of the pig-headed proprietor from the reagent he had soaked it in using tweezers, then turned to search the cabinet of potions behind him. Moments later, Lynn extracted a white vial from the top of the cabinet. It bore faintly visible handwritten labels, including 502 among others. "What is that?" The recovering pig-headed fiend trembled. Lynn, holding the eyeball, shook the vial of adhesive and replied calmly, "This is my specially formulated super adhesive. It will prevent your eyeball from dislodging during installation. Combined with a potent restorative elixir crafted by my mentor, it guarantees a 95% success rate for the procedure." Lynn spoke with utmost seriousness. The pig-headed fiend quivered. "Hurry and install it properly. Do you understand? I do not wish to remain here any longer." Lynn nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured." We medical practitioners possess a strong sense of professional integrity. With a steady hand, Lynn prepared the viscous adhesive, applying it evenly around the eyeball before carefully positioning it in the eye socket. He then took out specialized tools to adjust the angle of the eyeball, feeling through his toolbox. Then he retrieved a hammer from the assortment. The pig-headed monster exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Trembling in fear, Lynn furrowed his brow and said, "Stay still. This is the final physical procedure. If you move and misalign it, I will have to extract it again and reposition it, which will incur additional surgical fees." He shook his head and firmly held the terrified creature's head. With utmost care, he began to tap, tap, tap with the hammer. His expression focused as he meticulously installed the eyeball. Minutes later, Lynn paused abruptly. The pig-headed monster trembled and asked, "What's wrong? What is happening?" Lynn frowned and replied, "It's installed incorrectly." The pig-headed monster gasped in horror. "Do not worry," Lynn reassured calmly, reaching out to grasp the support holding the eyeball, pulling it upward with force. A screech echoed as the pig-headed monster shrieked in terror, and Lynn extracted the wrongly positioned eyeball. It was merely a minor medical mishap. He quietly readjusted the position and said, "This time, there will be no charge for the correction." The pig-headed monster let out a series of sharp cries, frantically struggling. "I don't want it anymore. I want to have it done by you. Do not move." Lynn's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "This is the final step. As a physician, since you have paid, I must take responsibility for you. I must ensure that every patient leaves my care whole and well." With that, he raised the hammer in agitation. "Stop!" The pig-headed monster screamed in terror. Bang! Sparks flew. Chapter 6. An illusion. Several minutes later, a notification chimed. "You have completed the task. You have earned 50 skeleton coins, 50 surgical experience points, and a special reward." Another notification followed. "Due to uncontrollable circumstances, the pig-headed monster's affinity has transformed into fear, resulting in a fear level of 50. The pig-headed monster shivered uncontrollably, sitting there in a daze. Across the counter, Lynn sat calmly in his white coat, holding a quill and leisurely drafting his medical report. He pushed a small assortment of potions forward. "These potions are half for oral use and half for external application. Take them twice daily, and in about 2 days, your vision will begin to recover. Of course, if you desire a faster-acting potion, the price will increase tenfold. Now for the billing, including the surgical fee, potion cost, nursing fee, and the cost of the eyeball. You have already paid a total of 546 skeleton coins. If there are no objections, please sign here." Lynn looked up, his expression vacant yet friendly. A thumbprint would suffice as well. Trembling, the pig-headed monster extended a shaky hand and pressed it onto the report. He trembled as he retrieved a large pouch from his bosom, placing over 500 skull coins upon the counter, inquiring, "May I leave now?" Lynn nodded at the coins. He lifted his gaze, which landed upon the still plump pouch of the pig-headed demon. Yet, in the next moment, his attention was drawn to the creature's pronounced belly. Ding! You have triggered the pig-headed demon's hidden quest, the unusual abdomen. Completion rewards, 50 skull coins, 50 experience in surgical abilities, and the activation of diagnostic functions. The pig-headed demon turned to depart. Lynn suddenly extended his hand, halting him. "Wait." The pig-headed demon's body instinctively shuddered. "What now?" he retorted, turning back to find Lynn adjusting his monocle, causing one of his eyeballs to plop onto the table with a soft thud, which he calmly retrieved and replaced. Value 1. Lynn shook his head, stating, "I have discerned some new issues with you. If left undiagnosed, they could adversely affect your health." The pig-headed demon, baring his tusks, retorted, "Do not deceive me. I despise being tricked." Lynn, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I am a doctor. I do not deceive. Everyone who enters my humble shop is my patient, and I must be accountable for their health. If I notice a problem and fail to inform you, that would be the true breach of medical ethics." Upon seeing the sincerity in Lynn's earnest eyes, the pig-headed demon, albeit reluctantly, returned to the stool before the counter, hesitatingly asking, "Where's the problem? I feel quite healthy." Lynn donned a mask, instructing, "Extend your hand. I shall take your pulse." The pig-headed demon hesitantly placed his hairy arm upon the counter, finally deciding to trust him once more. Lynn's expression remained serene as he placed his hand upon the demon's pulse, attentively sensing its rhythm. Diagnostic experience 1, diagnostic experience 1, diagnostic experience 1. Gradually, the pig-headed demon observed Lynn's brow furrowing, and his heart leapt into his throat. "Is there truly a grave issue?" he inquired anxiously, for he dreaded the sight of a doctor frowning, as it invariably signified ill tidings. Lynn withdrew his hand, raising his gaze to solemnly regard the pig-headed demon. Furrowing his brow, the problem is neither minor nor major. It depends on how we address it. The pig-headed demon, now visibly anxious, pressed, "What is the issue?" Lynn gravely stated, "Ectopic pregnancy." A brief silence ensued, accompanied by a gust of cool air sweeping in from the door. In the next instant, the pig-headed demon bellowed, seizing Lynn by his collar, lifting him in a fit of rage. "What nonsense is this, you quack? Are you mocking me? I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts." Lynn maintained his composure. Adjusting his eyeball, he earnestly declared, "The pulse has conveyed this to me. It cannot be mistaken. You must trust in my medical expertise." The boar demon roared, "My pulse feels like you've been screwing me over." "I'll say it once more. I am a boar." Lynn nodded solemnly and replied, "That is precisely why we are discussing an ectopic pregnancy. If it exists, the situation could become more complicated, necessitating a more profound gender reassignment surgery, which would increase your burden." The boar demon trembled and released Lynn's collar, collapsing onto a bench. "What are you contemplating?" he asked. "I am pondering how to sever you." The boar demon's eyes threatened to burst, grinding his teeth in indignation. "Let us not dwell on the inconsequential," Lynn said, adjusting his collar as he settled at the counter, retrieving the medical form. He inquired quietly, "Have you recently experienced abdominal distension, dry heaving, loss of appetite, or any unusual bleeding?" The boar demon slammed his hands on the table, suppressing his tremors and humiliation, retorting, "How could I possibly bleed? What do you mean by bleeding?" Lynn continued to take notes, adjusting his glasses and calmly stating, "Please refrain from becoming agitated. This is merely a standard inquiry. Besides the bleeding below, have any of the other symptoms manifested?" The boar demon gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing in fury. "And if they have, are you suggesting I cannot suffer from an upset stomach?" Lynn adjusted his glasses again, glancing at him. "How long have these symptoms persisted?" The boar demon, grinding his teeth, replied, "A month." Lynn continued to document, maintaining his composure. "When was your last encounter? Do you have any detrimental habits, such as excessive exercise or the use of certain dubious implements?" The boar demon stood there, his arms trembling incessantly. "Try asking that again." Clearly, he was enraged by the question. Lynn calmly raised a hand to halt him. "All right, I shall not pursue that line of inquiry. Moving on to the next question. During your most recent encounter, did you experience any sensation akin to tearing pain?" Lynn frowned, making an expressive gesture of exasperation. The boar demon could no longer contain himself. He seized Lynn's collar, bellowing in a mix of anger and embarrassment, "I have tolerated you for far too long. Translate for me what tearing pain means. Explain what tearing pain is." Lynn extended his hand, forcefully pressing against the boar demon's chest, shaking his head. "Calm down. A further diagnosis indeed requires professional equipment. This is a procedure I must follow as a physician, fundamentally for your well-being. Surely, you wouldn't want to leave any ailments unresolved, would you?" The boar demon huffed through his nostrils, his chest heaving violently, his face a mask of rage, yet he ultimately relented under Lynn's soothing demeanor. Lynn adjusted his collar once more, set down his pen, cast a glance at him, and shook his head. "There is another possibility." Lynn accelerated his speech. "You may have inadvertently ingested something imbued with strange power, causing a distortion within your body, hence creating the illusion of pregnancy." Chapter 7. The surgery perfectly executed. Noticing the pallor of his complexion, the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and the chill of his wrist, Lynn inquired, "Have you been unable to satiate your hunger regardless of your intake? Do you often feel an insatiable appetite?" The pig-headed demon hesitated and resumed his seat. Although his previous assertions had been dubious, this observation resonated with him. He had indeed been plagued by relentless hunger, even to the extent that gluttony offered no reprieve. "How do you know?" Lynn, maintaining his composure, rose and retrieved a wooden basin from behind the room, filling it with clear water. He then extracted a bottle of pale green potion from beneath the counter, pouring its contents into the basin. A wisp of green smoke, reminiscent of a skull, surged forth from the basin. Lynn clapped his hands and proclaimed, "This is a summoning elixir. Immerse your hand within. If malevolent spirits reside within you, or if any peculiar distortion exists, this potion will unveil the truth." The pig-headed demon eyed him with uncertainty, cautiously sniffing the air with his snout. Upon concluding that no apparent danger lurked, he tentatively plunged his hand into the wooden basin. Instantly, a chilling sensation began to rise from his abdomen. "What is this?" His expression shifted slightly. The green water began to bubble vigorously. and strange wisps of black mist unfurled around him. In the next moment, a sudden cramp seized his abdomen, and a grinning face protruded from his belly. Hee hee. The pig-headed demon's fur bristled in alarm. My stomach. Oh no. The gleeful voice morphed abruptly, transforming into a series of wails. Wah wah. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the pig-headed demon became utterly disconcerted. What on earth is this? With determination, Lynn seized a nearby frying pan and brought it down upon the protruding face, flattening his belly with a resounding thud. The cries and laughter ceased instantaneously. The pig-headed demon plopped onto the bench, his expression vacant. This. Lynn pushed the wooden basin aside and calmly stated, preliminary diagnosis indicates a parasitic malevolent spirit. However, judging by the effect of that frying pan, this little demon has not fully taken shape. You are indeed fortunate to have encountered me. At this revelation, the pig-headed demon was utterly convinced. He fell to his knees, trembling, and implored, little brother. I was overly aggressive earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I beseech you, save me. Please, save me. He is truly terrified. If it were a genuine, malevolent spirit, he would fearlessly confront it. However, the demon residing within him leaves him utterly helpless. Lynn calmly held a pen and inquired, do you recall consuming anything unclean? The pig-headed monster trembled as he replied, a month ago, while I was out, I remember eating a little ghost. I swallowed it whole. Apart from that, I have only consumed pigs and humans. Lynn pondered for a moment before raising his head and stating earnestly, let us proceed with an incision. A short while later, within the dimly lit operating room, several candles and copper mirrors cast their beams upon the pig-headed monster's greasy belly. The creature lay trembling on the operating table, visibly uncomfortable, exclaiming, you are so hasty to decide on surgery. Aren't you going to conduct a proper diagnosis first? Donning gloves and a mask, Lynn calmly disinfected the scalpel and replied, a swift resolution is often the most effective. Trust in my diagnostic abilities and ethical standards. I shall make an incision. If I can excise the malignancy, I will do so. If not, the pig-headed monster quivered, then I shall retaliate. Lynn shook his head, retrieving his teacher's favored bone-slicing knife, and began to sharpen it before the creature's very eyes. The pig-headed monster lay there, dazed, watching as iron hooks descended from above the operating room, surrounded by jars filled with horrifying monster tissues. For reasons unknown, he felt akin to a boar destined for slaughter upon a butcher's block. Stop sharpening it. Please, stop. The pig-headed monster cried out in distress, unable to endure the shrill sound of the blade being sharpened. Immediately, Lynn rinsed the now razor-sharp scalpel in disinfectant. When he lifted it again, it gleamed ominously. He approached the pig-headed monster, pressing his ear against its greasy belly to listen attentively. Then, with professional precision, he took out a pencil and marked a cross on the lower part of its abdomen. Are you prepared? Lynn asked calmly. I am ready. The pig-headed monster stammered. With a decisive click, Lynn pressed a button beneath the operating table, and the creature's limbs were suddenly secured by iron shackles. The pig-headed monster screamed in terror. Let me go. Let me go. Lynn frowned, brandishing the knife. Do not yell. I have yet to make the incision. These shackles are merely to prevent you from thrashing about and compromising my surgical skills. They are for your own good. Trembling, the pig-headed monster asked, have you ever performed surgery on anyone before? Lynn calmly sharpened the knife and fork, replying, I have witnessed my teacher slaughter pigs. You are my first patient. Nevertheless, I possess considerable confidence in my surgical abilities. A brief silence ensued. I don't want to do this. I don't want to. Let me go. Release me. The pig-headed demon let out a tremendous roar, thrashing wildly. Lynn's gaze turned ferocious in an instant as he bellowed, what nonsense is this? The knife is sharpened, and now you say you refuse? Are you not afraid that your belly will swell, only to have malevolent spirits burst forth from within? Since you have ascended to my operating table, I must take responsibility for you. Today, you shall undergo this procedure, whether you like it or not. Half an hour later, the pig-headed demon lay dazed upon the operating table, his body twitching uncontrollably. He had long lost count of how many times he had fainted and regained consciousness due to the pain. In the following moment, a resounding cry echoed throughout the operating room. Lynn smiled as he cradled the little spirit, wiped the sweat from his brow, and declared, congratulations. The operation has been flawlessly executed. Before him, the page depicting the infant materialized. Malignant spirit blood infant, unformed. Race, evil spirit, attribute. Chaotic evil, level. 1 description, a ghostly entity formed from resentment and ghostly energy. The malignant spirit blood infant has absorbed a substantial amount of life essence. Once fully formed, it will consume the host's soul and flesh, gradually growing into a calamity. The pig-headed demon muttered vacantly, "Stitch it up." Chapter 8. My stomach hurts. I shall operate again. Lynn nodded, then retrieved the bill. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Though this may not be the appropriate time for such discussions, I must inform you of the costs. The total surgical fee amounts to 300 skeleton coins. However, as this is my inaugural operation, I can extend a discount of 20, bringing the total to 240 skeleton coins. The stitching fee is additional, resulting in a grand total of 280 coins. Would you kindly sign here?" The pig-headed demon emitted a pitiful squeal, his spirit nearing collapse. "Stitch it. Stitch it." He trembled. Lynn nodded and gestured toward the various threads on the wall. "We have linen thread, wool thread, cotton thread, iron wire, and steel wire. Each type carries a different price. Which one do you require?" A tear trickled from the corner of the pig-headed demon's eye as he murmured, "Linen thread." Lynn nodded, retrieved the linen thread, and inquired, "Do you need anything else?" "Stitch. Stitch." He howled. Lynn nodded, deftly took up his steel needle, flicked the linen thread, approached the pig-headed demon's side, and bit the end of the thread to pull it taut. "Please be patient. I shall begin shortly." Stitching skill experience 1. Stitching skill experience 1. Stitching skill experience 1. At long last, after several minutes, Lynn produced scissors and snipped the thread. He patted the butterfly knot above, took out a potion, poured it into his mouth, and sprayed it onto the demon's belly. Instantly, the sutured flesh began to close little by little, healing rapidly. Ding! You have successfully completed the hidden task, earning 50 skull coins, 50 surgical experience points, and 50 observational experience points. You have gained a fear level of 200 from the pig-headed demon and a notoriety level of 10 in the Soul Alley. Lynn removed his mask and unfastened the handcuffs on the surgical table, cradling the little ghost as he smiled. "Congratulations, the surgery went exceptionally well. As you can see, it was indeed a routine case of demonic possession. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, you would have been in quite a predicament." Suddenly, Lynn felt a fleeting blur before him. A shadow trembled and bolted from the surgical table, clutching its stomach and sprinting towards the door with unimaginable speed. It vowed never to return. He swore he would never set foot here again. Undergoing surgery felt akin to a butcher's knife piercing through flesh. After just one visit to the doctor, he had already developed a psychological scar. "Boss, your daughter forgot something," Lynn shouted as he quickly pursued, chasing until he reached the entrance. Yet, as he looked around, the darkened space revealed no trace of the pig-headed creature. Lynn sighed deeply. After a moment's contemplation, he called out into the enigmatic darkness, "Boss, if your stomach bothers you again, come back, and I will operate on you once more. Next time, I promise to administer anesthesia, and please, come and retrieve your newborn daughter soon." Instantly, the previously bustling darkness fell eerily silent. Lynn turned and returned to his potion shop. He hurriedly dashed to the counter, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a small vial of potent restorative potion, which he promptly poured into his right eye. The eyeball he had forcibly extracted gradually regained its vitality. Although the pain persisted, the results were promising. Rubbing his reddened eye socket, Lynn murmured, "Living in this world is truly a nerve-wracking experience." His willingness to gouge out his own eye was not born from cruelty, but rather from the knowledge that his shop stocked high-grade potions capable of rapidly healing injuries. However, these were premium products he could not produce himself. They were the reserves of his mentor, typically reserved for personal use and not for sale. A notification chimed. Your various abilities can be upgraded, and your reputation in Soul Alley has improved. Please check your panel. Lynn paused, opening the system panel in surprise. Lynn, level 3 race, human strength, 4 agility, 5 intelligence, 8 constitution, 4 available points, 4 basic skills, intermediate household proficiency, 909-1000, beginner potion crafting, 90,100, intermediate surgical ability, 203-1000, beginner knife skills, 26,100, beginner diagnostic ability, 55,100, skeleton coins, 250 fame, 15 introduction. The Bloodsaw Apothecary is home to a rather morbid apprentice, where numerous patients have felt an overwhelming malevolence. It appears he is gradually inheriting his mentor's twisted tendencies. Lynn, what does this final remark signify? Is this not a form of insult? It lacks objectivity and fairness. Aside from the absence of anesthetics, he is exceedingly responsible for his patients. This is nothing short of the system's blatant malice towards him. Lynn shook his head. However, he soon noticed that he had leveled up, advancing from level 2 to level 3, with an additional 4 points to allocate. One cannot help but observe that the panel provided by this system indeed carries the essence of a subpar online game. Yet it is clear that this is not an online game, but a nefarious and dark alternate world where death is final. Without hesitation, Lynn allocated all 4 points into his constitution. There is no other reason. To become a competent doctor, one must possess a robust constitution, especially in this chaotic world, where a frail body can become the final straw that claims one's life. Ultimately, survival is the paramount principle of this realm. Confirmed. In an instant, Lynn felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He understood that those 4 attribute points were now taking effect. Vaguely, the fatigue from earlier surgical endeavors was swiftly swept away by this newfound vitality, replaced by an inexhaustible strength. He removed his outer garment and gazed at his abdomen. In the brief span of mere minutes, his previously flat abdomen now bore the outline of several defined muscles. Lynn reveled in the exquisite sensation of possessing a healthy body. Behind him, the sound of a wailing, ghostly infant emanated from the counter. Lynn promptly approached the counter and cradled the bloodied infant, and upon inspection, he immediately discerned a troubling issue. Due to incomplete development, it was roughly the size of 4 adult fists. Apart from the gaping, black hole of a mouth on its cheek, the rest of its features appeared as if veiled in silk, smooth and devoid of contours. Evil spirit blood infant, incomplete. Gender, female, level 2 Lynn. How is it possible that this ghostly infant has ascended from level 1 to level 2 in such a brief span of time? Does this imply that the ghost infant is rapidly taking shape? At that moment, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. You have triggered an optional hidden mission, Ghost Infant Transformation. Due to the premature birth of the ghost infant, the malevolent energy within it is swiftly distorting its appearance. The more terrifying its visage, the greater the malevolence it will exhibit upon awakening. Chapter 9. A transformation for you. Optional mission branch 1. Converted into the oil for a soul lamp. Mission reward. 2 days of soul lamp usage. Optional mission branch 2. Feed it to the little darling in the backyard. Mission reward. 50 affection points from the little darling. Optional mission branch 3. Soak it in a reagent for collection purposes. Mission reward. 10 experience points in specimen creation. Optional mission branch 4. Await the arrival of the pig-headed demon to reclaim his daughter. Mission reward. To be analyzed. Lynn calmly surveyed the 4 mission branches presented by the system. Naturally, he opted for the 4th. He perched himself atop the counter, placed the ghost infant upon the table, and began to tap the abacus with a serious demeanor. I am a doctor. If someone leaves their child in my care and I eliminate them, would that not render me a monster? My moral standards do not permit such actions. Given my professional integrity, is the system not inclined to offer me some form of compensation? Moral value. 10. Lynn grasped the knife and continued to await new patrons. 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes to glance at the ghost infant and discovered its visage beginning to contort into a grotesque pretzel shape. Lynn value. 1. 5 minutes later, upon looking again, the infant's face was sprouting numerous cysts of varying sizes, emitting a hoarse sound akin to woo-ah from its darkened mouth. Lynn value. 10. 10 minutes later, when Lynn opened his eyes once more, the face was now crawling with twisted tendrils, coiling in a chaotic dance of blackness. Lynn value. 30. The corners of Lynn's eyes twitched uncontrollably. It appeared the system had indeed spoken true. If left unchecked, this ghost infant would undeniably continue to warp into an unspeakable form. This cannot continue. Not only might the pig demon fail to recognize his daughter, but he himself would also reach his limit. It is too ugly. Truly, horrifically ugly. With a resigned sigh, Lynn stood up, stretched his wrists, and declared, "Very well, let me provide you with a complimentary transformation, so you need not frighten me now and terrify others later." He donned a mask and gloves. Grasping the rope, Lynn bound the ghastly infant to the counter. Creaking and groaning, the infant's contorted tendrils suddenly mutated, sprouting an array of mouths that unleashed a cacophony of terrifying roars directed at Lynn. With a swift motion, Lynn struck those tendrils back into submission. "Behave yourself." Donned with a monocle, Lynn's expression remained impassive as he cracked his knuckles. Extending his large hands, he seized the frenzied tendrils from the infant's visage. kneading them forcefully as one would with dough. The ghastly infant emitted sounds akin to panic from within. Fear level of the evil spirit blood infant. 10. Cosmetic surgery is a delicate art. Although Lynn had never performed such procedures on others, his skill in molding clay was quite proficient. In a certain sense, the two disciplines bore significant resemblance. The initial step in cosmetic enhancement naturally involved amalgamating the chaotic, viscous substances on its face to achieve a smooth, rounded form, thus laying a perfect foundation for the subsequent sculpting. Fear level of the evil spirit blood infant. 10. Kneading dough also requires finesse. It must neither be too dry nor too wet, possessing the right elasticity and resilience, making it a true test of one's strength. Do not fidget. Since I have brought you into this world, as a physician, it is my duty to ensure your well-being during this time. Do not worry. I shall handle the issues concerning your visage, Lynn declared with a serious countenance. Fully employing his ramen-making skills from his previous life, he meticulously kneaded the mass on the infant's face, pulling outward. Fear level of the evil spirit blood infant. 20. He twisted it into a braid before pressing it inward. Fear level of the evil spirit blood infant. 20. Another pull. Twisting it twice more before pressing it inward, he thoroughly amalgamated the viscous, repugnant substance into a uniform and elastic consistency. The sounds emanating from the ghastly infant grew increasingly frantic. Fear level of the evil spirit blood infant. 20. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. There stood a humanoid creature, its body marred by burns, with pus streaming from its eyes, exuding a terrifying and grotesque aura. I wish to change my face, the creature rasped in a deep, charred voice. Lynn glanced up. Burnt ghost, race, evil spirit level, 15, attribute, chaotic neutral, combatability, average, description, an evil spirit that was gruesomely burned alive in a great fire, with 99. 9 of its body scorched, possessing a twisted and gloomy personality, harboring great malice towards all things beautiful. Ding. Trigger task, assist the burned ghost in changing its face. Task reward, 50 skeleton coins, 50 surgical experience, special reward 1. Welcome. Please take a seat over there and wait for a moment. Lynn leaned forward from in front of the ghostly infant, her eyes radiating a standard professional smile. Suddenly, with a splatter, the face of the ghostly child was squashed, showering Lynn with a mask of thick fluid. The burned ghost, who had just entered, froze in place. Please sit. I will be with you shortly, Lynn said with a smile. Her attention swiftly returned to the ghostly infant bound at the counter. To expedite the process, Lynn used both hands. Grasping the sides of the malformed mass, she pulled forcefully. A chilling sound of terror emanated from within the ghostly infant's body. With a flourish, she pressed down on its face. Allah! The ghostly infant trembled. Lynn flipped the infant over to apply greater force, vigorously kneading the grotesque mass on its face. It will be ready soon. Please be patient, she assured, lifting her head to display a sincere expression to the burned ghost seated not far away. The burned ghost stared vacantly at the horror unfolding at the counter, its legs instinctively quivering. With another pull, a distance of 2 meters was achieved. Burned ghost. Burned ghost, value 20. With a need, she picked up a rolling pin. The ghostly visage was flattened, emitting a cacophony of terrified squeals. The pustules on the burned ghost's body began to tremble. Burned ghost, value 20. Something is amiss. Something is definitely amiss with this establishment. It trembled as it extended its charred hand, asking, "May I inquire if you are?" Lynn, while kneading the mass on the ghostly infant's face, lifted her head, her face adorned with a genuine professional smile, replying, "Oh, this little ghost is simply too ugly, even disturbingly so. As a doctor, it is my duty to provide it with a normal face." The burned ghost instantly shivered, its body going rigid. "Your technique is truly unique," it stammered, its charred eyes wide open, and its hunched frame had unknowingly straightened. It watched the ghostly infant's face being pulled and kneaded by the doctor, akin to pulling noodles. Its legs quivered more violently. In an instant, horrifying images flooded its mind of its own face being manipulated by this doctor. The burned ghost began to panic. Surely, it had entered a dark establishment. Just as this thought crossed its mind, a series of sharp pops echoed through the air as the doctor extended her hands and burst the numerous tumors sprouting from the ghostly infant's face. The thick fluid splattered with a splat, even hitting the burned ghost's face. It exploded. It exploded. Oh dear. Chapter 10. The Dark Shop instinctively. He covered the cysts on his face, remnants of his burns, as vivid images filled his mind of the doctor mercilessly squeezing them until they burst. Panic gripped him, and he trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Just then, Lynn removed the mask smeared with viscous fluid from his face, revealing a disarmingly cordial smile. "I will fetch some tools from the back. Please wait just a moment. You will be next." The cysts on the burned victim's body seemed to quiver with dread. What a terrifying smile. Why did he wear such a sinister grin when he mentioned it was time for him? Initially, he had ventured out today, hoping to find the old pervert from the Bloodsaw Apothecary absent, allowing him the chance to address his burns with a modicum of ease. Little did he know, the old pervert had been replaced by a younger, equally disturbing version. He trembled as he gazed at the ghastly figure convulsing on the counter. Its face transformed into a grotesque mask of black mush. "Is this to be my fate?" he whispered. At that moment, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted from behind the curtain of the backyard, an electric saw, its blade roaring to life. What could this mean? He clutched his head in terror, feeling as if his very bones might disintegrate. An electric saw? Hadn't he, the doctor, mentioned retrieving some tools? Why then, did the sound of a saw resonate from the backyard? What madness was this? His mind conjured the image of a chainsaw-wielding maniac, a grotesque grin plastered across his face. Advancing step by step towards him, dark smoke began to rise from his head in sheer dread. Suddenly, he heard it. Thud, thud. The footsteps grew nearer. Someone was approaching. Chainsaw in hand, a shadow began to materialize behind the curtain, the sound of the saw growing almost deafening. "Ah!" the burned victim screamed, clutching his head as numbers floated above him, each more alarming than the last. Value 20, value 30, value 40. In the next instant, with his value dropping to 0, the burned victim scrambled in terror, rushing towards the door. The dark shop. "Help! Please, someone save me." Ding. Burn victim's mission failed. Ding. Burn victim's fear level, 400. Congratulations on acquiring your very first customer, whose attitude has reached a state of extreme terror. You have received 100 skull coins. Ding. Your notoriety has increased to 10. Lynn, bewildered, lifted the curtain and gazed in shock at the ashes left behind by the charred spirit crawling away. What just happened? I merely intended to sharpen my scalpel. How could they just leave? And what is this 400 in fear rating? Why are they so utterly terrified of me? I have always adhered to the principle of providing service with a smile, speaking courteously, and treating my guests with utmost seriousness. Shouldn't this foster a more amicable attitude towards me? Lynn was perplexed. However, whether they had departed or not was inconsequential now. Lynn felt a twinge of regret. Regardless, it was imperative to first clarify the situation with this ghostly child. Ding. The sharp little carving knife in Lynn's hand shimmered with a dazzling light. An hour later, Lynn sat at the counter, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he set down the knife, looking at the ghostly infant seated before him. Wasn't it more pleasant to behold now? With its cherry-red lips, chubby cheeks, large eyes, and delicate nose. The previously terrifying and indescribable entity had transformed into something utterly adorable and lifelike under Lynn's meticulous craftsmanship. Before his journey to this realm, Lynn had consistently topped his class in manual arts. Every clay portrait he sculpted received unanimous praise from his classmates. With a cheerful demeanor and a light heart, Lynn was suddenly taken aback as a vertical pupil sprouted from the infant's forehead. In an instant, he popped it. With closed eyes, he muttered, "This is not the place for eyes. This is a face I painstakingly sculpted. If you seek to ruin it, do not blame me for wielding my knife again." Ethereal blood infant fear level, 50. Ethereal blood infant fear level, 50. Ding. The system has detected that the ethereal blood infant's fear level has surpassed the rate of its resentment's growth. The crisis level has decreased to 321 and continues to diminish. Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest. Suppress the ghost infant's resentment. Current completion, 321. You have received a reward, 151 skull coins, 100 experience in shaping techniques. And a special reward, 5 strands of vengeful spirit hair. Lynn was taken aback. So, this could trigger a hidden quest? It seemed that the numerous functionalities of this system remained to be explored. In the next moment, 5 long strands of hair appeared in his hand, and immediately, their descriptions materialized before him. Vengeful spirit hair, hair from a female ghost imbued with extreme resentment. Once possessed, the target will be ensnared by the hair around their neck, leading to suffocation and death. Lynn stroked his chin thoughtfully. This seemed like a useful self-defense item, but with only 5 strands, careful consideration would be necessary before use. Lynn gathered his hair and sat at the counter, continuing to tap rhythmically on the abacus, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next customer. However, his attention was constantly fixated on the eerie doll before him. The moment it exhibited even the slightest sign of disarray, Lynn would promptly press it back into place. Adjusting it once more, time slipped away swiftly. The glow of the soul lanterns outside gradually dimmed, heralding the impending nightfall of this world. The distinction between day and night in this shadowy realm was marked by the flicker of the soul lanterns, for during the night, no matter how one attempted to ignite them, they would remain extinguished. This signified that without the protection of the soul lanterns, any monstrous entity could freely invade one's sanctuary, tearing one apart with impunity. Just as the light began to wane and Lynn was on the verge of closing up shop, a series of knocks echoed from the door. A tall man clad in a thick, pitch-black cloak, topped with a black top hat, and sporting a mane of gray-white hair, appeared at the entrance. His immense shadow cast a formidable presence, instilling a sense of profound dread. Lynn's heart tightened at the sight, as the man's panel materialized before him. Monster Hunter. Apothecary, race, human level. Combat ability. You will undoubtedly perish. Alignment. Chaotic, good. Description. A powerful monster hunter navigating the dark world alone. He belongs to no organization and is shrouded in mystery, dedicating his life to slaying those colossal monsters he deems evil. Do not attempt to understand him. It is perilous. Lynn thought. This seems to be a human. Chapter 11. My blade must suit your flesh. This was, after 2 years, the first human Lynn had encountered in this dark world. Moreover, judging by the panel, he was a being of extraordinary combat prowess. I require healing. As well as some combat and restorative potions, came the gravelly voice of the middle-aged man from beneath the large top hat. Lynn immediately rose, donning a professional smile as he welcomed, "Welcome, please come in." The monster hunter strode through the doorway, causing the soul lantern hanging at the entrance to flicker wildly, nearly extinguishing. This indicated the astounding strength of the monster hunter. He took a seat at the counter, raising his gaze to scrutinize Lynn. Lynn felt a sudden, searing pain wash over his skin. Merely the intensity of the man's gaze inflicted harm, underscoring the gravity of his power. I never expected to encounter a living kin in this dark world, the monster hunter remarked, casting a glance at him. He unhooked a flask from his belt. Taking a swig, and a pungent aroma of alcohol wafted toward Lynn. Ding. Trigger task. Heal the wounds of the demon hunter. Task reward. 500 skeleton coins. Hunter affection level. 50. Task failure penalty. Death at the hands of the demon hunter. Ding. You have triggered a familial bond. The task failure penalty is nullified. Lynn's heart sank. The moment he saw the task failure penalty appear, he sensed impending doom. His instincts were proven correct. A demon hunter, traversing the dark world, would inevitably harbor no fondness for any creature. Fortunately, he was human. Otherwise, this formidable man would have cleaved him in two without hesitation. Lynn steadied his emotions. He calmly gazed at the demon hunter and smiled. May I inquire where you require treatment for your injuries? Beneath the tall hat, the pale lips moved slightly. And then he removed his cloak and turned around. In an instant, Lynn's pupils constricted. His entire shoulder was enveloped in a dark crimson hue, with dark clots of blood congealed upon it, grotesquely alarming. The severity of the injury was horrifying. Lynn immediately pondered what kind of entity could inflict such wounds upon this demon hunter. The demon hunter rasped. I was ambushed by a red-cloaked specter and nearly lost my life. I shall not let her escape. However, I must first tend to my wounds. Ding. The system has completed a preliminary diagnosis for the host. The target's right shoulder has been eroded by the venom of the black butterfly, and the poison has penetrated into the target's bones. The situation is grave. Black butterfly? Lynn hesitated. The demon hunter shifted slightly and sneered. You actually recognize such a toxin? It seems I have underestimated you. Lynn forced a dry chuckle. No, he did not recognize it. He had merely instinctively repeated a key term from the system prompt. System. What is the black butterfly? He inquired in his mind. Ding. The black butterfly is a manifestation formed entirely from resentment and necromantic energy in the dark world, possessing an exceedingly high level of erosion and corrosiveness towards life. If a regular organism comes into contact, it will turn to pus and blood within 5 seconds. Lynn was taken aback. Without further ado, he donned a complete set of protective gear, including a mask and gloves. Can I treat it? He asked the system in his thoughts. Ding. You may attempt to scrape the bones to detoxify, as a preliminary treatment. The demon hunter turned his head. Impatience evident in his tone. Can we begin? Lynn immediately regained his focus, calmness flooding his demeanor. With the mask in place, he spoke earnestly. "Esteemed guest, your wounds are quite severe, and it appears that the toxin has infiltrated your bones. If you wish to be treated, we must first excise the tissue that has been eroded by the poison." With determination, Lynn brandished 2 bone-scraping knives and stated seriously, "A surgical debridement is required." The demon hunter hesitated for a moment before asking, "What is your surgical proficiency?" Lynn nodded and reassured, "Rest assured, my experience is quite extensive. Although this is merely my second surgery, the last client bestowed upon me high praise, and I possess a fair amount of confidence." The demon hunter hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Then Lynn heard a voice, uncertain yet emanating from beneath the high hat. "Are there other medical establishments in the vicinity?" Lynn sharpened his 2 bone knives, chuckling, "There shouldn't be any left. Even if there are, my mentor has likely taken care of them. We do not permit the existence of a second medical establishment here. Ha ha ha." A brief silence ensued, the wind rustling the demon hunter's cloak. He then turned, exposing his shoulder, and with closed eyes declared, "All right. I will trust you this once. Proceed." "Splendid." A satisfied smile graced Lynn's face. The 2 large blades clashed together in his hands with a clattering sound. Sparks flew as they scraped against each other. It was vaguely noticeable that beneath that high hat, the corner of the demon hunter's scruffy mouth twitched slightly. For some inexplicable reason, the demon hunter felt an unsettling sense that he had come to the wrong place. This did not resemble a medical establishment at all, but rather a slaughterhouse. Was it merely his illusion? Why did this seemingly feeble young man provoke an overwhelming urge to flee at once? "Do you require anesthesia?" Lynn inquired with eager excitement. "Not necessary," the demon hunter replied, taking a sip of his drink and casting a sidelong glance at him. "Anesthesia would merely impair my reflexes. A true man never resorts to such measures." Lynn gave a thumbs up with a snap, earnestly stating, "Excellent. I have never administered anesthesia either. This truly aligns with my expertise." The demon hunter's heart sank momentarily. What had he just said? Before he could fully comprehend, a sound akin to flesh being pierced resonated, and his entire body stiffened in an instant. He turned his head with a jolt to see the knife embedded in his shoulder, dazedly murmuring, "Is this how it begins?" Lynn maintained his composure. "No. I was merely testing the blade." "Oh," the demon hunter muttered, turning his head again, instinctively reaching for his flask. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his hand trembled slightly as it grasped the vessel. Nevertheless, it should pose no significant issue, despite the untrustworthiness of this young man. He surely would not dare to harbor any ill intentions against a formidable demon hunter such as himself. Thud! The demon hunter's patience frayed as he turned to see a second knife lodged in his shoulder, his eyes widening in fury. Lynn, earnestly clutching his toolbox, remarked, "I'm merely searching for the appropriate tools. Those 2 will serve as my backups." The demon hunter, eyes blazing with rage, retorted, "Can't your backups be placed aside? Must you insist on positioning yourself upon my shoulder?" Lynn shook his head, maintaining his composure. "Dear guest, I am merely evaluating the sharpness of my surgical instruments. A fact you should surely comprehend. The dullness of a blade often exacerbates the agony of incision, an outcome we must strictly avoid. As a physician, it is my duty to ensure that my instruments are impeccably suited to your flesh. Moreover, the area I am to penetrate will inevitably be excised. Hence, you need not be overly concerned about the integrity of your shoulder." The demon hunter stood rigid, grappling with a sense of absurd logic. Yet, was he not intentionally inflicting this upon himself? No matter how he pondered, it sounded like sheer nonsense. Chapter 12. Is this not but a transaction of blades? Cease your testing. He ground his teeth, gripping the wine jug tightly with his other hand. Utilize these 2 knives and proceed with the debridement immediately. If you delay any further, I shall not hesitate to end you. He brandished his gleaming revolver. However, there are no howevers. Proceed to the next step. He slammed his palm against the table, his expression fierce. Very well. Lynn, with a resigned adjustment of his monocle, strode through the fabric curtain and into the backyard. Just as the demon hunter began to question what further mischief he was about to concoct, Lynn emerged, maneuvering a furnace. With a sizzle, he stirred the embers within, subsequently inserting various instruments from the counter into the fire. "What on earth are you doing?" The corners of the demon hunter's eyes twitched involuntarily. Lynn calmly grasped a knife, glowing red with heat. "Disinfection. The black butterfly is an exceedingly potent corrosive toxin. To avert the inadvertent infiltration of venom into your other tissues during debridement, the most effective method is to obliterate it with high temperatures. While it may indeed inflict a modicum of pain, The results are unparalleled. He tapped the searing surgical blade, sending forth a shower of sparks. The demon hunter felt an unexpected dryness in his throat, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Though what Lynn spoke seemed valid, he too had utilized high heat to cauterize wounds in the past to prevent infection. There remained an unsettling lack of reliability about him. Have you ever performed this procedure? He hesitated. Lynn replied earnestly, while I have not executed it myself, I have spent 2 years observing my master in practice. The demon hunter exhaled in relief. Lynn continued, especially during the slaughtering and plucking of pigs, a swift swipe with a heated blade would efficiently remove the hair. The demon hunter was taken aback. Minutes later, Lynn withdrew the 2 glowing knives from the furnace and approached the demon hunter from behind, firm in his declaration. I shall commence now. Anticipate some discomfort, bear with it. The demon hunter clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth with his eyes closed, and exclaimed, I can endure this. But I must ask, what on earth are all these plates on the counter for? Cooking? He pointed vehemently at the plates placed before him, as well as the napkin that Lynn had draped around his neck. Those who knew would think he was there for a surgical procedure. Those who didn't might assume he had come for a meal. Lynn replied earnestly, Dear guest, you are overly concerned. These plates are intended to hold the decaying flesh that will be excised shortly, as we must appropriately supply you with the corresponding blood and flesh growth potions according to the amount of meat you lose. If the dosage is miscalculated, it could lead to unnecessary tissue growth on your shoulder, which is ultimately for your own good. The demon hunter ground his teeth in frustration. Cut it already. If it weren't for the fact that this was the only apothecary within a radius of several hundred kilometers, I swear I would never set foot in this cursed place. It feels like a shady establishment. All right, I shall begin. Lynn maintained a serious expression. In an instant, the sounds of slicing flesh echoed, followed by the persistent hissing of cutting and cauterizing. It hurts. This is excruciating. The pain was not merely from the slicing. It was accompanied by a searing sensation, subtly mingled with an unbearable discomfort. It felt layered, akin to the pain of a rough cut. Slicing skill experience 1. Slicing skill experience 1. Slicing skill experience 1. If it hurts, we can still administer anesthetic. Lynn advised earnestly. Puzzled as to why this time, he was gaining slicing experience rather than surgical skill. Get lost. The demon hunter roared. Do you see me in pain? I'm not in the slightest bit hurt. He trembled, gripping the counter, his face pale. Lynn adjusted his monocle with one hand while wielding the knife with the other, skillfully cleaning the wound, and coughed lightly, saying, Then please loosen your grip on my counter. Kindly adjust your nails that are digging into the edge of the table. This is high-quality ancient wood, and it is quite expensive. I'll pay you double. What is it to you? Am I not allowed to grip something? The demon hunter yelled. Cut. Just cut it hard. If you take any longer, I'll chop off your hand. Lynn, holding both knives with a serious demeanor, remarked. I was waiting for you to say that. Now I shall truly commence the cutting. The demon hunter shivered. Wait. With swift motions, he soon witnessed plates of darkened, aromatic, decayed flesh being neatly arranged before him. Judging by the fluidity of the slicing skills, whether it was shaping dough or cutting meat, one could not help but admire the craftsmanship, and anyone watching would surely be inclined to give a nod of approval. However, are you performing surgery on me? Or are you subjecting me to a slow and painful death? The demon hunter, in a fit of rage, pounded the table with fervor, his eyes wide with desperation, and beads of sweat cascading down his body. Truly, if you are not a butcher, you are wasting your talents. The slicing is so infuriatingly precise. Cease. Stop at once. Seeing this, Lynn grew anxious as well. He slammed his palm on the table, exasperated, and exclaimed, What is with all this unnecessary chatter? If you're dissatisfied with the pace of the slicing, you're also displeased when it's done swiftly. You haven't even administered anesthesia. Why must you have so many demands? The demon hunter clung to the counter tightly, roaring, Can't you just extract it all at once? Why must you insist on slicing it piece by piece? Are you afraid I won't leave in haste? Lynn retorted, If it were done all at once, it would merely turn into a butcher's job. The demon hunter looked bewildered. What are you saying? Lynn glared at him. I mean that every procedure requires precision. While a single slice may be swift, if it inadvertently severs an artery, I assure you, you will leave in an even greater rush. I am a doctor, a guardian in white, and you must trust me. I treat my patients with the same care as my own children. I would never allow my child to perish due to a lack of treatment. The demon hunter trembled, his lips quivering, and finally could not contain himself any longer, shouting, Cut! Just cut! I will never return to your wretched establishment. Fear not, for once I finish this procedure, you will surely come to appreciate my skills." Minutes passed, and the demon hunter lay slumped over the counter like a lifeless swine, frothing at the mouth. His eyes rolled back so far that no trace of black remained visible, his body twitching, clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness. He felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, with a demon behind him wielding two sharp blades, grinning maliciously as he sliced him into pieces, presenting his flesh for inspection. "All right, the initial debridement is complete." Lynn picked up the strong liquor from the table, mixed in some medical alcohol, and gargled it before spraying it onto the wound on the demon hunter's shoulder. A piercing scream of agony erupted from him. Chapter 13. Move again, and I'll put you down. The demon hunter was jolted back to consciousness by the explosive impact of the potent liquor and alcohol. He trembled and crawled forward, pleading, "Enough, enough. Let me go? Right now, let me leave." Lynn, sharpening his knife with a smile, replied, "Leave? What a jest. Dear guest, we have only just completed the debridement and disinfection. The most crucial step remains. During the period of your unconsciousness, I endeavored to alleviate your mood by crafting a rather unique design for you. Do you not find it quite remarkable?" The demon hunter turned his head in terror, trembling as he glanced at the wound on his shoulder. In an instant, his composure shattered. There, upon his shoulder, amidst the ghastly black bones, was an oddly shaped impression he had created. Strangely, it even exuded a hint of charm. "Do you not feel a sense of relaxation?" Lynn inquired earnestly. The demon hunter retorted, "I'll curse you for this. You've gone too far. I'll kill you." Trembling, he swiftly drew a revolver from his waist and aimed it at Lynn. In a flash, Lynn threw a knife, which struck the muzzle of the revolver, and said softly, "Dear guest, the procedure is not yet complete. Should you choose to kill me now, it would be the utmost irresponsibility on your part. I am here to save you. Yet you wish to take my life. Do you not find that utterly disgraceful? I assure you, I uphold the ethics of medicine. And even if you desire to end my life, you must allow me to finish the surgery. I will not permit my patient to falter midway." He adjusted his monocle with a serious expression, the lens glinting ominously. The demon hunter quivered. Bang, bang, bang. He fired several rounds into the ceiling. "I warn you. Cease your designs and your meddling. What more do you intend to do?" Lynn raised a small knife, his demeanor grave, and declared, "I shall perform a bone scraping." Moments later, the demon hunter stared in disbelief at the chains that Lynn had somehow procured, binding him into a large bundle. "You may scrape all you wish. But why bind me? Do you truly believe such ordinary chains can restrain a demon hunter? You are sorely mistaken." With a serious countenance, Lynn adjusted his glasses and replied, "Dear guest, it is not my desire to bind you. I am genuinely concerned that during the procedure, you may succumb to pain and strike me down. My demise is inconsequential, but should the operation fail, it would be the gravest affront to me and the utmost irresponsibility towards yourself. Thus, I am left with no choice but to resort to this strategy." Lynn approached him from behind, raising the small knife, and earnestly stated, "Dear guest, I am about to commence the scraping. You must endure. This will undoubtedly be a literal agony that pierces to the bone. Wait, let me prepare." Screech. The demon hunter gasped in horror, emitting a chilling, prolonged wail. If the earlier debridement was akin to the pain of a butcher's knife, this bone scraping felt as if someone were mercilessly delivering countless uppercuts to his most sensitive area. The monster hunter roared fiercely, struggling violently, almost breaking free from the chains that bound him. "Stop! Stop! It hurts! It hurts!" He screamed in terror, unable to hold back any longer. Lynn gritted his teeth, striving to restrain his struggles while deftly scraping the pitch-black bones with a small knife. "Just endure a little longer. A true man never fears pain. As the saying goes, it's better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering. Just grit your teeth, and it will soon pass." With a final, desperate cry, the monster hunter bit into the chains, sparks flying from the impact. "Anesthesia. I need anesthesia now. I can't take it anymore." Lynn continued scraping, stating, "It's too late for anesthesia. I can't inject it into your bones. Just hold on a bit longer. It will be over soon." "I can't believe you." The monster hunter howled, suddenly breaking free from his chains and reaching for his revolver on the counter, intent on shooting Lynn. Seeing his movement, Lynn's temper flared. "How dare you try to shoot me after I've gone through all this trouble to help you? This is outrageous." In a swift motion, Lynn snatched the revolver before the hunter could reach it and shoved it into his mouth, exclaiming in frustration, "Try moving again. If you don't cooperate with my work, I'll shoot you. Let me remind you, I am a doctor. You may insult my character, but you will not belittle my compassion for the injured. I am risking everything today to make sure you get better." The monster hunter, trembling with fear, held the barrel of the gun in his mouth, tears streaming down his face. "I can't do this anymore. I really don't want to continue." After years of wandering the dark world and sustaining countless injuries, this was the first time he felt what it meant to be trapped, to experience a fate worse than death at the hands of a doctor. It hurts. This is torture. Lynn, frustrated, decided against further delay and rushed to the backyard. He quickly grabbed a chainsaw, his teeth clenched in determination as he charged back out. "Monster hunter, what are you doing? Stay away from me." The hunter pleaded in terror, retreating. Lynn pulled the chainsaw's trigger, and it roared to life with a menacing sound. "Your bones are too hard. Scraping them would take hours. Instead, let us cut straight to the chase. This will be a case of short pain over long pain. Here I come. Just wait." In an instant, a chilling and terrified scream pierced the sky. "Boss, I wish to purchase a few vials of restorative potions. Do you have any new stock?" Outside the door, a long-haired female specter drifted horizontally, her ethereal form unmistakably indicating she was not the kind of troublesome customer one would expect. However, just as she positioned herself at the threshold, a hand swiftly seized her ankle. Her expression froze in shock. Before her stood a pallid hunter, his lips quivering violently, clinging desperately to the doorframe with one hand while gripping her ankle with the other, trembling as he pleaded, "Save me, save me." Almost immediately, she heard the ominous sound of a chainsaw emanating from behind the curtain. Staring vacantly, she cautiously extended her pale hand, gently lifting a corner of the curtain. Chapter 14. The frightened customer in an instant, her long hair, cascading down to her ankles, stood on end. Behind the curtain, a blood-soaked youth wielding a chainsaw was perched atop the hunter, the chainsaw grinding against his shoulder. Sparks flew and bone fragments scattered. It seemed the youth noticed the customer beyond the curtain. He abruptly lifted his head, his expression seamlessly shifting to a professional smile, revealing his pristine, chilling teeth. "Welcome. We have plenty of potions. Please come in and wait a moment. After I attend to this customer, I shall fetch yours." "It won't take long," he chuckled amiably. The long-haired specter, clutching her head, emitted a spine-chilling wail. Under the bewildered gaze of the youth, the specter screeched in terror, limping as she fled into the inky darkness. "Ding. Your notoriety in the Soul Alley has increased by 1. Ding. Your notoriety in the Soul Alley has increased by 1. Ding. You have successfully frightened a customer into psychological distress." The personality trait of the long-haired specter, vivacious, has transformed into timid. You have earned the achievement, Customer Frightener. Customer Frightener. Due to excessive abnormality leading to frequent customer panic, the apprentice of the Bloodsaw Potion Shop is treading a path of no return. You have received a permanent enhancement. Customer fear towards you is now permanently set at 1, and the pain you inflict is rated at 1. The youth was taken aback, a multitude of question marks floating above his head. "How have I become the Customer Frightener? I have always adhered to the principle of customer first, treating others with sincerity and providing service with a smile. This absurd system should not bestow such peculiar achievements upon individuals trying to escape." With a determined grip, the youth pinned down the crawling hunter and revved the chainsaw. "Regardless, let us first attend to the patient." After several minutes, Lynn, with immense satisfaction, discarded the chainsaw and smiled at the polished, immaculate white bone before him. He gently blew on it and declared, "Dear guest, it is complete. The toxins that had invaded the surface of the bone have been entirely eradicated. Now, we merely need to allow the flesh to regenerate further, and your shoulder will be as good as new." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lynn displayed a proud smile, a testament to the glory of diligent labor. The sense of having saved a life was profoundly elevating. "Are you satisfied, dear guest?" Lynn inquired. "Guest?" He wondered, turning his head in confusion. At that moment, he observed the demon hunter convulsing violently, a torrent of white foam bubbling from his mouth, and the whites of his eyes rolled back to the point of near invisibility. "Guest? Oh no!" Lynn exclaimed in alarm. Half an hour later, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations! You have incapacitated the legendary demon hunter through extraordinary means. You have earned the achievement reward, Pain Inflictor." Pain Inflictor, an achievement title that permanently increases the pain value inflicted by the host using various tools by 5. Lynn stood in a daze, absorbing the ludicrous system prompt echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, on the operating table, the demon hunter gradually regained consciousness from his delirium. "Are you awake?" As soon as the hunter opened his eyes, he beheld Lynn's professional smile reflected in his gaze. Instinctively, the demon hunter leapt from the operating table in terror, firing several shots in Lynn's direction. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Hunter value 10, hunter value 5, hunter value 1. Trembling with fear, the hunter clutched his revolver, panic-stricken. Across from him, Lynn pressed against the wall, his figure outlined by the bullets that had grazed him. Calm down. Please, dear guest, remain calm. Let go of those unpleasant memories. Rest assured, your injuries have been treated. Lynn extended his hands, speaking with earnest authority. He discreetly pushed the chainsaw aside with his foot to prevent any associations with unsettling memories. The demon hunter gasped, striving to steady his racing heart. Turning to inspect his shoulder, he noticed it was wrapped in thick gauze. Aside from a slight stiffness when moving, the hollow sensation of flesh scraped away was gone, as was the tearing pain from the toxic black butterfly. It was as though the horrific ordeal had merely been a dream. In astonishment, the demon hunter uttered, "So soon?" Lynn spoke earnestly. "You are nearly recovered. After removing the toxic infected muscle tissue and superficial bone fragments from your shoulder, the remaining issue lies in the rapid regeneration of your flesh. I have utilized the finest flesh regeneration elixir available in my shop, and considering your inherently exceptional physique and robust vitality, most of the depleted flesh has already regenerated. Only a small central portion remains, as it is too distant from the surrounding tissue. I have judiciously supplemented it with a bit of other meat. Rest assured, any potential for rejection has been eradicated." The demon hunter was taken aback. He hastily tore away the bandage from his shoulder, revealing that his shoulder had indeed returned to its pristine state, radiating a healthy pink hue. However, in the very center of the wound, one could faintly discern a section of muscle differing in color from the surrounding skin, a delicate white, adorned with a single hair. Pork! The demon hunter's temper flared instantly, and he seized Lynn by the collar, lifting him up, his eyes wide with fury, grinding his teeth. Lynn quickly raised both hands in a gesture of innocence. "Dear customer, although the process may have been somewhat unpleasant, the outcome is undeniably perfect, is it not?" Lynn blinked, his survival instinct at its peak. "Moreover, I can assure you that should any recurrence arise in the future, you are welcome to return to me for a complimentary follow-up service, guaranteed to leave you satisfied." The demon hunter trembled. "A follow-up service? You still intend to offer me a second service?" The demon hunter's emotions were extremely unstable. "Crisis level 30, crisis level 50, crisis level 99, dear customer," Lynn asserted solemnly. "I am a doctor. Although there were indeed some minor setbacks during the treatment. Consider this. Compared to the agony of succumbing to the black butterfly's decay, the slight pain of bone scraping is negligible. Living is paramount. Soothing experience 1. Soothing experience 1 notification. Target's danger level is decreasing." Finally, under the influence of Lynn's rather dubious encouragement, the demon hunter gritted his teeth and released his grip on Lynn's collar. He took a deep breath, setting Lynn down, and with clenched teeth remarked, "Indeed, one must commend my kin for their ability to survive in the dark world. Your torturous methods are, without question, exceptional." Lynn scratched the back of his head, grinning. "You flatter me. You think I am praising you?" The demon hunter, in a sudden fit of rage, seized Lynn's collar once more, his eyes blazing, and hissed through clenched teeth, "Have you ever performed surgery on anyone before?" Lynn quickly shook his head, raising 3 fingers earnestly. "I swear I have. I just performed a cesarean section. Both patients are safe and sound. They even praised my work." Chapter 15. The revolver born for deception. The demon hunter, in a moment of frustration, glared at the young man before him. "You think after performing a cesarean section once, you can now offer me a bone-setting remedy?" He felt an overwhelming urge to consume the boy whole. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. Indeed, despite the unpleasantness of the ordeal, the lad had undeniably healed his wounds. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the chaotic tempest of emotions within him. He set Lynn down, fixing him with a serious gaze, grinding his teeth and closing his eyes as he warned, "You better remember this. If I hear any rumors about me fainting here, you should know the consequences. Do you comprehend?" Crisis level 99, Lynn, wide-eyed, nodded vigorously like a bobblehead. "Rest assured, customer privacy is our lifeblood." Crisis level 10, the demon hunter inhaled deeply, donned his hat, and retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What is the fee for the procedure? Name your price. I assure you, I shall never return to this wretched establishment." It was utterly exhausting. Lynn immediately shook his head, his sincere and charming smile illuminating his face as he clasped his hands together. No payment necessary. Consider this procedure a courtesy from your kin. Just make sure to frequent our little shop in the future. Ding. You have completed the task and received 500 skull coins. Frequent my shop. The demon hunter inhaled sharply, closing his eyes while gripping his gun. Do not presume that your flattery will erase my memory of what just transpired. Even if you are of my kin. He could easily discern Lynn's intentions to climb the ranks of his favor. However, he was a solitary being by nature and had no desire to accompany a youthful spirit that incessantly reminded him of such painful memories. Casting a sidelong glance at Lynn, he dressed himself and adjusted his hat, speaking in a low tone. Moreover, I advise you not to linger here too long. Beings such as us humans, lacking in the skills necessary for survival, will inevitably become fodder for the monsters lurking about. Upon hearing this, Lynn recognized an opportunity. Despite the hunter's frequent threats to end his existence, it was evident that he held a certain regard for his kin. At the very least, he had not truly sought to eliminate him. Then how might I escape this realm? Lynn inquired earnestly. To be frank, I inadvertently fell into this world. And aside from this shop, I know nothing of the outside. The demon hunter, adjusting his lustrous dark hair, let out a cold laugh. Consider yourself fortunate. Many like you, who have fallen from various worlds, have met a grim fate, becoming mere meals for those monsters. All I can tell you is, here lies the lowest stratum of Sin City. If one wishes to escape this realm, apart from succumbing to death, the sole alternative is to cultivate sufficient strength. Only the powerful possess the slightest chance of fleeing from this place. He revolved the revolver in his hand and subtly lifted the brim of his hat with the muzzle. Lynn remarked, well, that was akin to saying nothing at all. Nevertheless, he finally acquired a crucial piece of information. The alley where he resided, known as the Wandering Souls Alley, was a sector within the depths of Sin City. Lynn murmured to himself, does this mean I will be eternally trapped in this wretched place? Each time I behold those monstrous entities, terror grips my heart. But wait, that demon hunter's teeth are grinding, and the corners of his eyes twitch uncontrollably. If we were to apply that treatment method you just suggested, it would stand to reason that the creatures here would be terrified of you, wouldn't it? Enough of the trivialities, he replied, casting a fleeting glance at Lynn. I am a proponent of fair trade. Since you have healed my wounds, it is only fitting that I do not shortchange you. If you have no interest in currency, feel free to peruse the valuables upon my person. He extended his hand, fully displaying what it means to be a demon hunter. Lynn paused momentarily, his gaze instantly drawn to the two metallic revolvers hanging from the hunter's belt. Demon Hunter's Revolver, Cursed Pale Hunter. Quality, Legendary Capacity, 6 Demon Hunter Bullets, Self-Replenishing. Description, one of the 2 demon hunting firearms brought from the earthly realm by Hunter Akaros. Capable of inflicting immense damage upon evil spirits, vampires, demons, and aberrations. With a swift motion, Lynn grasped one of the guns. The hunter, however, seized his wrist with surprising swiftness. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The corners of the hunter's eyes curled slightly as he sneered. You possess an eye for quality. You have chosen the most valuable item on me. Lynn replied earnestly, I find these guns truly magnificent. The hunter retorted with a smirk, magnificent indeed. But do consider whose firearms they are. Could they possibly be unattractive? Do you frequently use these guns to hunt those creatures? Lynn inquired. No. I have never used them to slay a single monster, the hunter replied nonchalantly. Why not? With a flick of his fingers, the hunter performed a flourish with the 2 revolvers, creating a dazzling display. In an instant, the dark barrels aimed squarely at Lynn's head. Lynn exclaimed, what? The hunter's expression remained impassive as he pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted in a series of 12 shots. 12 bullets erupted forth. And Lynn stood there, a silhouette of his head etched into the wall behind him, formed by the barrage of gunfire. The demon hunter gently blew away the black smoke billowing from the cave entrance and remarked, while undeniably impressive, these 2 guns possess a fatal flaw. As you likely observed moments ago, Lynn inquired, the human outline? The demon hunter chuckled, human outline? A vivid description indeed. To be more precise, these 2 guns have been cursed. You may understand that no matter from which angle you fire, your bullets will invariably miss the target. He nonchalantly holstered the weapons and added, apart from their capacity to impress, they serve little other purpose. A brief silence ensued. Lynn, bewildered, said, then I shall not take them. He turned to leave. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets struck the ground at his feet. Causing Lynn to jump, and quickly press himself against the wall. The demon hunter, holding the smoking guns, remarked, "Since you have already chosen, you cannot refuse. I pride myself on fairness and integrity. To decline would imply disdain towards me. Thus, I offer you another chance. Will you accept them or not?" Lynn, wide-eyed, replied, "I will." The corners of the demon hunter's stubbled mouth curled into a smirk. He spun the guns skillfully and slammed them onto the operating table. "Truly, my kin are generous. Were it not for the curse preventing me from discarding these 2 guns, I would have done so long ago. Your willingness to take them off my hands brings me great relief." Lynn, taken aback, asked, "What do you mean?" The demon hunter replied with a faint smile. "Due to the curse, I cannot simply relinquish these guns. They must be desired strongly by a fellow kin in an equitable trade for me to part with them. However, you are well aware that the human population in this cursed place is exceedingly sparse, making it quite challenging to find someone willing to take them. Hunter's favor 20. The favor has inexplicably increased." Lynn thought. The demon hunter adjusted his hat and started towards the hall, saying slowly, "Since you have assisted me greatly, I shall also disclose some information. Tonight, regardless of what sounds you hear outside, do not attempt to venture out or open the door. Some formidable beings have arrived here." At these words, Lynn was momentarily stunned, for this echoed a warning from his mentor. He immediately asked, "What kind of monsters?" The demon hunter coldly replied, "I believe it is best for you not to know. Furthermore, should you survive until tomorrow, I anticipate we shall meet again, haha." In the next moment, the demon hunter's form dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke, gradually vanishing before Lynn's eyes. Chapter 16. If not, then I shall perish outside. In the hall, Lynn toyed with the revolver in his hand, contemplating the demon hunter's earlier words while casting a glance toward the door. It is uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, but as night descends, the darkness outside appears to deepen more than ever before. He glanced at the time. In approximately half an hour, the soul lamp would extinguish, signaling the arrival of the night in this shadowy realm. At this hour, it was unlikely that any visitors would arrive. Lynn toyed with the revolver in his hand, his gaze falling upon the ghostly infant resting on the counter. Evil spirit blood infant, level 7, attributes, chaotic evil description, a spectral entity formed from accumulated resentment and ghostly energy. This evil spirit blood infant has absorbed a substantial amount of animal blood essence. Once fully formed, it will devour the host's soul and flesh, gradually growing in power and transforming into a harbinger of disaster. He had not observed it for some time, yet this ghostly infant had astonishingly grown to level 7. Such a terrifying rate of growth suggested that it would soon become exceedingly difficult to handle. Could it be that this firearm truly rendered him incapable of hitting the target? Lynn pondered. He rose to his feet, placing the ghostly infant on the stool before the counter. Closing one eye, he aimed at the infant's head. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the ghostly infant's ear. Evil spirit blood infant fear level 10. Evil spirit blood infant. Lynn raised an eyebrow, blowing the smoke away from the muzzle of his gun, exclaiming, "I actually hit it?" He was somewhat skeptical of the supernatural. With half an hour remaining, it was the perfect opportunity for some target practice. Lynn's expression remained composed. Bang! Evil spirit blood infant fear level 10. Bang! Evil spirit blood infant fear level 10. Bang! Before long, half an hour had slipped away in an instant. With a sudden whoosh, the soul lamp hanging on the doorpost extinguished without warning. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn immediately raised his head, his expression grave as he rushed to the entrance to retrieve the lamp. The darkness outside thickened, cloaking the surroundings in an eerie silence. Lynn understood. The night had arrived. Creaking, he quickly shut the door and secured it with a rusty iron chain. All the windows flanking the door were tightly boarded up, leaving not a single gap. The experiences of the past 2 years had taught him that when the soul lamp extinguished and night fell, it was a significant trial, for in such circumstances, anyone could intrude upon his sanctuary without his consent. The bloody mass that his teacher had severed that morning was a creature that had infiltrated the previous night. And today, without his teacher's presence, it promised to be a sleepless night for him. Ding! You have triggered a task. Survive until dawn. Task reward: 500 skeleton coins. Special reward for level 1. 1. Lynn's heart skipped a beat, but his expression quickly regained composure. This was not a good omen. The activation of a task indicated a significant probability of encountering grave danger that night, especially considering the reward was a substantial 500 skeleton coins. Generally, the greater the reward, the more perilous the situation. Lynn hastily retrieved the ghostly infant he had previously acquired, grasped his bone-piercing knife, secured his revolver, and swiftly returned to his small attic. Under the heavy quilt, with the knife in hand, he maintained a calm demeanor and closed his eyes, whispering, "May I safely navigate this night." Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed through the darkness. Lynn's eyes flew open. The tolling signified that midnight had arrived. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks resounded from the front door below. "Lynn, open the door. It's your teacher. A malevolent spirit is pursuing me. Hurry, let me in." The voice was filled with distress and torment. "Teacher." Lynn jolted upright from his bed. Grabbing his bone-piercing knife, he dashed to the hall. He immediately witnessed the door trembling from the force of the knocks, hearing his teacher's labored breaths and muffled cries of anguish from outside. "Lynn, quick, open the door. I'm in dire straits." Nodding, Lynn brandished his knife and rushed to the door. He thrust the knife through the crack with a swift motion. With a sickening squelch, bright crimson blood erupted from the gap. "Teacher, if you're beyond help, then perish out there." A brief silence ensued, followed by his teacher's dazed voice. "You're not even certain I'm truly your teacher, and yet you stab me without hesitation?" Lynn withdrew the knife, shifted his angle, and plunged it in again. "If I were outside, my teacher would undoubtedly do the same to me," he replied earnestly. Another moment of silence passed, and suddenly, a series of piercing shrieks erupted from outside. The knocking intensified, echoing as if something were desperately trying to force its way inside. With a resounding crack, a blood-soaked, nearly decayed hand burst through the door, reaching into the room. The hand clawed at the door with a sharp, grating sound. "I have consumed you. I will tear you into pieces, savoring each morsel." A ghastly voice bellowed from beyond the threshold. Lynn remained unfazed, gripping his bone-piercing knife tightly. In a swift motion, the hand was impaled onto the door panel. Instantly, a series of piercing and distorted wails echoed from outside, accompanied by a steady stream of crimson blood seeping into the wooden surface. The entire hall was soon saturated with a nauseating scent of blood. Lynn understood that he had likely encountered a particularly troublesome malevolent spirit. However, he felt no fear. He was acutely aware that in the face of danger, maintaining composure significantly increased one's chances of survival. Without hesitation, he deftly removed a vivid crimson strand of hair from his wrist, an item he had received as a reward from the system during daylight. Now, it proved to be fortuitously useful. As the strand made contact with the bloodied, decayed hand, it swiftly extended and entwined outward. Mere seconds later, the sharp laughter outside abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of suffocating gasps, akin to something struggling desperately against its own throat. It appeared to be merely a minor spirit, lacking considerable strength. Lynn gritted his teeth, grasping the wildly extending hair, and rapidly secured it to the beam above, pulling with all his might. The outside was filled with the gruesome sounds of flesh tearing, and with each rip, the frequency of the struggling hand, still nailed to the door, intensified. Finally, the hand drooped down, seemingly devoid of life. Yet, Lynn did not relax for a moment. He drew forth a bone knife, and, through the narrow crack of the door, stabbed over 100 times before finally allowing himself to ease. One of the survival guidelines of this world, regardless of whether the opponent is truly dead, it is always prudent to strike a few more blows. Chapter 17. If it cannot be cured, devour it almost simultaneously. A notification from the system rang in Lynn's ears. "Ding. You have slain the flesh deceiver. You have earned 100 experience points." With this affirmation, Lynn felt a sense of relief. It indicated that the creature had not been entirely vanquished until he had delivered over 100 stabs. Wiping the blood from his blade, he felt a twinge of guilt. He knew his mentor would certainly not return at this hour, and even if it were indeed his mentor, he would have to strike, as the one outside would have done the same to him. However, it seemed that tonight would indeed be a sleepless one. It was only just past midnight, and already a monster had sought him out. Who could predict what the latter half of the night might bring? Lynn prepared to clean the bloodstains on the floor. But at that moment, an urgent warning blared. "Warning! A root-level monster is approaching. Crisis level 100. Lynn froze instantly, yet he reacted swiftly, pressing himself against the outer wall and fixing his gaze on the door while holding his breath. A source-level entity. What on earth is happening? Could it be the formidable creature that the demon hunter spoke of, one that would make an appearance tonight? In the next moment, he suddenly felt a chilling cold spreading across his skin. Then, Lynn's eyes widened as he observed the grotesque hand of the fleshly monster reaching through the doorframe, suddenly moving as if being violently pulled outward. Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn slashed through the ghostly strands hanging from the beam above. A chilling mist began to seep through the hole in the door. Lynn held his breath. Faintly, he could hear a series of crunching sounds emanating from outside, reminiscent of bones being chewed. This indicated that the source-level monster was now lurking in the street, and the level of coldness was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The demon hunter had indeed spoken the truth. Tonight was far from ordinary. Could it be that fortune had favored him? Had he truly stumbled upon such a creature? Just then, a series of thunderous tremors resonated from outside. Thud, thud. Something immense was slowly moving along the street, drawing ever closer. In the next instant, as the sound drew within mere meters of the shop's entrance, it ceased abruptly. Lynn held his breath once more. Dimly, he perceived a beam of light penetrating through the gap created by the monstrous hand. He was certain that this light was the gaze of the unknown creature. Lynn stood motionless, like a statue against the wall, as he noticed a massive eye peering through the small opening of the doorframe, less than a meter away from him. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Slurp, slurp, the sound of something licking the door echoed from outside. Lynn's eyes widened, and he remained utterly still. Yet, for reasons he could not comprehend, the slurping sound struck him as oddly endearing, reminiscent of a young girl crouching before him, making such sounds. But at that moment, Lynn was startled to see a blood-red, tongue-like appendage slowly probing through the tiny opening. No, forget what I just said. This has absolutely no relation to cuteness. Lynn stood frozen in place. Then, under his gaze, that blood-red tentacle began to meticulously lap up the blood from the inner side of the door panel, savoring every drop. As if still yearning for more, the tentacle slowly began to extend toward Lynn's direction. Slurp, slurp, like a tongue. It left trail after trail of its licking marks upon Lynn's face. He stood there, dazed, his entire body rigid. The anxiety was overwhelming. If it had been 2 years prior, or if it were any other human in this situation, they would have likely screamed and fled in terror. However, Lynn was far from ordinary. He understood all too well that in this moment, if he dared to run or displayed even the slightest hint of panic and fear, he would be devoured by the creature outside the door. Just then, a voice akin to that of an infant echoed from beyond. "The doctor has found you." Lynn's heart sank. In the next instant, the voice came again. "Open the door, my teeth hurt." Lynn? Wait, something was amiss. Could it be that this creature outside was not here to consume him, but rather to seek medical attention? Lynn struggled to compose himself, staring wide-eyed and declaring, "But our little shop does not accept patients at night. That is the rule." As the sole apprentice to the teacher, adhering to the rules had always been his greatest virtue. Having stated that they do not accept patients at night, they certainly would not. If you don't accept patients, then you'll be eaten. It approached. Lynn quickly retrieved the key, unlocked the door, and pulled it open in one fluid motion. "The Bloodsaw Apothecary is at your service." Lynn bowed deeply at a perfect 90 degrees. "Our shop upholds the fine tradition of remedying ailments with medicine and cutting away maladies with blades. How may I assist you?" A chilling gust of air rushed in from outside. Upon finally discerning the full visage of the creature beyond the door, Lynn's heart raced, and his anxiety surged. For what in the world was this creature? To put it precisely, it was a head, a colossal infant's head, towering as high as 2 stories. There was no torso. From the neck extended countless densely packed, snake-like red tentacles. Its enormous eyes shone like searchlights, emitting 2 ghastly beams of pale light. Instantly, a panel appeared before Lynn. Level. Race. Combat ability, run. Introduction. If you hear the laughter of an infant in the darkness, if you catch a glimpse of pure eyes amidst despair, it is imperative that you do not respond, for that is not hope, but rather the abyss within Lynn's heart. Yet, he forced a semblance of calm upon his countenance. He understood that if he dared to flee now, he would undoubtedly be consumed without hesitation. Remain composed. It is crucial to maintain your composure. Treat it as merely an ordinary customer. You can do this, Lynn. Creak. The colossal head of the infant slowly opened its mouth. And in an instant, a wave of putrid odor assailed Lynn, nearly causing him to faint. A dentist for toothaches. The immense and bizarre visage of an infant emitted a delicate child's voice. The row of sharp, blood-dripping teeth was so grotesque that it could instantly deplete one's resolve. Treatable, yet devourable. Current value. 10, huh? Why does this voice unexpectedly possess a hint of endearment? Chapter 18, A Delightful Countenance. Lynn's eyes widened, and the cold sweat on his back had thoroughly drenched his attire. Nevertheless, since he was here for treatment, it indicated that he was not in immediate peril. Lynn's heart raced as he donned a mask, gazing at the gory, gaping maw, and the array of serrated teeth smeared with flesh and blood. Rest assured, it can certainly be cured. A toothache is merely a trivial matter. Might I inquire which tooth is causing you discomfort? Lynn questioned with wide eyes. The molar. The voice of the infant had responded. Lynn peered into the cavernous mouth, but due to the depth and dimness, he could discern nothing clearly. Gritting his teeth, he made a bold decision. Please open your mouth wide. I shall diagnose you at once. Oh. The infant head's mouth opened slightly. Ding. You have triggered a quest. Treat the toothache. Quest rewards. Special reward 1. Affection 50, 1,000 skeleton coins. Failure penalty, none. Lynn. Of course, there is none. For I am surely destined for oblivion. What else could it be? Taking a deep breath, Lynn steadied his nerves. At such a moment, he could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Maintain a calm demeanor. Treat it as an ordinary child. You can do this. With utmost caution, Lynn climbed onto the infant head's mouth, leaping onto its tongue, enduring the foul stench as he ventured towards the molar. The deeper he progressed, the more pungent the odor became. There was no light. He could not see. Lynn shouted. A horrifying scene unfolded. A tentacle slowly reached toward the infant head's upper section, and Lynn immediately witnessed the tentacle entwining one of the infant's eyeballs, plunging into the gaping maw. In an instant, a pale gaze illuminated the entire oral cavity. Lynn was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, clarity struck him. He exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and directed his gaze towards the molar. Faintly, he discerned remnants of various food particles clinging to the surrounding teeth, severed hands, shattered skulls, entrails, and decayed flesh. It was undeniably a gruesome and horrifying scene. Clearly, this creature had an extraordinarily diverse diet. Suppressing his overwhelming dread, Lynn began to search meticulously. In the next instant, his gaze landed upon a spear embedded in the rear molar. Holy spear, damaged. Quality, legendary. Description, a spear that fell from an unknown world into the dark realm. Infused with sacred blessings, possessing formidable efficacy against malevolent spirits, anomalies, and demons. Lynn's heart stirred. It seemed he had discovered the source of this monster's toothache. However, he never anticipated that this weapon bore the same function as the demon hunter's pistol, a weapon not of the dark world, but of sacred origin. Could it be that this spear inflicted excruciating pain upon the creature? Lynn's expression wavered. He cautiously approached for a closer inspection and immediately noticed that a sticky severed hand was still attached to the front of the spear. Evidently, the spear's wielder had been consumed whole by the creature, their body already digested, yet their weapon firmly lodged between its teeth. Customer. The cause of the toothache has been identified, Lynn shouted, his voice tinged with a delicate horror. The terrifying whisper echoed, extract it, devour it. Lynn steadied his nerves, and then his gaze fell upon the numerous severed limbs surrounding the foul molar. Fragment of the eye demon healer's tentacle 1. Arm of the malevolent spirit medic 1. Eyeball of the infernal mad doctor 1. Lynn's heart raced. Clearly, this was not the first doctor this creature had devoured. It seemed to have visited many healers before arriving here, and judging by the circumstances, this patient was undeniably temperamental. When it decided to eat, it would certainly do so. But Lynn quickly recognized a commonality among these doctors. They were all denizens of the dark realm. The spear evidently held a significant advantage over such creatures. The reason they could not extricate it was apparent. Yet he was different. He was human, not bound by the constraints of sacred power. Perhaps this would become a considerable advantage for him. Lynn steadied himself, approached the foul rear molar, flexed his hands, and then firmly grasped the spear with all his might. A faint glimmer emanated from the long spear, only to swiftly fade away. There was no backlash. As anticipated, Lynn steadied his mind. I shall begin to pull it out, he shouted. Immediately, he exerted every ounce of strength, gripping the spear tightly with both hands. One foot braced against the rear molars, pulling with all his might. He was utilizing all his strength. For his life and livelihood depended on whether he could extract this thorn. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, he would face a chaotic demise alongside his colleagues. Crack, crack, crack. The spear loosened. The eye that illuminated Lynn's path revealed a jubilant expression. Sensing imminent success, Lynn pulled even harder on the spear, yet his strength remained insufficient. Aside from a slight loosening, further extraction became increasingly arduous. Lend me a hand. Lend me a hand. Lynn gritted his teeth, calling out to the eager, observing tendrils outside his mouth. After a brief pause, the tendrils surged forward, wrapping around Lynn's waist, one entwining after another, beginning to pull with all their might. However, aside from nearly inducing a cerebral hemorrhage, the progress of the spear remained astonishingly slow. Lynn felt urgency rising within him. Stop for a moment. Listen to my cue. When I say 1, 2, 3, everyone pull together. Understood? Understood. Lynn took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the spear, and his expression turned serious. 1, 2, 3, pull, he bellowed. Instantly, Lynn and the multitude of tendrils exerted their strength together. 1, 2, 3, pull, heave. 1, 2, 3, pull. With a tremendous surge of inertia, the spear was finally yanked from his mouth, crashing heavily to the ground. Success. Lynn stared at the spear in astonishment. Did this mean he would finally escape death? Yet, the pain remained. The enormous head, with its mouth agape, lowered one eye, casting a gaze upon Lynn as if he were illuminated by a spotlight. Lynn peered inside, his gaze falling upon the large cavity left by the spear's extraction, which was now gushing blood like a fountain. Wait a moment. Without hesitation, Lynn smiled faintly and dashed back to the shop, rummaging through drawers until he procured a substantial supply of anesthetics and hemostatic agents. With the foreign object removed, the subsequent tasks would be considerably simpler. Setting off at a run, he returned swiftly. Bloodshed is a typical response. However, complete recovery necessitates further treatment. Keep your mouth agape and remain still. Having identified the cause and extracted the malevolent tooth responsible for the pain, the ensuing procedure ought to be considerably simpler. Given that this is indeed my area of expertise. Lynn's expression grew serious as he swiftly re-entered the cavern of its mouth, arriving at the bleeding molar. This time, he exhibited a marked proficiency. Though the cavity was merely the size of a fist, it had evidently penetrated the root of the tooth. A cursory glance earlier had not revealed the extent of the invasion, but now it was apparent that the interior of this tooth had been assailed by a holy force, faintly emanating a glow. Clearly, it was the dissipating divine energy that incessantly inflicted pain upon this creature. Yet, the bleeding was profuse. Administering hemostatic and analgesic agents directly into the root proved to be quite arduous. Lynn pondered briefly, his gaze falling upon the eye that had accompanied him to assess the situation, along with a blood-red tentacle nearby. Its smooth, adorable appearance was quite disarming. With a decisive motion, Lynn seized the tentacle. "Dear guest, do you still require this tentacle? I need it to alleviate your pain," Lynn shouted. Without hesitation, he swiftly severed the charming tentacle. The monstrous infant's head reacted in shock. Chapter 19. The Dentist of Origin-Level Monsters. Instantly, a multitude of tentacles from outside the oral cavity surged forth, poised to retaliate against Lynn. However, they soon halted in their tracks. Lynn, gripping the severed tentacle, pressed it firmly into a wooden basin, his demeanor grave as he poured vial after vial of potion into the basin. Then, he retrieved a syringe, methodically injecting the concoction into the tentacle. The surrounding tentacles froze, cradling the eye with curiosity. Minutes passed. "Illuminate," Lynn exclaimed, seizing the tentacle brimming with potion. He was fully immersed in his task. The tentacle cradling the eye visibly quivered, promptly directing the eye's beam onto the bleeding molar. Lynn leapt upward, aiming the potion-filled tentacle at the cavity, his expression resolute. With a vigorous thrust, he inserted it deep within. A pained cry erupted from the monstrous infant. The tentacle was clearly oversized for the narrow opening, necessitating the aid of robust tools to penetrate deeply. There was no choice but to force it in. In the next moment, Lynn swiftly descended and dashed back to his shop. Moments later, he returned, laden with an array of tools, and once again ascended rapidly into the creature's mouth. "What are you planning to do?" The eye visibly twitched. Lynn, with an expression of indifference, wielded a hammer in one hand and a metal rod in the other, adjusting his mask with the back of his hand. In the next instant, Lynn thrust the metal rod onto the tentacle, pressing against the mouth of the cavity with a sharp sound. The creature's head reacted with alarm. Soon, a thunderous metallic clang echoed through the air as Lynn relentlessly hammered the metal rod with the heavy hammer, driving the tentacle deeper into the cavity. With each strike, sparks flew, and the atmosphere crackled with energy. Lynn summoned every ounce of strength, determined to penetrate the depths of that orifice. Meanwhile, the tentacles and the eye, observing from within the oral cavity, cowered in a corner, watching Lynn as he wielded the hammer with vigor. The creature's head began to thrash violently, evidently overwhelmed by the intense, tearing pain inflicted by the relentless blows. "This is a normal reaction. Just endure a little longer. Once we reach the innermost part, the pain will cease. Trust in my professional expertise. After 100 consecutive strikes, the tentacle, saturated with the medicinal compound, was finally pulverized and forced into the cavity. The pain subsided, and the eye exhibited a dazed expression. Lynn wiped the sweat from his brow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he hoisted the metal rod. Of course, the medication has begun to take effect. However, this is merely the beginning. To achieve a healthy tooth, further refinement is necessary. The eye nodded vigorously, indicating its trust. Clearly, after Lynn's remarkable effort, the creature had begun to place some faith in him. Lynn estimated the passage of time. Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed. All right, we can commence the procedure. Lynn lifted his head, his expression turning serious, as he seized his master's electric drill and pulled the trigger with force. Sparks erupted. Safety goggles. The surrounding tentacles swiftly provided Lynn with protective eyewear. Light. The tentacles promptly held the eye aloft, directing it towards Lynn's work area. Lynn spat on his hands, firmly poked the drill, and commenced the thrilling operation on the molar. The interior of this tooth has been eroded by sacred forces, which is the primary cause of your toothache. If we do not eliminate all the sacred material within, once the medication wears off, you will still endure excruciating pain. Thus, a preliminary cleaning of your tooth is essential, followed by the placement of a robust, solid filling. I see, the eye replied, curiosity evident as it illuminated the space for Lynn. With a sharp whir, Lynn wielded the electric drill, meticulously grinding away the luminous substance within the tooth. Bring me a bucket, Lynn commanded forcefully. A tentacle darted swiftly into the shop, entwining around a wooden bucket and presenting it to him. With a serious demeanor, Lynn hastily deposited the powdered remnants into the bucket. Fetch water, he barked again. The tentacle, once more, quickly wrapped around a large water tank and brought it forth. Lynn diligently cleaned the surrounding powder from the tooth, his expression now grave. What else is needed? As if sensing Lynn's uncertainty, a delicate yet eerie voice echoed in the air. Lynn replied solemnly, I require filling material for the tooth, but I lack sufficient supplies here. Otherwise, I could craft you a dazzling steel tooth. Steel? Lynn pondered. Indeed, however, to procure more, it would take until tomorrow. At this hour, I possess steel. Lynn was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, witnessing the buildings outside retreating at an astonishing pace. Clearly, the immense head was in motion. In the next moment, they halted before the entrance of a colossal iron structure. Before Lynn could react, the tongue from the creature's mouth shot forth like a blade. With a resounding crash, the entire building was cleaved in two. Steel puppet, level. Race, puppet, attributes, chaotic evil, combatability, extremely strong. Description, a steel puppet that roams the dark world. Once birthed with a will under the influence of dark powers, these formidable beings have become nightmares for the inhabitants of the shadowy realm since their inception. Lynn gasped in shock. He had encountered such a monster once before. A similar puppet had rampaged through their shop, and his mentor had battled it with a chainsaw for hours before finally forcing it to retreat. It brought him here, and with a resounding crack, one of the puppets inside the iron structure was caught unaware, instantly flattened into a steel pancake by the infantile head's tongue. Lynn stood in disbelief. This was utterly absurd. Though their levels were both, the disparity was staggering. Is one sufficient? The infantile voice inquired. Crack. Another steel puppet was brutally squashed. What about two? Crack, crack, crack. Enough. Enough. One is already more than adequate. Through the rigorous forging and molding, and under the relentless hammering of the robust tongue of the giant infantile head, Lynn managed to craft a formidable steel tooth, precisely shaped to fit the gap in mere hours. Then, using a powerful adhesive, Lynn meticulously fused the steel tooth to the molar. After a series of grinding and polishing, a brand new tooth finally emerged, revitalized by Lynn's meticulous efforts. Perfection. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lynn beamed with satisfaction, feeling a profound elevation of his spirit. Ding. You have completed the task, earning 1,000 skull coins and a 50-point increase in S favorability. You have received a special reward, recipe for critical strike potion 1. Ding. You have attained the unique achievement of dentist to a source-level monster. Source-level monster dentist. You are the first human with the audacity to treat a source-level monster's dental needs successfully, granting you a permanent trait, source-level monster affinity 1. All attributes 10. Chapter 20. The first member of the Bloodsaw Potion Shop, the doctor, is remarkable. The enormous infantile head emitted a delicate sound. Those two colossal eyeballs fixated on Lynn. I shall not consume you. S trust level, 40, adjusting his monocle, Lynn executed a standard 90-degree bow, revealing a professionally radiant smile. The praise from our patrons is eternally the robust impetus for our advancement. Might I inquire if you would be willing to experience our latest dental care service? Lynn winked. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a super monster that held him in high regard. If he did not promptly cultivate this relationship to secure a returning customer, would that not be sheer folly? Dental care? The creature inquired with curiosity. With a smile, Lynn responded, "Indeed, our establishment offers long-term dental maintenance, capable of eradicating any form of oral ailment, ensuring your teeth remain clean and healthy over time, thereby preventing symptoms such as toothaches, oral ulcers, and tooth loss." "Oh," Lynn added earnestly, "would you care to experience a trial? Should you find satisfaction in the service, you may then decide whether to become our long-term member." The enormous infantile head appeared to ponder this. Subsequently, Lynn received an affirmative reply. "Ding. You have triggered a new task. Assist with dental care. Task reward, 50 skull coins, S favorability 50. Precisely. This is the effect I desired. In this otherworldly realm, having numerous friends paves multiple paths. If one does not cultivate relationships with monsters of this caliber, they have truly been struck by a foolish notion." Wait. Without further ado, Lynn dashed back into the shop, retrieving various cleaning tools typically used during household chores, then rushed back to the creature's mouth, commencing the removal of various remnants lodged between its teeth. Ding. You have acquired 15 severed limbs from an unknown creature. Ding. You have obtained 54 peculiar internal organs. Ding. You have secured 31 shattered cranial fragments. Ding. You have acquired 132 gold. You have acquired the exquisite enchanted armor, imperfect. The more Lynn cleaned, the more astonished he became. For this place was indeed a veritable treasure trove. After meticulously clearing away the various severed limbs and remnants from the creature's mouth, he found himself under the curious gaze of a singular eye. Swiftly, Lynn dashed to the warehouse of his small shop, hauling barrel after barrel of materials. And in the center of the hall, he began to concoct a mixture with great urgency. "What is this?" The eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lynn, wielding a wooden stick, swiftly stirred the viscous substance in the large barrel and explained, "The slime from the dark realm produces copious bubbles. And with the addition of soap pods that possess antibacterial and refreshing properties, coupled with my master's specially formulated whitening antiseptic, your teeth shall remain brilliantly clean and your breath fresh for an extended period." How impressive! The eye nodded enthusiastically. Although its understanding was limited, it was undoubtedly captivated by the process. Soon, the toothpaste from the dark world was ready. Lynn, with great determination, retrieved a large brush from the backyard, carrying a bubbling bucket of slime, and leaped into the creature's mouth to commence his diligent tooth-cleaning endeavor. "May I assist?" The eye, intrigued by Lynn's brushing routine, seemed eager to join in this novel experience. Generously, Lynn brought forth a multitude of small brushes from his shop. The tentacles immediately mimicked Lynn's actions, each taking a brush, curiously dipping into the slime, brushing away while glancing at Lynn and imitating his movements. First brush like this, then like that, and then this way. "Oh, we must also clear away the debris between the teeth to prevent any risk of infection." "Oh." After a full hour of thorough cleansing, a notification chimed. "Task completed. You have earned 50 skeleton coins, and your favorability has increased by 50. Upon hearing the system notification, Lynn, drenched in sweat, set down the brush, seated himself on the steps, and wore a satisfied smile, the kind that follows a labor well done. Isn't it a complete transformation from before? Look at how rejuvenated the entire set of teeth is. The gleaming, pristine teeth reflected a dazzling brilliance. The eye expressed a glimmer of delight. The stark contrast between the previous blood-stained yellowed teeth and the current pristine shine was remarkable. With such luminous teeth, indulging in any food would surely whet the appetite. Are you satisfied with this service? Yes. Would you like to become a lifetime member of this establishment? You can come for free cleanings at any time. Yes. May I have your name, please? I am pleased to register your information so that upon your next visit, you may receive a specially crafted golden membership card along with a small gift from our store. What is a name? It is merely how other beings address you. Should you be without one, I could bestow a name upon you free of charge. Ding. You have successfully granted the true name Little One to a source-level monster, earning the exclusive achievement, Source Namer. Source Namer, as the first human in the annals of the Dark World to name a source-level monster and have the name graciously accepted. You have made history. The host permanently gains Source Monster Affinity 1, Monster Affinity 10, and a temporary curse clearing ability 1. Thank you for visiting our humble establishment. We look forward to your next patronage. Lynn, with a gleaming smile, waved goodbye to the source-level monster that hopped away towards the end of the street, bowing at a precise 90 degrees, all the while maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he watched the ultimate creature depart. Immediately, Lynn dashed into the apothecary, seized a hammer and nails, and resolutely secured the door, all the while staring wide-eyed and pressing a hand against his racing heart. Only then did he allow himself to relax completely. Though the encounter appeared harmonious, it was impossible for a human to face such a terrifying monster without fear. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was commendable. Otherwise, surviving this evening would have been inconceivable. Lynn exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, through his exceptional eloquence and medical skills, he had successfully garnered the favor of that source-level monster. He was acutely aware that in this dark world, source-level monsters were akin to max-level characters in an online game. Any one of them would be formidable beyond compare. Moreover, it felt as though there was more than one. Lynn's eyes widened as he endeavored to calm his racing heartbeat. It was evident that the monster hunter had followed these source-level beings. Yet their absence in Soul Alley indicated the presence of other highly dangerous and powerful monsters in the vicinity. Fortuitously, he had encountered a benevolent source-level monster with whom he could communicate. Otherwise, he could have easily met a fate akin to being crushed like the rigid puppets. Indeed, possessing a particular skill can sometimes serve as a means of survival, Lynn mused. After all, skilled professionals are always in high demand, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 21. Temporary Curse Clearing Ability System. Open the panel. Line, Level, 5 Race, Human Strength, 17 Agility, 18 Intelligence, 21 Constitution, 20 Distributable Points, 8 Source Monster Affinity, 2 Monster Affinity, 10 Skeleton Coins, 2051 Fame, 34 Introduction, a deranged and morbid apprentice of the Bloodsaw Potion Shop, who once inflicted immense suffering upon a top-tier demon hunter. Although somewhat renowned among source-level monsters, his grotesque and insane nature remains unchanged. Disregard the disparagement in the introduction. After enduring this day's trials, his overall level has ascended to 5, and his foundational skills have received significant enhancements. Line exhaled deeply, decisively allocating all 8 distributable points to his constitution. Instantly, his constitution surged to 28 points. The exhaustion from the night swiftly dissipated with this allocation. Choosing to enhance his constitution was a reluctant decision. After all, he is not currently a combat profession. Daily encounters with formidable magical creatures render strength and agility ineffectual. As for intelligence, he understood it to relate to the comprehension and insight of certain tools and phenomena. However, at this moment, such knowledge is unnecessary. Good health is paramount. In this bizarre world, one might inadvertently encounter terrifying entities, and in the blink of an eye, one's life could be forfeited. Even without such dangers, prolonged survival in this dark realm would inevitably weaken one's constitution. Having allocated his points, Line immediately accessed the reward bestowed upon him by the system. Limited time curse removal ability. You can select one curse on a target and eliminate it for 24 hours. Only one target can be affected at a time, with a cooldown period of 12 hours. Line's eyes brightened with excitement. Curse removal. Though not permanent, he instantly contemplated one of its purposes, the revolver he had acquired from the demon hunter. If he could remove the curse afflicting that gun, it would truly become a legendary weapon for self-defense. Without hesitation, Line reached into the box and retrieved the revolver. Curse removal. He extended his hand and shouted. In an instant, tendrils of dark, viscous energy began to ooze from the silver revolver, accompanied by piercing howls. The next moment, under Line's gaze, the thick essence swiftly retracted and diminished. Ding! You have successfully completed a limited-time curse removal. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Ding! You have acquired a curse entry, 100 miss. Remaining time, 24 hours. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Lynn revealed a ghastly grin, exposing a row of unsettling teeth. With a snap, he gripped the revolver tightly. Though only 24 hours remained, at this critical juncture, this firearm would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Lynn pivoted, aiming at a bottle perched on the corner of the table. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A silver bullet shot forth, successfully striking the wall. Bang! Bang! Lynn fired several more shots in quick succession, yet none found their mark on the bottle. System, Is the ability you granted me a mere illusion? I have eradicated the curse. Why is my accuracy still so dismal? Ding. Your firearm proficiency is at 0. Lynn stared blankly, resolutely ignoring the system's explanation. However, he soon fell into contemplation. It appeared that to wield this gun effectively in combat, he required extensive practice. After all, only through relentless effort can one hone a skill. A sharpshooter is not forged overnight. With this realization, Lynn's spirits soared. He placed the empty bottle on the windowsill, positioned himself 10 meters away, aimed, and fired. Bang! Bang! Basic firearm proficiency 1 bang. Bang! You have struck a level 75 creature, Night Devourer, earning 10 experience points. Lynn was taken aback. On the wooden sill, a bullet hole the thickness of a finger had appeared, and from the distant street, a series of chilling howls echoed. Who is it? Which wretched soul dares to ambush me? Lynn swiftly dashed to the windowsill, removed the wooden board, replaced it with a new one, secured it with nails, and then hurried back to his loft, diving beneath his covers in a deep slumber. The actions flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. Ding! You have completed the task, Sleepless Night, earning 500 skeleton coins, level 1. Ding! You have successfully survived your first night after awakening the system. Your day was remarkably fulfilling. You attended to 5 customers, slayed 1 creature, injured another, and instilled considerable psychological trauma in multiple patients. You felt the richness and brightness of life. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to level 6 and unlocked the daily mall exchange system, which refreshes daily, allowing you to exchange skeleton coins for corresponding goods. Ding! A friendly reminder. Upon reaching level 10, you will have the option to choose a profession for your first job advancement. Stay tuned. Lynn abruptly opened his eyes from the musty bed. The enormous spiderweb above him continued to serve as a constant reminder. This was not a dream. He remained ensnared in the dark world. This marked the completion of 2 years and 1 day. Slithering and writhing, a multitude of viscous tendrils caressed his face and neck, while beneath the covers, a bubbling sound reminiscent of frothy effervescence echoed. His body was smeared with various forms of sticky substances. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Grasping the silver revolver from the bedside, he thrust it beneath the covers and fired 3 shots at his own lower body. Ding! Your proficiency with firearms has reached level 1. Ding! The malevolent blood infant's attempt to parasitize you has failed, instilling a fear level of 20 within you. Lynn flung the covers aside. In an instant, a multitude of jet-black tendrils erupted from the bed, writhing chaotically in every direction. At that very moment, a creature with a cherubic face lay sprawled on his abdomen, its expression vacant. The countless tendrils were grotesquely sprouting from its form. It had indeed crumbled once more. Lynn's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he had felt an incessant urge throughout the latter half of the night, as if something sought to burrow into his body. He had unknowingly slumbered with an octopus-like monstrosity. He accessed its status panel. Malignant blood infant, juvenile stage, race, evil spirit attribute, chaotic evil level, 10 Lynn. Simultaneously, a system notification resounded in his ears. Ding! Due to your fear level of 1321 instigated by the malignant blood infant and your taming level exceeding 200, you have triggered a special quest, Growth of the Blood Infant. Chapter 22. The initial raising of the ghostly infant quest description. The malignant blood infant has reached level 10, entering its first shaping phase. The outcomes of this phase will dictate the future growth trajectory and character of the blood infant. Your significant role during the infant's early development grants you the privilege of initial adjustments. Quest objective: complete the first shaping phase for the blood infant. Quest reward: taming level of malignant blood infant 50. Base experience 200. Lynn was utterly bewildered. This could trigger a quest? After thoroughly reviewing the quest description, he began to grasp its requirements. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of trepidation regarding the rapid growth rate of the malignant blood infant. Remarkably, it had ascended to level 10 in less than a day, and the degeneration was severe. Aside from the face he had molded yesterday, the rest of its body was entirely filled with the wildly growing tendrils. System: what will happen if I allow its development to continue unchecked? Ding! As the target is an evil spirit, the immense resentment within will continuously alter its external characteristics. If left to develop freely, the target will gradually distort into an exceedingly malevolent entity, harboring profound malice towards the host. Lynn, so that means, before her form could take shape, it was imperative to continually suppress the resentment of this malevolent infant. Once she no longer feared her own existence, would she then seek to eliminate herself? It seems I have indeed encountered quite a troublesome predicament. Given this, I shall continue to meticulously adjust her today. Lynn cracked his wrists, his expression serious. He reached out, grasping the back of the ghostly infant's neck, where tendrils hung limply. The immense fear she had accumulated from yesterday rendered her utterly devoid of any desire to resist in Lynn's presence. Much like a creature terrified of another, she became exceedingly compliant. The ghostly infant gazed vacantly at the terrifying human who held her, her hazy consciousness filling her with anxiety about what might transpire next. What would he do? Would he, once again, contort her face into peculiar shapes as he had done the day before? In the next instant, Lynn seized two of her thick, slippery tendrils with a serious expression, and then, in a swift motion akin to pulling dough, he tugged, kneaded, and pushed. Ghostly infant, you remained too disobedient. Without a doctor's consent, you recklessly allowed such an array of strange tendrils to sprout from your form. This is exceedingly unhealthy for a child's development, Lynn admonished as he methodically tied each writhing tendril, forcefully pressing them back down. Let Uncle Lynn perform a bit of cosmetic surgery on you. Ghostly infant. After more than half an hour, Lynn surveyed the ghostly infant, now placed before him on the table, her face still in a daze. Yesterday, he had merely sculpted her facial features. But today he had completed the full suite of services, leaving him immensely satisfied with his handiwork. With her rosy cheeks, pudgy little hands, and the porcelain-like charm of a delicate girl, she would surely captivate countless mothers in the human realm, evoking an irresistible affection for this healthy and perfect child. Of course, due to the excessive number of errant tendrils, a considerable amount of tissue remained even after his adjustments. Thus, Lynn made slight modifications to one part of her form. He extended his finger and playfully flicked the small, adorable beast-like ears atop her head. Aren't they just super cute? Maintain this shape and refrain from collapsing again, Lynn earnestly instructed. Only in this manner can you grow up healthy and transform into a beloved little girl, understood? The ghostly infant's expression remained vacant. The preliminary form of the malevolent blood infant has been established, initiating the initial calibration of its character and growth trajectory. A notification chimed, indicating the commencement of data processing, which was soon completed. Lynn found himself momentarily taken aback as a panel materialized before him. Malevolent blood infant, character direction, cunning, resentful, bloodthirsty psychological traits, distorted, fractured, morbid, growth direction, an indescribable multi-armed monstrosity, a twisted vengeful spirit that instills fear and calamity, a malevolent specter that spreads disaster and death. Is this adjustable as well? Lynn pondered. Casting a cursory glance, he resolutely shook his head. This growth direction was excessively extreme. Truly, the dark world offers no guidance towards virtuous paths. Without hesitation, Lynn began to make adjustments. A few minutes later, malevolent blood infant, character direction, sweet, compliant, bloodthirsty psychological traits, virtuous, adorable, morbid growth direction, a charming little girl. A beautiful maiden who bestows happiness and tranquility, yet also a malevolent specter that spreads disaster and death. System, can I not adjust the terms that follow each entry? I've only managed to create a half-finished product. A notification chimed. Host permissions insufficient. During this initial phase, only 2 traits per category may be adjusted. I see, Lynn mused, a satisfied smile emerging on his face as he clapped his hands. Let us leave it at this for now. Once you reach the next stage, I shall remove those 3 negative traits, and you will become a perfect little girl. Confirmation. A notification chimed. You have completed the task, growth of the blood infant. You have received rewards. Blood infant taming level 50, basic experience 200. Another notification chimed. Phase 1 adjustments completed. The malevolent blood infant will enter a period of slumber to undergo preliminary correction and shaping. After practicing marksmanship for half an hour, Lynn rose. As usual, he picked up a broom and commenced his daily cleaning duties. A notification chimed. Housekeeping experience 1. A subsequent notification chimed. Housekeeping experience 1. Once the cleaning was concluded, Lynn took the soul lamp, carefully igniting the fire moss with flint before opening the door to commence business, hanging the soul lamp on the doorpost. Outside, as before, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any sight beyond 10 paces. Placing the ghost infant on the counter, Lynn settled down to thoroughly explore the system's new functionalities. System. Open the shop. While he could not alter the shop's normal income, he had accumulated a commendable 2 551 skeletal coins through tasks, marking him as quite affluent. A notification chimed. Shop interface opened. 1. Toxic slime goo 10 kilograms. 50 coins 2. Cursed lucky cat figurine. 200 coins 3. Baby diapers. Tight fit. 10 packs. 50 coins 4. Flesh growth potion recipe. Special edition 500 skeleton coins 5. Blood demon flesh 5 pieces. 100 skeleton coins 6. Passion succubus perfume 1 bottle. 500 skeleton coins upon reviewing the merchandise for sale. Lynn abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief, and exclaimed, "System, are you certain this is the inventory you wish to present to me?" Chapter 23. There is nothing normal in this world indeed. His initial expectations of the system's marketplace were set exceedingly high. After all, prior to his transmigration, the novels he had perused often depicted system offerings as nothing short of exquisite treasures. From superhuman bloodlines to adorable nine-tailed foxes, interstellar battleships, and charming maidens. There seemed to be no limit to what the system would provide. Yet, surveying his own system felt akin to rummaging through a collection of junk. There appeared to be naught of any real utility. System. Refresh the inventory. Ding. This function is currently unavailable. Please be patient, as automatic refresh occurs daily at 5 o'clock. Lynn took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and resumed his seat. Very well. Though it was indeed a stark contrast to his expectations. At least it presented an alternative avenue for acquiring goods, did it not? Toxic slime goo. Purchased. It may prove useful for concocting deadly potions in the future. Skeleton coins. 50. Accursed lucky cat figurine. What purpose could this serve? Am I to believe my fortune is so abundant that I would buy it merely to hinder myself? Purchased. Perhaps it could serve as a gift someday. Skeleton coins. 200. Baby diapers. Tight fit. Lynn instinctively glanced at the mascot ghost infant he had placed on the counter. Indeed, its growth rate was astonishing. And now that he had shaped it into a humanoid form, it seemed rather indecent to leave it bare. Purchased. This could be of some use. Skeleton coins. 50. Lynn placed the diapers atop its head. Immediately, his attention was drawn to the fourth item. Flesh growth potion recipe. Consuming this potion significantly accelerates the healing process. Required materials. Blood demon flesh, attribute-less slime goo, tyrant flower, carnivorous plant growth hormone. This recipe stood out as the singularly valuable offering among the system's wares. Furthermore, it was accompanied by the sale of the blood demon flesh, a material notoriously difficult to procure. This item was undoubtedly worth far more than its price. Lynn, without a hint of hesitation, promptly acquired the 2 items, along with the critical potion rewarded by the system yesterday, now possessing exclusive formulas for 2 types of potions. He was in no rush to concoct them. As a potion shop, merchants would periodically arrive with various raw materials for supply, and considering the time, today was such a day. Lynn prepared his skull coins and bundled up the numerous severed limbs he had excavated from the maw of that primordial creature. Outside, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, dark and foreboding. Lynn patiently awaited at the entrance. Gradually, the eerie silence of the street was pierced by the creaking of wheels and the sound of footsteps. Before him appeared an old woman, holding a lantern crafted from human skin, her face adorned with a benevolent yet uncanny smile, as she paused in front of the potion shop. "Young man, do you have any useless refuse to part with this old woman?" Ding. You have triggered the quest. Useless garbage. 2. Quest rewards. 50 skull coins. Basic experience 100. Scavenger's favorability 50. Special reward 1 indeed. Upon hearing the system's quest notification, Lynn's spirits soared. He readily agreed and swiftly returned to the shop, laboriously dragging out a large burlap sack. "Young man, do you have this much to dispose of?" The old woman's smile seemed to brighten. "Yes, good lady. Would you like me to help you load this onto your cart?" "Ah, indeed. I truly appreciate your kindness, young man." The old woman's smile radiated warmth. Lynn hoisted the hefty sack of refuse onto the cart she was pulling, and at the very moment he set it down, the smile on her face abruptly froze. The essence of the primordial level? The old woman's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a flicker of shock passing through her murky eyes. She immediately sensed the immense weight and oppressive aura emanating from the cart. Her gaze towards Lynn transformed, filled with profound surprise. Human skin scavenger's curiosity, level 10. Lynn smiled. It might indeed carry a hint of that essence. "Last night, I examined the maw of a customer, and these are the useless remnants I extracted. I thought you might find them useful, so I intended to set them aside for you." The old woman's expression shifted dramatically, You examine the maw of a primordial creature? Aren't you afraid it will devour you? Her gaze became even more astonished, as if she were gaining a deeper understanding of the young man before her. Why should I fear? Serving customers is the tenet of our Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Regardless of who they are, we treat all with equal respect. Human skin scavengers, all level 10. In that moment, Lynn clearly felt. The elderly woman before him gazed at him with eyes that transformed, as if she were looking at a monster. Lowering her voice, she emitted a series of hoarse sounds from her throat. Last night, 3 abyssal hunters of the source level arrived here. You must have aided the lesser one among them. I advise you to steer clear of such beings. You may not yet be aware, but last night, the neighboring Slaughter Alley, Evil Spirit Street, and Soul Alley were ravaged by those 3 hunters, resulting in the demise of half of the 15 high-level demon hunters and spirits. Lynn stood frozen, struck by the revelation. The hunter you encountered yesterday was likely planning to feast in our Soul Alley. It seems your presence spared us from disaster. In astonishment, Lynn replied, but I found that guest rather endearing. They shouldn't be so vicious, should they? A brief silence ensued, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The old woman appeared taken aback, as if she had heard something profoundly shocking and unbelievable. Endearing? Indeed, quite charming, Lynn affirmed. Ding. You have left a deep, indelible impression on the skin collector. Ding. Your notoriety in Soul Alley has increased by 1. Ding. Your notoriety in Soul Alley has increased by 1. As Lynn sought to elaborate, the old woman shook her head, murmuring, indeed, there is no normality in the dark world, particularly among those who appear ordinary. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the task. You have earned 50 skeleton coins, 100 basic experience points, and a favorability increase of 50 with the skin collector. Then, under Lynn's watchful gaze, the old woman extended her withered hand and slowly moved it toward her own chest. Young man, what you have given me is far too precious for me to digest at once. This is something I recently scavenged. Perhaps it may prove useful to you. A grating sound echoed as Lynn observed the old woman reaching into her own chest cavity, forcibly extracting a still-beating, bloodied heart. The heart emitted waves of warmth, pulsating rhythmically in the air. Lynn value. 10 take it, the old woman rasped with a sinister laugh. Chapter 24. Am I truly beautiful? Heart of the faceless, quality. Cursed object cursed, can connect with the heart of a designated target, but requires a substantial amount of fresh blood for sustenance daily. Description: each part of the powerful faceless one harbors a curse, particularly their hearts. When you hear your own heartbeat, be wary, for it may no longer be your heart. Lynn gasped in horror as the old woman cackled ominously. If you wish for someone to perish, simply think of them and employ your most malevolent methods against this heart. You shall experience great delight. The elderly woman was indeed adorned with items that were far from ordinary. This heart, without a doubt, could serve as a formidable weapon. However, the price of its utilization would undoubtedly be steep. Soon enough, the old woman began to pull her cart, gradually vanishing into the encroaching darkness. As she departed, Lynn gazed at the pulsating heart in his hand, his expression growing peculiar. His collection of bizarre artifacts was undeniably increasing. Nevertheless, this transaction was certainly not a loss. The scavenger passed by the small shop every morning, establishing himself as a reliable source for exchanging various items. When the weekly delivery of monsters arrived, Lynn paid a substantial amount of skeleton coins, replenishing the store's inventory. As he calculated the days, he realized that tonight or possibly tomorrow, his mentor would return. Returning to the counter, Lynn awaited the arrival of his first customer of the day in serene anticipation. Outside, the dark mist swirled. At that moment, 3 resounding knocks echoed through the air. Lynn immediately looked up, donning a professional smile as he greeted, "Welcome." The soul flame flickering violently above the doorpost signaled that the visitor held a significant level of power. Outside stood a woman clad in a striking red evening gown, her smile radiant as she stood on the threshold. Her cascading waves of hair flowed down her back, presenting an enchanting figure that seemed capable of draining one's very essence with a mere glance. "Boss, may your business flourish," she greeted. Bloodstained ghost, level. Alignment, chaotic evil, compatibility. She will gradually deplete your vitality. Description: a distorted amalgamation wandering the dark realms. Never be lured by her exquisite form, lest you fall into a nightmare. Lynn's mind conjured the woman's profile. She held a covered platter, from which the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted. Heightening his vigilance while maintaining a facade of calm, he inquired, "Good day. Might I assist you with any discomfort?" The bloodstained ghost smiled brilliantly, her crimson lips revealing a row of unervingly pristine teeth, emanating an indescribable eeriness. She playfully twirled her curls and, with a sultry charm, replied, "I feel no discomfort. For I have just moved to this street this morning. I thought I might pay a visit to my neighbors. Surely, you wouldn't mind?" She delicately licked her ruby lips. Lynn's value. 1. Lynn understood all too well that in this dark world, the more seemingly normal a creature appeared, the greater the danger it posed. The woman before him radiated an unmistakably ominous aura. Welcome indeed. A smile remained steadfast on Lynn's face. Simultaneously, he discreetly positioned the revolver and his heart within reach beneath the counter. "Please, step inside." The blood-saw apothecary graciously welcomes any amiable neighbor. To decipher the true nature of such an utterly inscrutable entity was daunting. The sole lantern outside offered little illumination against the shadows of potential malice. If she harbored sinister intentions, no barrier could thwart her approach. The woman entered with an enchanting smile, her graceful figure crossing the threshold. Almost simultaneously, a notification echoed in Lynn's ears. "Ding! You have triggered the quest. Survive. Quest objective. Maintain your value above 0 before the bloodstained malevolent spirit's hostility reaches 100, while ensuring that her malice towards you does not reach 100 for a duration of 30 minutes. Quest reward. 500 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience. Special reward 1. In a heartbeat, an unsettling tension gripped Lynn's heart. As anticipated, this malevolent spirit was not one to be trifled with. And the nature of the quest, merely to survive, was horrifying. The peril he faced was reminiscent of the previous night. He vividly recalled that if he had remained idle, the headhunter would have devoured the entire denizens of Soul Alley, a dire threat indeed. And what of this woman? She did not appear to be a root-level monster. Yet should she desire to end his life, it would undoubtedly be a trivial task. "Boss, you seem unlike a native of this place." The woman gracefully seated herself upon the stool at the counter, resting her chin upon her hand, her smile alluring and her gaze captivating as she observed Lynn. "Are you not afraid of being devoured by some unfriendly customers?" A finger delicately traced across Lynn's chest, exuding an irresistible charm. Lynn value. 10 however. Lynn quickly regained his composure. With a professionally polite smile, he unsheathed the bone knife left by his mentor with a swift motion and replied, "I must admit there is a hint of fear, yet the physician's duty is to heal and save lives. Regardless of my trepidation, I shall treat every customer with utmost seriousness. It is the principle of a doctor." Ding. Current crisis level. 51. The woman, with a flirtatious twinkle in her eye, playfully blinked and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, chuckled, "How intriguing. But what if you are not a customer? What if I wish to feast upon you?" She gently blew a breath towards Lynn, akin to a soft whisper at one's ear. Ding. Current crisis level. 61. Maintaining his composure, Lynn smiled warmly and replied earnestly, "That is impossible. Sister, you are so beautiful that your heart must surely be as lovely as your appearance. A lady as exquisite and graceful as you would undoubtedly dine in a manner befitting nobility." Ding. Current crisis level. 56. You certainly know how to speak, she mused. The woman smiled alluringly, her fingers delicately tracing her lips as she asked, "Do you truly find me beautiful?" "Of course," she replied. "And now, do you still think I am beautiful?" In that fleeting moment, under Lynn's gaze, the woman's face slowly split apart from the center. Her expression retained its smile. Yet from the gaping flesh wound emerged a row of sharp, backward-facing teeth, while thick and foul-smelling tentacles oozed from the fissure in her visage. Simultaneously, a heavy stench and the scent of blood wafted from her being. "Do you still think I am beautiful?" echoed the sinister voice from the gaping maw, accompanied by a series of sticky, cackling laughter. The crisis level escalated rapidly, 81, 85, 90. Gradually, as the tension heightened, the woman with the split face inched closer to Lynn, her menacing visage looming ever nearer. The thick, raspy voice drew closer and closer. "Am I truly beautiful?" she whispered slowly. The horrific countenance was now less than 5 centimeters from Lynn's face, the sticky tentacles and sharp barbs nearly enveloping him. Just at that critical moment, Lynn leaned in and kissed her. Chapter 25. Do not hold expectations. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The ghostly figure froze in place. The crisis level, which had surged to 99, plummeted to 50 in an instant. "Huh." The ghost stood in a daze. Lynn, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, "I apologize, dear sister. Your sudden proximity was simply irresistible, and I couldn't help but steal a kiss. Please forgive my rudeness. You embody my aesthetic ideals perfectly. The ghost, still in a stupor, replied, my appearance aligns with your aesthetic? Thick, viscous liquid dripped from the split in her face. The grotesque tentacles and barbs resembled a scene from a horror film. Lynn pressed a hand to his racing heart, his cheeks flushed, and declared, indeed. Since childhood, I have admired girls with splendid teeth and tentacles. He reached out, grasping two of the dripping, sticky tentacles, caressing them with the slimy substance. Especially a sticky sister like you. You are akin to a cherished moonlight in my heart. The ghost, still dazed, murmured, this is peculiar. Why does he remain so composed in the face of my flawless beauty, yet become more exhilarated when confronted with my terrifying appearance? Lynn continued to caress the slimy tentacles as if time had come to a standstill. However, at that moment, Lynn's actions suddenly halted, and he frowned. The ghost immediately reacted. Squinting and sneering, what is the matter? Do you not find the charming, sticky-fingered sister quite endearing? Lynn remarked solemnly, I perceive a few issues, dear sister. Do you not prioritize oral hygiene? The specter responded vacantly, what business is it of yours? Lynn abruptly rose, stating earnestly, such words are misguided. As a beautiful lady, how can one permit any imperfections? I believe you are in dire need of exquisite care, and I am a professional adept at providing such services. The specter replied blankly. A few minutes later, Lynn gazed with satisfaction at the specter, now boasting a radiant, pristine smile. He produced a small vial of breath-freshening solution and spritzed it onto her gleaming teeth. Do you not feel an immediate freshness? Lynn inquired, presenting a mirror with a smile. As the specter gazed into the reflection, observing her brilliant smile and freshened demeanor, her expression was one of disbelief. In truth, throughout those few minutes, she had been in a state of mental paralysis. This was not what she had anticipated. The trajectory of events diverged entirely from her expectations. Rather than exhibiting fear, this human appeared invigorated by the dental care he had bestowed upon her. Is this the reaction one would expect from a normal human being? According to the usual script, should she not have screamed in terror and fled in panic? Something was amiss. This human was decidedly peculiar. The woman extended her hand, forcefully closing her gaping mouth, restoring her previous alluring human form. With a clap against the counter, she coolly demanded, spare me your flattery. I have come to discuss serious matters. Tell me, did you perform surgery on a pig-headed demon yesterday? Lynn contemplated briefly before responding, indeed. The specter narrowed her eyes. Sneering, you operated on him and extracted an infant from his abdomen, correct? Instantly, Lynn recalled the ghostly infant. May I inquire who you are? The specter, exuding malice, declared, I am her mother. Lynn was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this revelation. He could not fathom the connection between the chaotic, ghostly infant and the specter before him. Lynn exclaimed, calm down, calm down. I am merely perplexed. How could a lady as exquisite as yourself be associated with that pig-headed demon? Furthermore, should it not be you who is reborn? The woman scoffed, do not feign ignorance. You are well aware of the situation. He must have informed you. A month ago, he consumed a little ghost, and coincidentally, that little ghost was a fragment of me. As it has taken shape, I am now its mother. Lynn forcefully steadied her emotions and cautiously inquired, so, madam, what brings you here? The woman coldly smirked, licking her crimson lips, and replied, of course, I have come to reclaim my own child. If my guess is correct, my offspring has now transformed into a monstrous harbinger of disaster, has it not? Lynn's eyes widened as she retreated step by step. Well, how should I put it? The woman's face suddenly split open once more, a foul, viscous liquid oozing from her body. Countless tendrils erupted from her hair, and her slender hands crackled as they sprouted numerous eyes. She approached Lynn with a chilling grin, declaring, slaughter, malice, grudges, evil. My child possesses all the delectable qualities that I embody. Since it has been born, it shall undoubtedly become a proficient hunter, bringing calamity and nightmares to all. Crisis level 81. Crisis level 91. Trembling, Lynn retreated until her back pressed against the medicine cabinet, leaving her with no escape. Madam, please wait. How can you be certain that the infant is indeed your child? If you wish to take it away, I believe we should summon that pig-headed demon for a face-to-face confirmation. Lynn urgently sought to buy time. The woman sneered. Confirmation? Very well. I shall summon him for you. With a guttural sound, she instantly opened her cavernous maw, accompanied by a series of retching sounds. A mucus-coated pig's head plummeted onto the counter. Thud. The nearly decayed pig's head stared unblinkingly at Lynn, and she recognized it as the very pig-headed demon from the previous day's surgery. Lynn. Value 20. Value 20. It has been consumed. The pig-headed demon had indeed fallen prey to the specter. Now hand over my child immediately. The woman advanced with a sinister chuckle, her myriad of tendrils swirling around Lynn. Perhaps I might consider sparing your life. Pressed against the wall, Lynn replied earnestly. I will hand it over. I certainly will. However, your child may differ slightly from your expectations. But just then, faint footsteps echoed from behind the curtain. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. The specter immediately raised her head, sensing the presence, and a cold smile spread across her face. It seems my child has heard the sound and is coming, he. Ignoring Lynn, she turned to face the curtain, her tendrils thrashing wildly around her as her smile grew increasingly chaotic and distorted. Let me see what my child has become, an indescribable distortion? The malevolent and forbidden specter continues to roll, eliciting a sense of anticipation, indeed. Huh. Lynn swallowed hard and exclaimed, I believe it would be prudent for you, madam, to refrain from harboring any expectations. For, as it happens, Chapter 26, she cannot possibly be my daughter. In the very next moment, the fabric curtain of the backyard was slowly lifted. There, a plump infant emerged, yawning and appearing somewhat dazed, with a pair of fluffy ears drooping adorably atop her head. She exuded an aura of innocence and cuteness. The expression of the female specter instantly froze, akin to a statue, completely motionless. An eerie silence spread unabated around them. Who is she? The female specter asked vacantly. Lynn cleared his throat and replied earnestly, She is the infant born yesterday from the pig-headed demon. Isn't she utterly adorable? The specter's gaze became hollow. Instinctively, she extended a long, sinuous appendage from her being, slowly reaching towards the little girl. Yet, upon nearing her, she abruptly severed the tip of the appendage. As it fell to the ground, the severed piece wriggled like a serpent, coiling around the child's leg and seamlessly penetrating her. The fusion was flawless, exhibiting no signs of rejection. The specter shuddered, her gaze gradually becoming vacant. For this indicated that the beast-eared girl before her was indeed a fragment that had detached from her body a month prior. In other words, she was her daughter. But what a jest! She trembled, for under normal circumstances, the malicious fragment that had emerged from her would inevitably manifest into a grotesque monstrosity. A chaotic and twisted evil spirit, an existence steeped in malevolence, bloodshed, malice, resentment, wickedness. Yet, how could it be that this child seemed entirely devoid of any association with such chaos? Lynn observed the female specter, now vacant in expression and momentarily stunned, and quietly inquired, System, please elucidate. Ding. The malevolent blood infant has completed its initial transformation and, according to the host's prior specifications, has adjusted its worldview and values accordingly. The malevolent blood infant is currently in its infancy. Before Lynn appeared the introduction of the malevolent blood infant. Malevolent blood infant, infancy, level, 10 attributes, chaotic good description, originally birthed from malice and resentment. This infantile spirit's growth trajectory has been altered due to external intervention, resulting in a being that seems far less evil and chaotic than anticipated. Current TAM ability, 351, current fear level, 591. Lynn, attention. With a sudden jolt, the little girl, who had been wandering in a daze, instantly snapped to attention as if responding to a reflex. Her tiny feet came together with a soft thud, her body straightened upright, and she fixed her gaze ahead, standing perfectly at attention. To the left, turn. The child promptly pivoted, standing tall and facing Lynn, her expression earnest. Her little pigtails swayed energetically behind her, clearly reflecting the deep-seated conditioning that had been ingrained within her psyche. Lynn observed, what a well-behaved child. It appears her training is quite thorough. A sense of unease washed over her. The female specter stood frozen, witnessing this scene unfold, as if her entire worldview had shattered. Lynn approached and gently lifted the little girl, positioning her in front of the ghost, and said earnestly, Madam, she is indeed a remarkably healthy daughter. If you believe she is your child, you may adopt her from me at any time. Lynn playfully poked the girl's soft cheek, instructing, Little one, call her Mummy. Mummy. The girl blinked, seemingly sensing the peculiar connection between herself and the specter before her. She leaned in, playfully sticking out her tongue to leave a tiny wet mark on the ghost's face. The ghost gasped, Impossible. She cannot be my daughter. Her voice trembled with disbelief, as her entire perception of reality crumbled around her. After all, she was a manifestation of malevolence, a grotesque spirit born of countless malice and hatred. The fragments of her essence that had fallen away could only be more twisted and monstrous than she herself was. Shaking, she regained her composure and met the child's gaze. A crack echoed within her heart as she beheld something unexpected: purity. In the eyes of a malevolent spirit, how could such innocence exist? This was not a trait one would expect from a creature of darkness. Perhaps it is merely a facade, she murmured to herself. Just as I often take the form of a beautiful woman to ensnare my prey. Yes, that must be it. Beneath this innocent exterior lurks an evil and warped soul. She continued to rationalize her thoughts. Meanwhile, the little girl, on her tiptoes, left another wet mark on the ghost's face, her eyes brimming with sweetness. It was clear she felt the intimacy of their bond. The child lifted her head, affectionately nuzzling the specter with her forehead. The ghost found herself hollowed out, as the fragile understanding she had barely established shattered into irretrievable fragments. The ghost, appearing dazed, uttered, under normal circumstances, "The malevolent fragments that emerge from me would surely transform into a twisted entity. How could this be?" Abruptly, she turned her head, her venomous and furious gaze landing squarely on Lynn. Countless tendrils pointed menacingly at him. "Did you orchestrate this?" Ding. Crisis level 91, as she seemed poised to strike. Lynn glared and resolutely raised the adorable ghost infant cradled in his arms. In an instant, the ghost's eyes were filled with the sight of the swaying cherubic child. The infant playfully extended its tongue and licked the tip of one of the tendrils. Ding. Crisis level 71. Ding. Crisis level 61. Ding. Crisis level 51. The ghost shrieked, clutching her head, teetering on the brink of collapse. Impossible. She cannot be my daughter. Absolutely not. This emotional unraveling was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary soul. It resembled a being who perceives itself as grotesquely ugly and filthy, yet has a child endowed with pure and virtuous qualities. Such a reality is intolerable for a hideous spirit. Ding. Host triggers task. Ghost mother. Task description: convince the target to accept that the blood infant is indeed her daughter, while simultaneously alleviating the target's hostility towards the host. Task rewards: 300 skeleton coins, 100 basic experience, 50 favorability with blood-clothed malevolent spirit. Lynn thought, this system truly has a knack for presenting bizarre tasks at opportune moments. However, whether he could dispel the ghost's animosity towards him indeed hinged upon this child. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his monocle and spoke earnestly. "Madam, please remain calm. Since you have come here in search of your child, it is evident that you care deeply for her." Therefore, Lynn lifted the cherubic infant in his arms. "Upon seeing your delightful and healthy daughter, shouldn't you feel elated?" Lynn hesitated. The ghost let out a cold, derisive laugh, forcibly suppressing her rage. Let me ask you this. If you saw your own child grow into something akin to a ghost, would you feel joy?" Lynn was momentarily taken aback. "Shouldn't one feel joy?" Chapter 27. No. I can't even believe it myself. The ghost stood there, stunned. She realized that this analogy was utterly irrefutable, for he was no ordinary person. He was a pervert who could become excited by her terrifying malevolence. Lynn adjusted his monocle and shook his head, saying, "Madam, at this juncture, we must have a serious discussion. It's a piece of your flesh that has fallen away. Even if she appears as a twisted anomaly, she is still your child." Furthermore, Lynn cradled the adorable child in his arms and earnestly stated, "She is just so delightful." The female specter glared at him with fury, her claws clenching menacingly as she retorted, "Spare me your idle chatter. If this were a normal birth, my child could never have turned out this way. You must have meddled with her." With a decisive wave of his hand, Lynn replied gravely, "Let us set that matter aside for the moment. Tell me, do you genuinely wish for your child to become a twisted monstrosity, a grotesque creature brimming with tentacles?" The female specter was momentarily taken aback. Observing the shift in her expression, Lynn seized the opportunity without allowing her a moment to respond. He continued earnestly, "Do you prefer a malicious being that attacks you upon sight, or would you rather have a sweet child who greets you with a tender call of mummy?" With a swift flick, Lynn playfully tapped the tiny beast ears of the child in his arms. The darling immediately chimed in with a sweet call. The specter trembled, her malevolent gaze momentarily clouded with confusion. Soothing Experience 1. Soothing Experience 1. Lynn maintained his calm demeanor and remarked, "Moreover, if I am not mistaken, deep down, you yearn for a child with such pure appearance and heart, do you not?" At this declaration, The female specter erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Cease your nonsense, or I shall." Ding. Crisis level 81. Ding. Crisis level 91. Lynn gently tapped the small ears of the adorable child once more. The darling wiggled its tail in response. The specter flinched, her rising murderous intent swiftly quelled by the enchanting sound. Ding. Crisis level 10. Ding. Crisis level 10. Lynn declared seriously, "In truth, you must also acknowledge, deep within your heart, the validity of my words. You speak nonsense." The female specter retorted, her tendrils thrashing wildly as she glared at Lynn. "Enough of this nonsense." Lynn interjected with a wave of his hand, his monocle reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. "You cannot deceive me, madam. Have you not noticed? In your human form, every gesture exudes confidence, especially your gaze, which radiates the allure of a mature woman. Such charm cannot be feigned. You secretly desire to possess a flawless form and visage. Do you not?" The female specter instinctively quivered, as if struck by the revelation of a long-buried secret. Her face instantly contorted with a blend of embarrassment and rage. "Do not hastily succumb to anger." Lynn extended his hand, his expression earnest. "It is a natural human sentiment, not something to be ashamed of. Do you not realize this? In this realm of shadows, humanity is a rarity. If your exquisite beauty is merely a tool for beguiling others, do you not realize that apart from enchanting me, your appearance holds no significance?" The specter stood there, seemingly transfixed. Each word from Lynn pierced her heart like a sharpened blade, for he spoke undeniable truths. "Undoubtedly, both of your visages could captivate me, but let us set that aside for now." Lynn adjusted his monocle, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared, "Madam, while you may indeed be a malevolent spirit, I believe that an entity which pursues beauty cannot be inherently vile. You are certainly not the grotesque monster you claim to be." The ghost remained motionless, her frenzied tendrils gradually calming. Such words had never been uttered to her before, nor had anyone ever perceived her as anything other than a corrupted specter. "To my eyes, you are undeniably beautiful, not solely in appearance, but in the maternal radiance that emanates from your very being, a soulful brilliance that is more human than I." Lynn continued earnestly, "Do you not comprehend? The fragments of malevolence you cast off have given rise to such a sweet, delightful child. Does this not attest to the truth, goodness, and beauty that reside within you?" His voice crescendoed, imbued with a force that resonated deeply. The ghost stood there, momentarily speechless, as if awakening to a newfound sense of beauty within herself. Observing her shifting psyche, Lynn pressed on, "Consider your child. Why do other dark spirits give birth to twisted and corrupted forms, while she possesses such a charming visage and pure gaze? Do you truly believe that I, a mere human, could transform a so-called broken malevolence into such a lovely being? No, I do not even believe it myself." The ghost moved her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words, for his assertions were undeniably sound. Lynn pivoted, adjusting his monocle once more, and with a resonant baritone, he proclaimed, "Thus, cherish it, beautiful lady. This child is indeed the most precious gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. Such an adorable little one. Who could possibly resist their charm in this world?" Lynn gently flicked the petite beast ears of the cherubic child. A ghostly silence enveloped the surroundings. The female specter stood there, momentarily dazed, instinctively extending her tendrils, clapping them together rigidly twice. In truth, she was uncertain why she felt compelled to applaud. It simply seemed that the atmosphere demanded it, and she could not resist the urge. Clearing his throat, Lynn inquired earnestly, "What do you think?" The female ghost trembled slightly, her gaze flickering with a hint of panic as if she wished to evade something. It appeared there was a semblance of truth in his words. "Congratulations. You have completed the task. Survive. You have earned a reward. 500 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, and a special reward, Infectious Aura X1. Congratulations. You have completed the task, Evil Spirit Mother. You have earned a reward, 300 skeleton coins, 100 basic experience, and 50 favorability with the blood-clad Evil Spirit. Achievement unlocked, Impromptu Orator. Impromptu Orator Achievement. You have successfully persuaded a high-level female entity harboring malice towards you during an off-the-cuff speech, granting you a permanent bonus. Persuasion Success Rate 1, Female Favorability 1 permanently. Chapter 28. Embrace your child. Lynn secretly exhaled, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, he understood that, although the task had been accomplished, it was not yet the time to voice his grievances regarding the system. His assertions were indeed valid. Every word he uttered held merit. He sat upright, A serious demeanor etched upon his face. Gradually, the ghostly visage of the female spirit began to close, her sticky tendrils retracting back into her form, restoring her previous elegant appearance as a mature woman. She stared wide-eyed, arms crossed before her chest, gazing at the cherubic child in Lynn's embrace. An unexpected wave of anxiety washed over her, reminiscent of a bashful maiden newly wed. "Come, embrace your own child," Lynn stated with a serious countenance. The female specter shyly turned her head away, unable to meet the innocent gaze of the child, her hands hesitatingly reaching forward. Observing her reluctance, Lynn swiftly placed the cherubic child into the female ghost's arms without hesitation. The little ghostling wrapped its arms around the specter's neck, extending its tiny tongue to playfully lick her cheek, leaving a trail of moisture in its wake. The female ghost stood there, bewildered and stiff, allowing her daughter to affectionately lick her. Clearly, she had never experienced such intimacy before. Previously, the fragments that had fallen from her being had manifested as malevolent ghostlings, each one viciously attacking any living creature they encountered. Not even the evil spirits had regarded her as a true mother. How will she respond now? Lynn, with a serious demeanor, inquired. "Do you not feel a surge of genuine joy and sweetness from within?" The spectral woman, stiffly cradling the infant, replied. "I am not quite accustomed to this." Lynn nodded, giving a thumbs up, and solemnly remarked, "It is entirely natural. The first time one assumes the role of a typical mother often brings about a sense of bewilderment, akin to the awkwardness experienced during one's initial romantic encounter." After a lengthy pause, the spectral woman forcefully shook her head, her expression returning to its usual coldness as she held the child, and declared, "Humph. Flatterer, do not presume that mere words can alter the undeniable truth of my child's transformation in your presence. I reside next door, and should I find myself intrigued by you, I may very well slip in at night to consume you." The cherubic child, in a playful manner, licked the spectral woman's cheek, rendering her momentarily bewildered once more. "We shall see." Lynn maintained a smile, drenched in perspiration, as he watched the enchanting woman and her ghostly infant exit the shop. Once they departed, Lynn finally exhaled deeply, collapsing into his chair. He murmured to himself, "I must swiftly enhance my combat capabilities. Otherwise, should I encounter a similar situation again, fortune may not favor me as it has today." Moreover, the spectral woman had stated her intent to return. Although she had dispelled her malevolence today, one could never be certain when she might whimsically decide to infiltrate at night and enact her will upon him. He could only await the night, for his mentor was expected to return shortly. Lynn steadied his nerves and opened the system space, retrieving the special reward he had just obtained. Infectious aura, quality, rare passive skill description, significantly increases the likelihood of persuasion during attempts at influence and mitigates the target's hostility. Attribute enhancement, permanent comfort proficiency level 1, it was indeed a skill. Lynn meticulously perused the description, grasping the essence of its function. Essentially, it would augment his success rate while conducting psychological counseling or similar endeavors. All things considered, it was a commendable auxiliary skill. He decided to learn it. In an instant, the skill book transformed into a flowing stream of light, entering his body. His system panel immediately displayed the addition of a new passive skill. As time gently ebbed away, Lynn continued with his monotonous daily duties. A series of knocks echoed from beyond the door. Startled from his lethargy, Lynn instantly adopted a professional smile. Lifting his head to exclaim, "Welcome!" A chilling presence slowly seeped through the door, and before Lynn appeared a tall, imposing figure, clad in a menacing suit of pitch-black armor, with a visage as pallid as bone and long, white hair cascading down his back. His eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson light. Behind him trailed an ominous war steed, cloaked in a shroud of ominous black fur. Black Knight, level. Alignment, chaotic neutral, combat capability, exceptional attack and defense. Description, the Death Knight traversing the realm of darkness, imbued with an indomitable spirit of battle, devoted to challenging all formidable forces within the shadowy world. Harboring an intense thirst for power, Lynn felt a jolt of unease. Clearly, another formidable adversary had arrived. Judging by his attire and description, he undoubtedly belonged to the elite class. Indeed, the demon hunter was not mistaken. The vicinity of Soul Alley had attracted an array of extraordinary beings. "I require potent combat potions." The Black Knight's voice emerged, gravelly and deep. From within his cloak, he produced a bloodstained pouch, the clinking of coins evident within. "Your reward shall not be lacking." Ding! You have triggered the quest. Prepare potent combat potions that meet the Black Knight's approval. Quest rewards. Basic experience 200, skeleton coins 100. Black Knight's attention rate 1. At last, a customer of substantial merit had arrived. Lynn promptly rose, maintaining a welcoming smile. Please, esteemed guest. You have come to the right place. Our Bloodsaw Apothecary is the sole establishment in Soul Alley offering the most exquisite potions. The Black Knight rasped. Isn't yours the only apothecary within 100 miles? He stepped through the threshold, and the soul lamps flickered wildly in response. The metallic clinking of his armor reverberated ominously, emanating an overwhelming aura. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptionally powerful warrior. Esteemed guest, what type of auxiliary potion do you seek? Lynn inquired with a smile, promptly retrieving an array of potions from the counter and placing them before the knight. We possess a diverse selection of potions, guaranteed to meet your satisfaction. Lynn slid one particular vial towards the Black Knight. For instance, this strength potion significantly amplifies your attack power. It is one of our best sellers. Do give it a try. The Black Knight cast a fleeting glance before lifting the vial to his nose, inhaling deeply before consuming its contents in one gulp. Ding. Crisis level 10. It bore no effect. The Black Knight set the vial down with a rasp, stating, "The enhancement this potion offers to my combat capabilities is virtually negligible." Are you mocking me? Lynn instantly felt a formidable presence envelop him, his heartbeat quickening under the weight of the oppressive aura. He swiftly recognized the inherent peril of this task. Thus, if the Black Knight does not receive a potion that sufficiently satisfies him, he may resort to violence. Chapter 29. The Perfect Amplifying Potion. Lynn stared intently, without uttering a word. He swiftly opened the counter and retrieved from its depths a high-quality amplification potion meticulously crafted by his mentor. Try this. I assure you, it will meet your expectations. Lynn said earnestly. Supreme Berserk Potion significantly enhances all-around abilities and induces a state of frenzy in the target. He placed the blood-red vial on the table. Undoubtedly, this potion was the finest treasure from their Bloodsaw Apothecary. The Black Knight reached out, seized the vial, and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a crimson glow flickered across his body, and a faint blood-red hue manifested in his eyes, evidently a reflection of the potion's effect. Alert! Crisis level 20 minimal effect. The Black Knight casually discarded the empty vial and rasped, "Such a potion may be useful for feeble creatures, but for me, it is negligible." Lynn, wide-eyed, quickly retrieved another high-quality potion from beneath the counter, exclaiming, "Then, please try this one." Rubbish. Crisis level 30, what about this one? For hemorrhoids. Crisis level 40, this is undoubtedly the best. It's expired. Crisis level 60 moments later. Lynn gazed gravely at the array of empty vials on the counter and at the increasingly impatient Black Knight. Clearly, for a being of such caliber, the potions offered by their apothecary could hardly satisfy his demands. Crisis level 91. Lynn's heart began to race with anxiety. This seemingly simple task posed a danger level no less than those he had faced previously. "It seems your establishment cannot provide anything superior," the Black Knight remarked, lifting his head and cracking his neck, rasping, "You are wasting my time." Alert! Crisis level 95, wait. As the crisis level approached its peak, Lynn extended his hand, adjusted his monocle, and spoke with composure. "We have another potion in our store that I believe will undoubtedly meet your needs. However, I do not have it in stock. I must concoct it on site. You may wait a while, and I assure you it will be the finest potion." The Black Knight rasped, "Oh." Lynn replied calmly, "If this potion does not satisfy you, you may execute me on the spot." Alert! Crisis level reduced by 5. A glimmer of interest flickered in the Black Knight's luminous eyes as he said, "Is that so? Very well. I shall grant you half an hour to concoct it. As you stated, if it fails to please me, I shall take your life." Agreed. Lynn responded earnestly. Lynn swiftly dashed into the backyard without uttering a word. He promptly retrieved the formula awarded for vanquishing the root-level monster from the system space. Critical Strike Potion, Quality, Special Materials, Root-Level Biological Tissue X1, Burst Fruit Pulp X1, Hellish 3-Leaf Clover X4, Black Bat Wings X1. Among others, description. A potion that significantly enhances critical strike rates, albeit accompanied by some negligible peculiar side effects. This reward for defeating the root monster was undeniably the finest potion he could offer. It was a desperate gamble, but surely the potion formula bestowed by the system would surpass any concoction in this world. Lynn's expression turned grave as he hurried into the storage. gathering the various alchemical materials required for the potion. Most of the components were readily available in his teacher's warehouse, and he even possessed the most challenging ingredient, the root-level biological tissue. Last night, while tending to the headhunter's dental needs, he had collected a substantial amount of tooth fragments and the creature's oral mucus, which he had preserved. These were undoubtedly superior materials. Once the materials were assembled, Lynn raced to the potion-making chamber in the backyard, ready to commence the alchemical process. His potion-making skills were not particularly advanced, yet 2 years of apprenticeship under his mentor had significantly honed his craft. He began the distillation. Ding. You ground the medicinal powder. Alchemy experience 1 ding. You extracted the burst fruit pulp. Alchemy experience 1 ding. You purified the slime mucus. Alchemy experience 1. Gurgling and bubbling. Lynn vigorously stirred the viscous liquid that emitted strange bubbles from the cauldron. Flames roared as he donned a mask, his expression earnest. He first added the black bat wings, followed by the fangs of the man-faced wolf spider. Ding. You added potion materials. Alchemy experience 1 ding. You added potion materials. Alchemy experience 1. With a thunderous roar, the cauldron's contents transformed from white to purple, gurgling forth a multitude of skull-shaped bubbles. Lynn stood stoically before the cauldron, continuously stirring as the potion swirled through a spectrum of red, blue, black, and purple hues. Time flew by, and soon 20 minutes had elapsed. Ding. You crafted 1 critical strike potion. Alchemy experience 10 ding. You crafted 1 critical strike potion. Alchemy experience 10 ding. You crafted 1 critical strike potion. Alchemy experience 10. Accompanied by the system's notifications, Lynn swiftly poured the potions into empty vials, placing them on the table with rapid precision. A total of 10 critical strike potions. This endeavor also granted him an additional 100 points in alchemy experience. Critical strike potion, exclusively for humanoid beings. This potion enhances the target's critical strike rate by 100. However, there are some minor side effects. Whether one can surpass this threshold depends on the efficacy of the potion. Lynn's expression was grave. In the hall, Lynn earnestly pushed the dark red critical strike potion before the Black Knight. Adjusting his monocle, he stated solemnly, "This critical strike potion is our establishment's latest high-quality offering. You are the first patron to experience its effects. The results will be determined by your judgment." The Black Knight cast a fleeting glance at the unassuming vial. Toying with it in his hand, he remarked coolly, "Are you certain this is your finest potion? You must contemplate this carefully. Should it fail to meet my standards, I will adhere to our earlier agreement and take your life." Lynn responded calmly, "I assure you, your satisfaction is guaranteed." Yet, deep down he was anxious, for he too lacked a definitive understanding of the potion's true nature. In that moment, he could only place his faith in the quality promised by the system. With a pop, the Black Knight uncorked the vial. Instantly, a faintly pungent odor wafted into the air, and upon inhaling it, the Black Knight was momentarily taken aback. The stench was unmistakable. Clearly, the aroma was far from pleasant. Yet, surprisingly, merely catching a whiff of this medicinal scent ignited a powerful reaction within his body. For one who had long been accustomed to consuming potions, this sensation was a rarity he had not felt in years. He grew serious, grasped the vial, opened his mouth, and downed its contents in one go. Buzz. Almost instantly, he felt an intensely bitter surge of warmth flooding through him. This power. Trembling, he gazed at his arms and leapt to his feet. Chapter 30. I am bald, yet I have grown stronger. He felt it. He distinctly sensed the roaring vitality coursing through his entire being. The potion was akin to a wild and alluring woman dancing passionately within him, igniting his veins. Roar. He released a triumphant howl to the heavens, and with a thunderous crack, his armor shattered, his hair billowed, revealing a body of pale, explosive muscles. He struck the air with his fist. Boom. The air erupted with a sonic blast. He was astounded by his own strength. It felt as though each of his strikes could inflict devastating critical hits upon his foes, an overwhelming fury surging within him. Such a potent potion, he gasped. In my years traversing through hell, I have never encountered a potion that could elevate my combat prowess to such heights. It is astonishing. Ding. Crisis level reduced to 0. He suddenly turned, his gaze fierce and penetrating as he looked at Lynn, inquiring, "What kind of potion is this? Its effects are utterly explosive?" Lynn smiled faintly, raising his thumb, and said, "Our specialty. The critical hit potion." The Black Knight murmured the name of the potion, and his gaze gradually became fervent. "Remarkable. I never expected that in this desolate place, there would be such a potent potion." With this potion's assistance, I should be able to crush that demon hunter, he vowed. This was undoubtedly the most explosive effect he had ever experienced from a potion. The tangible enhancement to his combat prowess was an unparalleled pursuit for a warrior like him. Lynn's expression turned serious as he hesitated, saying, "Dear customer, while the effects of this potion are indeed explosive, I must remind you, in the spirit of responsibility, that this potion does come with some minor side effects. However, the specifics of these side effects were yet to be determined." Lynn ultimately decided to caution the Black Knight. "Side effects?" The Black Knight snapped back to attention, then smirked coldly, saying, "Haha, indeed, a potion that can nearly double my combat power will surely come with some adverse reactions. But it matters not. What could be more terrifying than death itself?" A slight grin curled on his lips. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed in through the door. His remarkably sensual long hair danced wildly in the breeze, effortlessly swirling away. Lynn's gaze instantly turned vacant as he remarked, "Customer, it seems the side effects may have already manifested." The Black Knight raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh," Lynn urged, "why not feel your own head?" With a raised eyebrow, the Black Knight instinctively reached for the beautiful, bone-white strands atop his head. A smooth sensation met his fingertips. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and a wave of unease surged within him. Could it be? He instinctively glanced toward the nearby mirror. Buzz. His gaze turned hollow. In the reflection, a shiny bald head gleamed brightly before his eyes. The roundness of the light, its utter brilliance, and its glaring intensity left him stunned. Ding! A dazzling halo flickered atop the bald head. An eerie silence spread unabashedly around them. "Where's my hair?" the Black Knight asked, dazed. Lynn pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "There it is. Is this what you call side effects?" The Black Knight murmured. Lynn replied, "It appears so." A moment of tense silence passed. "I will kill you." The Black Knight suddenly seized Lynn by the collar, enraged and humiliated. Ding, ding, ding. The smooth bald head sparkled with every movement he made. Lynn, now flustered, retorted, "Did you not say you fear nothing, not even death? Why then fear this trivial side effect?" The Black Knight, his eyes ablaze with fury, exclaimed, "But you never mentioned that I would go bald." Lynn retorted, "Indeed, while you have lost your hair, you have also grown stronger. This is merely a small sacrifice for the sake of power." The Black Knight gritted his teeth and released Lynn's collar, panting heavily. His gaze flickered intensely, as an internal struggle ensued. Indeed, as a warrior in pursuit of formidable strength, losing his hair was not an insurmountable obstacle. Moreover, the effects of this potion were astonishing. Boasting nearly double the enhancement, it was undoubtedly a remarkable elixir. And what if he was bald? As a Black Knight, should he truly be concerned about such trivialities? Was it not merely a receding hairline? Compared to genuine strength, what did that matter? However, in a fit of rage, he pointed at the mirror, where his glistening bald head shimmered incessantly, and bellowed, "I can tolerate the baldness. But why does it keep shining? Like a light bulb? Have you ever seen anyone's head flash like that?" The smooth and shiny surface of his dome radiated with an extraordinary effect, glimmering every few seconds. A truly maddening spectacle. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lynn calmly replied, "Please remain calm. This may indeed be one of the side effects. And what if it shines? A bit of flare only accentuates your uniqueness." The Black Knight ground his teeth, fists clenched, his eyes flickering with intensity, synchronized with the periodic flashes of light from his bald head. "How much is a bottle?" he snarled. Lynn immediately raised a finger, stating seriously, 1,000 skull coins, truly a bargain. "How many of these potions do you have?" "Including the one you've already consumed, I have a total of 10. I want them all." The Black Knight slammed his hand on the counter, his demeanor dark and brooding. Lynn was taken aback. "Aren't you quite averse to the side effects of such potions?" In a swift motion, the Black Knight seized Lynn's collar, his eyes wild with rage as he yelled, "At this point, does it matter if I lose a bit more hair? Pack it up. If you dawdle, I shall end you." A few minutes later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations. You have completed the task. You have received a reward of 200 skull coins, 200 base experience points, and a 1 increase in the Black Knight's return rate." Lynn stood at the entrance of the potion shop, waving farewell to the Black Knight who galloped away, calling out, "Thank you for your patronage. Should you require similar potions in the future, I can offer you a 10 discount." The sound of hooves faded into the mist. Yet, one could faintly discern a glimmer of light piercing through the depths of the black mist, flashing every second or two, a sight most striking. After several minutes, Amidst the desolate and darkened wasteland of hell, a demon hunter, adorned with a top hat, emerged slowly from the shadows. His gun barrel slightly tilting against the brim of his hat. The fierce wind whipped at his long cloak. "I have awaited your arrival for a considerable time, Black Knight," the demon hunter remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. "I had anticipated you would cower in fear and refrain from confronting me." Chapter 31. My critical hit is fully charged. The Black Knight, having journeyed from afar, dismounted from his steed with a leap. He drew forth a menacing greatsword from his back, his cold, indifferent eyes glimmering with a chilling light beneath his helmet. Hoarsely and ominously, he raised his sword, pointing it at the demon hunter, declaring, "Enough with the idle chatter. Today, either you shall perish, or I shall meet my end." The demon hunter erupted into laughter, his face etched with derision. "Ha ha, you? Decades ago, you were no match for me, and that remains unchanged. You have traversed such distance only to meet your demise at my hands? If that is the case, I would be most pleased to oblige." In an instant, he unsheathed his hunting dagger from his waist, flames igniting fiercely upon its blade. The wind howled around him, and a cruel, icy smile adorned his face. The outcome remains uncertain. The Black Knight's gaze flickered. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he uncorked a vial of potion and consumed its contents. With force, he shattered the bottle against the ground. "Come forth." He narrowed his eyes, striking a battle stance. "Potions? A futile endeavor, Black Knight." The demon hunter retorted with a faint smile. "No matter how many potions you consume, the disparity remains. You cannot contend with me. However, I am still quite willing to grant you this opportunity." A sudden sound startled the demon hunter, and he instinctively lifted his gaze to the Black Knight's helmet. Was it merely an illusion, or had he just observed a flicker within the helmet? It appeared to emanate a peculiar sound effect. Another flash. The demon hunter's expression turned uncertain as he squinted. "It seems you have prepared some formidable hidden weapons to confront me?" The Black Knight rasped. "Do you think I am akin to you? Knights of Hell do not stoop to using such underhanded devices." The sound chimed again. The Black Knight, the demon hunter? Both individuals were taken aback by the clarity of the chime. The Black Knight clenched his fists, eyes shut, the corners twitching with agitation. "What is that?" The demon hunter pondered aloud, his doubts intensifying. "Your helmet just emitted 2 more flashes." With gritted teeth, the Black Knight responded. "All you need to know is that it is not a hidden weapon." Yet another chime resounded. The Black Knight, the demon hunter? A gentle breeze stirred. "A magical bomb?" The demon hunter questioned further, his uncertainty mounting. "No." The Black Knight, eyes closed and fists clenched, displayed prominent veins on his temples. "The notion of a sacred scroll?" The demon hunter increasingly found this character suspect. "No." The Black Knight ground his teeth in a frenzy. "What is that?" The demon hunter's curiosity was fully piqued. The howling wind whipped around the Black Knight, his closed eyes twitching madly at the corners. With a decisive click, he finally removed the helmet atop his head, revealing a gleaming, polished dome beneath. "Ding! That smooth, round head emitted a fierce flash of light." The demon hunter exclaimed. "By the heavens, what a dazzling forehead!" The Black Knight glared brutally at his own hands, his muscles bulging ominously as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "This is but a small price to pay for your defeat." Ding! "Though I am bald, I have also grown stronger." Ding ding. In the words of that human lad, "My critical hits are now maxed out." Ding ding ding. He suddenly raised the massive sword in his hand, pointing it menacingly at the demon hunter. As dark power enveloped him like flames. In an instant, he charged towards the demon hunter with the fury of an ancient beast. "And on this day next year, it shall be your funeral," he roared, leaping 100 meters and bringing down his colossal sword upon the demon hunter with the weight of a mountain. An hour later, in Soul Alley. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more from outside the door. "Welcome." Lynn immediately donned a professional smile, raising his head to greet the customer at the door. But upon seeing the figure standing there, Lynn froze in surprise. For it was a familiar face. Demon hunter. Akaros, severely injured. Race, human level. Combat ability. Severely wounded. The demon hunter clutched his blood-soaked chest, his body marred by numerous lacerations. Gasping for breath as he leaned against the doorpost, fingers dripping with blood. "Good heavens, how could you have sustained such severe injuries again in just one day?" Lynn exclaimed, astonished. "Spare me the pleasantries." The demon hunter gritted his teeth, pressing hard against his chest. "Quickly, treat my wounds. The sooner, the better. I can pay you double." Ding. You have triggered the quest. Heal the demon hunter's injuries. Quest rewards: 200 skeleton coins, 300 basic experience, 20 Demon Hunter favorability. Lynn widened his eyes and promptly moved to the door, assisting the Demon Hunter inside to sit down. You are gravely injured. The Demon Hunter struggled to remove his hat, breathing heavily, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger and desperation. I encountered a former subordinate, one who had never posed a challenge before, and today, for reasons unknown, he has become extraordinarily formidable. With each strike, the blows landed with devastating precision. Damn! He cursed vehemently, his chest heaving with anger as he pounded his fist against the counter. Lynn, were it not for his swift escape, he would have surely met his demise at the hands of that wretched man today. He struggled to rub his bloodshot, parched eyes, particularly affected by the blinding glare of that bald head. Each time he focused to launch an attack, that polished dome flashed menacingly, not only distracting him severely, but also nearly blinding him with its brilliance. That fellow must have enchanted his forehead with some divine attribute. That accursed bald pate. Damn it. Surely it must be the result of some infernal potion. If I discover who bestowed that wretched concoction upon him, I shall grind them to dust. Frustrated, he pounded the counter again, wincing in pain as it aggravated his wound. Lynn, surely, he cannot be referring to me? That dark knight purchased a potion for me. Intending to confront this demon hunter? Why do I suddenly feel as though I have become embroiled in peril? Lynn glared and declared, wait here for a moment. I shall fetch a more potent restorative potion from the backyard. He must hurry. The demon hunter was seething with rage. Lynn exhaled deeply and swiftly lifted the curtain, heading towards the backyard. It appeared the demon hunter harbored no suspicions towards him. After all, how could a humble apothecary in such a desolate place possibly possess such powerful potions? It was best if he remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would have to make a hasty escape. In the main hall, the demon hunter sat before the counter, grimacing as he rubbed his bruised body. He casually picked up several bottles of restorative potions left by Lynn, downing them in one go, which greatly alleviated his discomfort. He cast a glance around, but in that fleeting moment, his gaze was abruptly drawn to an empty bottle resting in the corner of the counter. Suddenly, his expression froze. This. He reached for the empty bottle, and a vivid memory surfaced in his mind of the potion that the bald man had consumed during their earlier confrontation, identical in every way. Chapter 32. Saving a fortune on lighting costs, could it be? His expression turned blank. Just then, Lynn emerged from the backyard, cheerfully holding several high-grade restorative potions. Sir, each bottle is 200 skeleton coins. No surgery required. After consuming it, you'll feel revitalized. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Lynn's ear. Lynn? The demon hunter swiftly advanced, seizing Lynn by the collar with a grimace, exclaiming, You little rascal, how convincingly innocent you acted just now. I never would have guessed that it was you who supplied that bald fellow with the potion. Lynn, bewildered, replied, What potion? I don't understand. The demon hunter, now enraged, retorted, Are you still trying to play coy with me? I saw that bald man consume a vial of potion before our duel, and that vial looked exactly like the one on your table. Lynn, realizing the gravity of the situation, cleared his throat and, abandoning his pretense, inquired curiously, Are you referring to the bald man who rides a warhorse, the Dark Knight? The demon hunter tightened his grip on Lynn's collar, demanding, What do you think? Lynn closed his eyes, maintaining his composure, and a smile crept onto his face as he said, Ah, I see. A few hours ago, that customer indeed came to my shop and paid handsomely for a batch of potions. He was quite wealthy. He contributed significantly to my shop's sales. Haha. He spoke with earnestness while remaining polite, portraying himself as an impartial bystander. The demon hunter ground his teeth, his eyes glinting. What potion did you give him? Sensing an opportunity for negotiation, Lynn's face instantly donned a professional smile. This is our pharmacy's latest product, a critical strike potion that significantly enhances your combat capabilities. Excellent quality at a reasonable price. It is an essential choice for any nefarious endeavor. Trust me, you won't find it anywhere else. Lynn adjusted his monocle, his expression serious. The demon hunter glowered menacingly. You dare assist a dark creature against your own kin? Lynn, unfazed, interjected earnestly. Please do not jump to conclusions, sir. Firstly, I was unaware of your connection. Secondly, he came to me seeking a powerful potion and was quite generous. I had no reason to turn him away. Thirdly, Lynn closed his eyes and raised 3 fingers. Our establishment welcomes all friendly patrons. He may purchase this potion to use against you, and similarly, you may procure it from me to use against him. Lynn gazed intently at the demon hunter, his eyes sincere and moving. For the sake of our kinship, I can even offer you a discount of 20%. A brief silence ensued. The demon hunter narrowed his eyes and inquired, "How much?" Lynn raised 2 fingers, stating, "The price is 2,000 skeleton coins per vial. However, considering you are a valued customer of my kin, I can offer it to you at a mere 1,600 coins per vial, a bargain." The demon hunter's gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment, hesitatingly suggesting, "Or perhaps I could simply kill you and seize your little shop." Lynn closed his eyes and shook his head. "Sir, we are of the same bloodline. As the saying goes, one relies on family at home and kin when venturing out. Our bond is akin to that of family, a connection that flows through our very veins. Moreover, I even offered you a generous discount." Yet Lynn was still despondent. The Witcher was covered in goosebumps, realizing that after just 1 day apart, this insufferable lad had remarkably honed his talent for repulsion. Without further ado, the Witcher gritted his teeth, massaging his temples, and declared, "Whatever that bald fellow purchased, I want the same. I have plenty of coin." "Excellent." Lynn's spirits soared instantly. Moments later, the notification chimed. "Ding. You have completed the task. Heal the Witcher's injuries. You have received rewards, 200 skeleton coins, 300 base experience, and a 20-point increase in the Witcher's favorability." The concoction was ready. With a smile illuminating his face, Lynn placed the freshly brewed 10 bottles of critical strike potion upon the counter. The total for these 10 potions amounted to 160,000 coins, or 16 black skull coins, alongside 6 ordinary recovery potions priced at 300 coins each, and 2 special recovery potions costing 600 coins each, culminating in a grand total of 1,690,000 coins. To round it off, let us say 170,000 coins. "Thank you for your patronage." Lynn bowed at a 90-degree angle. The Witcher, gritting his teeth, began to sift through his coin pouch, a cascade of coins spilling forth. He couldn't quite fathom why, but an uneasy feeling lingered, as if this fellow might attempt to ensnare him in a deceitful scheme. After the payment was made, he hesitated, eyeing the potions in his hands, and inquired, "Will consuming this truly lead to baldness?" Truth be told, he felt a twinge of resistance, for his lustrous black hair had taken years of meticulous care to cultivate. Lynn replied earnestly, "Baldness is a trivial concern. Strength is a lifelong pursuit. Besides, it's merely hair. If you lose it, you can return to me for a transplant." Suddenly, Lynn conceived a brilliant business model, a steady stream of revenue from critical strike potions and hair restoration services. The Witcher hesitated. Yet, recalling how he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of that Black Knight, who was far inferior to himself, a cloud of frustration enveloped him. If becoming bald could indeed enhance his strength, perhaps it was a proposition worth considering. With that thought, he decisively uncorked the potion and downed it in one swift motion. A surge of crimson light enveloped him, leaving him astonished, as an indescribable power coursed through his entire being. Breathless, he felt an explosive force building within him. And with a thunderous crack, his garments tore apart, revealing his well-defined muscles. He distinctly sensed the immense augmentation within him, truly unfathomable. In that moment, he finally comprehended the extraordinary nature of this potion. Compared to baldness, the benefits were undeniably worthwhile. A gust of wind swept through, and as Lynn watched in disbelief, his once lustrous black hair was carried away by the breeze. A flicker of brilliance suddenly emanated from the gleaming crown of his head. Lynn stifled a laugh, knowing full well that to chuckle would spell his doom. Yet, it was a formidable challenge to suppress his mirth, for the orb before him was undeniably more polished and radiant than its predecessor. The demon hunter turned, gazing into the mirror at his own resplendent baldness, murmuring to himself, "Am I stronger for my baldness?" A glimmer sparkled upon his forehead. Observing the hunter's dazed expression, Lynn gently patted his shoulder, offering consolation. "Dear sir, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Consider it, whenever you venture out, you possess your own source of illumination, thus saving a considerable sum on lighting expenses." His reasoning was sound, yet inexplicably, an urge to eliminate this human lad surged within him. Chapter 33. As if no one else would shine a mere 10 minutes later. Amidst the darkness beyond the ghostly alley, a flickering light, akin to a beacon, was discernible, swiftly approaching from the depths of obscurity. The glow danced like a firefly in the night, shimmering with an ethereal brilliance. In the next instant, accompanied by the thunderous galloping of war horses, a grim-faced Black Knight, his head aglow, charged forth. Swarms of moths circled around his luminous forehead, their erratic movements betraying the darkness. His gaze was somber as he scanned for the whereabouts of the demon hunter. Over half an hour prior, he had severely injured the hunter. Yet he had ultimately escaped during a fleeting moment of vulnerability. He was certain the demon hunter could not have ventured far. As a long-standing adversary spanning centuries, the prospect of eliminating him would elevate his standing within the hierarchy of the Dark Realm. This hard-won opportunity would not be squandered. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with recognition as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the direction of Ghostly Alley. "Found you," he sneered, abruptly turning to face the nebulous darkness ahead. A flash ignited from within the murky fog, momentarily startling him. A profound sense of familiarity washed over him, inexplicable yet undeniable. From the depths of the inky, swirling mists, he discerned a flickering halo gradually drawing closer, pulsating with a frequency of approximately every 2 seconds, radiating an intense luminosity. For reasons unknown, he felt an uncanny sense of recognition. In that very instant, a figure, bare-chested and shrouded in darkness, gradually emerged within his field of vision. The Black Knight was taken aback, for he instantly recognized this silhouette as the demon hunter with whom he had previously engaged in a fierce battle. Shocked, he stumbled back a step. The demon hunter, wielding a long blade, wore a grim and indifferent expression, his eyes obscured by shadows. As he advanced step by step towards him, a radiant halo illuminated his polished forehead. The demon hunter came to a halt, opened his eyes wide, gripped the blade tightly, and declared, "Now, we can continue our unfinished battle." At that moment, a glimmer flickered across his forehead. In an uncanny synchrony, the Black Knight's own smooth brow gleamed similarly. An eerie silence inexplicably enveloped the surroundings. The Black Knight stared in astonishment, his gaze fixating on the vial in the demon hunter's hand, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Could it be, indeed?" A tremendous aura erupted from the demon hunter, who lifted his chin and coldly regarded the Black Knight, stating, "I have lost my hair, but I've also grown stronger." A brighter gleam flickered across his indifferent brow. "Do not presume that only you can be bald. I too have become bald, and you must step aside." His gaze darkened, and his eyes widened with fervor and murderous intent. The Black Knight's expression soured as he deeply remarked, "It seems we have returned to the same starting point." His head flashed with brilliance. "Indeed." The demon hunter regarded him coolly. He flashed twice in succession. "Moreover, my frequency of flashes surpasses yours," indicating, he cracked his neck, slicked his gleaming forehead with a swift motion, and declared in a powerful gust, "I am stronger than you." He flashed 3 times, asserting his arrogance. Whirlwinds formed beneath their feet, and a tumultuous battle spirit rose within them. Both remained motionless, squinting their eyes, as if in the stillness before a storm at the zenith of the Forbidden City, their respective auras escalating wildly. Even the lights upon their foreheads flickered in a competitive rhythm. And in the next moment, without further words, in the darkness, 2 points of light swiftly converged. With a resounding clash, their blades collided instantaneously. As they furiously engaged, countless sparks erupting from the point of contact. They pressed their foreheads against one another, gritting their teeth, unwilling to yield. "You bald-headed wretch, I have long harbored disdain for you. Do not think that just because you are bald, you can defeat me. Who truly believes that no one else can go bald? You are bald, yet you are no match for me. I command you to retreat. I demand you to cease your thievery. How dare you collide with me? I shall strike you down." In an instant, amidst the darkness, 2 furious points of light clashed vehemently, unwilling to yield to one another. Beep. "Congratulations, host, you have achieved the title, Apothecary Tycoon, earning 200 base experience points. Apothecary Tycoon, by selling the same type of potion, you have garnered over 20,000 skeleton coins in revenue. You gain a permanent enhancement, all attributes 1, and an additional 1 profit from potion sales. Beep. You have successfully reached level 6, and the system has unlocked new features for you to explore. You may log in at any time to view them." In front of the counter, a series of system notifications echoed in Lynn's mind. He quickly allocated all 4 of his newly acquired attribute points into his constitution. "What is this vision?" Lynn pondered. He immediately summoned the system interface and noticed a prominent eye icon in the corner of the panel. System, vision is a realm generated by the supreme will of the Dark World, a phantom domain overlapping with the Dark Realm. A mirrored world that has persisted for millions of years. Any dark creature within the confines of the Dark World may enter this vision through a special vision stone. In this realm, you can exchange information with other beings. Upon death, you will be forcibly expelled from the vision, but it will not cause significant harm to your physical body. After hearing the system's explanation, Lynn grasped the general idea. It seemed akin to a consciousness network of the modern era. Clearly, his understanding of this dark world was still woefully insufficient. For the past 2 years, due to his weakness, he had never had the opportunity to leave this small shop, let alone encounter the vast world beyond the alley of wandering souls. Do I not need to expend that so-called vision stone to enter? Lynn hesitated. Beep. The system has successfully completed the integration. You will only need to spend 500 skeleton coins each time you log in, and the system will automatically establish the connection for you. Such an expense. Lynn was taken aback. Fortunately, he had accumulated a fair amount of income and decided to give it a try. Without further ado, he extended his hand and tapped on the eye icon in the system. Activate. In that very moment, Lynn felt as though his brain had been struck heavily, and his consciousness plunged into darkness with a resounding thud. In the distance, he sensed an immense will locking onto him, piercing through his very soul, evoking a chilling dread. Yet, that sensation lasted only a fleeting instant. The next moment, Lynn abruptly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 34. The store is a super black shop. Lynn was taken aback. What lay before him was no longer his quaint little shop, but a vast plaza of unimaginable proportions, stretching infinitely beyond the horizon. The sky was shrouded in darkness, and phantoms, akin to wandering souls, drifted across the square. Above him, a colossal eye, radiating a faint black luminescence, floated like a sun, gazing down upon the entire realm. Ding. Host, you have successfully passed the Supreme Will's review and entered the Vision Realm. This is the Vision Plaza of Abyss World Number 11, Zone 900. Please be advised that within the confines of the Vision Plaza, the Supreme Will prohibits any forms of conflict. You may now use the rune on your wrist to view your information at will. Caution, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from disclosing your coordinates and identity within the dark world. The consequences shall be yours to bear. Skeleton coins are the sole currency transferable within the Vision. The system has automatically converted 1,000 skeleton coins into your account. Lynn raised his ethereal arm and indeed saw a deep blue eye rune upon his wrist. He quickly composed himself. The dark world was undeniably beyond his imagination, giving rise to such a grand scale of consciousness interaction. The term Supreme Will caught his attention. It seemed to correlate with the enormous eye above. Could it be that this Supreme Will was the deity of this dark world? With hesitation, Lynn touched the rune on his wrist. In that instant, a piece of information materialized before his eyes. Lynn race, otherworldly human identity, none resources, 1,000 skeleton coins, danger level, low risk. It was quite succinct. Compared to the system's extensive panel, this was rather rudimentary. Lynn pondered aloud, System, what is your relationship with the Supreme Will? You seem somewhat akin to each other. System, no relation whatsoever. The response was strikingly terse. Lynn shrugged and swiftly scanned his surroundings. By his understanding, this realm resembled the concept of a metaverse akin to an immersive online game on Earth, where consciousness could be uploaded, allowing individuals to glean information from distant places at any moment. For someone like him, who rarely ventured beyond his doorstep, this was undoubtedly the most advantageous avenue. Since there were delineated zones, the 900th Plaza likely encompassed a vast area, including the Alley of Wandering Souls. Lynn reflected on this analysis, just as he continued to contemplate. A line of scarlet letters, formed by luminous dots, suddenly appeared before him. Identity, informant, broadcasting information to all beings in Square 900. A great battle reignites near the Alley of Wandering Souls, as the demon hunter faces off against the Black Knight. Cost of receiving information, 20 skeleton coins. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Then, he immediately noticed that many wandering phantoms in the square had also come to a halt, evidently receiving the same transmission. Is it possible for such a thing to occur? Lynn was astonished. If this is a function of the Vision, then information instantly transforms into a swift channel for manifestation. Without hesitation, Lynn promptly clicked to confirm. Skeleton coins, 20. In that very instant, a pitch-black image materialized before Lynn. Within the darkness, thick mist swirled, punctuated by distant explosions that confirmed two entities were engaged in combat. Then, in the next moment, two bright points of light suddenly ignited within the black mist, rapidly darting and clashing against one another. Lynn found himself momentarily stunned. In the fleeting second that followed, the image abruptly clarified as the mist rolled away, revealing two figures, the Black Knight and the demon hunter, who had just visited his small shop. The glistening foreheads of the two men shone brightly in the display. Lynn felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Simultaneously, a stream of messages from various beings floated across the screen, indicating that the number of information recipients had reached 2013. Indeed, I have seen them before. They are the Black Knight, ranked 171 on the Wild Hunt leaderboard, and the Abyssal Demon Hunter, ranked 143. And they are currently near the Alley of Wandering Souls. They have always been arch-rivals, having clashed 2 years ago on the Hellfire Plains. Wait, do you not find their appearances rather peculiar? They all seem to be bald. And why do their heads radiate light? How curious. So strange. I came to witness the battle, yet I cannot tear my gaze away from their shining heads. So dazzling. My titanium alloy eyes. Although I am perplexed by their baldness, they appear stronger than ever. Remarkable. As Lynn stared intently, the screen continued to fill with messages exclaiming how dazzling everything was. For some reason, Lynn suddenly felt as if he were experiencing the bullet comments from videos on a website before his transmigration. Is this dark world so attuned to modernity? Lynn quickly absorbed the entirety of the display, calming his mind. It seems this truly is a consciousness realm capable of information exchange. One cannot help but acknowledge that such a world indeed holds greater potential for development. If one could establish a reputation for their humble shop within the realm, thereby expanding their business, whether in the sale of potions or medical assistance, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than merely tending to the shop. Furthermore, if he is capable of entering this realm, it stands to reason that his mentor ought to be aware of it as well. Nevertheless, despite such thoughts, Lynn remains cautious. His foremost task is to thoroughly explore the avenues of information exchange within this world, as such knowledge would be beneficial for his development. Lynn's gaze once again fell upon the icy blue rune adorning his wrist. He tapped it once, and before him materialized his identity panel within the realm. Tentatively, he tapped it twice more, and in an instant, a wholly new panel emerged before his eyes. Regional channel. Immediately, Lynn beheld a stream of messages rolling across the screen. The intense familiarity of this experience compelled him to ponder whether he had traversed into an alternate world or perhaps a virtual gaming universe. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelmingly potent. Furrowing his brow, Lynn quickly scrutinized the myriad messages from various beings within the channel. Blood doll, dear uncles and aunts. Have any of you seen my mother? If so, please contact me. I shall reward you handsomely. Skeleton mage, do not approach her. A warning to all. She devoured my arm last time. If I hadn't fled swiftly, she would have swallowed me whole. Everyone must remain vigilant. Long-haired ghost, esteemed neighbors, I must earnestly caution you. The apothecary in the alley is a den of iniquity. I went there yesterday to purchase a potion, and what do you think I witnessed? Long-haired ghost. In a state of terror, the deranged doctor was atop a person, wielding a chainsaw and dismembering them. I was so frightened that I fled in haste. Upon hearing this, the channel erupted with activity. Blood doll, indeed. Indeed, it is a truly nefarious establishment. That human doctor violated me in the most grotesque manner. He even gouged out my eyes, and they still ache. Ethereal Queen, image, click to view, Chapter 35. The revelation of truth. Lynn stared wide-eyed, instinctively clicking on the image. In an instant, a cute child was displayed, held aloft by a tentacle. Everyone. Ethereal Queen, my daughter. Everyone. Ethereal Queen, that human lad claimed that having a daughter such as mine reflects the true beauty of my heart. Yet I can't shake the feeling that he has sinister intentions, for all my other children are like this. Image, click to view. Lynn opened the screen. Suddenly, the scene was filled with grotesque and deformed creatures, including writhing tentacled monsters, gaping maw beings, and putrid flesh amalgamations, creating a severe visual disturbance. Ah, Your Majesty. The burning ghost remarked, yesterday morning when I visited that shop, I encountered a human doctor. He appeared to be performing a rather dreadful procedure on a ghostly infant. I wonder if she is your daughter? The malevolent queen responded with a startled expression. What? Let us discuss this privately. Provide me with the details. Lynn's eyes widened as he swiftly closed the regional channel. This cannot be true. How could he have known that within this dark realm there existed an information exchange platform akin to a metaverse? He had only just managed to deceive that female ghost. Was his plan already unraveling within a day? Lynn had initially intended to delve deeper into the various functionalities of this world. Yet, at that moment, all thoughts vanished from his mind. With urgency, Lynn logged off. The instant his consciousness returned to his body, he sprinted toward the door with unimaginable speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to close it. However, almost simultaneously, a melodious voice emerged from the black mist outside. Good child, are you closing the door so early today? Are you afraid of something? Lynn's expression froze in place. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Soon, from the depths of the darkness, emerged a woman of alluring grace, her smile beguiling, long wavy hair cascading behind her, her movements enchanting. It was the blood-clad specter he had encountered earlier. Arrived so swiftly, have you? A professional smile flickered across Lynn's face as he rubbed his temples, responding, Not at all. I simply feel unwell today and wish to close early to rest. The blood-clad specter glided closer, sensually biting her crimson lips, and remarked, I see. Such a pity, for I had intended to express my gratitude for the care you provided to my daughter. Ding. Crisis level, 79. Instinctively, Lynn took a step back, discreetly gripping the revolver hidden behind him, and replied with a smile, Oh, it was nothing. I merely did what I should. No thanks are necessary. Ding. You have triggered the quest, survive. Quest rewards, 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, special reward. 1 Lynn's heart raced. The blood-clad specter advanced gracefully, her gaze soft yet accompanied by an escalating sense of peril. Crisis level, 81. Crisis level, 85. Crisis level, 90. Just as she was about to reach Lynn, the distant shadows suddenly echoed with the rolling sound of approaching wheels. The creaking sound was exceedingly jarring. The blood-clad specter abruptly halted, its smile momentarily faltering. Gradually, an elderly woman, her face lined with age, appeared before Lynn's apothecary, smiling and greeting him. Young man, are you about to close? Lynn, seizing the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, responded cheerfully, Indeed, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I thought I might rest early. How was your scavenging today, grandmother? The scavenger chuckled. In my old age, no one pays attention to this old crone. However, thanks to the items you provided me today, I can forego scavenging for several days. He. Without further ado, Lynn earnestly stated, Do not mention it, grandmother. I have gathered some refuse today that you might find intriguing. Shall I present it to you now? Oh, the scavenger replied, her laughter warm, Then I thank you. Young man. Lynn swiftly returned to the apothecary and promptly retrieved the long hair of both the demon hunter and the black knight, placing them solemnly onto the scavenger's cart. Ding. You have given the scavenger 1 demon hunter's hair. Ding. You have given the scavenger 1 black knight's white hair. The scavenger was taken aback, her gaze fixated on Lynn with a complex expression. When I passed by the alley, those 2 outsiders were still fighting. The flashes were enough to hurt this old woman's eyes. Were they the ones who had their heads shaved by you? Lynn smiled. Indeed. They are both valued customers of mine. The scavenger paused for a moment before breaking into an admiring smile. Impressive. I never imagined that the outsiders recently seen in our Wandering Souls alley would have connections with you, young man. Truly remarkable. However, the old woman lamented, This time, I have nothing to offer you in return. Would you mind if I rested a while at your shop's entrance? Lynn hastily assisted the elderly woman, smiling warmly. I would be delighted, grandmother. Please sit as long as you wish. Ding. You have completed the task. The blood-clad specter has dispelled its malice towards you. You have received rewards. 200 skeleton coins, 200 basic experience, special reward. Curse Diagnosis Skill Book X1. Lynn maintained a smile on his face. Though his heart raced as he realized he had narrowly escaped death's door, he understood that the blood-clad specter had come to kill him. Had it not been for the timely arrival of this amiable old woman, he might have met his end today. Young man, who is this? The scavenger inquired, turning to gaze at the blood-clad specter in red, who was not far off. Lynn smiled broadly and replied, Oh, this is another one of my customers. A lovely lady who has recently moved in as a neighbor. She is exceptionally friendly. The blood-clad specter offered a faint smile, her eyes glinting with a cold light. She did not linger. Gently turning, she flicked her long hair and with a slight smile remarked, Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not intrude. However, I have prepared a delectable dinner this evening. I trust you wouldn't mind visiting my home at number 45? My daughter holds you in high regard. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Blood Feast Quest Branch 1. Accept the invitation of the bloodstained spirit and pay a visit. Quest Branch 2. Decline the invitation of the bloodstained spirit and survive the night. Quest Reward. 1,000 skeleton coins, 500 basic experience, special reward. 1. The corners of the bloodstained spirit's mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing writhing tendrils and menacing barbs within. Surely, you would not decline? She said softly. Chapter 36. Public execution. She crossed her arms and turned away, gracefully retreating into the darkness from whence she came. As the sound of her footsteps faded, Lynn exhaled deeply, his tension easing. Young man, the scavenger beside him smiled. You should return now, but be wary. Do not provoke any vengeful spirits, for they will cling to you eternally. Lynn quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. Regardless, I must thank you, old lady. Without your intervention, I would have been in grave danger. The scavenger chuckled as he staggered away with his cart, saying, had it not been for you last night, the soul alley would no longer exist. However, this old lady will only assist you this once. What follows is no longer her concern. Creaking and groaning, Lynn watched as the old woman disappeared into the swirling mist, his expression growing grave. He hurriedly returned to the apothecary. Glancing at the time, he raised an eyebrow, pondering, I can only hope my teacher returns tonight. If not, I may find myself in quite a predicament. Soon, the soul lanterns outside flickered ominously, dimming as night approached. Yet, there was still no sign of his teacher's return. Lynn paced restlessly, aware that the likelihood of his teacher returning that night was slim. Thus, he faced two choices, either accept the invitation or remain until dawn. However, given his current capabilities, enduring until morning seemed a formidable challenge. Furrowing his brow, he wasted no time and promptly spent 500 skeleton coins to access the vision realm, eager to gather intelligence. As soon as he opened the regional channel, a familiar nickname caught his eye. Regional channel, Burning Ghost. My queen, have you dealt with that human lad? Ethereal queen, the lad was fortunate. An enigmatic scavenger happened to pass by, and it seems he shares a peculiar bond with that old woman. I refrained from intervening. Skeleton mage, you surely aren't referring to the old hag with a skin-like visage, are you? If so, you must tread carefully. She is among the earliest inhabitants of our wandering souls alley. Many residents assert that she might be a remnant of a primordial monster, her power exceedingly formidable. Ethereal queen, quite intriguing. However, should a confrontation arise, I harbor no fear of her. Ethereal queen, this evening, I have already invited that young lad to my abode. If he graces me with his presence, a splendid spectacle awaits him. If he chooses not to come, well, I shall find my own amusement. Burning spirit, the queen is invincible. The subsequent comments are a chorus of flattery. Clearly, having recently taken residence here, she has swiftly established considerable authority in Wandering Souls Alley. Indeed, this is a world where power reigns supreme. Skeleton mage, your majesty, could he be observing us from the realm of vision, watching our conversation unfold? Ethereal queen, impossible. That fellow possesses weak abilities, insufficient to access the realm of vision. Even if he were, I find myself quite eager to confront him. Prepare yourselves for my battle report by tomorrow. Ethereal queen, human dog doctor, are you present? Are you there? Ethereal queen, you scoundrel who dares to discipline my daughter. Show yourself if you possess the courage. With a swift motion, Lynn promptly shut the regional channel, his eyes widening in alarm. They were brazenly plotting against him. No. Lynn immediately logged off, his expression grave. He squinted, ensuring his revolver, heart, and bone removal knife were all within reach, as they were his best means of defense thus far. Subsequently, he opened his panel. Skill, infectious aura, slightly enhances the success rate of persuasion. Curse diagnosis, allows the diagnosis of whether the target is afflicted by a curse. Lynn, a warrior with all attributes allocated to combat, yet lacking in practical skills, cannot face foes head-on. Cunning is essential. Lynn's expression hardened as he observed the soul lamp flickering dimly. Without further hesitation, he swiftly closed the door, grasping the dimming soul lamp, and for the first time stepped out of the apothecary. The light of the soul lamp dispelled the encroaching darkness. In the stillness of the night, he soon found himself standing before the door of number 45 Wandering Souls Alley. Raising his gaze, an aged and dilapidated house came into view, an overwhelming stench of blood and mildew assaulting his senses. This was the former establishment of the pig-headed demon, who had met his end just the day prior. Creak. With the lamp in hand, Lynn cautiously pushed open the weathered wooden door. Madam, I have come to pay a visit. Lynn called out. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, and the fetid scent of mildew wafted toward him. Lynn stepped inside with trepidation. In the shadows, he faintly discerned the sound of soft, squirming movements echoing through the gloom. The surroundings seemed to be suspended with something, emitting faint sounds of clashing chains. In the next moment, the candelabras on the walls ignited one by one, instantly illuminating the entire room. Lynn immediately beheld the disconcerting sight of numerous flayed and dried corpses dangling from chains. He could distinctly discern the grotesque expressions frozen on their faces. Clearly, Before the demise of the pig-headed demon, this place had been a bloody and merciless slaughterhouse. Lynn reached out and poked the face of a corpse hanging before him, dismissively shaking his head and pushing past it to proceed forward. In the next instant, he found himself at the center of the room, where a square table adorned with a blood-red tablecloth stood, flanked by 2 candelabras flickering with a gentle flame. Upon the table rested a pair of high-heeled shoes, contributing to the unsettling and incongruous atmosphere. "Madam, are you there?" Lynn shouted, yet received no reply. Blinking in surprise, he shrugged and took a seat in the chair seemingly prepared for him. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the second floor, countless viscous tendrils crawled noisily along the walls. The blood-drenched specter narrowed her eyes, fixating on a mirror emanating a soft glow, which reflected the scene from the first floor, her gaze filled with cold amusement. "Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor has arrived. Since you all wish to witness a public execution, today you shall be treated to a feast for the eyes." In the realm of the live broadcast, the image within the mirror materialized, and the audience had swelled to a staggering 541 viewers. "Blood doll, I feel uneasy. After all, he is the apprentice of the blood saw. If he is killed now, it will be terrifying when the blood saw returns. Burning ghost, does the queen fear such matters? That blood saw is a psychopathic killer, and his apprentice is merely a little psychopathic killer. A human being so brazenly thriving in our soul alley must pay the price. Skeleton demon, queen of the specters, how do you intend to execute him?" Before the mirror, the blood-drenched specter smirked coldly, tossing her long hair with a hint of mockery. "I shall not dispose of him so easily. If he is human, the most exquisite execution should first shatter his spirit. Do you not wish to witness the terror on his face? I believe it would be quite entertaining." She turned her gaze towards the corner, where a darling little child was sound asleep, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Had she not already discerned the mischief instigated by that human, she might have truly been deceived by that fellow. "Oh, poor daughter. You could have become a formidable and twisted hunter, yet now you can only exist as a cute and utterly useless little darling. All of this is the doing of that wretched individual." Suddenly turning her head, she fixed her gaze on the mirror and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the scene I have meticulously orchestrated. Prepare yourselves to witness his demise." In an instant, she tugged at a tentacle that hung down from above. A creaking sound echoed, as if something had been set in motion. Chapter 37. The blade pierced deeply. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Lynn yawned, reclining comfortably in his chair with his legs crossed, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Just then, an unexpected clanking of chains rang out from behind him. Lynn swiftly turned around and was taken aback to see the once dangling, desiccated corpses now standing motionless on the ground. A chilling and eerie aura enveloped him. Lynn widened his eyes, slowly adjusting his posture. A sudden noise made him whip around again, and he noticed that the skinless corpses had inexplicably drawn closer to him. "Haunted?" Lynn raised an eyebrow. This time, he did not turn back, but instead fixed his gaze on the grotesque figures, determining whether they would move. After a long pause, he blinked. In that fleeting moment, when Lynn opened his eyes once more, a skinless corpse had silently appeared before him, its horrifying visage mere inches from his face. Lynn stared, his body instinctively recoiling. On the second floor, the malevolent spirit in the blood-stained attire chuckled darkly, its eyes glinting with delight as it observed the petrified Lynn in the mirror, reveling in the moment. The various malevolent entities in the channel shared in the excitement. Truly, the Queen of Blood attire was unmatched in her ability to instill terror. Had they been in his position, they too would have been terrified. Indeed, the sudden resurrection of so many skinless kin would send chills down anyone's spine. Surely, he was too frightened to even blink now. A mere flutter of his eyelids could lead to a fatal bite to his neck. The spirits eagerly debated amongst themselves. Then they beheld the scene, Lynn cautiously leaning back, his eyes wide with trepidation. Slowly, he extended his hand, gingerly reaching towards the mouth of the skinless corpse. What was he intending to do? The spirits were momentarily baffled, sensing that he did not appear to be paralyzed by fear. With a sudden snap, Lynn swiftly pried a gold tooth from the corpse's mouth. Wiping it with a handkerchief, he blew on it lightly before stowing it away in his pocket. Blood-stained apparition, the burning ghost, the blood doll. In an instant, the previously vibrant regional channel fell into a profound silence. The expressions on everyone's faces were blank with confusion. Something was amiss. This seemed to conflict with their anticipated progression. What was he doing? A comment, bewildered, echoed in the regional channel. It was explained by one malevolent spirit that gold appeared to hold great value in the realm of humans, akin to the universal currency of skull coins. However, this explanation was utterly unconvincing. Skeleton mage, look. He moved. Is he finally attempting to escape? All the malevolent spirits immediately fixed their gaze intently on the screen. There, within the frame, Lynn slowly emerged from beneath the armless, skinless corpse, his eyes wide open and unblinking. He then circled around to the back of the grotesque figure. Drawing forth a bone knife from his waist, he plunged it in with a sharp thrust through one of the openings. Bloodstained apparition. Blood doll. Burning ghost. He thrust it in. He really did it. Upon witnessing this scene, all the dark beings observing in the regional channel felt a shiver run through them, their bodies tightening in fear. Each stab Lynn made echoed through the channel, sending tremors through the onlookers. They then witnessed the youth stab the skinless corpse multiple times before turning to face another. With a swift motion, he delivered a similar thrust to the same spot. The frenzy escalated. At this point, everyone in the regional channel lost their composure. With each thrust Lynn executed, they felt their own bodies tighten, as though he were piercing not mere puppets, but them instead. Something was wrong. This was utterly disconcerting. These puppets were incapable of intimidating him. He seemed emboldened with every strike. This was unbearable. I cannot endure such a spine-chilling spectacle. He showed no fear whatsoever, as Lynn set his sights on another target. The blood-stained apparition gritted its teeth and issued a command. Eliminate him. In an instant, the previously motionless skinless corpses began to stir ominously. One of the bodies suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying, hoarse wail toward Lynn. Yet, before it could fully express its anguish, Lynn's bone knife, still tainted with the remnants of his previous act, was driven through its mouth. And then, under the vacant stares of countless viewers in the regional channel, Lynn seemed to unleash a torrent of carnage. One stab after another, each blow executed with precision, flawlessly taking down one after the other, each thrust placed with cunning finesse. In a mere span of less than 3 minutes, dozens of faceless puppets were vanquished, lying defeated upon the ground. The regional channel fell into a profound silence. All the malevolent spirits stood in a stupor, transfixed by the striking silhouette of Lynn wielding a knife. Could this human truly be so formidable? He had dispatched them all with ease. Moreover, he appeared utterly unperturbed. Why? I find myself feeling a twinge of fear. In the very next moment, as the onlookers gaped in astonishment, they suddenly saw Lynn sprinting towards the exit. Instantly, a spark of realization ignited among the evil spirits. He intends to flee? Yet, scarcely had Lynn vanished from the screen for a few seconds when a cacophony of buzzing sounds erupted from outside the frame. What is that noise? One spirit pondered in bewilderment, and in the blink of an eye, Lynn burst back into view, brandishing a chainsaw in his hands, resembling a maniacal killer. Revving the chainsaw menacingly, the crowd gasped in disbelief. How dare you frighten me? Are you tired of living? Today, I shall chop you all up and feed you to my beloved pet. With that, amidst the overwhelming terror of the onlookers, Lynn revved the chainsaw and began to deliver a gruesome demise to the fallen puppets, a sight horrifying enough to make a child weep. In an instant, a series of grotesque and bloody images unfolded before the lens. Blood doll, screaming, I can't watch anymore. It's too terrifying. He doesn't even spare the corpses. Long-haired ghost, overwhelmed with fear, indeed. This is exactly how he operated yesterday. Burnt ghost. Clutching his head in terror, he is not a normal human being. Your Majesty, you cannot employ conventional methods against him. He is far more ruthless than his mentor when it comes to sawing through flesh. Within the regional channel, countless messages flooded the screen. Witnessing the audience on the brink of psychological trauma, the blood-clad spirit hastily shut off the footage, clenching his fists, exclaiming, This fellow. Chapter 38. I, too, wish to cooperate with you. On the first floor. Ding. The blood doll's attitude towards you has reached extreme terror. You have gained 100 experience points. Ding. The burnt ghost's attitude towards you has reached a state of psychological trauma. You have gained 150 experience points. Ding. The long-haired ghost's personality trait, timid, has been successfully altered to withdrawn. You have gained 200 experience points. And so forth. Ding. Your notoriety in Soul Alley has increased by 30. Lynn. He stood there, chainsaw in hand, bewildered, glancing around. Something feels amiss. All he had done was saw through some puppets. How had he suddenly amassed such a wealth of experience? And what of those familiar names? Could they all be in this very room? Lynn swiftly glanced around the room, meticulously searching with a chainsaw in hand, yet discovered nothing else of significance. How peculiar. He shrugged in bewilderment and proceeded to tidy up the scene. Nonchalantly, he settled into a chair and retrieved a small bottle of aged liquor from his pocket, pouring it into a goblet and savoring it with closed eyes. Within the regional channel, the myriad of dark entities gradually emerged from the terror of the recent scene, their eyes wide with astonishment. It is evident that this individual has been honed by experience. Observing his method of dismemberment, it is undoubtedly a result of years spent under the influence of that deranged mentor. This fellow shows no fear whatsoever. Indeed, it seems that shattering his composure is no simple task. The blood-clad specter narrowed her eyes and remarked, "So what? Regardless, he is merely a frail human. If he is unafraid of corporeal monsters, then I refuse to believe he is immune to the ethereal specters." With a decisive tug, she pulled on another drooping tentacle beside her. At that moment, as Lynn was immersed in his contemplative tasting of the wine, he suddenly sensed a chilling breeze brush past his ear, causing him to involuntarily shiver. The flames of the two candlesticks on the table flickered ominously. Lynn froze, setting down his goblet, and turned to survey the dim surroundings, perplexed. What on earth is going on? For reasons unknown, the atmosphere around him seemed to plunge into an icy chill. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the eyes in the portrait hanging on the wall, which appeared to have moved. Lynn swiftly turned to face that direction, crossing his arms as he strode towards the painting. He tilted his head to gaze at the depiction of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed nobleman. Why would there be a painting from the human world here? Lynn pondered curiously. However, he remained oblivious to the presence lurking in the darkness behind him, inching closer with stealthy intent. The candlelight flickered wildly, and at that moment, Lynn felt an inexplicable chill settle upon his shoulder, as if something had pressed down upon him. Instinctively, he turned his head to look at his shoulder. In an instant, their eyes met, his gaze locking onto the pallid, decaying visage of a female specter, her face grotesquely marred and bleeding from her orifices, mere inches away from him. The air fell into an eerie silence. Within the regional channel, the dark beings, one after another, held their breath, their eyes wide in anxious anticipation as they beheld this scene unfold. Indeed, this ethereal specter is the most terrifying of all. Were I to turn and behold such a scene, I fear I would be so frightened as to soil my trousers. Surely, the human psyche cannot be so robust as to remain unperturbed by such unexpected occurrences. Everyone held their breath, captivated by the unfolding tableau. In that fleeting moment of silence, they suddenly witnessed Lynn winking at the ghostly visage perched upon his shoulder. The crowd was left bewildered. The ghastly face seemed momentarily taken aback, sensing that the human before it exhibited no trace of fear regarding its presence. Lynn closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and sighed, "Spare your efforts. Are you one of those performers conjured by that lady to frighten me? Tell her to refrain from such frivolities. As a guest, I find this treatment quite distressing." The ghostly visage paused for a moment, then widened its eyes in shock, opening its mouth to emit a chilling scream directed at Lynn. In a swift motion, Lynn delivered a resounding slap to the ghost's face with the back of his hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The ghost, taken aback by the sudden blow, reverted to its original stunned expression. Lynn shook his hand and, with his eyes still closed, remarked, "Why open your mouth so wide?" The area channel buzzed with confusion. Wait, something is amiss. Is that not an elusive specter? How could he have slapped it so soundly? Can he truly make contact with a ghost? Questions swirled in the air. In the scene, after delivering the slap that returned the ghost to its stunned state, Lynn gently reached out, grasping the ghost's hair, and turned to fix his gaze upon a headless, translucent figure a mere few meters behind him. With kindness, Lynn placed the ghost's head upon the spectral body. There, he cooed. "Let us not have your head bouncing about, nor shall we terrify others. How lovely it would be to simply be a quiet girl. Why emulate others in scaring people?" He tenderly brushed aside the decaying locks from the ghost's cheek. The specter, gazing at him in bewilderment, could no longer contain its curiosity. "How did you manage to touch me?" Lynn responded with a warm smile, producing an empty potion vial from his pocket. "I am an alchemist, frequently in contact with malevolent spirits. If you do not regularly imbibe potions that allow you to interact with the supernatural, how could you possibly assist in surgical matters?" The ghost looked perplexed. Lynn, with charming grace, lifted her hand and, with a gentlemanly smile, inquired, "My dear, what is your name? May I have the pleasure of knowing you?" This unexpected and charming inquiry rendered the entire area channel silent, as all present stared, entranced by the scene unfolding before them. There is an unsettling sensation that events are gradually unfolding in a peculiar direction. Something feels amiss. Indeed, it is profoundly disconcerting. Within the scene, the female specter appeared utterly flustered, suddenly recalling her mistress's instructions. In a state of frantic disarray, she contorted her face, striving to create a terrifying tableau. In an instant, her visage split down the middle. With a sickening sound, 2 eyeballs plopped from their sockets onto the ground. A fleeting silence ensued. Lynn offered no response. The ghost remained rigid, frozen in her fearsome pose. An excruciatingly awkward atmosphere permeated the surroundings. "Aren't you afraid?" she finally blurted out, her voice laced with a dazed incredulity. This sensation resembled that of a comedian desperately delivering punchlines to an audience that remained stone-faced, devoid of any inclination to engage. Such a scenario was undeniably awkward. Lynn cleared his throat and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "This method of fright has already been employed by your lady. While I would love to play along, I fear it would not yield the desired effect." The specter, Lynn compassionately retrieved her fallen eyeballs and pressed them back into place. Chapter 39. A Lesson Unlearned. He then assisted her in reassembling her face, exhibiting qualities of a considerate gentleman. Lynn leaned in with a blend of gentleness and mischief, gradually seizing her wrist with a firm yet tender grip, a soft smile curving his lips as he spoke. In truth, instilling fear is an art form, particularly for those with strong psychological fortitude. The terrifying sights they witness may not shatter their resolve. You must elevate your approach. Allow them to witness the horrifying events transpiring within themselves to truly instill fear. For instance, Lynn smiled tenderly, holding her wrist, gradually drawing her into his embrace. A series of sickening sounds emanated from his clothing. A torrent of crimson soon stained his chest. Did you feel something pulsating? Perhaps it bore a hint of warmth? Is blood flowing? Indeed, just as you surmised, what you now grasp is my heart. In the broadcast, everyone held their breath, gasping at the sight of blood gushing from his chest. They gazed at his gentle smile. A profound and indescribable wave of dread and dissonance surged within their hearts. Meanwhile, in the scene, Lynn maintained a soft expression, inching closer to the ghost, who was now trembling, a flicker of fear unmistakably surfacing in her eyes. Lynn whispered softly in her ear, "This is how it works. You must gradually tighten your grip around the target's heart, instilling within them the palpable dread of having their heart ensnared. Then, you must ensure they witness the extraction of their heart from their own chest." The specter trembled as it fixated on the hand that reached into its embrace. Gradually, Lynn's wrist was grasped, and she slowly withdrew her hand from its hold, revealing a vibrant scarlet heart that pulsated with life, trembling in her grip and drenched in blood. Lynn continued to murmur in her ear, "Once you have compelled them to watch as you extract their heart piece by piece, the target's psyche will be stretched to its utmost limits." The specter quivered, its tension palpable. Everyone in the regional channel held their breath, their hearts lodged firmly in their throats. Lynn spoke softly, "At this moment, all you need to do is..." Suddenly, Lynn opened her mouth wide, her eyes widening, her hands shifting to a clawing position, and she emitted a high-pitched scream. In an instant, the specter was thrown into a frenzy, its face contorted with sheer terror, utterly shattered by Lynn's abrupt outburst. "Ah!" The specter clutched its head, shrieking in horror. Within the regional channel, the audience, previously on high alert, were startled into a state of chaos by Lynn's unexpected scream. "Ah!" The entire regional channel erupted in pandemonium, as cries of fear echoed through every corner of Soul Alley. Almost simultaneously, I'm done. I want to go home. Mommy, someone is scaring me. I can't watch anymore." The channel was filled with the cacophony of terrified wails. In the midst of this, Lynn could not contain her laughter, bursting into hearty guffaws, clutching her stomach, tears streaming down her face. She retrieved the heart of the faceless demon from the quivering specter in the corner, gave it a gentle blow, and then tucked it away. Flashing a thumbs up at her, she smiled. "What do you think? Was the effect not splendid? This is the way. You first tighten the target's mental state, then suddenly unleash terrifying sounds and images to shatter their composure, achieving an utterly unexpected impact. Have you learned?" The specter, curled in the corner and trembling, stammered, I've learned. Please don't come any closer." Woe is me. Notification. The blood doll's attitude towards you has shifted from fear to extreme fear. You have gained 200 base experience. Notification. The skeleton's personality trait, brave, has been transformed into sensitive. You have gained 300 base experience. Notification. The long-haired ghost's personality trait, introverted, has been converted to extremely introverted. You have gained 300 base experience. Lynn? Lynn listened to the series of system prompts echoing in his ears, utterly perplexed. This was not the first occurrence of such an event. In an instant, he halted, for the system had informed him that he had encountered all these residents of the Soul Town within the area channel of his vision. Could it be that his current situation here was being broadcast in real time to the area channel? How utterly ridiculous. Lynn's gaze began to wander hesitantly. Meanwhile, in the area channel, various discussions had already erupted. Blood Doll, screaming, "My queen, the evil spirit queen. I believe this live stream should come to an end. This fellow is far from being a normal person who can easily crumble. Skeleton Mage, he hasn't crumbled. It seems we are the ones who might break first. Burnt Ghost, my queen, your mate has already been frightened to tears by him. It appears he has honed his skills in this area." The blood-clothed evil spirit gritted her teeth, her fists clenching tightly. Though she understood that this fellow was tough and far from ordinary, she never anticipated he would be this resilient. It appeared that she would have to take matters into her own hands. Otherwise, she would lose significant face in front of these little ghosts in Soul Alley today. With a bang, she slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth as she declared, "The live stream ends here. I shall descend and eliminate him. You can await my good news tomorrow." Then she abruptly stood, preparing to sever the gaze from the mirror. However, as her eyes fell upon the mirror, she instinctively shuddered. This fellow, in the frame? Lynn had evidently discovered the source of the spying. At that moment, he stood on a small stool, curiously peering into the lens with one eye. The camera shifted, indicating that the object of scrutiny had been removed by Lynn. After examining it closely, he solemnly stuffed it into his pocket. Chapter 40. Marriage and Children. Blood-clothed evil spirit, grinding teeth. Blood Doll, my queen, it's up to you. The doll suggests we charge in, seize his neck, give him a beating, and then take his head. Skeleton Mage, exactly. Don't give him a chance to speak. Just snap him away to eliminate future threats. Long-haired Ghost, wouldn't that be a bit impolite? Everyone. Long-haired Ghost, well, I was merely speaking casually. Evil Spirit Queen, do not worry. By this time tomorrow, his head shall rest in the corner of my home, serving as my daughter's chamber pot. Having uttered these words, the blood-soaked specter swiftly closed the viewing mirror, squinting her eyes. With a rustling sound, tendrils erupted from her body, and gritting her teeth, her form dissolved into a pool of crimson liquid that seeped into the floor, cascading downwards. In an instant, the candle flames on the first floor began to flicker ominously. Simultaneously, drops of viscous blood plummeted from the ceiling, splattering onto the ground. In a heartbeat, this thick blood began to coalesce, transforming into the visage of the blood-soaked specter, her face marred with cracks. She looked around frantically. However, apart from her trembling, ghostly servant cowering in the corner, there was no trace of Lynn. Where is that little rascal? The blood-soaked specter ground her teeth in frustration, her gaze fixating on her ghostly servant. The specter pointed vacantly towards the wooden door leading to the corridor, saying, "My lady, he mentioned he was growing a bit impatient and decided to seek you out personally. He has just opened the door to the backyard." That wretched boy. The blood-soaked specter gritted her teeth and transformed into a twisted, screeching demon, charging towards the door. She dashed into the backyard, swiftly searching through several rooms, yet found no sign of Lynn. Just then, her gaze caught a fleeting shadow at the window of the attic on the second floor. Her pupils dilated in shock. This scoundrel has ventured into my private chamber? The blood-soaked specter was consumed by rage. In the next moment, she leapt dramatically, landing at the window and flinging it open with a whoosh. What she beheld next shattered her composure. Inside the bedroom on the second floor, Lynn stood before the bed, cradling the wide-eyed, awakened child, affectionately tugging at her little ears. Wearing a look of delight, the blood-soaked specter was taken aback. "Release my daughter." With a piercing shriek, the specter, furious, unleashed her tendrils, surrounding Lynn like ice daggers. Aiming directly at him, Lynn, suddenly alert, met the furious woman's gaze, adjusting his monocle with a smile, and remarked, "Madam, this is hardly the way to treat a guest. You mentioned inviting me for dinner, yet all I encountered downstairs was a fright. I did not even catch a glimpse of you." He lifted the child and sighed. "This is quite disheartening." The blood-soaked specter scoffed coldly, saying, "Do not feign virtue before me. I am fully aware of what you have done to my daughter. What is your game? Do you still wish to deceive me with those daytime words? Clearly, it is you who has meddled with my daughter. Yet you claim it is a manifestation of my inner goodness and beauty. I truly wish I could tear your mouth apart right now." Lynn is aware that in such matters, you must not indulge her. Otherwise, No amount of excuses will suffice to clarify your position. Lynn adjusted his monocle and calmly stated, Madam, regardless of what you believe you know, I assure you that I have not uttered a single falsehood to you. Should I harbor even the slightest intention to deceive, may I be struck by divine retribution. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, striking the yard. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lynn remarked, Well, you saw it too. For some inexplicable reason, the lightning did not strike me. Thus, this sufficiently attests to the credibility of my words, don't you think? The blood-clad spirit sneered, an expression that seemed to say, I shall quietly observe you in your pretense. With a deep breath, Lynn decided to drop the facade and lay his cards on the table. He plopped down on the bed, cradling the adorable child, and with a sigh, he shook his head, saying, All right, I admit it was I who caused this. But you must understand, I harbor no malice whatsoever. Moreover, when your daughter was just born, her face was so grotesque, not only covered in pus, but also oozing as well. As a doctor with a sense of justice, I sighed in resignation, saying, if I did not intervene. When that pig-headed demon returns to claim the ghostly child birthed from her, how could I point to the pus-covered infant and say, This is your child? It looks too horrendous. The blood-clad spirit sneered again, saying, Fabricate. Keep weaving your tale. I wonder how long you can sustain it. With a crisis level of 87 and then 97, Lynn instantaneously surrendered, exclaiming, Fine, there are other reasons, and this time I speak the truth. Speak. First, Lynn closed his eyes and raised a finger. I fear for my life. I dread that when your child is utterly ruined, I might be the first to perish, given that it is a malevolent spirit. The blood-clad spirit mocked. That excuse seems somewhat reasonable. Second, Lynn raised his head and closed his eyes again. I wished to test my capabilities. To see if I could mold a child that met my aesthetic standards, hence I borrowed your child to gain some experience. The blood-clad spirit ground its teeth in a menacing manner, and the third, Lynn, feeling uneasy, replied, Of course. I also held a faint hope that the pig-headed demon might not come to claim her, pondering whether I could perhaps shape a lovely girl, whom I could raise and eventually marry and have children with. The adorable child in Yada's arms caused the blood-clad spirit to become petrified, standing in stunned silence. Lynn, with a twinkle in his eye and adjusting his monocle, cheerfully quipped, Just kidding. How could I, Lynn, entertain such sordid thoughts? I merely wish to create a more aesthetically pleasing doll, something visually delightful. Do you find it amusing? The blood-stained spirit snarled, its teeth grinding together. Lynn shook her head and closed her eyes, stating, It is not amusing. The blood-stained spirit, nearly laughing in anger, retorted, I find it quite humorous. Shall I tear your mouth apart now, so you can laugh to your heart's content? What do you think? A calm smile appeared on Lynn's face as she replied, Madam. I believe it would be best for us to sit down and have a proper discussion. If you truly wish to eliminate me, I acknowledge that I am no match for you, but it is crucial to distinguish between the significant and the trivial. Chapter 41. I am surrounded by a host of protectors. The bloodstained spirit let out a cold laugh, sharp barbs sprouting from its tendrils, and said, Oh, is that so? Lynn maintained her composure and replied, First and foremost, I am a compassionate doctor. Likewise, I have many caring patients and clients. If I were to perish, they would be heartbroken at my absence. For instance, those two bald men outside, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, are my loyal patrons and friends. The bloodstained spirit narrowed its eyes and sneered, Really? Are you referring to that demon hunter and the Black Knight? Do you think I would believe you? Before it could finish speaking, a click echoed as a safety was disengaged. Lynn slowly drew a silver revolver from her coat, smiling as she aimed it at the ceiling and said, You should recognize this firearm, yes? The bloodstained spirit was taken aback, its gaze sharpening as it exclaimed, That demon hunter's revolver. It was well acquainted with that ostentatious demon hunter, who cherished the two revolvers he had brought from the upper world, always keeping them close. How could that gun be in her possession? Lynn, still smiling as she held the weapon, said, He is my kin, a beloved uncle of sorts. This gun was entrusted to me for protection. Should I find myself in peril and fire a shot, he will immediately come to my aid. He is just outside the alley, and it will not take him long to arrive. Achoo! Outside the alley, one of the bald men sneezed violently. The bloodstained spirit squinted, malice flickering in its eyes. Lynn smiled as she tucked the gun away, then produced a fine, coiled strand of hair from her pocket. What is this? The bloodstained spirit asked icily. Lynn's lips curved into a smirk as she replied, This is a token left to me by my Black Knight uncle. It is the longest and culliest strand of his chest hair. My Black Knight uncle assured me that if I were to give it a gentle flick, he would sense it and come to my aid. If you doubt me, we could put it to the test. The bloodstained spirit's expression turned to one of utter disbelief as it stammered, "Chest hair?" Lynn adjusted his monocle, calmly smiling as he remarked, "Indeed. You should be able to sense the aura surrounding this matter. Today, my uncle visited and requested a haircut, leaving me this token while cautioning that my fate may be ominous. It appears my uncle's words hold truth." The blood garment evil spirit opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Strangely, she found herself unable to refute his claims. Furthermore, knowing him as she did, it was evident that my Black Knight uncle, a man so particular about his appearance, would not hesitate to eliminate anyone daring enough to give him a bald cut. Lynn's lips curled slightly as he continued. "Consider this. Why have I remained unscathed? Can you not perceive the profound bond we share?" Achoo! Outside the alley, another bald man sneezed, equally bewildered. The blood garment evil spirit's face was etched with astonishment. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty, for he was indeed correct. She had previously encountered that madman, and the Black Knight was as flamboyant as the demon hunter. How could such a person remain indifferent to having his head shaved? In an instant, her mind conjured the image of the long, disheveled hair that the human lad had given to the scavenger not long ago. Could it be? The blood garment evil spirit's expression turned grave. Indeed, the fact that this human lad could operate a shop in this monstrous dark world suggested that there were significant connections at play. It was no wonder he exhibited such audacity. However, she frowned, retorting, "Do not deceive me. Do you think I am unaware that these two share a centuries-old rivalry? If their bond were truly extraordinary, why would they always be at each other's throats?" Lynn smirked slightly, saying, "Madam, do you truly lack such discernment? Can you not see?" He narrowed his eyes, stating profoundly, "Are these two not entangled in a love-hate relationship?" Achoo! Achoo! Outside, the demon hunter and the Black Knight sneezed simultaneously. The demon hunter pointed an accusing finger at the Black Knight, exclaiming in frustration, "I knew it was you slandering me in your heart. You're in for it now." The Black Knight, gritting his teeth and with eyes ablaze, pointed back at the demon hunter, retorting, "Spare me your nonsense. It is you who has been maligning and mocking me. I swear I will make you regret it today." In an instant, the two, both bald, found themselves once again embroiled in a fierce brawl. In the room, the blood garment evil spirit furrowed her brow tightly, fixating on Lynn, hesitating to act. Although she sensed that his words were laced with deception, the chest hair and revolver he possessed indeed hinted at an extraordinary relationship with those two. Lynn smiled faintly, resting his elbows on the table and cupping his chin, his demeanor tranquil yet resolute. "As for those two, I shan't speak of them. Then there's my teacher. You need only inquire a little, and you will understand. As a formidable presence within the ghost alley, he has wielded a chainsaw against countless souls. Do you truly believe he would allow his cherished apprentice to perish?" He stretched his neck and loosened his collar, continuing, "Moreover, the old woman in Ghost Alley holds me in great affection, treating me as her own grandson. I have the duty to care for her in her twilight years. Imagine the sorrow that would befall her should her clever and dutiful grandson meet an untimely end." The blood-clad spirit clenched her teeth, watching as Lynn grew increasingly animated in his speech. Unbeknownst to her, a fierce impulse to strike him down surged within her. "Ah, and speaking of which," Lynn's tone shifted as he smiled gently, retrieving a small, translucent object resembling white jade from his pocket. "What do you think this is?" The blood-clad spirit's gaze fixed instantly upon the shard in his hand, and her expression shifted dramatically. From this diminutive white object, she sensed an ineffable, primal aura. "What is this?" Lynn's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "It seems, dear lady, you are familiar with the infamous abyssal bounty hunter, are you not?" The blood-clad spirit trembled, instinctively taking a step back, her eyes locked onto Lynn with intensity. The abyssal bounty hunter. As a creature of the dark realm, she was acutely aware of its terrifying nature. It was a creature of profound origins that roamed the shadows, devouring countless beings and their flesh wherever it appeared. Even the most formidable sovereigns of the dark world dared not approach such an entity. As misfortune would have it, just yesterday, numerous gathering spots for dark beings near Ghost Alley were thoroughly consumed by those very hunters. She had barely escaped the clutches of one such hunter the previous night. Could it be? Lynn adjusted his monocle with a knowing smile, implying, "It seems you are aware. Now can you guess why?" Amidst the countless souls that perished around Ghost Alley, only it managed to evade this calamity? Chapter 42. Sustained strategy. The blood-clad spirit gazed in shock at the white jade-like object in his hand, exclaiming, This is impossible. Lynn rose with a gentle smile, declaring, Unfortunately for you, I happen to be the favored personal dentist of that bounty hunter. Just last night, she visited me for a dental checkup, and she is now an honorary member of my establishment, taking exceptional care of my business. The brain of the blood-clad, evil spirit resonated with a thunderous sound, plunging into a void of emptiness, while she held a considerable wariness towards the earlier remarks he made. If it came down to action, she would not genuinely fear anyone. After all, in the dark underbelly of society, how many truly timid souls linger? However, when confronted by a being of primordial origin, she would have to weigh her options carefully. For creatures of such caliber, should one provoke their ire, they possess myriad means to locate you, rendering any attempt to escape to the upper echelons of existence futile. There was once a lord of the dark world who offended a primordial beast, and within a mere day, every living being in his territory was ruthlessly slaughtered. He himself ended up in a position where no one dared to offer him refuge, ultimately hunted down to his demise by that very creature. Little did she know, this seemingly frail human boy had such profound connections. Lynn gazed at her somewhat pallid face, smiling as he cradled the adorable child, and said, Madam, one must not judge by appearances. Although my strength is admittedly limited, possessing commendable relationships is a manifestation of another kind of power. Moreover, there is truly no need for you to direct your anger towards me. Rising to his feet, Lynn gently patted her tendril, adding, After all, we are neighbors. Should we not show mutual care and support for one another, finding warmth and unity? Furthermore, you are such a beautiful and mature elder sister. The blood-clad, evil spirit's eyes flickered as she ground her teeth. She immediately discerned that this individual was employing both soft and hard tactics. Delivering a stick followed by a sweet date, a truly nefarious act. Yet, indeed, she found herself hesitant to strike, setting aside the truthfulness of his words. The piece of tooth bearing the aura of a primordial being he presented was enough to make her reconsider. For if it were indeed genuine, she would be inviting catastrophe upon herself. However, I truly wish to eliminate this human boy, she cried out in frustration, her flailing tendrils striking the nearby walls in a furious display of her anger and discontent. Breathless, she clenched her teeth and sank to the floor, the sound of grinding teeth resonating sharply. This feeling of pent-up rage with no outlet was immensely stifling for her. Madam, please calm down, Lynn said soothingly while holding the adorable child. What I spoke to you earlier was partly fabricated, yet not entirely a ruse. While the notions of truth, goodness, and beauty may seem far-fetched, I have indeed perceived certain qualities in you that other evil spirits lack. The blood-clad, evil spirit ground her teeth once more, retorting, Do not think you can deceive me again, you wretched little creature. The words that escaped from his lips made her swear she believed not a single one. Were it not for the inscrutable nature of this individual, she would have been inclined to eliminate him on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Lynn composed himself and smiled, saying, I assure you, dear lady, I am not deceiving you. You must concede that you have a fondness for beauty, do you not? The blood-clad specter was momentarily taken aback. Lynn rose to his feet, cradling the adorable child in his arms, and gazed around with a smile, remarking, Your room is exquisite, in stark contrast to those grim and repulsive chambers below. Clearly, you have taken great care in decorating your bedroom. Every detail, from the walls to the bed and furnishings, provides a refreshing aesthetic that is not typical of other specters. He then turned, his gaze softening as he looked at the humble vase on the windowsill, which held a single white flower. I have encountered this flower before. It is the night lily, a rare non-toxic bloom in the dark realm. While not particularly scarce, do you not find it odd for a specter's chamber to harbor such flora? Moreover, it appears to be thriving. On the windowsill, the crystalline white flower shimmered gently, its beauty captivating. The blood-clad specter stared at the flower in a trance, then suddenly trembled, angrily pointing at Lynn, exclaiming, Do not condescend to me. That is merely. Lynn's lips curled into a subtle smile as he held the child closer, saying, I am curious to inquire. If you truly find your child's current appearance distasteful, then may I ask, what of the delightful dress and vest that adorn her? How do you account for that? Upon hearing this, the blood-clad specter's eyes darted away in panic, stammering, That was only. The child's pink dress appeared particularly charming in the mirror, a striking contrast to the filthy and chaotic world outside. It was evident that it bore no trace of dirt and was newly crafted, with fresh threads still visible. Enough, Lynn interjected. There is no need for denial. It is clear to see. Deep down, you find your child quite adorable, do you not? Surely, in moments of solitude, you have felt the urge to shower her with affection? The blood-clad specter's face flushed a deep crimson, leaving her speechless with indignation. Yet, she could not escape the truth. What he said was indeed accurate. In contrast to the previously distorted and corrupted offspring, she indeed preferred the relatively normal and endearing child before her. However, hearing this declaration made by the young man in her presence left her feeling profoundly unsettled. With a gentle expression, Lynn spoke softly, "Madam, I have always believed that a person who cherishes the pursuit of beauty must possess a beautiful heart. This alone distinguishes you from the other malevolent spirits." He continued, "I am convinced that even in the realm of humanity, you would be a remarkably beloved young lady." As Lynn's voice grew increasingly soothing, she struggled to remind herself that she should not believe every word that escaped the lips of this human boy. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart raced with an unbidden intensity. She bit her lip, her gaze flickering towards the wall beside her. Nevertheless, Lynn's words echoed relentlessly in her mind, for they had undeniably touched the most tender part of her being, as a will that had resurrected in this dark world after perishing in the human realm. She had endeavored to adapt to her new surroundings. Yet, she could not erase the memories of her former life. Thoughts plagued her. What if she had not died? What if she were still that girl in the human world? Would she not have a family of her own by now? Would she not be watching her daughter grow, marry, and have children? Yet, each time she gazed into a mirror and beheld her distorted visage, that horrific reflection incessantly reminded her, "You are dead. You are merely a twisted malevolent spirit. A demon." Ding. Task triggered. Resolve the grievances of the blood-clad malevolent spirit. Current progress, 11. First stage task reward, 500 skeletal coins. 500 basic experience, special reward, 1. Chapter 43. The curse has been cleared. A notification resonated in Lynn's mind, prompting him to regain his composure. He observed the blood-clad malevolent spirit before him, clearly lost in thought. He could feel that his words had breached her defenses, and if he could find the right breakthrough, he could entirely dissolve her animosity towards him. Lynn's mind raced, and at last, his gaze settled upon her grotesque visage, marred by writhing tendrils and barbed protrusions. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Indeed, this was the breakthrough he sought. The most effective way to penetrate the defenses of a spirit who yearned for beauty was to liberate her from her current distorted form. Regardless of the circumstances, such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Desperate measures were called for. Lynn immediately regained his composure, adjusted his monocle, and spoke gently. "Madam, I believe you too must find your current appearance rather unappealing, do you not? If you are willing, I may possess the means to restore your true human form." Upon hearing this, the bloodied spirit was struck as if by a thunderclap, her mind reeling. She instinctively lifted her gaze, astonished, to meet Lynn's eyes. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. Yet, she quickly reverted to her cold, mocking demeanor, replying ominously, "You? Do not jest. Do not think that because you have shaped my daughter, you possess any true skill. It is merely because my daughter remains in her juvenile stage, her curse yet to fully manifest. I dare say you have never encountered the true form of a malevolent spirit." In an instant, a cacophony of cracking bones and twisting flesh erupted. Her body began to fracture and swell, as her once graceful figure sprouted putrid hands, oozing thick, foul-smelling flesh. Before Lynn's very eyes, the bloodied spirit expanded and contorted into an indescribable monstrosity. Countless faces emerged upon her form, each brimming with malice, resembling a horrific amalgamation, as if the bodies of numerous individuals had been ground together and forcibly reassembled. Lynn was assailed by a chorus of raspy, venomous whispers. "This is my true essence. Do you still believe yourself assured in your approach?" Drip, drip. A foul, viscous substance fell to the ground, while the twisted neck resembling a serpent bore the woman's head. Malevolent and sneering, hovering menacingly before Lynn. The adorable child in Lynn's arms was so frightened that he began to cry. Lynn stood transfixed before the indescribable creature, momentarily rendered speechless. The bloodied spirit sneered viciously. "The curse, the agony, the resentment. These are what have transformed me into this. Do you truly think that with the scalpel in your hand, you can dissolve it?" The mocking, frigid voice reverberated in Lynn's ears. "Danger level 80. Danger level 99. Warning. Warning. The threat level posed by the target is approaching 100. However, at that moment, Lynn swiftly composed himself, betraying no hint of panic. He had keenly grasped the pivotal word in her earlier statement. Curse. If this indeed was the source of her current form, then I have a solution, Lynn asserted calmly. The bloodied spirit's expression faltered in surprise. Lynn fixed his gaze upon her, extending his hand to gently touch her sinuous neck, reminiscent of a serpent. In an instant, he activated his curse diagnostic ability. Ding. Target curse diagnosis in progress. Ding. Target curse diagnosis completed. Malevolent spirit curse, formed from the myriad grievances of souls after death. The more resentful spirits and living beings the target has consumed, the more intense the curse becomes, distorting the target's form, classifying it as an exceedingly advanced curse. Almost simultaneously with the diagnosis, Lynn abruptly lifted his head and declared, "Activate the limited-time curse removal ability." Ding. Limited-time curse removal ability has been applied to Demon Hunter Revolver. Would you like to switch targets? Yes. A hum resonated in the air. At that very moment, the blood-clad malevolent spirit widened her eyes in sheer astonishment. She immediately witnessed the light emanating from Lynn's hand, which was poised on her neck. The radiant glow swiftly flowed into her body like gentle tendrils, and she felt the curse within her slowly begin to peel away under the influence of the luminescence. Shocked and alarmed, her expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. Before her eyes, countless twisted black threads screamed as they were gradually extricated from her form by the brilliant light. Her pupils dilated, as if all vitality had been drained from her. She experienced the curse's detachment, the pain and distortion receding further away from her. A cry of agony escaped her lips, echoing into the void. In the next moment, her shattered and contorted body began to dissolve within the luminous veil, revealing a pale and elongated figure atop the sanguine-stained ground. Ding. Curse extraction successful. Limited time curse removal ability entering cooldown. Current cooldown time, 12 hours. Ding. Curse removal experience gained, 1 ding. Curse removal experience gained, 1, as the radiant glow gradually dissipated. A dark and sinister rune materialized upon the palm of Lynn's hand. This was the malevolent spirit's curse he had successfully extracted. With the light fading, his vision cleared, and his gaze fell upon the pristine figure lying amidst the bloodied floor, her long, cascading hair resembling a waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful. The curse has been temporarily lifted, Lynn remarked with a serene smile, his expression unchanged. On the floor, the blood-clad malevolent spirit sat there in a daze. Slowly, she began to rise. Her elongated hands reflected in her eyes as she turned to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. For a fleeting moment, her mind became a blank canvas. "This is impossible," she murmured, trembling as she extended her hand to rest against her cheek. She felt it. This was her body. No longer the facade constructed from flesh and blood, but her true essence. The hollow void within her, the malevolent curse that had tormented her for centuries, vanished as if it had never existed. "What have you done to me?" she whispered, as if trapped in a dream. Lynn smiled, cradling the child in his arms. "I already informed you. I have purged the malevolent curse from your being. Do you still doubt my words, my lady?" Lynn feigned an air of confidence. The specter in blood-stained garments gazed in disbelief at her reflection in the mirror. The flawless visage before her made her feel as though she had awakened from a dreadful nightmare. You truly," she stammered, incredulity washing over her as she slowly rose from the ground. The curse that had plagued her for centuries had indeed been lifted by this young humaness' hands. So effortlessly. Chapter 44. "So, what do you think I am worth?" She grasped her hair tightly, eyes shut, releasing a cacophony of uncontrollable, ecstatic cries. Her words tumbled forth in a disordered stream. She struggled to articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Lynn, wide-eyed, stood rooted to the spot, watching the woman who now resembled someone in a fit of madness. "System, has the curse truly been lifted?" "Yes," came the reply. "Yet why do I feel she seems even more unhinged than before?" After a prolonged outburst of incoherent shouting, the specter slumped to the ground, dazed, covering her face with her hands. "I apologize. Could you please step outside? I need a moment to collect myself. My emotions are in turmoil." Lynn nodded, understanding her plight. He swiftly embraced the child and hurriedly exited through the door. Once Lynn departed, the specter remained seated on the floor, entranced by the exquisite reflection of herself in the mirror. "Ding. You have completed the first phase of the task, the grievance of the bloodstained specter. You have earned 500 skull coins, 500 basic experience points, and a special reward, Soul Lantern of the Malevolent Spirit X1. Ding. The bloodstained specter's affinity towards you has increased by 10. Ding. The bloodstained specter's affinity towards you has increased by 10. Downstairs, at the table, Lynn fidgeted anxiously, cradling the child, as tingling sensations coursed through his scalp. He had been waiting for nearly half an hour since the task completion notification. Every minute thereafter, he was greeted by the sound of affinity 10. Just minutes ago, his affinity had surpassed the threshold of 300. However, he remained oblivious to the profound psychological transformations that the bloodstained specter had undergone upstairs. Nonetheless, with such an abundance of goodwill, he was certain that he would navigate this night unscathed. Surely, she would not attempt to harm him again, he pondered. Although the journey had been fraught with twists and turns, the ultimate outcome appeared to be steering towards a favorable resolution. Once he survived this evening and his teacher returned the following day, he would no longer have to live in constant trepidation. After all, his teacher's prowess was undeniably exceptional. At that moment, a pale hand gently pushed open the door, and a sweet, sultry voice floated forth. "Thank you for your patience." Lynn immediately lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Under the dim candlelight, he beheld a woman clad in a crimson dress, her wavy hair cascading elegantly, and her face adorned with the soft blush characteristic of a mature woman as she gracefully stepped into the room. At the sight of her, Lynn couldn't help but admire her. Having shed her previous guise, she now emanated an exquisite and authentic beauty. As Lynn watched, the bloodstained specter, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush, seated herself across from him. Contrary to her earlier demeanor, which was rife with biting sarcasm, she now bore an uncanny resemblance to a gentle, alluring neighbor. "I apologize," she said, bowing her head and covering her burning cheeks. "I am truly ashamed of my prior disrespectful behavior, and I cannot believe I harbored such malevolence towards you for a time. I feel utterly humiliated." Lynn couldn't help but mentally scoff at the transformation. "It's quite all right," he replied, clearing his throat. "As neighbors, should we not strive for harmony and mutual understanding?" Ding. The bloodstained specter's affection for you has increased by 20. Ding. The bloodstained specter's affection for you has increased by 20. This was troubling. The specter's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red as she responded. "While I appreciate your words, I still feel immense guilt. Furthermore, I never anticipated that you would truly be able to dispel the curse that plagued me." At this point, Lynn raised a finger earnestly and stated, "I have merely provided temporary relief from the curse. You must grasp this. It is not a permanent solution. The curse can only be lifted for approximately 24 hours. If it is not addressed again within that time frame, you will revert to your original state." Lynn felt compelled to ensure she understood this. As a physician, he adhered to the principle of integrity. Moreover, it was crucial to clarify this in advance. Should she revert the next day without prior warning, she might feel deceived and retaliate against him. The blood-clad malevolent spirit was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it truly only 24 hours? To be candid, after being liberated from the torment of the malevolent curse, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation in this half hour. The mere thought of the agonizing centuries she had endured sent shivers down her spine, rendering her utterly disinclined to revert to her former self." Lynn nodded solemnly. However, upon perceiving the imminent expression of disappointment on the blood-clad malevolent spirit's face, Lynn swiftly altered her tone, closing her eyes and stating, "That said, every 12 hours. I can assist you in dispelling the curse once more. In other words, it's not entirely impossible for it to be a permanent solution." Really? The eyes of the blood-clad malevolent spirit sparkled with hope. Ding. The blood-clad malevolent spirit's affinity for you has increased by 20. Ding. The blood-clad malevolent spirit's affinity for you has increased by another 20. Indeed, Lynn replied with a slight smile, raising her thumb. "Moreover, as we are neighbors residing so closely, should you wish to maintain your current appearance for the long term, all you need to do is visit me daily for treatment. And as your neighbor, I can even offer you a 20 discount." This arrangement seemed absolutely feasible. By merely expending a portion of her limited curse-cleansing ability each day, she could not only ensure her own safety, but also establish a stable clientele and source of income. It was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. How astute of her. A 20 discount? The blood-clad malevolent spirit rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lynn with a smile. "Is there a fee involved?" Lynn immediately rubbed her shoulders, feigning a look of fatigue, and replied with a wry smile, "Madam, to be frank, while the process of dispelling the curse may appear simple, it is indeed quite taxing. It seems that, as neighbors, I can waive a few fees for you, but subsequent treatments will still incur charges, as we are a small business. Expecting to receive services for free? That is simply out of the question." The blood-clad malevolent spirit chuckled. What is the price? Or what kind of compensation do you require? Lynn contemplated for a moment, smiling as she raised a finger. 1,000 skull coins per session, but with the discount, it will be 800 skull coins. How does that sound? It's quite a favorable offer, wouldn't you agree? For a spirit of such high caliber, Lynn was not convinced that she truly lacked funds. After all, entities like the Dark Knight Demon Hunter dealt in black skull coins, indicating they hailed from affluent backgrounds. Nonetheless, Lynn's pricing was not excessively high, as this was a long-term business endeavor where patience was paramount. However, to her surprise, the blood-clad malevolent spirit shook her head with a smile, her fingers idly twirling a strand of hair, and said, I have no money. Lynn was taken aback. Madam, you must be jesting, she said, bemused. How could someone of your stature possibly be without funds? Please do not deceive me. The blood-clad malevolent spirit, with a sly grin, rested her chin on her hand and remarked, I truly possess no money. In the past, whenever I desired something, I simply consumed the other party, which was far more convenient than engaging in trade, thus rendering currency unnecessary. A chill ran down Lynn's spine. Could it be? With their rapport having reached such heights, would she truly resort to violence against him? Lynn, drenched in sweat, responded, if there's no money, then other items could suffice, provided the price is right. Anything can be used for trade. Really? The blood-clad spirit raised an elegant eyebrow. Lynn crossed his arms and closed his eyes, insisting, indeed, whether it be body parts, herbs, cursed objects, or even corpses, I am open to negotiation, as long as the price is agreeable. Yet, at that very moment, Lynn was suddenly enveloped by a captivating fragrance. He blinked his eyes open to find a series of exclamation marks floating above his head. At some point, the blood-clad spirit had leaned over the table, her nose barely an inch from his, her lips moving as a teasing breeze wafted toward him. With sultry eyes and breath like orchids, she purred, So, what do you think I am worth? Chapter 45. Sister teaches you practical skills. Lynn was taken aback. She delicately extended her long fingers and adjusted the strap on her shoulder, her fair skin dazzling to the point of blinding him. The allure radiating from her mature form was like a potent poison, ensnaring his gaze. Lynn widened his eyes, instinctively attempting to create some distance. However, he was soon drawn closer by her enchanting visage, rendering his efforts futile. Danger! Lynn struggled to steady his racing heart and declared, Madam, please conduct yourself with decorum. The blood-clad spirit's red lips parted slightly as she softly replied, Did you not call me sister just moments ago? Do you not find that title more melodious? A sharp intake of breath filled Lynn's chest. He felt as though he had just clawed his way out of one deep pit only to tumble into another. Lynn endeavored to calm himself and asserted, Our establishment does not accept flesh as payment. The blood-clad spirit leaned over the table, inclining her head toward his ear, her breath fragrant and sweet as she whispered, Are you truly not interested? This is a splendid body, freshly liberated from a curse, untainted by any corruption. Do you not wish to explore it? She cast Lynn a sultry smile, her eyes inviting him closer. Lynn vowed to himself that this female specter was an exceptionally skilled enchantress. For a pure-hearted youth of merely a few years, she was entirely on a different plane of seduction. Lynn stood rigid, smoke rising from his flustered demeanor. In his embrace, the adorable child gazed up with a face full of curiosity, clearly bewildered by the situation unfolding. Truly, do you not wish to indulge? The blood-clad spirit continued to entice. Lynn, feeling rigid, replied, The child is still watching. The corners of the blood-clad spirit's mouth curled slightly as she exhaled softly into his ear, whispering, Very well. Come to my chamber. Thump, thump, thump. Lynn could hear the erratic beating of his own heart. After all, as a youth who had traversed into this enigmatic realm at a mere teenager, such a level of allure was not something ordinary composure could withstand. Moreover, no warning of impending danger from the system echoed in his ears. This implied that there was no threat at hand. Yet, it was precisely due to the absence of peril that maintaining his calm and reason became exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, this was under the guise of a reward. At last, Lynn exhaled heavily, closed his eyes, and resignedly murmured, I cannot. The blood-clad spirit was taken aback. You cannot. In what sense? A boy so eloquent and charming. Had he never shared joyful moments with girls before? In the realm of humanity, he would undoubtedly embody the quintessential heartbreaker capable of easily winning over girls. The blood-clad spirit, with a quizzical expression, inquired, You have never been intimate with a girl? Lynn kept his eyes shut, refraining from answering. Not even a kiss. With his eyes still closed, Lynn felt his temples throb violently. Surely you must have held hands at least? A series of dark lines began to rise on Lynn's forehead as he ground his teeth in frustration. Ding. You feel a profound sense of humiliation. Observing Lynn struggle to maintain his composure, the blood-clad spirit's lips curled into a peculiar smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief, akin to a wolf spotting a delightful little rabbit. Ah, I see, she said, delicately licking her lips, leaning closer to whisper in Lynn's ear. Then I shall teach you, bit by bit. Lynn, ding. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement. A wonderful first experience. Earning 200 basic experience points. A wonderful first experience. A milestone achievement. The host has taken the first, albeit naive, yet solid step from boyhood towards manhood. The host gains a permanent enhancement. Constitution 1, Stamina 1, Endurance 1. Ding. The blood-clad spirit's affection for you has reached 50. Ding. The blood-clad spirit's attitude has shifted from indifferent to affectionate, granting you an additional 400 basic experience points. Lynn, sigh. The soul lamp at the entrance flickered to life, heralding the dawn of a new day. Lynn meticulously fastened each button, forcing a tranquil expression onto his face, though the frantic twitching of his closed eyes betrayed the turmoil within. Indeed, I could not resist any longer. As for how these past few hours have passed, Lynn felt it better left unmentioned, for it might lead to inappropriate thoughts. Remember to wait for your sister tomorrow evening. She needs you at the shop for your treatment. A sultry voice whispered in his ear, and Lynn dared not turn around, fearing that the sight of those mature, enchanting eyes would once again ensnare his already fragile mind. I must take my leave now, Lynn coughed lightly. The voice lingered softly in his ear. If you help your sister lift the curse, she will teach you new knowledge, far greater than before. Lynn fled as if from a tempest, the sound of the woman's melodious laughter echoing behind him. Observing Lynn's retreating figure, the blood-clad spirit crossed her arms, gracefully tousling her cascading waves, a smile gracing her lips. Then, as if performing magic, she produced a mirror, gazing into its depths, lost in the rapture of her newfound freedom from the curse. Ding. You have exceptionally completed the task, Blood Feast. You have received a reward. 1,000 skeleton coins, 500 basic experience, special reward. Cloak of the Blood Demon. Cloak of the Blood Demon, quality, rare, characteristics. Upon use, it conceals one's presence and allows one to pass through solid objects like a wraith. Description: formless and intangible spirits often embody the deepest fears of humanity. Thus, the monsters of the abyss crafted this cloak, enabling you to become like a malevolent specter, formless and insubstantial. But beware, donning it will strip you of all offensive capabilities. Ding. You have leveled up. Please allocate your attribute points. On the way, Lynn swiftly opened his attribute panel. Lynn, level 9 race, human strength, 31 agility, 32 intelligence, 35 constitution, 44 available points, 16 reputation, 64 description. A twisted and aberrant apprentice from the bloodsaw apothecary. Beneath the facade of innocence lies a heart that spreads terror, having inflicted significant psychological trauma on numerous customers, inciting two high-level beings to indulge in drug abuse. While somewhat renowned among the root monsters, he remains unable to alter his nefarious reputation for deceiving virtuous women and coercing them into repayment. Lynn, what on earth is this absurd description? How have I become a twisted pervert? How have I spread fear? And what is this nonsense about deceiving virtuous women and coercing them into repayment? It was my first experience that was wickedly taken from me. I was lured into this. And why is the blood-clad spirit referred to as a virtuous woman? Am I not, then, as pure and innocent as a harmless little lamb? Lynn, with a somber expression, after venting his frustrations, adhered to his usual practice of allocating all his attribute points to physical constitution, while the other aspects possessed their own merits. Durability remained the paramount advantage in this dark world. Furthermore, a robust physique would inherently enhance other abilities, such as endurance and stamina. Even the force behind his punches would be notably greater than during his frail period. Now, having reached level 9, it meant that with just one more level, he would fulfill the requirements for the system's job transition. Chapter 46. He had tried too hard. He could only wonder what kind of job transition task might be triggered at that time. Lynn swiftly grasped his lantern and made his way towards the apothecary. He still dared not linger outside, although he had become significantly stronger. Who could predict what monstrous entities might emerge from the black mist to drag him into the abyss? He remained far too weak. Fortunately, his journey was uneventful. Arriving at the entrance of the shop, the lit soul lantern emitted a faint glow, revealing no signs of recent visitors within. Had something happened to his teacher? Lynn hesitated, seated at the counter, wrapping his fingers on the table. His teacher had hastily departed, promising to return within 2 days, yet this was the 3rd day. And still, there was no sign of him. Lynn could not help but suspect that something was amiss. Perhaps he had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Maintaining his composure, Lynn wrapped the table again, ultimately deciding to explore the vision realm first. Yesterday's exploration had been interrupted by the blood-clad specter, making today's thorough investigation all the more necessary. Entering Skeleton Coin 500, accompanied by a wave of intense nausea, Lynn suddenly opened his eyes, once again confronted by the vast plaza and the enormous eye hovering above it. He had returned to the vision. First, he would observe what they were discussing. Lynn quickly opened the regional channel, hoping to glean some information. Regional channel, Blood Doll, Queen. How is the situation progressing? Did that human apprentice meet a gruesome end? Has his head been twisted off to serve as a chamber pot? Burnt ghost, Queen. Please elaborate. We are all eager to learn the details. Long-haired ghost, socially withdrawn. Skeletal demon, Queen, are you there? Has that scoundrel who dared to bully your daughter been decisively dealt with? Ethereal Queen, Blood Doll. Excited, Queen, you have appeared. What news? Did that fellow receive the punishment he deserved? Queen of Spirits. Shyly. He made me feel quite comfortable. Buzz. In an instant, the regional channel fell silent. Then countless began flooding the screen. Blood Doll, huh? Burnt ghost. Dazed. What do you mean by comfortable? Queen of Spirits. I was a bit too irritable yesterday, blushing. He truly is a remarkably skilled doctor. I shouldn't have treated him so rudely. However, I have not gone back on my word. Since I said I would consume him, I certainly will, albeit in a different manner, shyly. Everyone, Queen of Spirits. Ahem, no more talking. He was rather vigorous. I need to get some proper rest. Farewell. Everyone, what do you mean by a bit swollen and painful? Please clarify. And what other manner are you referring to? Why does it feel like something strange and indescribable transpired at the Queen's abode last night? Burnt ghost. Your Majesty, please explain. What on earth happened with that fellow? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Skeleton Mage. Dazed. This must be a joke. It can't be that the human lad not only survived, but also managed to charm the formidable Queen of Spirits. Slamming shut the regional channel with unimaginable speed, Lynn stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down him like torrential rain. No, I didn't. Do not speculate. That female spirit is far too open. Why can she speak so freely about everything? Lynn vigorously shook his head. Although it is true that some ambiguous games were played last night, it certainly did not escalate to that level, no. Lynn forcibly calmed himself. He closed the regional channel, deciding to cease dwelling on those peculiar thoughts. Lynn began to meticulously explore the other functionalities of the vision. After all, vision might become an alternative avenue for his future endeavors. If he could establish a modern online store, it would be splendid. Before long, Lynn had grasped the foundational features of vision. Upon understanding them, he increasingly suspected whether the so-called Supreme will truly originated from the same realm as himself. Many elements bore striking resemblance to online games. Firstly, 1. In vision, all beings can disseminate information externally. You may charge for this, but a portion of skeletal coins must be submitted as a fee when releasing information. 2. You can publish in your current area or opt for a broader release across the entire vision, or even larger regions, but corresponding permissions and higher fees are required. 3. Besides the regional channel corresponding to each square, there are broader domain channels, and the largest public, world channel. Indeed, it is precisely because of the words world channel that Lynn harbors profound suspicions about the nature of this realm, for its artistic style seems incongruous. One can expend a portion of skeletal coins to establish a personal shop and identity in designated areas of this realm, albeit at the cost of 1 black skull coin per day. Indeed, a staggering 1,000 skeletal coins daily. Beyond mere transactions within this realm, one can also undertake various quests issued by diverse beings in specific domains, thereby earning skeletal coin rewards. It can be said that this realm nearly constitutes an independent economic system. Were it not for the overwhelming presence of dark entities, he might have assumed he had logged into an expansive online game. Furthermore, Lynn discovered a particularly captivating aspect. Within this realm lies a distinct area known as the Covenant Domain. According to the description, this place gathers prayers and sacrifices from various terrestrial worlds and transmits them in real time to the Dark Realm. Should certain conditions be met, one may forge a temporary covenant with a being from the surface, allowing one to descend into that being's world in the form of demon summoning. Upon fulfilling the covenant, one would receive the offerings made by the surface dweller. If such is the case, Lynn pondered, could there be prayers originating from Earth? If so, could he potentially return home through this means? This notion was undeniably enticing, especially for a teenager who had been away from home for 2 years, trapped in such a dark world. To claim he did not miss home would be a falsehood. Nevertheless, Lynn remained unhurried, for he had other matters to attend to. He activated the rune in his hand, and in the next instant, a shimmering blue hexagram appeared beneath his feet, causing him to vanish from his original location. Sin City high-end weapon store, selling black Zhaosher giant shield, suitable for humanoid beings, price, 11 black skull coins, focus on vision to teleport. I Demon machinery store, offering limb reconstruction services, selling high-level magic core, price negotiable, focus on vision to teleport. One-eyed giant slave store, selling Violet World Fox Girl 1, fair-skinned and beautiful, spiritually controllable, trainable and nurturable, price, 5 black skull coins, focus on vision to teleport. Chapter 47. I love Luo. Upon entering the trading zone, a barrage of flashing advertisements inundated Lynn's vision. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, for it was truly absurd. It was akin to opening a web page only to be bombarded by hundreds of advertisements, an information deluge. However, Lynn paid it no mind. Upon entering the trading area, he discovered that new functionalities had been added to the runes on his wrist. Store teleportation. By entering the corresponding number and name, one could be directly transported to the space of a specific store. Store creation. By expending 10,000 skeleton coins, one could establish a shop of their own. Formula trading. One could partake in auction and purchase services in designated high-value item trading zones. Without hesitation, Lynn clicked on store creation. With over 30,000 skeleton coins at his disposal, he was indeed capable of founding a store in the realm of vision. He entered Bloodsaw Potion Shop, along with the address of Soul Alley, and clicked submit. However, in the next moment, a notification of information duplication materialized before him. Lynn pondered. Could it be that his teacher had already established a store with the same name in the realm of vision? This was indeed a possibility. After all, his teacher was a native dark creature, likely having accessed the vision long ago, and surely had knowledge of this place. Teleport. Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Without a second thought, Lynn entered the corresponding name and clicked teleport. Accompanied by a flicker of blue light, he suddenly opened his eyes to find himself in a confined space that appeared to be less than 50 square meters. Above him, the storefront bore the large inscription, Bloodsaw Potion Shop. Instantly, he noticed the iconic Bloodsaw symbol beside the potion shop. Indeed, this was undoubtedly his teacher's potion shop, as that Bloodsaw emblem was uniquely associated with him. Lynn raised his gaze to the empty shop interior and instinctively reached out to push the door. In an instant, a line of blood-red text appeared before him. Authorization not detected. Please enter store command. Command? Lynn hesitated, stroking his chin, and muttered to himself. So, it can even be password protected? However, since it was his teacher's store, he surmised that his teacher would not mind if he entered. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn decided to give it a try. Although he did not know his teacher particularly well, he had picked up on some habits through their daily interactions. Buff muscular man. Command incorrect, access denied. Single for 200 years. Command incorrect, access denied. Disciple is the cutest. Command incorrect, access denied. Lynn straightened his expression, pondering, then, with a vacant stare, solemnly declared, I love Luo. Command correct, access granted. With a click, the store's large door slowly opened. Lynn mused. It seems that this wicked penchant is indeed used as a command, just like a safe's password. He stepped confidently into the shop. Upon entering, Lynn confirmed that this so-called realm indeed surpassed those alleged virtual worlds by a considerable margin, for one could transpose real-world objects into this domain, epitomizing an exceptionally advanced field of technology. However, the shop contained nothing particularly rare. The potions stored bore a striking resemblance to those found in local establishments. It was evident that his mentor did not place significant value on this shop situated within the realm. One could deduce that with a fee of 500 skeleton coins for each entry, alongside the necessity of consuming the clearly finite resource known as the Realm Stone. It would undoubtedly be a venture fraught with losses for ordinary beings. Nevertheless, it appeared that routine maintenance was consistently performed. As Lynn accessed the shop's interface, he discovered a reserve of 4,000 skeleton coins allocated for daily deductions. To his astonishment, he also found that the shop maintained a log for reference. Perusing through it, he noted entries such as, Day 90, sold complete set of adult lamentation monster organs, revenue 5 black skull coins. Day 93, sold 1 hellish binding monster skull, revenue 1 black skull coin. Day 95, rest. Day 97, sold 2 soul-devouring eyeballs, revenue 2 black skull coins. Lynn's eyes widened at the entries. Indeed, his mentor was prone to engaging in various side ventures. He vividly recalled that during the time frames noted in the log, his mentor would return home laden with several bloodied sacks, promptly retreating to the surgical room, where Lynn often heard the sounds of flesh being chopped. It dawned on him that the apothecary was merely a fade. The true source of his mentor's income stemmed from the sale of these monstrous organs. Lynn inhaled sharply. Yet this revelation only served to highlight his mentor's formidable prowess, as the creatures listed in the log were unmistakably powerful entities. As Lynn continued to browse, his attention was drawn to a recent entry. Day 105, an old acquaintance from the Demon Association sought me out, inviting me to the Hanged Man's Tower to investigate some peculiar occurrences within the association. It is indeed strange that they would reach out to me after my decade-long absence. Lynn noted that this entry was penned 3 days prior, suggesting it might be the reason for his mentor's departure 2 days ago. The Hangman's Tower? The Demon Association? Lynn pondered. Clearly, this was an organization within the dark world, and his mentor had once been a member. However, his knowledge on the matter was limited. As an obedient apprentice, his mentor had no obligation to divulge further details. Shaking his head, Lynn considered that since it was an invitation from an old friend, it was likely his mentor would not encounter any peril. With that thought, Lynn closed his eyes. Soon, he cast these matters aside. For the most pressing concern now was to amass wealth, promote his offerings, and establish his renown. With the vast platform of vision at his disposal, he was determined to leverage his advantages as a time traveler. He swiftly exited Vision and dashed to the backyard, where he prepared an array of materials for potion crafting. If he wished to thrive within this realm, it was imperative to possess a substantial inventory of commendable products. The Critical Strike Potion and Flesh Growth Potion in his possession were both exceptional recipes obtained from the system. The Critical Strike Potion had proven to be an excellent elixir for enhancing combat capabilities. He was firmly convinced that these 2 potions would capture a significant market in Vision. He made a rough inventory of the materials for the Critical Strike Potion, including source-level biological tissue 1, explosive fruit pulp 1, hellish clover 4, and black bat wings 1. While the other materials were relatively mundane, he possessed only a few remnants of the source-level biological tissue, specifically some fragments of teeth left by a hunter. After his previous crafting session, he estimated he could produce around 30 more bottles. However, to manufacture in bulk, additional resources would be necessary. Nonetheless, for the time being, his supplies were more than adequate. Without hesitation, Lynn promptly gathered the materials and proceeded to the alchemy chamber to begin crafting the Critical Strike Potion. With the bubbling of the cauldron and the fire crackling, he immersed himself in the process. Ding! You have crafted 1 Critical Strike Potion. Ding! You have crafted 1 Critical Strike Potion. Ding! You have crafted 1 Critical Strike Potion. As the system notifications chimed, 2 hours slipped by in an instant, and he found himself with 30 bottles of a peculiar yellowish-red potion. Chapter 48. Shocked Body quickly sealing the potions. Lynn wore a satisfied smile and spent 500 skeleton coins to teleport back into Vision. Everything was in place. Now, the most crucial task was to sell the potions in hand, priced slightly higher at 3,000 skeleton coins each. He believed that anyone who experienced the effects of his potions would undoubtedly return as a loyal customer. Thus, the priority was promotion. Without a moment's pause, Lynn accessed the rune on his wrist and began to compose a message for sharing. Bloodsaw Potion Shop, introducing an exceptionally powerful Critical Strike Potion. After consumption, it significantly boosts attack strength, priced at 3,000 skeleton coins per bottle. Limited to 30 bottles, reasonably priced. First come, first served. Exclusively available here. No other branches. Hurry to purchase. With a click, skeleton coins minus 1,000. The message was successfully shared. Lynn smiled, a spark of excitement igniting within him as he swiftly transitioned into the trading channel. As Lynn gazed at the shared information, an unsettling premonition washed over him. He felt as if a multitude of guests would soon trample through his doorway. Half an hour later, seated at the counter with his eyes closed and a subtle smile gracing his lips, he glanced at the desolate exterior of his shop. It was quite normal, he mused. Perhaps the effects of his promotions had yet to materialize. After all, it had only been half an hour. A brief wait would surely bring patrons through the door. He could also invest another 1,000 skeleton coins in promotion. 2 hours later, with a furrowed brow and arms crossed, Lynn paced anxiously in front of the entrance. Why was there not a single soul in sight? He had advertised 3 times already. Surely, at least one person should have shown interest. No need to panic. Patience is key. Haste makes waste. Indeed, he encouraged himself. 3 hours later, Lynn leaned stiffly against the counter, his head adorned with cobwebs, his expression vacant. He had spent a staggering 5,000 skeleton coins, relentlessly promoting 5 times. Had not a single individual been tempted to engage? Money was slipping away like water through his fingers. With a resounding slap of his palm against the table, he exclaimed, "This is your doing. I had no intention of resorting to such measures. But it appears I have no choice." Gritting his teeth, he hastily summoned the information-sharing interface and swiftly composed the following message. Shocking. The secret to making men more robust and formidable. A top-tier demon hunter generously shares a potion that leaves succubi blushing and queens gasping. 1 bottle for explosive transformation. 2 bottles for ascension. 3 bottles for a force as unstoppable as a bulldozer. Do you wish to embody the essence of a true man? Click here, Bloodsaw Potion Shop. With a decisive click, he initiated the promotion. He hadn't even begun to play yet. Furious, Lynn rapidly typed with fervor, flooding the trading channel with anonymous messages priced at 100 skeleton coins each. Wow, the critical potion from the Bloodsaw Potion Shop is truly remarkable. After using it on my boyfriend, 1 bottle rendered him utterly overwhelmed. This treasure trove of potions should not be shared so casually. And it's only 3,000 skeleton coins? What if someone snatches it up in an instant? Stop sharing. Beware of price hikes. Why not keep it a secret? Allow yourself to grow stronger, more formidable, more robust, all alone. Isn't that enticing? Is this potion really that powerful? No, not at all. It merely doubles your combat prowess, allowing for perfect critical strikes during every engagement. It's nothing special, but can it truly lead to explosive transformations? Not only can it lead to explosions, it targets all the right and wrong areas. How else could it be called a critical potion? Lynn gritted his teeth, setting aside the speed he had developed over 17 years of singlehood. Following a barrage of messages, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the trading channel. Black dots flitted past Lynn's head. But in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. A multitude of dazzling teleportation lights erupted outside the shop, overwhelming to the eye. Simultaneously, a cacophony of notifications filled Lynn's ears. Dark Giant Rabold requests entry to the shop. Fallen Minotaur requests entry to the shop. Succubus Alea requests entry to the shop. Multi-armed Demon requests entry to the shop. Without hesitation, Lynn granted them all permission. In an instant, a flood of phantasmal figures surged through the door, packing the small shop to overflowing, with at least a dozen spectral forms jostling for space. Each figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, their voices filled with fervor. "Boss, is everything on your information page true? Do you really sell those miraculous potions? Is there truly a top-tier potion that can make one immensely powerful, one that even my queen cannot withstand? I want 10 bottles of the critical strike potion. Boss, I need it now. Is it truly recommended by elite demon hunters? Boss, give me 50 bottles. I must test its effects. Move aside. I entered first. Boss, I'll take 1 bottle," shouting. "How dare you? I was clearly first. Boss, I'll take all the potions." Boss, do you accept barter? I can provide services. I'm a fine succubus." In an instant, what had once been a neglected potion shop was now overflowing with eager patrons from the shadows of the dark world. Lynn realized, indeed, it mirrored the earth perfectly. Without a thrilling offering, no one would deign to visit. However, it was evident that this place remained a sanctuary, as the customers were filled with excitement and innocence, untainted by the disdain often displayed by their earthly counterparts towards such base promotional tactics. Lynn, feigning difficulty, put on a troubled expression and said, "Everyone, while our potions are genuine, this shop operates on a modest scale with limited stock. Currently, I only have 30 bottles of the critical strike potion, and 10 of those are reserved for loyal customers. This truly puts me in a difficult position. Seeing Lynn's troubled demeanor, the throng of customers erupted in an uproar. What nonsense, boss. For 1,000 skeleton coins per bottle. I'll take them all. If you feel troubled, I'll give you an extra 500 coins for each bottle. I have plenty of money. Hey, you think you're the only one with money. Boss. 5,000 per bottle. Let us start with 30 bottles. If the effects are good, I'll double my patronage. 5,000. How petty. I'll offer 6,000. 7,000. 7,500. As the situation spiraled out of control, Lynn swiftly extended his hand, urging, everyone, please cease the quarrel. While the potions offered in this establishment are indeed of exceptional quality, it is imperative that we engage in rational purchasing. Let us not squander frivolously. Earning money is no easy feat. Over there, payments can be made directly via transfer. Chapter 49. Even the bald have their struggles. Ding. You have earned 1 skeleton coin. Ding. You have earned 1 skeleton coin. Ding. You have triggered the achievement. All potions are equally dark, and you have received 500 basic experience points. All potions are equally dark, a special achievement awarded for generating over 30 skeleton coins through the sale of a single type of potion in one transaction. You have received a permanent bonus, an increase of 1 in potion sales revenue, intelligence, and eloquence. Within the shop, Lynn sat amid a pile of coins, meticulously counting the skeleton coins in his hands. His conscience weighed heavily upon him. He vowed he had not deceived the consumers. If the combat effectiveness could indeed double, then surely all aspects of their prowess would experience exponential growth. The reputation of our Bloodsaw potion shop is undoubtedly stellar. Should anyone be troubled by hair loss, I shall concoct a new batch of hair growth potions tomorrow, and they will be affordably priced. Meanwhile, upon a plain in the realm of darkness, a battalion of fully armed dark elves stood in formation, their expressions grave as they gazed into the ominous fog ahead. At the forefront, a dark elf held a spear with a serious demeanor, ever ready for battle. This marked the 5th day of their defense against the abyssal swarm, a pivotal moment. If their ranks could withstand this fierce counterattack, they would await the arrival of reinforcements. From the shadows came a distant, ominous roar, and one could faintly discern pairs of crimson eyes flickering within the darkness. Have our supplies not yet arrived? The elven captain turned, frowning at his subordinates. Their circumstances were dire. All routes for supply transport had been severed, and their only means of communication was through the vision stones, which were now nearly depleted. If they could not withstand this onslaught, their defenses would surely crumble by dawn. Captain, a dark elf darted towards him, breathless as he halted before the leader, panting. I have established contact with the royal court through the vision. They have urgently dispatched a portion of supplies for us, but the transmission is limited. The first delivery consists of just over 100 vials of battle potions sourced under emergency procurement from the court. I hope this aids our cause. He swiftly set down the box he had been carrying and opened the lid, revealing an orderly array of various types of composite potions within. Among the assortment, half consists of emergency treatment potions, 2/3 are supportive strength-enhancing elixirs, and the remaining third comprises several vials of high-grade combat potions urgently procured by the royal supply officer. He picked up a vial containing a repulsive, murky yellowish-red liquid and solemnly extended it to the captain. Captain, here. The elven captain furrowed his brow, snatched the vial, and examined the nauseating liquid inside. What is this potion? It resembles urine. The elf replied earnestly. The supply pressure on various battalions has become overwhelming. The royal stock is nearly depleted. Consequently, the newly acquired potions vary in quality. However, it is said that this particular potion can nearly double the user's combat prowess. It is exceptionally potent. Double. Upon hearing this, the surrounding dark elves displayed expressions of astonishment. They were acutely aware that potions capable of significantly boosting combat abilities in a short time are typically rare and invaluable, while those that can enhance strength by more than double are considered trump cards that could save lives in critical moments. Yet, such potions also come with severe side effects. Some can leave the user extremely weakened for many days after consumption. Nevertheless, the utility of this potion remains undeniable. Are there any side effects? The situation is urgent. We are not yet certain. How many vials were delivered? 5. The elven captain, his expression grave, declared, distribute the potions. If they can truly enhance combat power twofold in a short period, I am confident we can defeat that aberration. If we can vanquish the broodmother, The crisis at our defensive line will be substantially alleviated. At that moment, piercing roars suddenly echoed from the darkness. In the next instant, a tide of massive crawling creatures surged forth from beneath the ground, their foul mandibles emitting terrifying shrieks towards them. In the distance, a colossal brood mother emerged into their line of sight. "It's here," the elven captain shouted, raising his head in alarm. "Prepare to defend." The swarm launched its assault like a relentless tide. The captain charged ahead, plunging into the midst of the horde, wielding his spear to viciously rend the crawling creatures into pieces. His gaze quickly zeroed in on the enormous aberration commanding the swarm from within. With fierce determination, he thought, if this potion truly enhances combat power twofold, he was absolutely confident in his ability to slay the aberration that plagued them amid the throng of enemies. With a decisive twist, he uncorked the vial, gritted his teeth, and downed the potion in one swift motion. And in that very moment, he was suddenly engulfed by an indescribable surge of heat that swept through his entire being from his gut. His pupils dilated in an instant, reflecting the shock of this newfound power. He felt an exhilarating strength rapidly escalating within him, as if the very blood coursing through his veins had begun to boil. The elixir acted as a potent catalyst, amplifying his abilities to an extraordinary degree in a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he let out a thunderous roar, and his armor erupted in a spectacular display. Under the astonished gazes of his fellow warriors, their captain revealed a physique bursting with explosive muscle, each sinewy fiber pulsating with vitality. "The captain!" They gasped, astonishment and delight flooding their expressions. In that moment, they too sensed it. Their leader's aura had surged, seemingly transformed into a formidable force. Yet, in the following heartbeat, another tremendous explosion resonated. The captain's lustrous black hair was blown away alongside the shattered armor, exposing a gleaming scalp. A brilliant flash erupted from his rounded forehead, dazzling all present. The assembled elves exclaimed in awe, "So radiant! How did his hair get blown off?" Almost simultaneously, the distant echoes of similar explosions reverberated through the air. The elves turned in alarm to find that the other 4 members of their squad, under the influence of the same potion, had also shed their garments in a similar fashion. Their bodies, adorned with rippling muscles, had their hair violently cast aside, transforming them into the most striking figures on the battlefield, albeit now bald. Chapter 50. You wouldn't dare drug me, would you? The elves were astounded. Despite their newfound baldness, they seemed to have gained an immense amount of strength. Could this be a side effect of such a powerful potion? In the next moment, bolstered by the surging energy, the captain seized his long spear and, with a fierce shout, pointed toward the aberration deep within the horde of insects, preparing to charge forth. Under the astonished gaze of the elven battalion, the 5 potion-enhanced warriors, armed and enraged like primeval beasts, surged forward at an unimaginable velocity toward the aberration. As they advanced, the multitude of insects fell before them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. How incredible! Their captain and comrades had become astonishingly powerful. What sort of elixir was this, capable of enhancing their combat prowess to such an extent in such a short span? Yet, Captain, please at least don your armor. Do not charge into battle unprotected. Captain. All of this unfolded under their astonished eyes. The 5 formidable, bald, muscular men surged forth like avatars of war, fiercely charging into the depths of the swarm with the relentless force of bulldozers. Simultaneously, throughout the dark world, more bald, muscular men showcased their dominance across various realms. Breaking news. In Sin City, a 10-year-old prodigy of the Blood Demon clan suddenly became bald, experiencing a surge in power, single-handedly vanquishing 15 tentacled demons and shattering a century-old record of the Blood clan. Breaking news. The ship fleet of the Unicorn Ghost clan, which encountered disaster in the Sea of Oblivion, was successfully rescued, allegedly due to the high-frequency glimmer emanating from the scalp of a certain first mate, which was mistaken for a lighthouse by passing vessels, guiding them to safety. Breaking news. A werewolf in Sin City, besieged by the Blood clan, transformed mid-battle and, upon suddenly becoming bald, experienced a remarkable increase in strength, defeating several vampires and successfully escaping capture. In the Apothecary, notifications incessantly echoed in Lynn's ears. Ding. Your notoriety in Sin City. 10 ding. Your notoriety in the Dark Elf Kingdom. 5 ding. Your notoriety among the succubi. 10. These accolades stemmed from the 30 bottles of critical strike potions he had previously sold. However, Lynn paid them no mind. At that moment, he He stood solemnly before a large cauldron, fixated on the viscous red liquid within. Bubbles began to rise from the cauldron. Add 1 piece of blood demon flesh, 1 liter of composite slime, 1 tail of a demonic gecko, 1 gram of dark bat feces. After thoroughly mixing these ingredients, he meticulously added a small amount of the hunter's tartar. Wearing a mask, Lynn began to brew his potion with utmost diligence, adhering strictly to the recipe for the flesh-enhancing elixir. Ding. Alchemy experience, 1 ding. Alchemy experience, 1 ding. You have mastered intermediate alchemy, gaining 1 intelligence and 200 basic experience points. The system notifications continued to resonate around him. After half an hour, Lynn carefully bottled the freshly concocted elixirs. Success. A smile broke across his face as he wiped the sweat from his brow. This was one of the 2 recipes rewarded by the system. Unlike the critical strike potion, the flesh-enhancing elixir was an auxiliary recovery potion, as its name suggests, capable of rapidly regenerating flesh and healing injuries. Flesh-enhancing potion, a top-tier potion that allows for rapid healing of external wounds and regeneration of severed limbs, though it may come with minor side effects. He had crafted a total of 17 bottles, not due to a lack of desire to produce more, but because he had exhausted the most critical material, the essence of the primordial creatures. Such resources are indeed rare and elusive. Returning to the front hall, Lynn carefully arranged the meticulously crafted potions upon the counter, closing his eyes in anticipation of customers. However, having learned from the previous experience with the critical potion, Lynn was curious about the potential side effects of this new concoction. Surely, there wouldn't be any exceedingly bizarre adverse reactions, would there? Now, he awaited the arrival of his little test subject. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door jolted Lynn upright, a professional smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the Bloodsaw Potion Shop, where we are sincerely at your service." Before the shop's entrance, a fairy with a pair of pure black moth wings descended gracefully. Standing at less than 50 centimeters tall, her body was enveloped in dark knightly armor. Her chest puffed out proudly, with a petite sword hanging from her left waist. Yet, the right side of her body was gruesomely bloody, her arm appearing as though it had been violently torn away, flesh and blood mangled. With a soft thud, the fairy extended her small hand to push up the mask covering her helmet, revealing a pair of dark, misty eyes. In a childlike yet earnest voice, she stated, "I need surgery, dear." In that instant, Lynn's interface materialized before him. Black Moth Fairy, level 88, age 99, race fairy, alignment, chaotic good combat ability, small yet efficient. Concentrated essence. Description: originally part of the fairy race from the surface world, a small faction was banished to the dark realm long ago, evolving over time into dark fairies adapted to their environment, possessing remarkable mobility and night vision. However, due to their combat capabilities being inferior to other races of the same tier, they are often kept as pets. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, for it was his first encounter with such a race. Ding. You have triggered the quest, Severed Arm Rebirth. Quest reward, skeleton coins, 200, base experience, 200, special reward 1. Please come in. Lynn greeted with a professional smile, his gaze immediately drawn to her torn arm. With a flutter of her wings, the Black Moth Fairy ascended to the chair before the counter. Yet, being so diminutive, even standing atop the chair, she could barely align herself with Lynn's height. My arm was devoured by a monster. She pointed to her mangled left arm, pushing her fallen mask back up to reveal her dark, earnest eyes. I need treatment, or I will die. It took me so long to find a potion shop. Will you heal me, dear? She appeared somewhat naive, as if easily deceived. Lynn's face broke into a warm smile as he adjusted his monocle and said, "Fear not. Our Bloodsaw Apothecary is the finest potion shop within 100 miles of this Soul Alley, renowned for its excellent reputation. Rest assured, whether you've lost an arm or been turned to ash, we shall provide you with the necessary remedies." The Black Moth Fairy stared intently at him. "Is that so?" she inquired, her desire to believe evident. Yet, beneath his seemingly amiable demeanor, there lingered an unsettling suspicion. "You wouldn't intend to drug me and then bind me, hiding me away in an attic for some nefarious purpose, would you?" she asked earnestly. This direct query left Lynn momentarily speechless. Was this a characteristic of her kind? How could one so boldly pose such a question? Even if she suspected ill intentions, surely one wouldn't confess to them. "Absolutely not," Lynn replied earnestly. "Then that is reassuring." The Black Moth Fairy exhaled softly, relaxing a bit, her tension dissipating. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's favorability towards you has increased by 10. Lynn. Chapter 51. Deceptive countenance written all over one's face. Something felt amiss. Why did a mere denial result in a 10-point increase in favorability? This was far too effortless. Was it truly acceptable for her to relax so easily after just one question? This was the dark world after all. Such a trait of being easily deceived was etched plainly upon her visage. Why would you ask such an odd question? Lynn asked, his curiosity piqued. With a swift motion, the Black Moth Fairy adjusted her fallen mask, revealing a pair of earnest eyes. Because our elder cautioned us prior to migration that the beings of this world are inherently wicked. Many of our kin have been easily deceived by certain malevolent races and have been treated as mere playthings. Thus, the elder instructed us to remain vigilant when confronted with outsiders, to avoid being duped. Lynn was taken aback. So, you consider me a fraud? She squinted, her tone laced with danger. Not at all, Lynn replied. Then, that is a relief. The Black Moth Fairy sighed once more. Retrieving a water flask from her pocket and taking several refreshing gulps, her demeanor noticeably relaxed. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's trust in you has increased by 10. Lynn, is this how trust is cultivated? Did your elder not advise you to be cautious? You inquired once and suddenly trust a stranger. Is this truly normal? You just mentioned that your race is in the process of migration? Lynn queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. The Black Moth Fairy cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, the elder stated that such confidential matters should not be disclosed to any unfriendly beings, lest we attract unwanted attention. Are you an unfriendly being? I am quite friendly, Lynn assured her. The Black Moth nodded and said, indeed, that is good. Since we are friendly creatures, it is no trouble to share this with you. We are indeed migrating to settle in the mountains north of the Hellfire Plains, where there are ample water sources and food sufficient for our tribe to thrive. It is a splendid place. He sighed. Lynn felt he had discovered a swift way to either integrate into this tribe or easily obliterate them. Such trust was exceedingly cheap. If this was characteristic of their entire race, it truly was a miracle that they could survive in this world. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Lynn inquired, so you are? The Black Moth Fairy gulped some water, wiped her mouth, and suddenly stood up, declaring with seriousness and honor, I am the powerful knight commander of the Fairy clan, the first great knight to pass the trials. You may call me Lord Yeya. The direction my blade points to is the path forward for my people. With a clang, she drew her compact sword from its sheath, pointing it forward and shouting, Pioneers of the Fairy clan, trailblazers of the magnificent territory, the light that pierces the dark world, the vanguard of our grand migration. I, the great Lord Yeya, shall lead my people towards a brighter future. The two stood in silence, as crows flew overhead, leaving 6 marks in the air. An awkward atmosphere spread without restraint. The Black Moth Fairy climbed down from the table, straightened herself in the chair, sheathed her sword, and closed her eyes, saying, I apologize, I could not help myself. Lynn was rendered speechless. He realized this fairy was not only easily deceived, but also seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. It was a wonder she had survived this long. However, he was perplexed. As he cleaned the blood from her severed arm, he earnestly asked, Isn't the Hellfire Plains to the north? Why have you come to the southern Soul Alley? There must be several hundred kilometers separating this place from the plains you mentioned. In his mind, Lynn had already garnered some understanding of the geographical surroundings of Soul Alley. The fairy, with her eyes closed, tugged at her water jug and said, Please refrain from uttering strange statements. This vanguard has been traveling northward and will soon find our fairy clan's new territory. Lynn stroked his chin, pondering, but still hesitantly asked, Which way is north? The fairy extended her hand, pointing straight ahead, eyes still closed, and said, There, in the direction my finger points. Lynn, feeling hollow, asked, Are you certain? The direction you are pointing is to the south. Are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn? The fairy lifted the visor of her knight's helmet with a click, squinting, and replied, Please do not question the vanguard's sense of direction. I have traveled 2,000 miles, traversing mountains and valleys. Do you think I would stray from the path? My intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Does your tribe navigate solely by instinct? Is there any other way? Lynn was momentarily at a loss for words, before inquiring, How far is your new territory from your clan? The fairy, Yeya, closed her eyes and raised 5 fingers, declaring, Approximately 500 kilometers. Lynn tapped the table and asked, If it's only 500 kilometers, why have you traveled 2,000 without reaching it? Yeya froze. Her raised fingers paused in midair. A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings. as if a sudden realization dawned upon them regarding something that had long been overlooked. After a prolonged silence, the fairy named Yaya spoke with a vacant stare. Now that you mention it, it does seem rather strange. Of course it's strange. What could possibly have gone awry for you to remain oblivious to your misdirection even after traveling 2,000 kilometers from home? The mere fact that you have survived this long is an affront to the supreme will and a disregard for this world. Lynn took a deep breath and retrieved a compass from beneath the counter, placing it before her. Consider this a gesture of sympathy from a good Samaritan, 200 skeleton coins. A friendly price. With this in hand, I trust you shall never lose your way again. Yaya, cradling the knight's mask, gazed curiously at the small device. What is this? Lynn closed his eyes and explained, it's a compass, a mysterious instrument that allows one to discern direction even in a dark world. I usually sell it for 1,000 skeleton coins, but for you, I will part with it for only 200 coins as an act of compassion. Ah! The fairy named Yaya displayed a look of curiosity, reaching out to take the compass and examining it. How does one use it? Lynn pointed at the needle. Do you see the needle? Wherever it points is south. If you wish to head north, simply go in the opposite direction of the needle. Quite simple, isn't it? Indeed. Yaya exclaimed, how marvelous. It is a simple yet practical tool. Would you like to purchase it? I would. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the achievement. 100-fold profit. You have gained 200 base experience points. 100-fold profit, a special achievement that grants permanent bonuses of 2 intelligence and 1 morality upon successfully selling any item for over 100 times its cost. Chapter 52. On the verge of breaking down, the fairy named Yaya, cradling the compass, earnestly addressed Lynn. Boss, you are indeed a remarkably kind outsider. You are the first person I've encountered who did not intend to drug me and take me away for nefarious purposes. You are someone I can consider a dear friend. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's trust level towards you. 30. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's affection level towards you. 30. Lynn remarked, I cannot quite fathom why. Upon hearing the 2 prompts, rather than feeling any elation, a sense of guilt surged within. Indeed, it was apparent that I was a morally deficient individual. Lynn sighed, reflecting, if this is to be considered a treasured friend, then allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Those who proclaim they are not bad people may not necessarily be good. And those who assure you they will not deceive you may, in fact, be untruthful. Refrain from casually consuming what others offer, avoid turning your back on others, and do not hastily accompany anyone home. Simply remember these few words, and I assure you, your path will remain untainted. The fairy named Yaya adjusted her knight's helmet and earnestly replied, such sincere advice. I shall remember it well. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's trust level. 10. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's favorability level. 20. Lynn noted with clarity that she had evidently not retained the advice. However, considering she had survived a journey of 2,000 miles, she must possess numerous means of self-preservation. Regardless, it was no concern of mine. Our encounter was fleeting, and my goodwill ended here. Lynn's gaze returned to her arm, where, after cleaning the blood, the gruesome, torn markings were revealed. It appeared as though something had taken a single bite, severing the entire limb, a truly horrifying sight. How did you acquire that wound? Lynn inquired with curiosity. The fairy named Yaya closed her eyes and recounted. During my adventures, I encountered a formidable giant. I approached to ask for directions, only to be bitten by that very giant. Had I not evaded in time, it would not have been my arm that was lost, but my head. That creature was far more powerful than I. Once again, the visor of the knight's helmet fell, obscuring her face. Lynn was left speechless. Very well. Lynn closed her eyes, donned her mask and gloves, and said, given your injuries, it appears you have performed preliminary hemostatic measures. However, to prevent infection, further debridement is necessary. First, let us remove your armor, and I shall conduct a minor clinical assessment. The fairy named Yaya lifted her visor, resolutely declaring, refusal. A knight never removes their armor. Lynn shrugged and replied, very well, we can proceed without removing it. Shall I administer anesthesia? A word of caution, the absence of anesthesia will result in considerable pain. Yaya firmly lifted her visor and stated, refusal. Anesthesia will only impair a knight's reaction time, and my pain tolerance is exceptional. This is the result of rigorous training. Lynn responded, indeed. You are the second person to display such bravery before me. A few minutes later, at the operating table, the fairy named Yaya lay flat, intently observing Lynn, who held 2 razors. I am ready to begin. I am now akin to fish on the chopping block. Lynn felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. The fairy always had a penchant for earnestly uttering peculiar phrases. Lynn's expression turned serious as he gravely stated, "If you can't endure it, just shout. Do not bite your tongue. I shall commence the procedure." A glint of cold light flashed across Lynn's scalpel. The fairy, named Yaya, closed her eyes and declared, "I have already stated that my pain tolerance is extraordinary. My resistance to pain is at its maximum. I shall not." With a swift motion, the scalpel plunged down, causing Yaya's pupils to dilate, her mouth agape as she emitted a high-pitched, unexpected scream. "Ah, it hurts." Instantly, the fairy sat upright, tears streaming down from beneath her knight's helmet as she clutched her half-formed body, shaking it in despair. "Why does your incision hurt so much more than others? Have you employed some bizarre method to amplify the agony?" Lynn closed his eyes, opting for brevity as he replied, "Administer the anesthetic." "No." Yaya lay back down, gritting her teeth as tears flowed, insisting, "My pain resistance is unparalleled. A knight possesses the perfect quality of endurance. I shall not, Lighter. You're pressing too hard," she cried out, her voice filled with distress. "Did you not claim that your pain resistance was unparalleled? Do not thrash about. If you do, you'll injure other areas. But, even though my resistance is high, each incision you make transcends the threshold of pain," she lamented. "I feel like I'm splitting apart. My mouth is about to break. Please refrain from such absurd sounds. This is merely the initial scraping." Lynn persisted. "You've caused me pain. Knight, I fear I shall perish from this agony. Help. I feel as though I am being torn apart. I want to go home. I cannot endure this any longer," Yaya shouted, baring her sharp teeth, desperately attempting to bite Lynn's arm in a frenzy. Clearly, beneath the overwhelming pain, even the formidable knight had reached the brink of losing her sanity. Lynn, in a fit of urgency, pressed down on the fairy's head, attempting to prevent her from biting while forcefully cleaning her wounds. Finally, in a bid to complete the final cleansing, Lynn swiftly grasped a rolling pin nearby. At the moment the fairy opened her mouth, he thrust it in, pressing against her sharp teeth. Yaya's eyes widened in shock as she fought back vehemently. "Bite down, just hold on a little longer. We are almost finished. Endure. Persevere." A few minutes later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations. Your knife skills have reached an intermediate level, granting you 300 basic experience points." Another notification followed. "Congratulations. Your surgical ability has also reached an intermediate level, granting you an additional 300 basic experience points." Yaya, the fairy, lay on the operating table with her mind in a haze, her dark, vacant eyes wide open, completely exhausted and drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain. With a swift motion, Lynn extracted the rolling pin from her mouth, which had been used to prevent her from biting her own tongue. Satisfied, he removed his gloves and declared, "The preliminary debridement is complete. You may rise now. We can proceed to the next step." The fairy named Yaya slowly crawled off the operating table, shaking her head adorned with a knight's helmet, and rubbed her eyes, remarking, "It felt like I was trapped in a nightmare. I nearly broke down." Lynn, cleaning the blood from the injured area, closed his eyes and replied, "A normal reaction." Yaya stared blankly at her left arm, which had been meticulously cleaned, then shook her head vigorously. Turning her gaze to Lynn, she pointed at him and said, "You are the first man who has inflicted such pain upon me. You have left a profound impression." A notification chimed. "The Black Moth Fairy's affection for you has increased by 20. Lynn, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You shouldn't casually utter strange comments. What do you mean by the man who hurt my mouth? This was merely a precautionary measure to prevent you from biting anyone." He glared at her with a lifeless expression, forcing a smile as he cautioned, "Let's not dwell on trivial matters. There is still one crucial step remaining. Your entire arm has been rendered useless. While there is a way to regenerate the severed limb, it depends on whether you can afford it." The fairy named Yaya replied earnestly, "I can afford it. I brought all the funds from my clan with me." Then, under Lynn's watchful gaze, she adjusted her large knight's helmet and, with great effort to maintain her balance, reached inside her collar and retrieved a small pouch from her chest. Lynn's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was she doing? In the next moment, Yaya forcefully yanked the pouch outward, and with a thud, she sat down on the ground, spilling a large bag of coins onto the floor, which clinked melodiously as the coins collided. Lynn was left utterly bewildered. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, after successfully escaping with a substantial bag of coins, the once proud chest of the fairy named Yu deflated in an instant. "How extravagant!" she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "All the money is right here. A wealthy individual could easily buy you. She opened the mouth of the coin pouch, revealing it to be brimming with numerous black skull coins. Lynn was taken aback. It meant that each black skull coin equated to 1,000 skeleton coins. Judging by the size of the pouch, this fairy was carrying at least hundreds of thousands in wealth. Indeed, she was extraordinarily affluent. With her eyes closed, she extended her small hand into the pouch, retrieving a generous handful of black skull coins and placing them on the operating table. Is this enough? Sufficient? Lynn exclaimed, wide-eyed. Naive, delicate, wealthy, easily deceived. She truly embodied all these traits. Shaking his head, Lynn discarded all impractical thoughts from his mind. He swiftly turned around and retrieved the flesh growth potion he had prepared from a cabinet behind him, smiling as he said, in that case, let me treat you with my latest research potion. A fair price for a high-grade potion, 3 black skull coins a bottle. Does that seem excessive? At last, his own potion would find its purpose. The black moth fairy paused, then shook her head seriously. It may not be effective. My constitution is unique, and my resistance to various toxins is maximized. She closed her eyes and raised a finger earnestly, stating, this means that negative toxins have no effect on me. Similarly, restorative potions are also ineffective. Therefore, this poses quite a challenge. As she spoke, she pulled out a bottle of greenish potion from her robe, forcefully uncorking it. A thick cloud of skull-shaped smoke billowed from the bottle. Lynn was bewildered. The Yu fairy declared, for instance, this is a potent toxin commonly used in potions for our fairy clan. I have been consuming it since childhood, yet it has no effect on me. With that, she tilted her head back and drank it in one gulp. The bottle shattered on the floor, and the remaining potion emitted wisps of green smoke. She wiped her mouth and stated earnestly, as you can see, such a powerful hallucinogenic toxin has no effect on me. Had it been a typical fairy, they would have long since succumbed and been carted away. Yet here I am, as lively as ever. Lynn remarked, what a resilient creature you are. Puzzled, he asked, then why are you here? To try my luck? She replied. The fairy, spoke earnestly. Although I am not particularly afraid of pain, the prospect of losing an arm would undoubtedly be quite distressing. Thus, I seek a medical establishment where, if possible, I could obtain a robust prosthetic. Lynn glanced at the flesh-replenishing potion in his hand and pondered for a moment. He then smiled and said, very well, but let us first trial this potion. It is rather unique, and it may yield some effect, who knows? What do you think? If it proves ineffective, there will be no charge. Given that the potion formula was provided by the system, it should, in any case, differ from the potions of this world. He held a strong confidence in the system. A few minutes later, on the operating table, Lynn uncorked the potion and, under the curious gaze of Yaya, carefully applied it to the wound with a cotton swab. Little by little, it felt cool, slightly numbing, and somewhat painful. Will it work? Her voice was tinged with anxiety, for she certainly did not wish to face a future with only one arm, knowing that any prosthetic would be far less agile than a real limb. Lynn adjusted his monocle and replied, let us wait a moment. To be honest, this is the first time I am administering this potion to a living being, so its effects remain to be seen. The fairy was taken aback. Observing Lynn's serious demeanor, she widened her eyes and swallowed hard, watching intently. Time flowed slowly. After a few minutes, Yaya exhaled deeply and remarked, it seems there is no effect whatsoever. My constitution is too peculiar, and my resistance to various potions is at its peak. If this does not work, I kindly ask you to fit me with a suitable prosthetic. However, at that very moment, she suddenly felt a faint itch emanating from the wound on her left arm. She froze and quickly turned her gaze towards her shoulder. In an instant, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. To her amazement, the wound appeared to be visibly sprouting tender, pink flesh at an observable rate. Even her bones showed subtle signs of growth. Is it working? She exclaimed in shock. This was something she had never anticipated. She was acutely aware of her own constitution and its resistance to external substances, which, while allowing her to evade many dangers, had also caused significant distress in her life. What could be resolved by a single bottle of restorative potion for others would take her a considerable amount of time for her wound to heal naturally. Yet, she never imagined that the potion provided by this human doctor would truly have an effect on her. The rate of recovery is somewhat accelerated. Your constitution's resistance does indeed have a partial impact on the potion's efficacy, but it is not substantial, Lynn observed carefully as the arm began to grow. Then she swiftly retrieved a small notebook documenting the clinical manifestations of the potion. The fairy, Yaya, stared wide-eyed, anxiously observing the gradual growth of her arm. Beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Incredible. Doctor, your potion is truly remarkable. Absolutely astonishing. No wonder you have left such a profound impression on me. You are exceptionally capable. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's affection for you is now 50. Do not develop feelings for me so casually, Lynn said seriously, meticulously recording the changes in the experiment. Can you describe your sensations? I will take notes. The fairy, swinging her legs, replied, It feels tingling, numb, and painful. And not just in my arm. Other areas feel the same. Lynn diligently noted everything. Is there anything else? He asked, adjusting his monocle. The fairy continued. It's quite pleasant. It feels as if my arm is growing, almost as if I have 2 additional arms. It's quite fascinating. Lynn recorded this as well. Just as he lifted his head to say something, his eyes widened in shock, freezing in place. Behind the fairy, a tentacle slowly emerged from her armor. Value. 10. As Lynn stood transfixed, the tentacle caressed the fairy's face, leaving a trace of liquid upon her skin. The fairy, eyes closed and neck swaying, exclaimed, Yada yada. Doctor, do not lick my face so casually. While I acknowledge your remarkable abilities and the deep impression you've made on me, it is still inappropriate to touch my body so freely. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's affection for you is now 5. Lynn stammered, well. Chapter 54. New Year's Grand Promotion, buy 1, get 1 free. Just then, under Lynn's gaze, the tentacle extended towards her helmet. The Black Moth Fairy suddenly burst into giggles, eyes closed, flailing her arms. Yada, don't do that. It feels so strange. Wait, how can you scratch me so freely? She protested. Yada, no. Doctor, you are truly mischievous. Ding. The Black Moth Fairy's affection for you is now 10. Lynn's expression was stiff. I think it would be better if you opened your eyes, he suggested. The fairy named Yaya complied, and her gaze met Lynn's, who stood 2 meters away with a rigid expression. She was taken aback. Doctor, why are you so far away? Lynn replied stiffly. I was always standing this far. The fairy was momentarily stunned, then suddenly felt a peculiar sensation at her neck. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards one side of her helmet. Buzz. The expression on the fairy's face instantly became vacant. Value, 30. Value, 30. In the next moment, a resounding, explosive scream pierced through the entirety of the Soul Alley, echoing from the operating room. The fairy, Yaya, writhed in agony upon the surgical table, exclaiming, Why is there a strange hand on me? This is not right. Help. Do not move. Uncle will assist you. Seeing her plight, Lynn rushed forward in a panic. Help. It's about to enter. Lynn was alarmed. This was untenable. He swiftly restrained her, using all his strength to seize the offending limb, and, gritting his teeth, he managed to extract it from her helmet with a resounding pop. The tentacle writhed incessantly in Lynn's grasp, flinging slime all around. The fairy's vitality plummeted as she trembled, clutching her helmet, and shrieked in horror. It grew from my body. It sprouted from my shoulder. Endure it. Lynn exclaimed, grabbing a nearby razor and forcefully pinning the tentacle down on the surgical table. With a decisive stroke, the tentacle fell with a splatter, landing beneath the table. Yeah. Lynn stomped on the severed appendage repeatedly, reducing it to a pulpy mess. The fairy, still in shock, grasped Lynn's chest, trembling as she turned to gaze at the writhing remnant. What is happening? Lynn contemplated. It seems to be a minor side effect of the potion. A side effect? The fairy gasped in disbelief. Lynn closed his eyes and replied, Indeed. As you know, the more potent the potion, the stranger the side effects. This powerful regeneration serum, capable of restoring severed limbs, is likely to produce other peculiarities as well. It is quite a normal phenomenon. Normal? The fairy said, dumbfounded. Normal, my foot. She gripped her helmet and swiftly drew a compact sword from her waist, brandishing it threateningly at Lynn. What kind of terrifying potion allows one to sprout strange tentacles so casually? This is not healing. It is mutation. If it can cause such odd appendages to grow, what else might it produce? It's a mutation. Tears glistening in her eyes, she shakily pointed the sword at Lynn, the blade slicing through the air menacingly. Black Moth Fairy HP. 10. Black Moth Fairy HP. 10. Lynn extended 2 fingers to gently nudge her sword aside. Adjusting his monocle, he said with a serious tone, Do not be afraid. The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Though you are affluent, A little mutation now, and then is harmless. Moreover, despite your transformation, Lynn pointed to her arm. Is it not true that yours has sprouted many as well? Does this not indicate the potion's efficacy? Lynn's face was marked by seriousness. But, the fairy Yaya exclaimed, it's truly terrifying. Black moth fairy value. 10 Lynn solemnly reassured her, do not fear. The doctor is here. You can trust me. Regardless of the peculiarities that may arise, I shall adeptly sever them for you. Believe in me. With a chime, a dazzling glow emanated from the bone-slicing knife in Lynn's hand. The fairy Yaya, dazed, clutched her helmet and asked, is it really true? Lynn nodded earnestly, indeed. And do you not desire a healthy arm? For the sake of your well-being, what does a little transformation matter? Yaya was momentarily stunned, contemplating the reasonableness of his words. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he harbored some ulterior motive. This is the very last time. She whimpered with tear-filled eyes. Lynn, with a thumbs up, commended her unwavering courage with utmost praise. Then, under the trembling gaze of the black moth fairy, a new potion was once again applied to the amputated limb. Time flowed slowly. In the next moment, a tail. I've grown a dreadful tail. Chop it off. Quickly chop it off. Squish. I can feel it. Something strange is moving beneath my clothing. Those sticky tentacles again. Chop them off. Squish. Ah, wings. New wings have sprouted. Oh, they look rather lovely. Perhaps I should keep them. Squish. I said I wanted to keep them. Why did you chop them off? After a brief span of minutes. Ding. You have completed the task. Regrowth of the severed limb. You have earned 200 skeleton coins and 200 experience points. Yaya lay there, trembling and dazed. Her arm now fully restored, moving slightly. Beside her, the wooden tub was filled with the bizarre limbs that had just been severed. How do you feel? Lynn asked earnestly, helping her to sit up. Yeah, still dazed, replied. I feel as if my entire body is covered in strange things. Do not be afraid. It is merely an illusion. I have removed all that should not have grown. With great effort, Yaya raised her trembling hand and murmured, the potion costs money to sever those strange things. So surely it should be free now? Lynn's eyes glistened with tears. A New Year's grand sale. Buy one, get one free. Chapter 55. Surviving to the dawn of the next day. Minutes later, Yaya stood dazed, allowing Lynn to affix the helmet upon her head like a doll. Strap on her bag, and even package the peculiar tissues removed from her body, carrying them on her back as a keepsake. It was a flawless treatment. Lynn gave her a thumbs up, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, if you found this treatment satisfactory, feel free to bestow us a like. Should you return, a generous discount of 10 awaits you. The pixie, Yaya, quickly embraced her helmet and exclaimed, thank you, boss. Can I leave now? Lynn's gaze scrutinized her from head to toe, an eyebrow arching slightly as she deftly twirled a bone-scraping knife, pondering, something seems amiss. I distinctly recall that during our last application of the medicine, no peculiarities manifested upon your form. Lynn's eyes wavered, uncertainty creeping in. Thus, I cannot ascertain whether any further anomalies have arisen. Could it be? Yaya queried, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lynn hesitantly probed, do you sense any irregularities within your body? If so, it would be prudent to disclose them now. The pixie, clutching her helmet, appeared puzzled. I don't feel anything odd, she replied, curiously placing her bag down and bouncing up and down. Her weight felt entirely unchanged. If any strange growth had emerged, I would surely have noticed. With a puffed chest, she inquired, is there anything unusual? Lynn exhaled in relief, smiling, that is reassuring. This implies that the potion does not always induce mutations, which is indeed commendable. I am immensely grateful for your cooperation and participation in this experiment, he. As Lynn waved her hand in contentment, the little pixie, disheartened, clutched her head and flapped her wings, vanishing into the swirling darkness. Lynn felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. She took a deep breath and strode back to the operating room, intending to tidy up. After all, one could never tell when another delightful customer might appear. However, at that moment, a cacophony of metallic clinks echoed from beneath her feet. Lynn's ears perked up, and in the next instant, her gaze fell upon a bulging sack on the ground, her expression freezing in astonishment. Wait, what is this? Instinctively, she reached out to open the bag, and to her astonishment, it brimmed with black skull coins, dazzling her eyes. Lynn was taken aback. Wait, something is amiss. How did the pixie's coin pouch end up here? Just moments ago, she had observed her chest swelling, nearly bursting forth from her attire, presuming she had stashed the pouch within. Yet, if she had not concealed the pouch, then what was it that she bore upon her chest? Could it be that the fake had transformed into the real? Lynn's mind raced, hollowed by disbelief. In an instantaneous flurry, she seized the pouch and dashed outside, but the elusive black moth pixie had already vanished from sight. In Lynn's mind, the terrifying scene of that little sprite brandishing real money suddenly surfaced. If that were truly the case, one could only hope she would soon realize it and return swiftly. While the situation remained malleable, it would still be possible to intervene at this juncture. Clutching the coin pouch, Lynn continued to doze at the counter, awaiting new patrons. For reasons unknown, business today had been rather lackluster. Aside from that foreign dark moth sprite, only a handful of customers had ventured in. Amidst this ennui, evening once again approached. Has the teacher not returned yet? Lynn glanced at the obsidian mist outside, his expression rife with uncertainty. Today marked the third day. Even if the teacher had been delayed by some circumstance, news should have arrived by now. Lynn paced back and forth in the hall. Although his teacher was not human and often spoke to him with cold words, without the teacher's guidance over the past 2 years, it would be a wild fantasy for a mere human like him to survive in this shadowy realm. Moreover, without the teacher's instruction, he would never have acquired such extensive knowledge of medicine and alchemy. He hoped fervently that the teacher would return by dawn. Lynn gazed anxiously at the dark mist outside. He removed the nearly extinguished soul lamp from the pillar, preparing to close up for the night. However, just then, his pupils dilated sharply, and a look of anguish crossed his face as he violently coughed up a pool of foul, crimson blood. To his astonishment, the blood began to writhe and contort before his eyes, twisting into several grotesque letters on the ground. Danger. Leave. Now. The 6 scarlet characters lingered for only a few seconds before dissipating in a wisp of azure smoke. Almost simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding. You have successfully triggered the quest, Blood Knight. Quest description: survive by any means until dawn. Quest rewards: 2,000 skeleton coins, 2,000 experience, special reward 1. Special achievement 1. Lynn's pupils constricted instantly. He quickly crouched down, frowning at the fading traces of the blood. Teacher. He recognized the handwriting of those 6 blood letters immediately. Had his teacher cast some sort of spell to send him this warning? What on earth was happening? Lynn suddenly raised his head, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the depths of the black mist outside. Along with the teacher's warning, the system had triggered a quest, and this task promised rewards far superior to those of the previous survival quests, even more abundant than the day of the primordial monstrosity. This serves as a stark indication that the impending crisis will be of an extraordinarily severe nature. What could it possibly be? Could it be that the teacher has encountered a dire predicament outside, which has then seeped into his blood-saw apothecary? Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn quickly composed himself and dashed back to the shop with astonishing speed. The flesh proliferation elixir, faceless demon heart, demon hunter revolver, bone-cutting knife, and soul lantern. These were among the myriad of extraordinary artifacts he had acquired during this period. They were his greatest reliance in this moment of peril. He chose not to linger, for the teacher's warning signified that remaining would undoubtedly spell disaster. It would be wiser to spend the night at the home of the blood-clot wraith. Although he might face her advances, it was certainly far safer than staying here. Lynn hastily packed a bundle, raised his head, and swiftly stepped through the door. A chilling gust of wind swept towards him from the depths of the black mist. As he stepped forward, his foot froze in place. From the abyss of the dark fog, a colossal silhouette gradually materialized within his line of sight. Thud! Thud! The sound that followed was a series of footsteps that could make one's heart race with terror. Strangely, the pitch-black mist began to transform into a sanguine hue, accompanied by an indescribable, acrid stench of blood that surged towards him. Warning! Warning! Your crisis level has escalated to 100. Warning! Warning! Chapter 56. Flesh Puppets, Hell Walkers. In an instant, Lynn bolted back into the shop, gritting his teeth as he hastily shut the door. His gaze flickered, and the soul lantern he held swayed violently, nearly extinguishing. It was over. There was no escape. He had not anticipated the crisis to arrive with such swiftness. Moreover, the system's warning was unmistakable. This threat was directed at him, or rather, at the blood-saw apothecary. Since escape was not an option, he had no choice but to save himself. Gritting his teeth, Lynn wasted no time and rushed into the backyard, forcefully securing the door. With a resounding boom, the apothecary's door shattered open, and the swirling crimson mist surged inward, having lost the protection of the soul lantern. A massive shadow loomed ominously across the hall's floor. Following that was an onslaught of putrid, bloody odors, reminiscent of a corpse that had languished in water for days, now slowly dragging itself across the ground. Thud, thud, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. In the operating room of the backyard, Lynn leaned against the wall, one hand clutching the bone-cutting knife and the other gripping the revolver, his expression grave and his brow furrowed against the wall. The soul lantern had extinguished, signaling the arrival of nightfall. Now, there is nothing left to shield him. The sound of glass vials shattering on the ground reverberates from the direction of the hall, a series of crisp echoes cascading in succession. Lynn closes his eyes, gritting his teeth, as the veins at his temples pulse violently. 100 skull coins. Crash. 500 skull coins. Crash. 821 skull coins. With each shattering bottle, a number rises sharply in Lynn's heart. It is not fear, it is anguish. For those are small treasures, round little coins. They hold more significance than life itself. Lynn squints, his gaze flickering. Engaging in a direct confrontation is unwise, for the mere aura emanating from the creature has inflicted a pain akin to his heart exploding. This clearly attests to the monster's formidable strength. At this moment, the only thing that can save him is the blood garment. Without hesitation, Lynn solemnly extends his hands, gripping the revolver tightly, his gaze steadying. She resides at 44 Soul Lane, just across the street. If time permits, she will surely receive his signal and arrive promptly. Curse removal. He deeply commands the order. Ding. Would you like to lift the curse on the blood garment's malevolent spirit and utilize the curse-clearing ability of the demon hunter's revolver? Yes. In an instant, Lynn feels the malevolent curse drawn from the blood garment's spirit begin to dissipate within his body. Simultaneously, the revolver in his grasp begins to exude thick black liquid in streams. The dark fluid adheres to his palm as he expels it from the revolver. A faint glow emanates from the revolver. Ding. You have successfully lifted the curse on the demon hunter's revolver. Cooldown period, 12 hours. Duration, 24 hours. Click. Lynn swiftly disengages the revolver's safety, narrowing his eyes as he cautiously positions himself at the door. The curse has been lifted. This means the blood garment's malevolent spirit can revert to its original form. This is also his sole method of conveying information. He believes that once the curse is restored, the spirit will immediately seek him out, for only he can assist her in dispelling the curse within her. Now, he must survive until the moment the blood garment's spirit arrives, for therein lies a glimmer of hope. A foul stench of blood wafts from the direction of the hall. Lynn can distinctly sense a brief lull in the sounds from within, clearly indicating that his curse-clearing ability has captured the monster's attention. The curtain is slowly lifted. A long shadow is cast upon the corridor. Lynn cast a glance at the elongated, indistinct shadow outside the operating room door, squinting his eyes as he tightened his grip on the revolver. Thud, thud, footsteps echoed once more, drawing ever closer, the massive shadow gradually creeping toward the backyard. Lynn held his breath, his gaze becoming eerily calm amidst the terrifying silence. In that stillness, he could hear only the rhythm of his own heartbeat and the heavy footsteps resonating in the corridor. Step by step, the repugnant stench of blood began to seep in rapidly. Then, in the next instant, the footsteps outside came to an abrupt halt. At that moment of heightened tension, a sudden, jarring sound erupted. Lynn's pupils dilated in shock as a spiny hand pierced through his chest, breaking through the wall behind him, blood gushing forth from his torso. Thud! Lynn's eyes glazed over as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Behind him, against the unyielding wall, a scarlet and contorted hand slowly retracted, leaving no trace of destruction upon the surface, as if the wall were merely an illusion to it. The nauseating scent of blood spread relentlessly, as the crimson fluid surged from Lynn's chest, staining the floor. His eyes remained wide open, his body twitching uncontrollably as blood flowed freely. Thud, thud, footsteps resounded once again. Then, reflected in Lynn's unfocused gaze, a colossal, distorted figure gradually pushed open the door, appearing at the threshold of the operating room. What manner of monster was this? It resembled a grotesque mass of decaying flesh crudely stitched onto a body, lacking a head or facial features, save for a single grotesque eye protruding from the putrid mass. This enormous eye nearly dominated its entire torso, while scattered around it were dozens of eyeballs, each the size of a normal human's. From its body sprouted various limbs, some human, some tentacled, others clawed or twisted, alongside horrific mechanical appendages. It was as if a monstrous aberration had been violently stitched together. Flesh puppet type 3, Hellwalker, level. Race, abomination, alignment. Chaotic evil, combatability, an incomparably powerful creation. Introduction, as one of the pinnacle flesh machines of the Demon Association. Its emergence will undoubtedly herald slaughter and devastation. This ultimate weapon, crafted specifically to hunt down those who rebel, possesses the ability to incessantly consume living beings and undergo new evolutions. Never attempt to attract its gaze. Blood gushed from Lynn's body as he stared wide-eyed at the approaching monstrosity. One by one, crimson tendrils extended from the creature, slithering across the ground like serpents, gradually piercing into Lynn's legs like needles. The sickening sounds of flesh being punctured echoed through the air. It was consuming him, but in the next moment, the tendrils that had penetrated his body to siphon his blood abruptly halted. A harsh voice resonated in Lynn's ears, indicating the organism's assessment of his inferior human quality. Consumption priority not recommended, initiating purge. With a chilling sound, Lynn's legs were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet almost simultaneously, his shattered heart thudded violently. A surge of blood spreading from beneath his skin to his wrist, as if some crisis response mechanism had been triggered. In an instant, Lynn's pupils constricted. Like a flash of realization, he tightened his grip on the revolver, pivoting sharply, gritting his teeth. He aimed the barrel at the creature's enormous eye. Bang! The bullet struck the very center of its pupil. A long wail erupted as divine power surged through him like electricity, causing its countless arms to frantically lash out, bringing the walls crashing down around it. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lynn swiftly extended his hand, gritting his teeth as he pulled a scarlet cloak from his pocket and draped it over himself. In that moment, as the terrifying hand descended upon him, Lynn rolled, merging with the ground and vanishing from sight. Error. Secondary identification shows target possesses high camouflage capabilities. Species adjustment. Biochemical human. Undergone advanced biological modification. High consumption priority. Hunting advised. Chapter 57. The Eye and the Tentacles. Full body mutation. In the basement, Lynn, cloaked, pressed firmly against his bleeding chest, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a razor, slashing at his own legs. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. He had been too complacent. He had underestimated the situation. When facing a creature of this caliber, one should be acutely aware. They possess myriad methods to detect your location. Experience. His combat experience and crisis management skills remain woefully inadequate. Had he not donned the cloak of the blood demon at the critical moment, he would surely not have survived. Cloak of the blood demon. Quality. Rare. Attributes. Upon usage, it conceals one's presence and allows one to traverse through solid matter like a specter. Description. The intangible and formless specters evoke deep-seated fears within the human psyche. Thus, the denizens of the abyss crafted this cloak, enabling its wearer to become akin to a malevolent spirit, ethereal and insubstantial. However, one must tread carefully. Donning it forfeits all capacity for offensive capabilities. Lynn gritted his teeth, clutching his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the door of the basement. These past few days had been excessively tranquil, causing him to forget the perilous nature of the world he inhabited, where death could lurk around any corner. He forcefully spat out a mouthful tainted with blood and bits of viscera. Without hesitation, he retrieved the flesh growth serum and poured it into his shattered legs and perforated chest cavity. Grinding his teeth, he twisted his neck, muttering, "Indeed, in critical moments. Superior constitution proves invaluable. I must extend my gratitude to my mentor. Had I not undergone that surgery, I would likely be finished by now." Creaking and cracking, the flesh growth serum began to take effect. His damaged chest and legs started to mend at an inconceivable pace. The serum, effective even against the highly resistant Fae, manifested an astonishingly rapid recovery in a normal human. Within mere breaths, Lynn's body was restored to its former state. Breathing heavily, Lynn forced himself to stand, cautiously testing his nearly disassembled body. Simultaneously, the system's notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 1 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 2 mutation. With a sudden burst, 2 barbed tendrils sprouted from Lynn's back. The skin on the nape of his neck split open, revealing an inverted eye that slowly blinked open. Ding! The system has detected 3 controllable mutations and is analyzing the target. Ding! Analysis complete. Flesh tendrils connect to the central nervous system, allowing for voluntary control over contraction and growth. Malevolent eye connects to the visual nerves, capable of penetrating obstructions and sensing malevolent presences. With a flourish, the two tendrils, under Lynn's command, revealed sharp barbs, hovering before him. Clenching his teeth, he narrowed his eyes, contemplating, perhaps I can test this out, at the very least. This revolver possesses considerable lethality against that creature. After all, it is a hunter's prized weapon, a high-quality armament against the demonic. With a click, he disengaged the revolver's safety. In the next moment, Lynn, draped in a cloak of crimson, glided through the wall like a specter. Under the watchful gaze of the malevolent entity, he swiftly discerned the immense, grotesque creature lurking in the corridor. Lynn's mind was intensely focused. Like a phantom, he deftly navigated the walls, inching closer to the abomination. A wisp of scarlet shadow darted past the creature's flank. The enormous eye of the creature, now fully restored, slowly rotated, scanning the surrounding walls, while its frenzied arms seemed poised for an imminent assault. Suddenly, a bloodied shadow flickered behind it. The creature's back erupted with pairs of eyes, fixating on the corridor behind. Yet, in that very moment when its attention was diverted, Lynn's narrowed gaze emerged through the jagged opening of the alchemical chamber door. You are finished. In an instant, Lynn pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 6 shots rang out. 6 demon-hunting bullets penetrated the door and struck the creature. In an instant, a cacophony ensued as divine currents erupted from the creature's body. The demon-hunting revolver held formidable power over beings of the dark world, and its sacred force was the nemesis of most monsters. Almost instantaneously, Lynn observed the creature's form become sluggish. The revolver's ammunition was reloading. This was an opportune moment to strike. Lynn swiftly unsheathed his bone knife. However, just as he was about to burst through the door, he was startled to see 6 eyeballs materialize within the bullet holes, their hollow gazes fixated on him. A wave of immense dread surged through him. This is bad. Without hesitation, Lynn donned his cloak and prepared to phase through the wall. But it was too late. The vacant gaze locked onto his face. A pained, hissing sound emanated. Lynn's visage and the skin that met its gaze began to dissolve, emitting a plume of acrid smoke. The look it cast upon him was laced with a curse. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, Lynn abruptly vanished into the underground. In the basement, he gasped for breath. He uncorked a fresh vial of flesh-rejuvenating elixir and poured it over his dissolving face and neck. The crimson liquid hissed as it seeped into his skin, rapidly mending the wounds on his face. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in. Ding. You have experienced a level 1 mutation. Ding. You have experienced a level 1 mutation. The shadow of Lynn was suddenly pierced by 2 enormous tentacles emerging from behind him, yet he remained unfazed. His expression was grave as he utilized the malevolent spirit's vertical eye to observe the creature from a distance. He swiftly discerned that the 6 bullets he had previously fired into the beast were being expelled, inch by inch, by its flesh and blood. The electric current enveloping his body was also rapidly diminishing. This indicated that, in merely 2 exchanges, the creature had adapted to the holy damage inflicted by his demon-hunting bullets. Was it possible that it had activated a unique form specifically designed to counter his assaults? This was troubling. Lynn furrowed his brow. For his greatest reliance was his demon-hunting revolver. If it could significantly resist holy damage, then not only would defeating the creature become an insurmountable task, but even approaching it would transform into a perilous endeavor. He quickly steadied himself. The earlier probing was unwise, and he must maintain his composure. The only course of action was to retreat and reconsider his strategy. Determined, Lynn acknowledged that overcoming this monster with his current strength was evidently unattainable. Without further ado, he instantaneously traversed through the wall, relentlessly making his way towards the outside world. To stubbornly confront an adversary he could not defeat was not bravery, but rather folly. Moreover, he was still merely a level 9 novice. Despite possessing several commendable items, they could not compensate for the disparity in raw power. At this juncture, he must adhere to the dictates of his heart. With a serious expression, Lynn swiftly navigated through the underground. Simultaneously, the vertical eye behind him continued to monitor the creature's movements. Time swiftly elapsed. However, just as he exited the territory of the Bloodsaw Potion Shop, the creature's form abruptly flickered in his malevolent vision before vanishing from sight. Had it concealed its presence? Lynn's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from behind him. Instinctively, he moved to the side. In an instant, a colossal hand, resembling a phantom, pierced through the ground, grazing his cheek and injuring the side of his face. It was the very hand of the malevolent spirit that had previously pierced his heart. Chapter 58. The final card. The heart of the faceless demon. It was astonishing that it could strike him even while clad in the blood demon cloak. With a thud, Lynn's body tumbled heavily along the street for several meters. Clutching his bloodied left eye, he gritted his teeth and swiftly rolled over, plunging into the underground like a specter in constant motion. He quickly retrieved the flesh regeneration potion and vigorously poured it over his cheek. The flesh began to heal rapidly. Your body has undergone a secondary mutation. In an instant, his neck suddenly, revealing a new malevolent vertical eye. The dual pupils overlapped. Almost simultaneously, the presence of the previously vanished monster re-emerged within the sight of the two vertical eyes. At that moment of recognition, Lynn's pupils abruptly contracted. He beheld the illusory giant hand that relentlessly pursued him from behind. The arm of that hand was still connected to the monster, yet its frantically growing limb disregarded the barriers of the ground, relentlessly pursuing him. Moreover, due to its same malevolent form, that colossal hand could inflict harm upon him. Even while cloaked, Lynn could distinctly see that one of the creature's eyes, positioned on the ground, was firmly fixated upon him, tracking his every move. Damn! Lynn couldn't help but curse inwardly. The situation had turned drastically. The advantage he previously held under the cloak had instantly transformed into a liability. Beneath the cloak, he was rendered incapable of launching any offensive actions. Even firing a weapon was beyond his reach. In contrast, the hand of his adversary was free to strike at him. He had to devise a means to shake off that hand. Gritting his teeth, Lynn's gaze darted rapidly. In a fleeting moment, his eyes landed on the bloodsaw apothecary. Without a moment's hesitation, aided by the four tentacles, he propelled his speed to its zenith and surged from underground into the shop. With a sudden flourish, he tore off the cloak. Like a spider, Lynn swiftly scaled the walls using his tentacles, then bolted into the attic where he slumbered. Eureka! Lynn flung open the cabinet door, his gaze falling upon the shelves brimming with potions. Yet simultaneously, within Lynn's malevolent vision, that accursed hand burst forth from the ground. Heedless of any obstacles, hurtling towards him in the attic. In that instant, Lynn's eyes narrowed sharply. He swiftly raised the bone knife in his hand. The glint of the sharp blade flashed as he cleaved through the shelves of potions with a decisive stroke. The green elixirs splattered over him, staining his blood-red bone knife. In that moment, every muscle in his body surged with power. Gripping the knife with both hands, he exerted all his strength and forcefully thrust it towards the floor beneath him. Almost simultaneously, the shrieking malevolent hand pierced through the floor, and the potion-stained blade plunged into the palm of that gigantic hand. A series of hissing sounds erupted, and the monstrous hand emitted a wailing cry akin to that of an infant. The potion that had spilled onto the ground acted like acid, rapidly causing the skin of that malevolent hand to peel away. The apparition elixir. This was a concoction developed by his mentor, designed to enable corporeal beings to interact with malevolent spirits. As an apprentice, he had prepared an ample supply of this elixir, for one must always be sufficiently equipped to face a myriad of patrons. At this moment, the elixir was undoubtedly proving its worth. With a fierce snarl, Lynn brandished a bone knife, striking fiercely at the spectral arm. The shelves of potions toppled heavily to the ground, their viscous contents splattering across the bedroom. The ghostly arm collided violently with the wall, twisting grotesquely, emitting a smoke-like haze. Lynn gasped for breath, his resolve unwavering. He immediately reached for other potions within the cabinet, acutely aware that this was not a place to linger. A sickening sound echoed as the blade met flesh. Lynn's pupils dilated in shock, his throat constricting as a slender hand emerged from the green-stained floor, piercing through the back of his neck to grasp his spine. Crimson droplets cascaded down. The eye on the back of Lynn's neck quivered as he beheld the hand that attacked him. A hand he recognized all too well, belonging to the very pixie who had come to his apothecary seeking aid. She had recounted her encounter with a giant who nearly severed her head, escaping only at the cost of her arm. It dawned on him that the giant she had faced was indeed this creature, and it had gained formidable resistance after consuming her limb. Despair engulfed him. A profound hopelessness swept over him. Just as the hand threatened to sever his spine, Lynn tilted his head back and roared, his blood surging to the 4 tendrils that he commanded. In a swift motion, those tendrils coiled and pierced the small hand gripping his spine. Even so, cracks began to form along his vertebrae. Yet, Lynn's desperate counterattack bore fruit. The hand grew sluggish and unsteady under the grip of his tendrils. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lynn broke free from the hand's grasp, turning with ferocity and sweeping his bone knife through the air. With a decisive strike, the arm was severed along with the tendrils, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, it continued to writhe and scream, relentless in its movements. Lynn gritted his teeth, summoning his last ounce of strength to drive the blade forcefully into the floor. Exhausted, he slumped in front of the cabinet. At that moment, he was too late to utilize the flesh-enhancing elixir, for within his malevolent vision, the creature had already returned to the entrance of the apothecary. Time was of the essence. In this final moment, Lynn extended his blood-soaked hand and seized his greatest trump card from his bosom, the heart of the faceless demon. Instantly, the visage of that monstrosity materialized in his mind, and his malevolent sight fixated intently on the creature below. "Let us play," he snarled. With a swift motion, his fingers plunged into the heart, and an inky torrent erupted forth like a geyser, as if countless malevolent spirits were shrieking frantically from within. In an instant, the massive creature downstairs stiffened, its colossal eye contracting in terror, as if its core had sustained an unimaginable blow. With a series of explosive pops, its obsidian eyes burst open. The numerous arms sprouting from its body flailed uncontrollably, twisting and clawing at its own flesh. From its grotesque form, faces began to emerge, each one screeching and creating grotesque protrusions, as if something desperately sought to break free. The core of the heart, subjected to an unknown force, faltered. Its holy resistance wavered. The perception of the malevolent spirits dulled, cellular restraints weakened, and the curse's grip diminished. An urgent countdown for repair initiated. 201918. Chapter 59. Highest Priority Devour in the Attic. As Lynn's body lay paralyzed and his nerves damaged, he gritted his teeth and, with his final effort, uncorked a vial of flesh-enhancing elixir. As the potion spilled onto his palm, the damage to his spine rendered him unable to control his body. Yet, the elixir rapidly began its work, mending his ravaged tissues. 20 seconds. Would it be enough? He clenched his jaw tightly, his gaze fixed upon the heart of the faceless demon beside him. This cursed object was indeed an extraordinarily potent tool, his ultimate weapon, yet he had not anticipated that even such a formidable artifact would prove insufficient to vanquish the creature. At this moment, the heart had turned pitch black. Despite its power, the intense curse it harbored came with unimaginable side effects. Suddenly, a tremendous force of absorption emanated from the heart, and he felt his blood boiling throughout his entire being. In the very next moment, the heart suddenly split open and instantly latched onto his chest. Thump, thump, the heart began to beat incessantly, drawing forth torrents of blood from his entire body. As it siphoned his blood, the heart transformed into a deep crimson hue. At first glance, it appeared as though a pulsating mass of blood had taken root upon his chest. A dual blow indeed. Lynn gritted his teeth resolutely, yet the flesh-replenishing serum sensed the rapid depletion of his blood and began to generate it anew. The two forces entered a precarious stalemate. However, Lynn understood that if he did not recover swiftly, death would inevitably claim him once the 20 seconds elapsed. Clenching his jaws tightly, his eyes were now bloodshot. Hurry, mutate, transform. Presently, his sole hope rested upon the serum's ability to alter his physique. The damage to his spine had nearly severed his control over his limbs, and he desperately required new appendages. Just then, the system's notification finally rang out. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. At that very moment, Lynn's left eye bulged, and a blood-red serpent abruptly emerged from his eye socket. Ding! Mutation analysis in progress. Ding! Warning! Your current physique and willpower cannot fully control this mutation. Target control efficiency, 31. Level 3 mutation, brain serpent. A flesh and blood serpent birthed from the brain, endowed with an overwhelming bloodlust. In an instant, Lynn was overwhelmed by the intense bloodthirst emanating from the entity, which even instilled a craving for blood within his own mind. An efficiency of 31. It was time to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Lynn concentrated all his mental faculties, laboriously attempting to control the serpent that had emerged from his eye socket. As the serpent writhed with fervor, he finally managed to direct its massive jaws to seize the second vial of the flesh-replenishing serum attached to his waist. With a crack, the vial shattered instantaneously, the crimson serum cascading over his entire being. Simultaneously, Lynn completely lost his grip on the brain serpent, which began to thrash violently. As if it had caught a whiff of the potent scent of blood, the brain serpent suddenly opened its gaping maw and lunged at the faceless demon heart that was fervently draining from his chest. Blood spattered in a vivid spray, And in that moment, an immense conflict erupted between the two. The brain serpent began to tear at the heart, which responded by manifesting delicate flesh-like tissues on its surface, attempting to envelop the serpent as if seeking to consume it as well. Lynn lay there, gasping heavily as he beheld the absurd scene before him. His mind and heart were at odds. Such a horrifying tableau could only manifest in this dark world. Yet, it was the entanglement of his heart and the cerebral serpent that provided immense relief to his rapidly depleting blood. The flesh regeneration serum commenced its swift repair of his damaged spine. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, downstairs, the previously frantic writhing of countless limbs had subsided. The enormous, frozen pupils stirred slightly, and the creature's entire form began to undulate. With core repairs complete, it began to regain control over its bodily tissues. The threat level was recalibrated to a high degree, with the value of its target adjusted to the utmost priority for consumption. A hum resonated as the colossal pupil ignited with a crimson glow, abruptly lifting its gaze to the ceiling. In that instant, its massive body burst through the ceiling with a thunderous crash, landing in the attic of the second floor. Its gaze swept across the bloodied walls and floor. But Lynn's presence was no longer there. Target locked, priority for consumption activated, and the sinister vision was unleashed. One of its eyes transformed into an ethereal state. In the next moment, it spun around and leapt forth. Simultaneously, on the streets shrouded in swirling black mist, Lynn, cloaked in a mantle, staggered forward, twisting and stumbling as he ran. The cerebral serpent emerging from his eye sockets continued its struggle with the faceless heart clinging to his chest. Yet he had finally regained control over his body, thanks to the spinal repair from the flesh regeneration serum. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a surge of determination and bolted towards number 44, for he understood that the creature would not relent, and his only hope for survival lay in seeking assistance from the equally formidable haunted house. At last, as he broke through the fog, a slender figure materialized in his line of sight. From afar, the faint sound of a lullaby wafted through the air. In the next moment, he beheld a woman clad in a blood-red gown, her lips curling into a smile as she cradled a child in her arms, advancing step by step from the distance. She was drenched in blood, her expression serene, while in her other hand, she held 3 severed heads, each adorned with a straw. The blood-soaked specter immediately recognized Lynn, who was stumbling towards her, and her expression shifted to one of surprise. "That brat from the apothecary?" she mused, a hint of astonishment in her tone. Her gaze then fell upon the bloodstains covering Lynn's body, the severed tentacles behind him, and the serpents sprouting from his eye sockets. An exquisite oddity indeed. "Your appearance today is rather distinctive, darling. Engaged in some peculiar performance art?" she inquired, pausing beside Lynn, cradling her adorable child. With a mischievous glint, she scrutinized him up and down. Lynn inhaled sharply, wiped the blood from his face, and forced a smile, saying, "Ah, is that so? Has the curse upon you not lifted? Why did you not come to find me tonight?" The blood-soaked specter, gracefully cradling a doll, licked her crimson lips and purred. "What is this? Are you so eager already? Are you reminiscing about yesterday's tender moments?" She smiled alluringly, as if Lynn's bloodied appearance conformed more to her aesthetic. "Aren't you at home?" Lynn inquired, wide-eyed. She lifted the 3 heads she held, sweetly caressing her face, tilting her head as she replied, "Indeed, it is quite a conundrum. My daughter is at that crucial age of growth, and without some nourishing supplements, her development might suffer. Thus, as her mother, I must take matters into my own hands." The adorable little one stirred her ears, holding a straw and sipping from her head. Lynn, with a value of 10, was appraised by the blood-soaked specter, who smiled and said, "Speak, my sweet darling. Have you encountered an insurmountable dilemma? Otherwise, with your nature, you wouldn't be so hurried to seek out your sister, would you?" Chapter 60. Not so easy to deal with, hee. Lynn struggled to tear his gaze away from the 3 heads she held, his expression turning grave as he exhaled. "I have indeed encountered some trouble, and it is quite significant. I attempted to resolve it on my own, but as you can see," he extended his arm, looking innocent. "I've lost at least a ton of blood." The blood-soaked specter chuckled. "It seems our nefarious apothecary also has matters beyond his control." Lynn, seriously adjusting the serpent in his eye socket, replied earnestly, "Yes, so let us negotiate. I know you are incredibly powerful, and if you can assist me in eliminating the monster that is pursuing me, I shall waive your fees for 5 months. What do you say? An offer too good to refuse, indeed." The blood-soaked specter remained smiling, unmoving. "Since you claim to be pursued, Why do you stand here so calmly chatting with me? Aren't you even a little anxious? Lynn rubbed his temples, replying earnestly, does anxiety resolve problems? The specter's smile grew even more radiant. Behind her, a rolling tide of crimson mist surged forth. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed like an earthquake. Warning, warning. A crisis is rapidly approaching. Warning, warning. A crisis is rapidly approaching. Yet Lynn remained unmoved, gazing into her sparkling eyes, and finally exhaled, saying, then name your price. What conditions do you desire? Surely this will suffice? I imagine you do not wish to witness my demise. The blood-soaked specter smiled brightly. It appears our little trickster has a firm grasp on me. However, since you have invited me to speak freely, I shall not hold back. Her tongue delicately caressed the corner of her lips, and she leaned slightly forward, her luscious crimson lips brushing against his cheek. A heady scent of blood wafted from her, saturating Lynn's nostrils. You seem yet to have submitted before me, have you not? The voice whispered in his ear like a devil's murmur. Then come, beseech me, kneel before me, kiss my toes, and declare your willingness to surrender. And I shall assist you accordingly. The corner of her mouth curled into a sly smirk, filled with mockery. A brief silence enveloped them, as if the very air had become still. Is this flirting? Lynn tilted his head, smiling at her. No, replied the blood-clad phantom, maintaining her smile. I do not indulge in flirtation at such moments. Silence persisted, thickening around them. In the next instant, Lynn's lips curled upward. I am leaving. He patted her shoulder and swiftly turned away from her. Donning the hood of his blood-red cloak, he resembled a nocturnal wanderer, swiftly vanishing into the dark mist that enveloped the depths of the street. Should business resume normally tomorrow, I shall assist you in lifting the curse, and of course, I can offer you a favorable discount. Until we meet again. Lynn raised his chin and gave a thumbs up to the adorable child in her arms, whose curious gaze had turned towards him, revealing a glimmering smile. In the next moment, his figure dissolved into the distant fog. There were no explanations, no responses, seemingly. The question required none. Standing still, the blood-clad phantom gazed blankly in the direction Lynn had departed, a mix of shock, amusement, and newfound admiration playing across her face. This fellow. She rubbed her forehead, a hint of exasperation flickering across her features. Truly, a tendril shot forth into the mist, swiftly pulling the retreating Lynn back. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself tenderly cradled in the embrace of the blood-clad phantom, who smothered him with her ample bosom. So adorable. Ding. The blood-clad phantom's favorability toward you increased by 10 ding. The blood-clad phantom's favorability toward you increased by 10. Just kidding. Truly, you are the boy capable of dispelling my sister's curse. You possess a certain charm that is particularly delightful, and that smile just now was undeniably handsome. I adore boys who can remain resolute in critical moments. It truly stirs my maternal instincts. I am utterly smitten. Absolutely smitten. Oda Oda. The adorable child wiggled the straw in her hand. The blood-clad, malevolent spirit cradled Lynn's head with an expression of bliss and indulgence, akin to a child with a cherished doll, incessantly swaying her body. Lynn, resembling a fragile boat adrift on tumultuous seas, struggled fiercely yet remained utterly ensnared by that wicked embrace. The spirit's vast bosom surged like towering waves, tossing Lynn helplessly. At last, after an arduous struggle, air finally graced Lynn's lungs. What does this mean? The implication was clear. Crisis level 90. Crisis level 100. With great effort, Lynn emerged gasping from the suffocating confines of that immense bosom, and in that fleeting moment, he beheld a visage marred by a gaping fissure, revealing menacing barbs and writhing tendrils, alarmingly close. The cheeks hung limply, adorned with a grotesque smile that seemed to split the face in twain. Consider it assistance. In an instant, a multitude of dark, menacing tendrils erupted from her form, akin to vines, piercing the earth with a sickening squelch. The ground fractured, yielding colossal stones that were effortlessly ensnared by the encroaching tendrils, which sprawled across the entire street like invasive ivy. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by the cacophony of multiple explosive sounds. The boulders launched forth interrupted the creature's advance through the sanguine mist. As the blood fog dissipated, a grotesque, twisted flesh puppet slowly materialized in view, its massive vertical eye fixated on both Lynn and the blood-clad malevolent spirit. Target confirmed, initiating hunt. Engaging high-intensity secondary target interference. Conducting information analysis. Priority analysis for the malevolent entity conglomerate. High. Lynn stared in shock at the unfolding scene. The blood-clad malevolent spirit, with a smile, handed the adorable child to Lynn and gracefully began to stride toward the grotesque puppet. Her long, pale fingers sprouted nearly half a meter of glistening, blood-dripping nails. Her wild hair transformed into a multitude of serpents, each bearing a human face. As she lifted her head once more, she had morphed into a ghastly specter, eyes ablaze with frenzied delight and madness. "Lynn, you have truly provoked a formidable adversary this time," she cackled, her mouth stretching unnaturally to her ears. Long nails dangling before her as she swayed forward, emitting an unsettling, deranged laughter from deep within her throat. Lynn, wide-eyed and clutching the child in his arms, swiftly retreated. "Be cautious. This creature is not easily vanquished. Do not underestimate her." He rapidly conveyed all the information he had gathered, meticulously detailing her characteristics and the strategies to confront her. Not so easy to deal with, indeed. The blood-clad malevolent spirit's smile grew increasingly deranged as she swayed her body slowly. The frenzied curse enveloping her seemed to rise palpably, a tangible force that even Lynn, standing behind her, could sense as an overwhelming chill and chaos. Chapter 61. How deeply do you love me? It remained uncertain whether she had truly heard Lynn's words. In an instant, her form swayed and vanished from Lynn's sight. Lynn's gaze sharpened with urgency. Swift, remarkably swift, even more so than when she had moved the previous night. Could this be the combat form of the blood-clad malevolence? Astonishing. In that fleeting moment, a flash of crimson light revealed a grotesquely smiling visage before the monstrous entity. No one discerned how she had come to confront the creature. In an instant, the sound of slicing echoed as her sharp, obsidian nails, akin to colossal blades, carved 10 ghastly gashes into the monster's flesh. Countless frenzied tendrils writhed behind her, launching a swift and terrifying assault that was nearly impossible to perceive. Lynn could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting blood shadow. Her smile widened into a more horrifying grin, her gaze increasingly deranged and ecstatic, resembling a predator fixated on its prey. The razor-like nails danced wildly, and the monster's blood splattered around them in a gruesome display. "Kill, kill, kill." The morbid laughter, coupled with her blade-like strikes, transformed the scene into a veritable meat grinder, leaving the creature utterly disfigured. Lynn was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Truly, this was the combat style befitting a level monster. If there was ever a time to shout in admiration, it was now. With wide eyes, Lynn bellowed, "Incredible! Absolutely impressive. Madam, you are truly magnificent. Perfection. This assault is nothing short of extraordinary. Amazing. A soaring kick, right on target. Remarkable. Unbeatable. Just look at those mesmerizing tendrils, piercing straight to the heart. And those nails. Perfect. Sharp. Absolutely stunning." In his arms, the adorable child gaped, shaking tiny fists and exclaimed, "Oda, Oda?" Instantly filled with fervor, Lynn exuberantly unleashed every impressive word he could muster, effusively praising every aspect of the display, whether warranted or not, repeating his accolades time and again. "The blood-clad malevolence's affinity for you has increased by 1. The blood-clad malevolence's affinity for you has increased by 1. The threat level of the secondary target has increased. Initiating secondary countermeasures. Primary target, hunt. Buzz." The creature, now grotesquely disfigured by the blood-clad malevolence, revealed its enormous pupils, suddenly glowing with a halo of light. Almost simultaneously, upon the tattered flesh, a formidable layer of exoskeleton suddenly burgeoned forth, instantaneously resisting the frenzied slashes of the blood-clad specter. The clangor of countless sparks erupted in a dazzling display. In an instant, the fragmented vertical pupil shifted and contracted sharply, its gaze honing in on Lynn, who stood nearby. A resonant hum enveloped Lynn as she felt the familiar, overwhelming surge of the curse. It was that cursed gaze. Lynn, exclaiming 666, widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Though reduced to this state, its target remained fixated on me. How profoundly enamored can one be? Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn clasped the child tightly, pivoted abruptly, and sprinted away with fervent urgency. "Madam, this is now entrusted to you. For the sake of your daughter's well-being, I shall momentarily withdraw, but fret not. I shall return post-haste." In that fleeting moment, the curse was unleashed. Yet, almost simultaneously, the frenzied visage of the blood-clad specter intervened between Lynn and the monstrosity, its gaping maw emitting a terrifying wail directed at the creature. Countless faces, akin to moths, surged forth from the chasm, nullifying the dreadful gaze of the curse. Priority Target 1. Proceed with the Supreme Devouring Directive. Initiate Primary Hunt Command. In an instant, the grotesque limbs of the blood-soaked monstrosity erupted wildly, drawing nearer to Lynn with alarming speed. It disregarded the specter's obstruction entirely, akin to a relentless parasite fixating on its prey. With a cacophony of movement, colossal hands encircled Lynn from all directions. Your adversary is me, he. Just as the creature diverted its pursuit of Lynn, a serpentine neck unfurled swiftly from behind, ensnaring it with a swift motion. The pallid, frenzied grin upon the neck confronted the monster's eye directly. The ground beneath trembled as barbed tendrils erupted from beneath, coiling up its legs with serpentine speed. In an instant, a multitude of striking appendages severed the monstrous arms midair, engaging in a frenzied struggle. It abandoned the notion of cutting and instead employed its tentacles in a bid to strangle the creature. The writhing tendrils surrounding it bore faces of gleeful children, reveling as if partaking in a lavish feast. These visages, like phantoms, disregarded the creature's armored hide and began to gnaw from within, feasting upon the flesh of the blood-soaked monstrosity. Nevertheless, even so, that monstrous entity remained fixated on Lynn's retreating silhouette, methodically advancing like a machine, as if it would pursue him to the very ends of existence. The threat level escalated, marking Lynn as the primary target of utmost priority. Its movements were restricted, prompting the implementation of secondary countermeasures, a hunt. In an instant, those colossal pupils suddenly shattered, fragments cascading to the ground like viscous pearls. These shards swiftly reassembled, transforming into countless perfectly sized eyeballs, their aim still resolutely set on Lynn. Lynn abruptly turned his head, only to witness the fallen eyeballs spin violently, aligning themselves towards him. The undersides of these orbs began to writhe, sprouting delicate tendrils that surged forth in his direction. Stunned, Lynn exclaimed, "Is this a joke?" The adorable child, fists clenched and eyes wide, shouted, "Ora, ora!" With a series of pops, a significant portion of the eyeballs had yet to escape the grasp of the spectral tendrils, which rapidly punctured and obliterated them. Nonetheless, a considerable number managed to breach the barrier, swiftly advancing towards Lynn. He halted abruptly, turning to face the impending onslaught. His jaw clenched in determination. It appeared there was no escape. In that fleeting moment, he drew his demon-slaying revolver from his pocket, aiming it squarely at the encroaching wave of eyeballs. His expression sharpened, augmented by the power of two malevolent spirit eyes, enabling him to lock onto each approaching orb with precision. There was no choice but to confront them head-on. With a decisive click, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 62. Crisis unfolds. Simultaneous evolution. Bang. 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 Beep. You have slain eyeball entity 1. Your proficiency in firearms has increased by 1. Beep. You have slain eyeball entity 1. Your proficiency in firearms has increased by 1. Beep. You have slain eyeball entity 1. Your proficiency in firearms has increased by 1. Rapidly closing the revolver, Lynn swiftly retreated while cradling the giggling child. He could only fire 6 shots in succession, and reloading would necessitate a lengthy recovery period of ammunition. This interval was the most perilous. He needed more limbs. Quickly, Lynn retrieved a vial of flesh growth serum from his pocket and consumed it in one gulp. Given that he had already mutated, he felt no trepidation about whatever bizarre appendages might sprout forth next. In an instant, the blood siphoned by the faceless heart was rapidly restored through the serum, while simultaneously, the 4 tendrils he had severed began to regrow, nourished by the flesh serum. Almost immediately, a system notification echoed in his ears. Beep. Your body has undergone a first-level mutation. Beep. Your body has undergone a first-level mutation. Beep. Your body has undergone a second-level mutation. With a wild flourish, tentacles erupted once more from Lynn's body, albeit in a significantly more compact and charming form compared to the hundreds of meters-long appendages of the blood-clad malevolent spirit. Lynn suddenly pivoted, suspending the laughing child upon one of the tentacles, his expression instantly transforming to one of seriousness. With one hand wielding a gun and the other a knife, several razor-sharp tentacles deftly aimed at the oncoming tide of eyeballs. Lynn's gaze sharpened as he advanced towards the torrent, the sound of gunfire echoing as his bone knife swiftly cleaved through dozens of eyeballs. Meanwhile, the tentacles behind him precisely punctured the eyeballs one by one, producing a series of satisfying pops. Ding. Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ding. Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ding. Your combat experience has increased by 1. The relentless barrage of bullets struck their targets with unwavering accuracy. The rhythmic prompts of the system resonated in Lynn's ears. Thanks to the vision granted by the malevolent spirit, his proficiency with firearms, though still modest, had seen a remarkable enhancement in targeting capability. Moreover, confronting these lesser foes presented an excellent opportunity to accumulate experience points. With a swift slash, Lynn's knife severed yet another cluster of eyeballs. Ding. Your combat experience has increased by 1. Ding. Your combat experience has increased by 1. The child, suspended on the tentacle, gleefully waved their arms and legs, clutching an eyeball they had seized at some point, and took a playful bite out of it, reminiscent of an apple. Soon, with Lynn's relentless assault, the advancing wave of eyeballs was systematically annihilated, each one falling victim to his precise strikes. Brave up, young one. The blood-clad malevolent spirit, swirling around the creature, turned to reveal half of its face adorned with a chaotic smile, offering praise. Lynn, having cleaved several eyeballs in a single stroke, flashed a thumbs up in her direction, his smile glimmering like a beacon of determination. These lesser creatures do not intimidate me. The tide of battle shifted rapidly in Lynn's favor. The lowly eyeballs, caught in his relentless grasp, were unable to inflict any significant damage upon him, while the monster remained thoroughly restrained by the blood-clad spirit. At least, that was how it appeared. Time raced forward. Madam, how fares the situation on your end? Lynn called out as he dispatched the final eyeball, directing his voice toward the blood-clad spirit. The countless tentacles and faces that constituted her form had nearly enveloped the monster, akin to a tightly wrapped dumpling, with blood seeping through the gaps of the tentacles. I am delving into its core. The most vulnerable point of this flesh and blood puppet lies therein. If I can extinguish its core, this creature will be reduced to mere scrap metal. The laughter of the blood-clad malevolent spirit echoed through the tendrils. Within that mass of flesh, a sharp barbed stinger was relentlessly advancing, inching ever closer to the monstrous core. It made contact. The blood-clad spirit licked its lips frantically. Gradually, the stinger embedded deep within its body began to morph, ultimately transforming into a razor-sharp hand. Bit by bit, it seized the core within the creature's form. With a sudden thrust, the nails pierced the flesh of the core. However, just as the words were about to escape her lips, a chilling voice once again emanated from the monstrous body. Second target analysis completed. Countermeasures are being generated. Malevolent spirit conglomerate countermeasures activated. Malevolent curse countermeasures initiated. Highest priority target adjusted to number 2. Execute highest extermination order. Countermeasures for extermination breach synchronized with devouring commands. In an instant, the blood-clad spirit felt an indescribable sense of impending doom wash over her. At that very moment, Lynn witnessed a tumultuous agitation among the countless tendrils enveloping the creature. As if something within was thrashing violently. Something was amiss. Lynn abruptly raised her head. In the next instant, hands began to burst forth from within, tearing through the tendrils that ensnared it. Those hands swiftly grasped the outer surface of the tendrils, forming a complete net composed entirely of hands, effectively countering the blood-clad spirit's grasp. Lynn was taken aback. Could it be that the monster had been focusing its attention on her all along, merely to conduct synchronized analysis and countermeasures against the blood-clad spirit? It was adapting and assimilating data. This is bad. Lynn propelled herself forward, breath quickening, racing toward the source. Within the multitude of hands, the sound of gnawing soon reverberated, reminiscent of flesh being mercilessly ground in a meat grinder. Simultaneously, the myriad tendrils sprouting from the ground, belonging to the blood-clad spirit, began to thrash and writhe violently, as if something was tearing at her from within. A heart-wrenching scream of agony pierced the air. In the next moment, the stoutest tendril closest to Lynn suddenly twisted and contorted, frantically transforming into the very likeness of the blood-clad spirit. Moreover, it began to sprout countless arms, each no larger than a pore, at an alarming rate. It felt as though something was consuming her from within. No. It does not fear me. It truly believes I pose no threat. While I devour it, it is simultaneously dissecting me. A truly formidable adversary, indeed. Amidst that frenzied, morbid laughter, the blood-soaked specter, twisted by tendrils, was instantaneously consumed from within by countless tiny arms, transforming into innumerable minuscule flesh-like fragments, reminiscent of maggots. Madam, Lynn rushed forward urgently. The hunt, the devouring, the generation, the deconstruction, the curse, the absorption, the assimilation. In an instant, Under Lynn's trembling gaze, a massive, bloody tentacle erupted from the ground before him, blocking his path. Crack! The tip of the enormous tentacle suddenly split apart, revealing countless barbed spikes, while simultaneously, numerous vertical eyes opened upon it. Warning! Crisis level is rapidly escalating. Warning! Current crisis level 70. Warning! Current crisis level 87. This was not the tentacle of the blood-soaked specter. Rather, it was the organism of the monster that had been isomorphically assimilated. Chapter 63. This is an exceptionally agile tongue. Highest priority command. Target 1 analysis in progress. Target 2 analysis in progress. Target adjustment postponed. Highest priority hunt for Target 1. In that very moment when the voice sounded, the colossal tentacle launched a fierce assault towards Lynn. Yet, just as the tentacle was about to descend upon him, 2 identical tentacles suddenly shot up from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the assailant. Go! A sinister voice abruptly emanated from within the monster. It was the voice of the blood-soaked specter. She was not dead. She was still battling within that creature. Madam, Lynn shouted. But in the next instant, the tentacle controlled by the blood-soaked specter struck heavily upon Lynn. His pupils dilated, and his body was instantly propelled into the darkness of the street far away by the tremendous force. His vision was rapidly obscured by layers of black mist. He reached out, retreating continuously, as his sight expanded. Soon, all that remained was the howling wind in his ears. Bang! Lynn's body crashed heavily to the ground. He quickly sprang to his feet, his breath becoming rapid. How could this be? How did it come to this? Everything had been under control just moments ago. How could it suddenly transform into this? Without a moment's hesitation, Lynn gritted his teeth and sprinted towards that direction. But soon, he came to a halt. No. He abruptly raised his head. He understood that if even the blood-soaked garments could not contend with that monstrous being, then his venture would only lead to his demise. But was he to turn and flee now? To escape this place like a coward? And then seek an opportunity for vengeance? What an absurdity! Lynn clenched his teeth. Without uttering a word, he sprinted fervently towards that direction. However, he did not engage in battle. Instead, he swiftly veered into his apothecary, racing to the rear courtyard. He rummaged through his belongings with haste. In the next moment, he gathered the remaining half of the flesh growth elixir he had hidden away. If she could endure, there must be a way to save her. Just as he gritted his teeth, preparing to depart, he suddenly halted. In an instant, he spun around, breathless, and approached the cellar entrance. Of course, there was also his master's pet. That creature must be of assistance. With a loud crash, Lynn flung open the cellar door, and a wave of putrid stench surged forth. Hey! Lynn ground his teeth and shouted into the darkness. I know you're pretending to be dead, and I'm aware you despise me for feeding you those expired potions daily. But the situation is dire. Whatever you are, I require your aid. My master is in danger, and that monster is at our doorstep. Its target is our bloodsaw apothecary, and if I perish, you, as a member of our shop, won't escape either. Do you hear me? Lynn bellowed. He then hurled several stones downwards. Ding! Little darling's affection for you increases by 1 ding. Little darling's affection for you increases by 1 hiss. A threatening sound, reminiscent of a serpent's tongue, emanated from the depths of the dark cellar. And in the next moment, with a rush, a colossal, serpentine figure surged forth from the cellar, its vast shadow engulfing Lynn in an instant. Lynn's eyes widened, his face a mask of astonishment. This was Little Darling level. Faction, Lawful Evil Race. Combat ability. Description, a tongue lurking within the cellar of the bloodsaw apothecary, seemingly a part of some being, willingly nurtured by the bloodsaw for unknown reasons. Loathing nothing more than the foul expired potions and the human boy who had fed it for 2 years. Little darling? Lynn murmured. Hiss. The lengthy, massive tongue loomed over Lynn, its tip split open, from which emerged another identical tongue, in a grotesque and bizarre manner, presenting itself before Lynn. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It fixed its gaze upon Lynn. For reasons unknown, Lynn instantly comprehended the meaning behind its hissing. With a fierce grip, Lynn seized its tongue and exclaimed, Dare you utter another insult? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lynn tightened his hold on its tongue, declaring, Very well. Insult me if you must. But this is a critical moment. My friend is outside battling that monstrous foe, which is advancing toward us. Despite your grotesque appearance and cowardly demeanor, you are still a part of our bloodsaw apothecary. I nurtured you from a mere infant. Consider this. If my friend perishes, I shall follow suit. And who will be next in line for annihilation? Precisely. It will be you, you hideous, cowardly tongue. Lynn shouted at it. Ding. The little darling's affection for you has increased by 10. Ding. The little darling's affection for you has increased by 10. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lynn, still gripping its tongue, asserted, that is not excrement. It is a potion. Though slightly outdated, it remains a legitimate concoction. Hiss, 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 hiss. Lynn, exasperated, clutched its tongue base and proclaimed, all right, if you accompany me now, I will provide you with premium potions for the next 2 months. Potions that will greatly enhance your well-being. What do you say? A brief silence ensued. Hiss. Ding. The little darling's affection for you has increased by 0.001. In the next instant, the serpent-like tongue surged forth from the cellar, extending wildly and swiftly enveloping Lynn, propelling him outside the store. This was an exceptionally agile tongue. On the street, in less than 5 seconds, Lynn, alongside the extended tongue, arrived back at the battlefield. The sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. The street had been transformed beyond recognition, bearing the scars of battle. At the center of the street, a creature ensnared by countless arms was incessantly contracting and expanding. Progress of complete consumption, 54. 55. Detection of target number 1 approaching. Highest priority for elimination activated. In an instant, massive tentacles adorned with vertical eyes erupted from the ground in a frenzy. The tongue recoiled in terror. 3 months. Lynn, with determination, seized the tip of the enormous tongue, declaring, rescue my friend. In return, I will supply you with high-quality potions every day for the next 3 months. Ding. The little darling's affection for you has increased by 0.01. Hiss. Chapter 64. Nothing ever truly ends. The next moment, the tongue coiled violently. Lynn immediately set the adorable creature aside, flicked her beast ears, and turned with a fierce resolve, saying, we charge forth. In an instant, Lynn, wielding a knife and that peculiar tongue, surged forward at an unimaginable speed towards the very center of the cocoon. I leave the tentacles to you. Just bring me close to that creature, and I shall find a way to rescue my friend. Lynn bellowed. At his command, the tongue spiraled around him, lifting its tip to unleash a flicker of flame at the encroaching tentacles. In the next instant, those tentacles adorned with vertical eyes launched their assault. Attack! Lynn shouted, thrusting his knife forward. With a resounding whoosh, the long, agile tongue struck a tentacle with astonishing swiftness. A loud slurping sound echoed, and under Lynn's watchful gaze, that massive tentacle was instantly transformed into a thick pool of blood, engulfed in the foul saliva. Ding. The scent is appalling. The creature's affinity for you is now 1. Ding. Reluctance to lick. The creature's affinity for you is now 1. Well done. Lynn exclaimed, exhilarated. He adjusted his hood and accelerated once more. The enormous tentacles that obstructed his path were reduced to viscous sludge and blood under the creature's disdainful licks. 100 meters. 80 meters. 30 meters. Closer. Even nearer. Target analysis. Organism 3 exhibits significant structural deficiencies. Priority for containment is paramount. Anti-corrosion mode activated. Curse resistance mode engaged. Commencing containment. In that fleeting moment, Lynn beheld the multitude of capillary-like barriers manifesting on the tentacles sprouting from the ground. With a rapid succession of sounds, the tentacles surged past him, ensnaring the great tongue from all directions. Little darling. Lynn gasped in horror. The ensnared tongue thrashed vigorously, exuding copious amounts of slime that corroded the ground into deep fissures. Yet the tentacles, undeterred by the corrosive substance, tightened their grip. A shrill cry escaped the great tongue. But at that moment, Lynn could no longer afford to hesitate. With a fierce grimace, he charged toward the creature ensconced in a myriad of hands. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The multitude of arms on the creature began to split apart, revealing a vast vertical eye that slowly emerged from the opening. Yet, just as the gaze of that eye fixed upon him, Lynn summoned all his strength, and with a united effort from every tentacle, he roared as he propelled his body toward the colossal cocoon. The crimson cloak billowed around him, rustling in the fervor of the moment. Lynn gritted his teeth and reached out his hand, as if descending from the heavens, aiming directly at the very center of the enormous pupil. At that moment, Lynn's hand penetrated the colossal iris effortlessly, and under the enhancement of the blood demon cloak, his shadowy form melded into the vast cocoon. An endless surge of writhing flesh flooded before him, twisting his expression into a grimace. In that instant, within the malevolent specter's line of sight, he seized the shattered arm with a fierce grip. The cork of the flesh growth elixir was suddenly removed, and with a roar, He yanked the nearly disintegrated entity of the blood-clad specter towards him, pressing the vial against her chest. As the elixir made contact, her broken limb began to regenerate, a cacophony of anguished shrieks from the specters converging around them. As a collective manifestation of evil, she would not be easily consumed. Just one final step remained. Lynn clenched his teeth and thrust his hand forward. With the wraith hair, strands ensnared the blood-clad specter's body in an instant, while he used all his strength to shoot the other end outward, wrapping it around the buildings flanking the street. "Go!" Lynn bellowed. In that fleeting moment, the wraith hair tightened, dragging the specter's ever-devouring and regenerating form outward. Flesh pressed and congealed, the cocoon bulged ominously. A chilling voice resonated from within the creature. Target 2. Priority switched to Target 1 in the process of devouring. At that precise moment of target reassessment, Lynn, in his spectral state, roared at the creature's external tongue. Now, through their previous skirmishes, Lynn had discerned its singular vulnerability. During each target switch, an extreme gap would manifest. In this interval, actions against the previous target would become sluggish, while directives for the next target had yet to be fully executed. This moment would present the perfect opportunity to rescue the blood-clad specter, a strand of wraith hair, propelled towards the small treasure ensnared by tentacles, wrapping around its tip. In that last fleeting gap, the treasure exerted a sudden force backward. With a resounding pop, the regenerating form of the blood-clad specter was yanked from the creature's cocoon with overwhelming strength. Lynn, in his ghostly state, was also pulled outward alongside her, as if hope were finally within reach. Lynn's pupils dilated incessantly as the oppressive black mist loomed ominously close. He extended his hand forward with great effort. The ghostly countermeasure initiated the devouring process, prioritizing target number 1. In an instant, Lynn's body, propelled forward, was abruptly constricted. His pupils were frozen in place, while the strands of the vengeful spirit were instantaneously severed at that very moment. It was merely a heartbeat away, a heartbeat that felt like the chasm between life and death. The cloak of the blood demon disintegrated in an instant, its skin swiftly enveloped by countless flesh buds. The enormous flesh wall tightened violently, contorting his body with a resounding crack. Consciousness seemed on the brink of annihilation. At that moment, it appeared that no one would mourn for him, nor would anyone shed tears for his demise. In fact, there was no one present to witness his end. Was this truly the conclusion? Was this his fate? Was the nascent journey of life destined to be abruptly curtailed? If so, then Lynn, nearly compressed into a singularity, defiantly raised his middle finger. Damn it! With a series of cracks, all the flesh-enhancing potions he had clutched to his chest were simultaneously subjected to immense pressure and shattered. A torrent of liquid surged within the mangled mass of Lynn's flesh. Everything would not culminate here. If death was indeed inescapable, then before succumbing, he would ensure to leave an indelible mark. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 3 mutation. Warning! The host has excessively consumed blood-enhancing potions. Mutation will spiral out of control. Warning! Warning! Ding! Your body has undergone a level 4 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 6 mutation. Ding! Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Chapter 65. Uncontainable. Mutation rampage. The mutation had begun to spiral beyond control. In the next moment, the creature's body expanded instantaneously, its exposed flesh erupting with a multitude of protrusions. It was as if something within was desperately writhing, yearning to break free. The outlines of countless faces and tentacles emerged, manifesting upon its form. Warning! Encounter with unknown mutation disturbance. Activating highest level analytical structure. Initiating emergency comprehensive suppression. Target analysis successful. Countermeasures activated. Warning! Target undergoing abnormal mutation. Analysis data invalid. Initiating secondary analysis. Secondary analysis successful. Countermeasures activated. Warning! Target undergoing new mutation. Analysis data invalid. Third structural analysis failed. Fourth structural analysis failed. A cacophony of disordered sounds erupted from within the creature's body. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the suddenly manifested aberration caused the little creature to gasp in shock, staring incredulously at the grotesquely distorted monster before it. It was utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Yet it could distinctly sense that within the very essence of that creature, a multitude of indescribable entities were frantically proliferating. Astonishingly, it discerned that these countless ineffable beings were all imbued with the essence of that human boy. Beside it, The half-shattered blood-clad specter abruptly opened its eyes. Under the potent influence of the flesh-multiplying serum, her broken form rapidly regained its integrity. She had yet to fathom the gravity of the situation when her gaze was drawn to the monstrous figure writhing in the distance. In that fleeting moment, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from within the creature. Could it be? Her complexion turned ashen as she struggled to rise. Lynn, unable to process the chaotic information. The target's mutation efficiency exceeded the core analysis threshold, engaging the highest-level devouring protocols and countermeasures. The Spectre initiated the furnace mode and activated the biological extermination protocol. Commenced devour and hunt. Alarm bells rang as the flesh-and-blood monstrosity began to shriek maddeningly. Countless arms sprouted from its form, plunging straight into its own body. Warning: under the influence of the flesh puppet's growth, mutation is spiraling out of control. Warning: external flesh interference is severe. Mutation is spreading uncontrollably. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. Ding. Your body has undergone a level 9 mutation. In that very instant, as the blood-clad specter and the enormous tongue stared in horror, a massive tentacle, adorned with hollow human faces, erupted violently from the creature's body. In a state of trepidation, that tentacle extended hundreds of meters skyward. A roar reverberated through the heavens, causing the very streets to tremble with its immense power. What in the world was that? At that moment, even the blood-clad specter could not help but recoil in terror, for she clearly saw that the horrifying faces adorning the tentacle were all identical to Lynn's. Distortion, chaos, and calamity. In the next heartbeat, the mutation surged once more. The creature's colossal vertical pupil was suddenly pierced, a gaping maw tearing open, unleashing a torrent of viscous, crimson fluid. The chilling wails of infants echoed in the air. As from that thick, blood-red liquid, countless embryonic forms struggled to emerge. At that moment, every infant's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Lynn. Even the blood-stained apparition was rendered speechless by the horrifying spectacle before it. The fear, piercing the very soul, inundated the senses with a relentless visual assault. This was merely the emergence of two catastrophic entities. Within that monstrous form, countless other horrors seemed to writhe and shriek in torment. The command for biological extermination was initiated urgently, echoing within the creature's flesh. The grotesque being struggled, one of its arms abruptly morphing into the head of a tumor-riddled dragon, unleashing a searing breath of fire upon the ground, where the shrieking, embryo-like infants lay. Terrifying flames engulfed the earth in a tumultuous blaze. Meanwhile, another arm sprouted, frantically entangling a tentacle adorned with myriad faces, ruthlessly tearing and hunting. This chaos had escalated into a full-scale melee. Warning: third, fourth, and fifth unknown mutations are about to emerge. Biological extermination initiated. In that very instant, as the ominous proclamation resonated, several grotesquely contorted flesh amalgamations burst forth from the creature's back. Their features grotesquely fused, they screeched and latched onto the monster's body, overwhelming it. Countless arms sprang into action, scrambling to address the new mutations. The horrifying scene left the blood-stained apparition pale with dread. She swiftly activated her spectral vision, and upon discerning the internal situation, her face was etched with sheer terror. Lynn. In truth, she could scarcely make out any semblance of Lynn's outline within that monstrous form. What twisted within the creature was a mass of flesh undergoing relentless, lethal mutations. Horrific transformations erupted from the mass like a deluge bursting through a dam. Catastrophe. The unimaginable pollution was upon them. Warning: unable to contain biological extermination failure. Threat level elevated to 0. Initiating emergency flesh reorganization and contingency protocols. The voice from within the monster grew increasingly frantic. In the next moment, its entire structure began to compress inward, emanating an uncontrollable, sustained heat that pressed inwardly. It seemed to seek to expel the mutations from within by this means. Alert! Host flesh is undergoing complete invasion and consumption. Host's life force is critically diminished. Alert! Your body has undergone a 9th-level mutation. Alert! Mutation failed. Flesh is suffering severe cellular disruption. Life form is abnormal. Material composition is irregular. Warning: the host's body is undergoing an unknown, peculiar mutation. An unknown level of mutation has emerged, generating a will that is beyond control. At that very moment, the spectral vision of the blood-clad apparition was abruptly severed. Yet, in the fleeting instant before the disconnection, she beheld something terrifying erupt from the twisted flesh. Simultaneously, the creature's form expanded dramatically, oozing thick, viscous blood from its entire being. Warnings of an emergent, incomprehensible mutant entity echoed. Urgent acceleration of the recomposition process initiated. The target exhibits intense hostility and an insatiable desire to consume. The restructuring of flesh is impeded. Alerts followed as the entity began to devour the host, rendering countermeasures ineffective, and biological extermination futile. The target is rapidly growing, with a body loss percentage of 122,126, an uncontrollable escalation. In the external world, beneath the pale gaze of the blood-clad apparition, the creature's skin, once protruding with grotesque growths, began to flatten at a visible pace. However, this was not an act of suppression, but rather an indication of something being devoured from within. A series of eerie, childlike giggles erupted from inside, sending chills down the blood-clad apparition's spine. Her pupils quivered, for the sound mirrored the laughter she emitted when her consciousness fractured during transformation into battle mode. In an instant, a terrifying hypothesis seized her. Within the creature, an unimaginable calamity was taking form, one that included fragments of her own cursed essence that had been devoured. Suddenly, she witnessed as the creature's arms were seemingly drawn into its body, as if something from within had pulled them inward, causing them to sink. One by one, in the blink of an eye, all its arms were forcibly retracted into its corporeal mass. Following this, a tentacle, adorned with faces, burst forth from its body, only to be yanked back in by an overwhelming force. The interior was filled with the dreadful sounds of grotesque consumption. Warnings blared. The blood-clad apparition's integrity stood at 10. Alerts of complete failure rang out. Body loss reached 88. The target began to consume the core, escalating the crisis. A sudden interruption sent a violent shudder through the blood-clad apparition, igniting an overwhelming sense of unease that was difficult to contain. Then she beheld the creature's pupils swiftly dimming, its colossal form collapsing to the side as if all strength had been utterly drained from it. It was as though something had devoured it from within, rendering it completely hollow. With a crack, a gash appeared on one side of the body. A bloodied hand dangled from the opening, twitching slightly before falling silent. The blood-soaked specter stood there, momentarily paralyzed, her mind blank and devoid of thought. It was only when she regained her composure that her breath quickened sharply. Had the blood and flesh puppet perished? Simultaneously, in the dark realm, within an inverted tower standing ominously upon the ground, a tremendous explosion erupted from a facility at the tower's base. The violent surge of energy instantaneously obliterated all living beings in the vicinity. Warning! Warning! Blood and flesh puppet type 3 has lost link to target. Searching for connection. Body damage at 98. Full link failure. The inverted tower was filled with the piercing sound of alarms. Fiery flames spread relentlessly from the control facility as pale-faced personnel fled in panic down the corridors. What on earth is happening? At the depths of the tower, a grim and hoarse voice emanated from a massive container bubbling with steam. My lord, our Type 3 blood and flesh puppets dispatched to hunt down Bloodsaw, and others have lost their connection. The backlash has incinerated the control base of the Type 3 puppets. A figure cloaked in black rushed urgently into the hall. Surrounding the enormous container, dozens of demons seated at vast tables were all visibly shaken. What nonsense is this? A towering demon, several meters in height, rose and growled. The Type 3 blood and flesh puppets are our guild's most advanced hunters, unmatched save for beings of the root level and monarch level. Who in this dark world could possibly rival them? The expressions of all the demons darkened, for they had witnessed the sheer destructive power and hunting prowess exhibited by the Type 3 puppets in recent times. Over the past 3 days, nearly all rebellious members of their guild who refused to return had been slaughtered by the relentless pursuit of the Type 3 puppets. Just 5 days prior, one of their puppets had even engaged a powerful monarch, and while it was ultimately defeated, the adversary had been unable to effectively counter their puppet's capabilities. Bloodsaw? A raspy voice arose from the center of the grand container. I am familiar with him. The original puppet was orchestrated by him and 4 other members of the 5-man council. However, the current blood and flesh puppets have far surpassed that era. He lacks the power to extinguish my perfect creation. The crowd's eyes flickered, all brows furrowed in concern. Command. The hoarse voice resonated once more. Locate the coordinates for the disconnection of Type 3 puppets and dispatch the Predator Squadron. Type 4. Unit 3 is to proceed to the target location for urgent reconnaissance. ensuring the acquisition of the most precise intelligence. Yes, the crowd bowed their heads in acknowledgement. In the alley of wandering souls, on the street shrouded in black mist, the blood-clad specter swiftly surged towards the monstrous entity, forcefully tearing it apart at the fissure. Upon witnessing the internal scene, even she could not help but gasp in horror. Her complexion turned pale, for the creature's interior appeared to be almost entirely hollowed out, leaving only a thin, fragile shell encasing it. The inner flesh walls were marred with a multitude of gnawed remnants. Clearly, not long prior, this beast had undergone an unspeakable and horrifying transformation. Now all the grotesque, mutated flesh had vanished, leading one to ponder whether it had been entirely devoured by some unknown entity. Lynn, are you all right? She clenched her jaw, swiftly shaking her head to cast aside the encroaching fear. With determination, she broke through the creature's empty shell, grasping his hand and forcibly dragging him from within. A torrent of foul, sanguine liquid surged forth. Lynn's body resembled that of a newly born infant. His garments had long since disintegrated, yet curiously, his form bore no injuries, no losses whatsoever. It was as if the horrifying scenes that had just unfolded were entirely unrelated to him. The more normal he appeared, the more she was engulfed by an indescribable sense of strangeness and terror. Enough of this. We must return. The blood-clad specter swiftly hoisted him onto her back. Gritting her teeth, Lynn leaned against her shoulder, eyes closed, his left hand dangling limply, swaying with inertia. Yet, unnoticed by all, a long, serpentine tongue suddenly emerged from his palm, licking the bloodstains on the back of his hand before retracting swiftly. Chapter 67. Function, Flesh and Blood Cataclysm Ding. Congratulations on surpassing the stage and completing the task, Blood Knight. You have earned 2 skeleton coins, 5,000 base experience points, and received a unique special reward. Function, Flesh and Blood Cataclysm. Ding. Your level has reached 10, unlocking the class transition quest. Extra experience points are temporarily stored. Experience will be returned upon class transition. After a considerable time, Lynn awoke, his eyes bleary. He instinctively extended a hand to rub his eyes, stifling a yawn as he murmured, "Daylight has dawned. Let the operations begin." Yet, in that very moment, the memories of the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave. His eyes widened in shock as he sat upright in bed. This place is, he gazed around in astonishment. This is an elegant bedroom, with the bedding meticulously arranged and a pristine white flower adorning the windowsill. Nearby stands a grand floor mirror. Memories swiftly intertwine with the surrounding scene. He recognizes this as the chamber of the bloodied spirit. Something feels amiss. He stretches out his hand forcefully, rubbing his aching head, furrowing his brow. For he distinctly recalls being engulfed by that monstrous entity yesterday, his entire being contorted into a grotesque mass. However, the subsequent events remain shrouded in obscurity. Why am I here? Lynn quickly throws off the covers and rises, standing before the imposing mirror, scrutinizing the handsome youth reflected within. Remarkably, his body appears unscathed. Lynn gazes hesitantly at his own hands, engulfed by a profound sense of surrealism. Lynn, you're awake. In the living room below, the bloodied spirit, busy in the kitchen, gazes in astonishment at Lynn descending the stairs, wrapped in bed linens. She rushes over in uncontainable joy, seizing him by the neck and pulling him close, anxiously inquiring, "How are you? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Lynn hesitates. What time is it now? It is already the following day. What of that monster? Several minutes later, after listening to the bloodied spirit recount her experiences upon regaining consciousness, Lynn's brow furrows. You mean to say that after you regained awareness, you witnessed a multitude of malignant entities growing within that monster, leading to its dismemberment from within? The bloodied spirit gazes intently at him, responding, "Yes, and after I extracted you from that puppet's body, you became as you are now." Instantly, the system notification he heard before losing consciousness flashes in Lynn's mind. Flesh growth serum. Indeed, the final message from the system indicated that the mutation had spiraled out of control. Evidently, during his period of unconsciousness, rampant mutations proliferated within him. Could it be that the limbs he mutated severed that monster from the inside? Lynn raises an eyebrow. Yet, if that were the case, why does he remain intact? What about the monster's remains? Lynn inquires. In the backyard, the bloodied spirit replies earnestly, leaning over the table. After pulling you from its body yesterday, I returned to retrieve it. I sense that such a powerful creation must conceal some mystery. Lynn immediately rises, stating resolutely, "Take me to see it." In the backyard, Lynn crouches down, frowning as he gazes at the grotesque mass of putrid flesh twisted within the yard. It is now nearly unrecognizable from the monster it once was, reduced to a collapsed and contorted shell. Signs of gnawing? Lynn extended his hand to touch the inner wall of the creature, his expression contemplative. The blood-garbed evil spirit nodded earnestly and said, "Indeed, this puppet has been devoured from within by some force. Given the circumstances at the time, it appears that within this puppet's body, there was only." She fixed her gaze upon Lynn. Lynn glanced at her, pondering. "You don't suspect that I was the one who consumed it, do you?" The blood-garbed evil spirit replied seriously, "I cannot dismiss that possibility, as you underwent a significant mutation at that time. Even the monsters that appeared then filled me with dread." Lynn's gaze deepened in contemplation. If that were indeed the case, it was possible that he merely appeared normal now, while secretly undergoing some insidious transformation. Without further ado, he swiftly opened his basic attribute interface. Lynn, level 10, awaiting job change. Race, human, mutated, strength, 22 agility, 23 intelligence, 26 constitution, 51 points to allocate. 4 description, a mad apprentice of the Bloodsaw Apothecary, adept at navigating the peripheries of powerful beings and excelling in interpersonal relations, while unable to alter his essence as a shrewd merchant. The admirable qualities and fighting spirit he displays in times of crisis are still worthy of praise. Mutation? Although the system unexpectedly provided a positive introduction that brought him great joy, the mere sight of the word mutation caused Lynn's heart to leap into his throat. System, explain. Where have I mutated? Lynn urgently inquired in his mind. And in the next moment, ding, you have triggered a quest, bodily reaction. Quest reward, 1,000 skeleton coins, 500 basic experience, 1 legendary reward. Quest description, extensive use of flesh-growing potions in a special environment has caused the host's body to fuse with the flesh of the blood puppet, resulting in a malignant special mutation. Quest objective, identify the mutation within half a day and discover a method of control. Quest failure, the mutation will completely replace the host, and the process is irreversible. Lynn exclaimed, I asked you where I mutated, and you just threw a quest at me. System, why not just tell me where the mutation is? Ding, please explore on your own, host. At that moment, countless little girls riding grass mud horses galloped through Lynn's mind. He truly wished to drag this system out, pin it down, and spank it 1,000 times. Ding, please refrain from engaging in adverse thoughts towards the system, which has already provided the host with additional assistance. Please explore on your own. With a sudden burst of energy, Lynn rose abruptly, turning around with a composed demeanor. I apologize, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. We shall reconvene at a later time. Without delay, he dashed towards the exit. The blood-clad specter, bewildered, could only utter a confused, Yet, within mere seconds of Lynn's departure, he stormed back in, seizing the empty shell of the blood-soaked puppet, and sprinted away while declaring, I shall take this useless flesh back for potion crafting. Until we meet again. Minutes later, Lynn, draped in nothing but a bedsheet and burdened with a heap of sanguine remnants, returned to his apothecary. The hall lay in disarray, a testament to the chaos wrought by the previous day's battle. Wasting no time, Lynn swiftly retrieved a soul lantern, ignited it, and hung it upon a pillar before racing into the backyard. Though the attic and front hall lay in ruins, the majority of the backyard remained relatively intact. The cellar door stood ajar, indicating that his little companion had returned. However, Lynn had no time to attend to that creature. His situation was dire. Calm down. Let me think, he urged himself, as his mind raced through potential solutions. If there were mutations occurring within his body, he recalled that his mentor must possess relevant texts. Without hesitation, he charged towards the basement, kicked open the heavy door, and hastened to his teacher's library. Typically, access was forbidden, but the gravity of the situation dictated otherwise. Inside the library, Lynn lit candles and donned a monocle, his expression grave as he feverishly perused a multitude of tomes. Titles such as Malignant Cell Mutations Induced by Radiation, 100 Bizarre Curses Resulting in Bodily Distortion, Tales of the Mutated Lowly and Her Tentacles, and Guide, 35 Practical Methods for Taming Malevolent Spirits filled the shelves. He scoured the hidden corners of the library, quickly scanning through specialized texts for over an hour. Finally, with a serious expression, Lynn closed a book with a decisive clap. I shall attempt each of the 100 methods one by one. If all else fails, I will resort to more perilous strategies. After thorough contemplation, he summarized his findings into key points. First and foremost, the malignant mutation within my own body is likely in a state of dormancy, or perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstances. It is incapable of reviving itself to eliminate me immediately. The logic is quite straightforward. If that mutation were able to awaken at this moment, the system would not assign me a task with a half-day deadline. Secondly, it is uncontrollable and may possess its own volition. Thirdly, the entity that has been hollowed out must be this mutation currently residing within me, possessing immense destructive power that I am surely unable to contend with. Fourthly, the system has provided me with additional assistance. Lynn maintained a composed expression as he swiftly accessed his skill list. Infectious aura, curse diagnosis, ability, flesh and blood cataclysm. His pupils contracted instantaneously. Indeed, this was the skill he acquired from completing the Blood Knight mission. Ability, flesh and blood cataclysm. Quality, special. Description, a capability attained through intense flesh and blood recombination and severe mutation, enabling the host to freely control their flesh for secondary recombination and proliferation. The upper limit of this ability is contingent upon the host's physical attributes. Flesh control? Lynn gazed intently at his own hands. It seemed that the fierce battle with that monster last night had unexpectedly granted him a brand new special ability. Regardless, it was time to test its effects. Lynn immediately closed his eyes, concentrating his will on a specific part of his body. Buzz. In an instant, Lynn's pupils dilated dramatically. He sensed it. He felt the wondrous transformation. Indeed, this ability truly allowed him to reorganize the flesh within his body as he desired. Astonishingly larger and more robust. This skill was indeed remarkable. Invincible. No. Lynn swiftly regained his composure. This was not the time for whimsical thoughts or peculiar applications of this skill. The foremost priority was to ascertain the nature of the mutation within him. Moreover, not only must he identify it, but he also needed to discover a means to contain it. Furthermore, if the monster from last night had been devoured by that mutation, where would such a substantial mass of flesh be stored? His emaciated body could certainly not accommodate such a large volume of flesh. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that his weight had not undergone any abnormal changes. Let us assume that this flesh still resides within me, not having been metabolized, but rather concealed by the unique presence of the mutation, rendering me unable to perceive it. Lynn pondered deeply. Moreover, since the mutant remains within my body, any abnormalities I experience will undoubtedly influence that very mutation. After all, we share a single corporeal vessel. With this thought, Lynn narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flickering within them. Silently, he turned his gaze towards a bottle nestled in the corner, faintly inscribed with the ominous characters for a potent pesticide. The atmosphere around him thickened with an eerie silence. In an instant, Lynn seized the bottle of pesticide, unscrewed the cap, and began to pour its contents into his mouth with reckless abandon. This concoction, a culmination of his studies in pharmacology under his mentor over the past 2 years, was meticulously replicated from the memories of his former life as an ultimate insecticide. Consuming it would surely induce violent purging, nausea, and a host of complications, leaving one in a state of despair. Yet, a true man fears not even the deadliest of substances. Warning: host life compromised, experiencing anomaly, pesticide poisoning. With the remnants of his vitality still at his disposal, Lynn dashed into the apothecary, rummaging through containers to gather the expired potions he had yet to administer to his precious little one. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly uncapped a vial. Instantly, wisps of smoke shaped like skulls billowed forth from the bottle. The peculiar effects of these potions, long past their expiration, were a mystery even to him. Nevertheless, he pressed on. With gritted teeth, Lynn tilted his head back, consuming one vial after another in rapid succession. Warning: host experiencing anomaly, severe itching. Warning: host experiencing anomaly, severe skin rash. Warning: host experiencing anomaly, viral spread. The system notifications echoed incessantly in his ears. Lynn's reasoning was straightforward. Given that the mutation was intertwined with his own essence, if it possessed a will of its own, he could exploit this self-destructive method to extricate it. Now, it was a matter of whose resolve was stronger. Without hesitation, Lynn hastily gathered a plethora of materials from the storeroom, rapidly flipping through his mentor's pharmacological tome, tossing various ingredients into the cauldron with fervor. As the concoction bubbled violently over the flames, a riot of colors erupted from the potion. Lynn revealed a chilling grin, his eyes gleaming with a fevered intensity as he gazed at the boiling mixture, its kaleidoscopic hues reflecting ominously upon his visage. Ding. You have concocted a deadly plague potion. Ding. You have concocted a potion of severe weakness. You have concocted a malignant viral potion. Chapter 69. He forcefully infused it within. The incessant reminders echoed in Lynn's ears. In less than 2 hours, Lynn, guided by the potion manuscript, had synthesized a dozen terrifying and peculiar potions. To enhance the flavor, he unearthed an aged wine, treasured by his mentor for many years. With all preparations complete, Lynn settled into a rocking chair in the backyard and reclined. A sip of the viral potion followed by a sip of the vintage wine brought a satisfied gleam to his expression. Ding. You have been poisoned. Your life force is rapidly diminishing. You are expected to depart this world within 20 minutes. Gulp. Ding. You have consumed a restorative potion, momentarily reviving your vitality. Ding. The virus is rampantly ravaging your vital organs. You are anticipated to succumb to various complications within 15 minutes. Gulp. Ding. You have ingested 2 bottles of potion. Experiencing a fleeting recovery. Merely minutes later, Lynn chuckled coldly, arms outstretched, feeling the overwhelming onslaught of numerous indescribable complications within his body. The pain alone manifested in over a dozen distinct forms, not to mention the sensations of itching, burning, melting, chill, and fever, akin to countless ants crawling beneath his skin, or as if someone were forcefully inflating his chest with a pump. Every conceivable adverse reaction plagued him. Haha, if this were inflicted upon a normal person, they would have perished 10 times over. Lynn gritted his teeth with a cynical smile. Now was the time to test his willpower. Lynn activated a stopwatch, setting it for 20 minutes. If he felt no significant change by then, he would extend it for another 20. Before long, the first 20 minutes were nearing their conclusion. Lynn remained oblivious to any abnormalities beyond the complications he was experiencing. Clenching his teeth, he hastily grabbed several restorative and detoxifying potions, pouring them down his throat. With a thud, he slammed the table and seized a variety of potent poisons nearby. Let us go again. Time flew by as the second 20 minutes approached. His left hand twitched slightly, yet Lynn remained unaware, for his entire body was trembling. Moreover, it was not merely a tremor. His complexion shifted through a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, constantly morphing. Once more, Lynn weakly reached for a detoxifying potion. In the third 20 minutes, Lynn lay rigidly in the rocking chair, besieged by the horrors of various complications, akin to the tortures of the Qing dynasty. His left hand began to convulse incessantly. Faintly, one could discern what appeared to be a stream of yellowish liquid seeping from his hand. However, in his current state, Lynn was entirely oblivious to the anomaly in his left hand, for every part of his body was in disarray. He had nearly torn himself apart with the drugs. Lynn's voice had become a mere whisper, yet he resolutely grasped a bottle of pesticide, preparing to pour its contents down his throat. It was only as the fourth 20 minutes approached that a distinct and slightly trembling system notification rang in his ears. Ding. Fear level 10. His left hand had long since turned inside out, with a gaping wound oozing a copious amount of white foam, occasionally twitching. Yet, in his current condition, Lynn could no longer hear it. He was almost entirely lost to the effects of the substances he had ingested. Once more, he attempted to reach for the bottle of pesticide placed at a distance. The urgency of the system notifications escalated. Ding. Fear level 10 ding. Fear level 11 ding. Fear level 12. Almost uncontrollably, his left hand trembled as it seized the arm of the rocking chair, wrapping around it tightly, causing a fresh tear in his palm. Countless bubbles erupted from the wound. Clearly, he was beyond saving. The drugs had taken their toll. But Lynn, in his disconnected state, stubbornly dragged the chair forward, striving to grasp that bottle of pesticide. This exemplified the enormity of his obsession. I can still. System. Left hand. Ding. Fear level 15 ding. Fear level 20. As Lynn reached for the pesticide, his left hand finally panicked, crawling frantically in the opposite direction, while foam continued to surge from his palm, leaving a long, sticky trail of white on the ground. The drugs had turned against him. Was this core entity perverse? It had never witnessed a source so intent on self-destruction. An antidote. An antidote. I can't endure this. Zero yame. At last. With a forceful thrust, his trembling left hand extended forward, elongating the wrist until it finally grasped the antidote bottle. He opened it with determination, pouring its contents into the gaping wound in his palm. Midway through, instinctively, He turned his hand to gaze at Lynn. Left hand, wow. In an instant, it became agitated, as it busily consumed half a bottle of antidote. On the other side, Lynn was already gulping down pesticide with great fervor. The speed at which Lynn was proceeding surpassed its own efforts significantly. Oh no! Its entire hand felt as though it might split apart. Ding! Fear level 10 ding! Fear level 10. At that moment, time was of the essence. With trembling hands, it swiftly seized the bottle of antidote and poured it into its mouth desperately. Although it was generally not particularly fearful of such toxins, even the most resilient could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the mother entity forcing it into its system. A high dosage could induce illness even in the absence of one. Finally, after consuming an entire bottle of the antidote, it let its tongue hang limply, as though broken. It yearned to recuperate properly, but at that instant, it sensed the wretched body behind it beginning to stir once more. Instinctively, it trembled and turned around, only to witness Lynn, already numbed by its own medication, struggling to crawl across the ground, reaching towards a bottle of unopened poison amidst a myriad of containers. The sheer will to self-destruct was a sight that could bring tears to anyone's eyes. Left hand, oh my, ding. Fear level 20 ding. Fear level 20. In that moment, the left hand finally mustered the strength to grasp a nearby pillar, collapsing in a desperate cry. What a nightmare! What a nightmare! What a nightmare! Chapter 70. Just 2 more centimeters because it truly could not bear it any longer. Having consumed an array of bizarre substances that evening, it had intended to digest them properly, only to be inundated with this strange pesticide. If it had been just a little, it could have endured. But this was a lethal dose. If death were to occur, it would be one thing. But this creature persistently toyed with the line between life and death, oscillating back and forth. It was an unbearable torment. The left hand clung tenaciously to the pillar, refusing to let go no matter how vigorously the body behind it crawled forward. Meanwhile, the drugged Lynn continued to inch forward, propelled by an immense willpower, unwavering even in its stupor. Let go! It cried out in desperation. In that moment, both sides found themselves locked in a prolonged and heated stalemate. It was a truth that if it loosened its grip, disaster would surely follow. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, Lynn finally felt a whirlpool form in his eyes. He extended a trembling hand towards the bottle of pesticide, but just a few centimeters away, it fell to the ground. He gagged, expelling a copious amount of white foam. As a wisp of smoke drifted upwards, the unfulfilled desire and lingering anguish were palpable as he faltered just short of those final 2 centimeters, facing a desolate demise. Ultimately, Lynn succumbed to the effects of the poison he had inadvertently consumed. His left hand could no longer maintain its grip and slid down the column, leaving a long trail of white foam behind. Yet, it did not collapse. It remained resolute, straining to drag the already convulsing, foaming body behind him, stretching out 5 fingers. And with each labored movement, he crawled toward the alchemy room. Each faltering step left a lengthy trail of foam, epitomizing a fervent desire for life and the struggle for survival. Finally, with a trembling left hand, he managed to support the smoking body as it reached the alchemy room. Laboriously climbing onto the shelf, he shakily unscrewed the cap of a restorative potion. After exhausting all his strength to consume whatever elixirs he could find, that left hand, too, flipped over, releasing white foam in a final gasp, succumbing completely. Time became a blur. Ding. Your poison resistance has increased by 1 ding. Your poison resistance has increased by 1 ding. You have achieved a milestone. Poison canister, earning 300 basic experience points. Ding. You have achieved a milestone. The poison cannot kill me, earning 300 basic experience points. Poison canister, a special achievement. Awarded for being poisoned over 500 times in a short period without succumbing, granting you a permanent attribute boost. All attributes 1. Poison resistance 10. The poison cannot kill me, a special achievement, awarded for enduring over 200 kinds of deadly toxins without dying in a short time, granting you a permanent boost. All attributes 2. Constitution 5. Poison resistance 5. Amidst the barrage of system notifications, Lynn finally opened his eyes groggily, rubbing his painfully throbbing temples. He grimaced and rose from the ground, feeling as if his body was no longer his own. Had the mutant been subdued by my potions? He struggled to rise, but found himself collapsing back onto the ground. His body felt utterly drained, as if he had just endured countless strenuous exercises. Lynn shook his head, trying hard to recollect the events leading up to his fainting, his consciousness still somewhat foggy. However, he vaguely remembered. At the conclusion of the fragmented experience, it appeared that he truly perceived an anomaly within his own body, as if a certain part of him had begun to move autonomously. What could it be? Lynn rubbed his eyes, striving to recollect. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his left hand, resting on his thigh, had suddenly twitched. With a swift turn, palm facing upwards, the wound on his palm gasped for breath, whispering, "I have been saved." In that instant, Lynn's body froze. His rigid gaze fell upon his left hand, which was gasping and trembling upon his leg. Before him, an interface materialized instantaneously. Race, aberrant mutation, attribute, lawful evil level, non-compatibility. Insatiable devouring desire, currently in a weakened state. Description: a unique mutation born from a series of fortuitous events within a human youth. Amalgamated with portions of flesh from type 3 flesh puppets, the heart of a faceless demon, fragments of a malevolent spirit convergence, coexisting with its host. It possesses formidable strength, but harbors a particular aversion to pesticides. In that moment, the left hand also became acutely aware of Lynn's gaze, instantly focusing its attention on him. Though devoid of eyes, there was an inexplicable sensation of mutual recognition. For a brief moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Lynn value. 10 left hand value. 9 then, in the next heartbeat, Lynn's left hand abruptly opened its gaping maw, revealing its jagged teeth. Lunging at Lynn's head with the ferocity of a wild beast. "I will devour you." Almost simultaneously, Lynn reacted, gritting his teeth as he seized his left hand's wrist with his right, forcefully pushing it backward. "I remember now. Indeed, my left hand has undergone a transformation. No wonder I could never get the drugs when I wanted them." With a resounding crash, Lynn was thrust to the ground by the overwhelming force. The maw of his left hand widened further, becoming increasingly menacing, its sharp teeth gnashing violently at the air before him. In this critical moment of peril, Lynn's determination surged. He rolled, gripping his left hand's wrist with all his strength, gritting his teeth in relentless resistance. This mutation's strength is too great. At this rate, I shall soon lose my head to this creature. I must devise a plan. Yes, that. In an instant, the ability he had recently acquired surfaced in his mind. Ability, Flesh Disaster. With a hum, Lynn concentrated his consciousness on his left hand, gritting his teeth as he boldly activated the skill. In that fleeting moment, blood surged within his arm, flesh writhing in a fervent tempest. However, he immediately sensed a tremendous repulsive force emanating from his left hand, resisting his control. Clearly, this was the will of the mutant. "How dare you possess such a vile ability? How dare you attempt to control me? I shall devour you." "Ah, duh." The teeth ground together with fervor. Although Lynn had not fully seized control of that left hand, he had nonetheless succeeded in stifling its offensive, significantly alleviating the pressure from his right hand. You can still speak. I will endure this until the end. Today, we shall see who shall prevail." Damn it. Lynn was seething with rage, nearly on the verge of tearing apart. Chapter 71. One of us must perish today. Lynn grappled with the left hand, rolling incessantly. The entire room was in chaos. "Enough of your grandstanding. You wicked fiend. Do not think that just because I am attached to you, I will not dare to act. You scoundrel." Lynn forcefully pressed the left hand aside, cursing. "Come on. If you dare, come at me. Am I, Lynn, afraid of just one hand? This is outrageous. How could such a mere mutant dare to be so brazen? No matter what, it must be vanquished today. If necessary, I shall forfeit this left hand." Without hesitation, Lynn summoned every ounce of strength, charging towards a wall, and with a resounding crash, he pressed the left hand against it. Life points. Lynn 1 life points. 1 You dare collide with me? Watch out. In an instant, the tongue of the left hand elongated dramatically, shooting directly towards Lynn's face. Clearly, if struck by that terrifying tongue, it would leave a gaping hole, if not kill him outright. Just as that tongue was about to pierce through Lynn, he seized the moment, viciously opening his mouth. Crunch. Left hand, wah. Lynn bit down fiercely, capturing the tongue. Life points. 10 life points. Lynn 10, seizing this opportunity, Lynn gritted his teeth and dashed into the adjacent operating room. He grabbed a cleaver, raising it menacingly, intent on cleaving his left hand in two. "You shall perish." Yet, in that critical moment, the left hand forcefully flung its tongue, sending Lynn tumbling backward to the ground. The cleaver fell heavily, producing a sharp sound. However, Lynn's fierce determination had already ignited. One of them must die today. Without a moment's pause, Lynn swiftly snatched up the cleaver that had fallen to the ground. The left hand, undeterred, clenched its teeth and grabbed a scalpel from the operating table. Come on. Let us inflict harm upon each other. The clash of blades resonated sharply as two knives struck together, sending sparks flying and a harmonious chime echoing through the air. Lynn pressed forward relentlessly, declaring, "Your demise is imminent. Today, I shall first sever you, and then immerse you in a vial, preserving you as a specimen." His left hand, equally resolute, countered, "Give it a try." In that moment, Lynn and his left hand swung their knives fiercely, showing no mercy as each aimed to strike the other. The blades clashed, igniting a flurry of sparks. They battled from the operating room to the alchemy chamber, then to the foyer, and finally to the backyard, locked in an intense stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. After a fierce exchange lasting several minutes, the knives collided once more, plunging them into another tense standoff. "I offer you a chance. Simply depart from my body voluntarily, and I shall spare your life." "That line should be mine," retorted the left hand. "If you obediently allow me to consume your head, I shall let you go." It appeared that negotiation was futile. "Who would wish to negotiate with you? I shall annihilate you." At that moment of heightened conflict, the two blades struck with tremendous force, the resulting backlash propelling both knives away. Seizing the opportunity, the more agile left hand opened its massive jaws, swiftly enveloping Lynn's head. "I shall consume you." As the crisis loomed, Lynn disregarded all else. With a sudden surge of determination, he thrust his right arm into the gaping maw, bracing it against the upper and lower jaws to prevent his neck from being severed. Once again, the battle reached a fever pitch. "You are doomed." The left hand viciously hurled Lynn into the ground, yet Lynn seized this moment to wrench his head free from its grasp. Gritting his teeth, he faced the ferocious maw thrashing before him, resolute. Who is truly doomed remains to be seen. In this critical juncture, Lynn, sprawled on the ground, spotted a collection of bottles, among which lay the vial of pesticide he had prepared earlier, miraculously intact. In an instant, hope surged within him. Indeed, this appeared to be the very vial that remained before his memory fragmented. With newfound resolve, Lynn clenched his teeth, rolled over, and expertly seized the pesticide vial with his mouth. He then flipped himself over, pinning the swelling left hand beneath him. In that fleeting moment, the left hand caught sight of the malevolent smirk that graced Lynn's face. Simultaneously, he noticed the bottle of pesticide clutched in the creature's mouth. "Oh my goodness!" Left hand exclaimed, a sense of dread overwhelming him. "You cannot unscrew the cap. Do not harbor such foolish hopes." With great effort, he twisted and turned the bottle. "Is it really so?" Lynn sneered. Under the watchful gaze of left hand, Lynn instantaneously initiated the flesh mutation. A diminutive hand gradually sprouted from his cheek, and before it, he decisively popped the cork from the pesticide bottle. Left hand screamed in horror. In an instant, amidst his frantic cries, the entire bottle of pesticide gurgled its way into his mouth. "Choke on this. I will make you choke." Seconds later, left hand stood vacantly, incessantly burping. His mouth was filled with a viscous, strange liquid, foul and difficult to swallow. Ding. "Host, you have acquired the abnormal status, mild pesticide poisoning. Warning. The pesticide you ingested has triggered a reaction to the residual toxins within your body, and the toxicity is beginning to retaliate. Ding. Your abnormal status, mild pesticide poisoning, has transformed into severe pesticide poisoning." Lynn was taken aback. In a daze, he realized the implications. How could he have forgotten? If his own poisoning provoked a reaction in the mutant, then administering poison to this creature would also affect him. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged within him. An overwhelming urge to vomit arose from every capillary in his body. His complexion rapidly shifted from pale to crimson, then to violet, and finally to green. Left hand murmured hollowly, "You foolish host, by poisoning me, you too shall suffer." In that instant, Lynn abruptly turned and forcefully pushed open the cellar door, retching uncontrollably into the depths of the chamber. Ding. The little darling's affection for you has risen by 10. Ding. The little darling's affection for you has risen by 10. In a state of turmoil, left hand struggled to rise, grasping a nearby knife with trembling hands, intent on striking Lynn. "I will kill you. You wretched being. How dare you administer such horrendous pesticide to me?" In that fleeting moment, left hand could no longer contain himself and collapsed beside Lynn, also retching into the cellar. "Let me finish vomiting, then I shall kill you." Ding. The little darling's anger towards you has risen by 10. Ding. The little darling's anger towards you has risen by 10. The retching continued for a full 10 minutes. Lynn, utterly exhausted, leaned against the edge of the cellar, trembling all over, gasping for breath, his countenance a pallid shade. His left hand lay sprawled on the cellar's edge, a long tongue dangling down, already numb with fatigue. Rest, Lynn panted. Let me recover a bit before I chop you up. Agreed. His left hand replied, I have no appetite for you at the moment. I shall consume you later. Chapter 72. Why does he have two faces? After peacefully coexisting for half an hour, Lynn, eyes closed and resting against the edge of the cellar, sighed. Shall we temporarily coexist in peace? What do you think? That seems like an excellent proposal, his left hand responded. Continuing this conflict holds little significance. I concur. The notion of two consciousnesses within a single body, upon reflection, is quite acceptable. Indeed, a brief silence ensued. Suddenly, two blades clashed together with a resounding clang. Amidst the sparking chaos, Lynn, seething with indignation, exclaimed, I knew you were plotting to ambush me. Thankfully, my reflexes are sharp. I never anticipated your treachery. His left hand pressed forward forcefully with its blade, retorting, You are the one who attempted to sever me while I was unguarded. You are the truly wicked one. I shall end you. Your time is up. Clang, clang, clang. The revived duo once again engaged in a fierce duel with their blades. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Is anyone in the shop? I require treatment. Ding. You have triggered the quest. Diagnose the ailment. Quest reward. 200 skeleton coins. Basic experience 100. Special reward 1. Upon hearing the prompt, Lynn instantly regained his focus, shouting amidst the fierce blade clash, Coming. Guests. Please enter. Without further ado, Lynn dashed to the operating room, hastily donning his trousers and white coat. If not for my customer, I would have already chopped you up. You fiend, I would be the one to make the first cut. Clang, clang. Lynn swiftly moved to the front office, and in an instant, he spotted a figure entering through the front door, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a ram. Ram-headed monster, race, otherworldly being, attribute, chaotic neutral level, 69, combat ability, formidable melee prowess. Description, a being that wanders the dark realms. Claiming descent from the nameless forest goat Shabnicolas, though most deem this a stretch, as there is no doubt they bear little distinction from creatures of this world, such as the pig demon and goblin. As Lynn beheld the creature, the ram-headed monster instantly recognized the human youth rushing down the corridor. He was momentarily taken aback. He did not quite comprehend the intentions of the human approaching him, brandishing two knives. Was it a robbery? Instinctively, he glanced at the tattered sign that read Blood Elixir Apothecary in bold letters. This must indeed be an apothecary, right? In the next moment, the clashing sound of swords and knives startled him, sending a shiver down his spine. He stared wide-eyed at the individual wielding two blades, who was vigorously attacking in a chaotic manner, and instinctively swallowed hard before saying, welcome. Lynn instantly turned, seamlessly transitioning into a congenial professional smile. I am the attendant here. Since the proprietor is out, I am effectively in charge. How may I assist you today? He then swiftly redirected his attention, clashing his knives against his left hand with a resounding clang. The ram-headed creature, taken aback, gulped nervously and instinctively leaned against a nearby post, exclaiming, I am merely a traveler. I mean to say, I seem to be unwell, and I heard that the locals here are quite hospitable. I happened to pass by and thought I might seek a physician's assistance. The sparks flew as the clamor of metal echoed. Lynn turned sharply, donning a warm and amiable smile, and replied, You've come to the right place. To be forthright, there are no other establishments for miles around. We are the sole apothecary within 100 li. Rest assured, regardless of your ailment, I guarantee you shall receive the remedy you need. Lynn then pivoted once more, forcefully engaging in a duel with his left hand. The ram-headed creature, observing the dazzling display of sparks, felt a tremor of unease. Something was amiss. This apothecary felt decidedly different from the ordinary ones he had encountered. Unsteadily, he pressed against the wall, wide-eyed as he retreated. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you have pressing matters to attend to? Should I come back another day? He hastily turned to leave. Suddenly, a knife narrowly missed his forehead, embedding itself into the wall before him. The ram-headed creature gasped, just 2 centimeters away. Forgive me, Lynn exclaimed, his face etched with remorse. He quickly dodged the incoming strikes from his left hand and rushed to the side, seizing the fallen knife and engaging in a vigorous clash once more. In a brief moment, he turned to the creature, his expression apologetic. I do beg your pardon, my hand slipped. I hope I did not frighten you. The ram-headed creature trembled uncontrollably, dumbfounded. No. I mean, did your hand really slip? It doesn't seem like it. Feeling as though I had inadvertently displayed a desire to depart, I was met with an unexpected disarray. Indeed, it was a mere slip of the hand, more precisely. The moment I perceived your intention to leave, a fleeting distraction clouded my judgment, leading to an unfortunate incident where the knife was carelessly sent flying. Lynn offered an apologetic explanation. The creature with the sheep's head appeared bewildered. Is that truly the case? Why does this explanation strike me as utterly absurd? Do not be alarmed. Please, come in. Lynn urged warmly. To be truthful, you are our very first customer today, which fills me with a sense of excitement. With a friendly gesture, Lynn cleared the path, pulling a stool from behind the shattered counter with her foot, and continued softly, our establishment has recently undergone renovations. I assure you, aside from its rudimentary appearance, we possess all the essentials of a medical shop. Rest assured, we will provide you with a delightful shopping experience. Suddenly, Lynn pivoted sharply, her demeanor shifting as she brandished the knife in her left hand, engaging in a frenetic display of skill. The sheep-headed creature stared in astonishment. Is it truly possible for this to be enjoyable? Why do I feel uncertain? Swallowing hard, the creature stammered. May I step outside for a moment? I feel it might have been somewhat impolite for my left foot to enter first. With a look of regret, Lynn replied, Is that so? Do you not intend to receive treatment here? The sheep-headed creature pondered. If I were to say yes, what would happen then? Lynn flashed a friendly smile, saying, Nothing at all, for the customer is king, and the king possesses the power of choice. With that, Lynn abruptly turned, fiercely wielding the knife with even greater intensity than before, declaring, I shall slay you. I shall end you. The sheep-headed creature pondered. Sheep-headed creature value 5. Sheep-headed creature value 5. Why does he seem to possess two faces? Chapter 73. I have inserted myself. Something feels amiss. Why is he threatening me with such ruthless words while engaging in a dual display of combat? Logically, it seems I am the only one present here. Is he subtly hinting at something? Is this truly the alley of wandering souls? The local customs appear so refreshingly simple. The sheep-headed creature cautiously glanced outside. Then at the two knives sparking in his hands. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to observe the situation a little longer. With his legs tightly pressed together, he sat on the stool, his trembling hands resting on his knees. May I inquire, what is the purpose of your dual wielding of those knives? Are you practicing some form of formidable combat technique? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, I merely wish to sever my left hand, The sheep-headed creature shivered, stunned. Why? Lynn turned his head, his left hand clanging as it moved, saying, I cannot divulge too much, but you must understand, this hand is no ordinary hand. It has a taste for flesh. Just a moment ago, it attempted to devour me, and if I do not restrain it, it may very well seek to feast upon you, dear customer. In an instant, he pivoted, seamlessly transitioning to a benevolent smile, adding, Rest assured, with me around, it cannot harm you. Notification. Goat-headed monster S trembling level 10. Notification. Goat-headed monster S trembling level 10. The goat-headed monster perched on a small stool, legs crossed, trembling in fear. Really? Is this true? Why does it feel like you are subtly implying that you wish to eliminate me? You cannot bully me. A mere outsider. Even if my intellect is lacking, such insults are unwarranted. This place is a den of iniquity. If I do not leave at once, I genuinely fear for my life here. Moreover, how could a human dare to operate a shop in this dark realm? A moment's reflection reveals the absurdity. Normal humans would never be so at ease here. I must go? He once again entertained this thought. Boss, he said, when do you intend to treat me? Perhaps you should prepare? Lynn was taken aback, but soon beamed with joy, responding kindly. You have finally chosen to receive treatment at our establishment. Splendid. My dear customer, you have made an exceptionally wise choice. You need not wait long. I shall diagnose you immediately. With that, he turned, his left hand poised with a knife, swiftly rummaging through the counter for his stethoscope. Clang, clang. I shall diagnose you. You clearly wish to murder me. It's written all over your face. If I linger here any longer, I must truly be out of my mind. A den of iniquity. I must flee. Seizing the opportunity while Lynn's back was turned, he swiftly stood, moving stealthily towards the exit, striving to make no sound. However, at that moment, a resounding clang echoed behind him, followed by a booming voice. Thinking of running away? Not on my watch. You think you can escape? With a flurry of slicing sounds, the voice continued. This alley is filled with my dear neighbors. If I cannot dispose of you myself, I shall summon my neighbor's sister to do so." The goat-headed monster froze in place, paralyzed by fear. "Do you really believe that wielding a knife makes you my equal? Let me tell you, the hands I have chopped can circle this alley multiple times." The goat-headed monster quickly withdrew its hand from the knife at its waist, stammering, "No, I was merely accustomed to touching it." "Be careful," it warned, darkly. "There is much time ahead. If you comply, I may temporarily spare you, but should you defy me, do not blame me for my merciless actions." Lynn, sword poised at his chest, gritted his teeth as he faced off against his adversary, who likewise brandished a knife with equal menace. The goat-head monster is worth 30. Taking advantage of this moment, he swiftly turned his head, smiling as he pointed the blade at the stethoscope, and kindly remarked, "Dear guest, we may commence." Meanwhile, the goat-head monster, having returned at an unknown time, tightly clasped its legs while seated on a small stool, nodding rapidly with a quivering demeanor. "All right. I shall heed your instructions." Minutes later, the goat-head monster trembled as it sat before the counter, one hand shaking uncontrollably as it pressed one end of the stethoscope against its chest, while across the counter, the human youth kept his eyes shut. His hands continued to grip the knife, evidently entrenched in a contest of wills. Yet, this confrontation was markedly less intense than their previous skirmishes. After listening intently for a while, Lynn's brow furrowed slightly. In an instant, the goat-head monster's heart raced. "Doctor, have you discovered something troubling?" At that moment, it was not the physician's intentions that concerned him, but rather the fear of when the doctor might decide to extract his kidneys. He was desperate to express, "Goat kidneys are hardly delectable." "Truly," Lynn replied earnestly, "your heart rhythm is somewhat irregular. It appears you recently experienced a severe fright, causing a surge of adrenaline." If this were the sole issue, it would not be alarming. The goat-head monster interjected, "Are you unaware of the fright I have endured? Speak of it now." Raising its gaze, steadying its eyes upon Lynn's face, it continued, "However, I observe the darkening of your forehead, a vacant stare, and your lips bear a hint of purpleness. These are likely signs of poisoning. Should you suffer further fright while under the influence of toxins, it could indeed jeopardize your life." The goat-head monster gasped, "Surely, this must be a jest. Have you ventured into a noxious place recently?" It stammered, "I did visit a swamp." "Were you attacked by anything?" Lynn inquired. The goat-head monster, in a daze, rolled up its sleeves to reveal numerous scratches adorning its arms. "I was not assaulted. I merely sustained some scrapes from the vines therein. I bandaged them and thought little of it." Beep. Auxiliary diagnosis in progress. The special toxin, the human-faced vine, has been added to the database. With a clanging of metal, Lynn quickly clashed his blade against the one wielded by the treacherous left hand. He then immediately turned his attention to swiftly reviewing the information supplied by the system. His expression shifted to one of calm as he stated, "The human-faced vine, a highly toxic plant thriving in damp and chilly locales, typically lurks underground, waiting to ambush passing creatures. However, the venom of the human-faced vine has an extended incubation period. Under normal circumstances, it is not fatal." The goat-headed monster, in a daze, inquired, "What about under abnormal circumstances?" Lynn, with his left hand poised over the knife, swiftly perused the information, stating, "First and foremost, one must avoid panic, preventing an accelerated heart rate, and maintain a tranquil and serene mind to avert an increase in blood pressure." Just at that moment of distraction, with the goat-headed monster watching intently, Lynn's left hand suddenly swelled to several times its size, revealing sharp fangs that swiftly engulfed Lynn's head. The goat-headed monster exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Second, Lynn, utilizing the flesh transformation, rapidly hardened his neck to prevent it from being severed. He then extended his foot, forcefully bracing against the lower jaw of the monstrous maw. Straining to push it outward, Lynn declared, "If the venom has begun to spread, the entire body will gradually emit a peculiar fragrance, which can easily incite the devouring instincts of malevolent creatures. Fortunately, our apothecary is quite safe, devoid of any wicked beings." The goat-headed monster, exuding an enticing aroma, sat there, its several-meter-long, slimy tongue dangling from its massive mouth, mindlessly licking its own cheek. Third, Lynn diligently raised 3 fingers of his right hand, rapidly scanning the information provided by the system. If the alluring scent has fully manifested and attracted malevolent entities, immediate bloodletting is imperative, as delaying even a minute could result in life-threatening consequences. In a state of panic, the goat-headed monster swiftly drew a small knife. With a swift thrust, It pierced its own thigh's main artery, blood gushing forth immediately. Wait, Lynn interjected, extending his hand. I misread the situation. You should drink copious amounts of water and restorative potions to mitigate the toxin accumulation. Bloodletting is a rapid method of relief, but should not be employed. The goat-headed monster stared at Lynn, then at the knife embedded in its leg and the spurting artery. You should have said so earlier. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've already done it. Chapter 74. They're all soaking in the backyard. Finally, Lynn exerted considerable effort to extricate his head from the giant maw. Firmly restraining the monstrous mouth with his right hand, he observed the goat-headed monster's bleeding thigh and anxiously remarked, "Dear guest, although I mentioned that bloodletting is a quick method of relief, you truly need not be so hasty in inflicting harm upon yourself. Did you not come here seeking treatment? Why the urgency for release?" The goat-headed monster was rendered speechless, overwhelmed with frustration. What have I done? What have I done? I never contemplated liberation. Had you articulated everything at once, I would not have inflicted harm upon myself. He pointed to his bleeding thigh, gesturing frantically. Stop. Stem the bleeding. It's gushing. Goat-headed monster value 10. Goat-headed monster value 10. Have you come to a realization? Do you also believe that living is preferable? It brings me immense solace to witness your change of heart. Lennon's expression turned grave as he swiftly extended his foot. With precise technique, he pressed down on the pulsating artery, instantly halting the torrent of blood. The goat-headed monster slumped, his face dripping with sweat. Can I not receive treatment here? Would you consider sparing me just this once? I swear that from now on, I shall avoid your path. Tears of grievance streamed from his wide-open eyes. Goat-headed monster collapse value 10. Goat-headed monster collapse value 10. Lynn, with a melancholic tone, replied, I apologize. I am still a novice and have inadvertently caused you some discomfort. However, once you step outside, there are no other apothecaries within a radius of several hundred miles. The goat-headed monster trembled, weeping. There must be some. Lynn, in a state of distress, insisted, there truly are none. There used to be, but now they are all preserved in the specimen room in the back. He gestured towards the specimens soaking behind him. In that moment, the goat-headed monster utterly crumbled. A once sturdy man, now weeping profusely. He thought of his parents, of the 3 years he had wandered aimlessly, and of the child, now 2 years old and in need of sustenance, whom he would soon leave behind in this nefarious establishment. His sobs deepened in despair. Do not cry. Leave it to me. I am a doctor, and I assure you that you will walk out of here in good health. Lynn endeavored to comfort him. Moreover, the poison from the man-faced vine is not excessively potent. In a sense, it is a form of chronic toxin, easily eradicated if the correct antidote is found. He utilized his abilities to conjure tendrils and retrieved a plethora of potions from behind the counter. Before the monster's eyes, he swiftly concocted several potions in the appropriate ratios. Once the preliminary mixture was complete, Lynn squinted as he slowly separated the tendrils, grasping the syringe, and watched as the sharp needle oozed the liquid. Allow me to administer an injection. After a few doses, while it may not be a panacea, it will undoubtedly invigorate you. I'm in. The goat-headed monster immediately extended his hand, trembling. Wait a moment. Uft. Bah. Ding. Goat-headed monster's fear level 10 ding. Goat-headed monster's fear level 10 minutes later. The goat-headed creature languidly leaned against the chair, its body adorned with numerous syringes of varying sizes, while the injuries on its thigh had been meticulously bandaged. Lynn, using her tendrils, gracefully tied a bow around its thigh and inquired, How does it feel? The effects are remarkably favorable, are they not? The concoction I prepared for you is a specialized antidote developed by my mentor, specifically targeting the venom of the human-faced vine. You have certainly come to the right place at our Bloodsaw Apothecary. I assure you, other establishments may not provide the efficacy that we offer here. The goat-headed creature remained there in a daze, sensing the gradual ebbing of its physical weakness. It was indeed peculiar. Despite the mental strain from the numerous injections, the exceptional fatigue and lethargy within its body had been significantly mitigated. Even the unusual fragrance emanating from its being had begun to dissipate. Could it be that this was not a nefarious establishment for illicit dealings, but rather a legitimate apothecary? Had it been mistaken? The creature, still in a stupor, remarked, You're not planning to heal me first, and then slice me up, are you? Lynn, suppressing her ravenous desire to devour him with her left hand, replied earnestly, How could that be? At our Bloodsaw Apothecary, we adhere to the principle that the customer is akin to a deity, as long as you possess the means. You needn't worry about being sliced. You could even slice me if you wished. Ding. Your soothing experience 1 ding. Your soothing experience 1 ding. The goat-headed creature's spirits have been greatly uplifted. You are successfully progressing towards becoming a qualified, reassuring physician. The goat-headed creature let out a small sigh of relief and, in a dazed tone, asked, "Well, what if I have no money?" A sudden silence enveloped the apothecary, even halting the relentless gnashing of the left hand, which had been fixated on devouring Lynn. Taken aback, Lynn raised her knife and said, "No money?" The goat-headed creature instantly bristled with indignation. Ding. Goat-headed creature S value 1 ding. Goat-headed creature S value 1 yes. Yes, I definitely have money. A great deal. It hastily produced bag after bag of skeletal coins from its pocket, moving with such swiftness that it nearly left an afterimage. Observing the clattering coins, Lynn's face brightened with a warm smile as she exclaimed, "You truly startled me there, dear customer. Please refrain from jesting. It led me to believe you were here to demand a predatory remedy. I had already contemplated which part of you I would slice." My heart nearly leapt from my chest in fright. "Haha." The goat-headed creature chuckled. "Is that so? Haha. Goat-headed creature S blood pressure 1. Goat-headed creature S blood pressure 1. Quickly shifting the subject, wiping the cold sweat from its brow, it remarked, "By the way, your potion seems to work wonders. In just a few minutes, I feel significantly better than before." Lynn counted the coins, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Of course, my mentor once specialized in the large-scale cultivation of this toxin and naturally possesses considerable insights on its treatment. It could be said that within the entire realm of darkness, our establishment alone holds the antidote for the man-eating vine." The sheep-headed creature, wiping the sweat from his brow, remarked, "If other beings elsewhere were to fall victim to this poison, it would indeed pose quite a troublesome predicament." Lynn reassured him, "Rest assured, apart from our locale, this toxin is non-existent elsewhere." The sheep-headed creature stood frozen, an inexplicable sensation of underlying logic tugging at his thoughts. Chapter 75. A temporary reconciliation. Esteemed guest, your account has been calculated. You have received a total of 21 injections, priced at 100 coins each, amounting to 2,100 coins. The dressing of the major artery is complimentary. I noted that you have 1 black skull coin and 700 skeleton coins on your table. You are still short by 4 coins. Lynn maintained his smile. The sheep-headed creature instinctively patted his satchel, then placed a small pouch of coins on the table. Lynn nodded, smiling. "You are still short by 100 coins. Immediately, the sheep-headed creature began to search his entire being. Buzz. In an instant, he felt hollow. Gone. A brief silence ensued. Lynn pushed a ledger towards him, earnestly stating, "Please take a look. We accept more than just coins for payment." The sheep-headed creature gazed at the ledger he was presented with, whereupon he saw the following listings. Kidney, 1,000 coins, average. Eyeball, 200 coins each, average. Arm, 250 coins, average. Private parts, 500 coins, and so forth. The sheep-headed creature exclaimed in shock. Lynn raised a knife, smiling kindly. "I recommend you keep your eyeballs. Once you amass sufficient funds, you may redeem them here at any time, and we will take good care of them." "Wait." The sheep-headed creature quickly extended his hand. "I possess other items that could serve as collateral. Take a look." As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved an object from his satchel and placed it on the table. "I found this a few days ago while wandering outside. It appears to be a piece of some apparatus, and I believe it could be quite valuable. Hence I kept it." Lynn was taken aback, his gaze fixating on the object before him. It was predominantly silver, resembling a fragment of some container, with scorch marks adorning its surface. In that moment, an introduction of the object appeared before Lynn's eyes. Mithril skull fragment. Quality, rare material. Description, a high-strength skull fragment forged from the unique mithril. This exceptionally crafted metal is highly precious and is often utilized by the Demon Association to create formidable biological weapons. The Demon Association. Lynn's pupils constricted in an instant, his expression turning grave as he scrutinized the fragment and inquired, "Where did you find this?" The goat-headed monster, bewildered, replied, "In a hilly area to the west, approximately 100 kilometers away. When I arrived, it seemed there had just been a battle, and I dared not linger, so I hastily gathered a few components and fled." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pack and produced several similarly charred fragments, all of which were undeniably linked to the Demon Association. Lynn pondered for a few moments. "Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the task. You have received a reward of 200 skeleton coins, basic experience of 100, and a special reward, Radiant Severed Finger X2. Radiant Severed Finger. Type, consumable. Description, an additional limb that grows from an unknown creature after encountering radiation. Consuming it temporarily induces a massive radiation surge within the body. Lynn smiled as he ushered the goat-headed monster out the door. He quickly grasped his left hand and hurried back into the shop. Cease hostilities. Lynn's expression was serious. It is impossible for you to consume me at this moment. I suggest we postpone our matters. I have more pressing concerns. Only a fool would heed you. In an instant, his left hand swelled dramatically and opened its cavernous maw wide towards Lynn. Sharp teeth loomed perilously close, and a long tongue emitted a terrifying slithering sound. In a blink, Lynn's entire head was engulfed by it. However, the left hand paused and mumbled indistinctly, "Why didn't you evade?" Lynn, arms crossed and head ensnared in its mouth, calmly replied, "I know you lack the courage to devour me. You may have consumed too much poison earlier, which clouded your judgment, but now that you have regained your composure, it is evident that you cannot consume me." The left hand sneered, "Is that so?" Lynn replied coolly, "Because our fates are likely intertwined. If I react to the poison you consume, then if you were to bite my head, you would not survive either." The left hand hesitated. Lynn, eyes closed, stated softly, "Am I correct?" A brief silence ensued. The left hand gradually opened its mouth, revealing his head and returning to its original size, displaying a fawn to Lynn. Lynn wiped the saliva from his forehead and narrowed his eyes. It seems I was indeed right. The left hand opened its mouth, snapping its teeth together with a rhythmic clatter, saying, "No, I am merely uncertain about the repercussions of biting off your head. However, that does not imply I would refrain from consuming you." Clearly, the previous incident involving the pesticide had left it with considerable psychological trauma. Beep. Your task, bodily reaction. Current completion rate 50. Description. Through extensive exposure to pesticides, the mutant has begun to doubt its survival after eliminating you, yet it still harbors strong hostility towards you. Beep. You have triggered the second phase of the task, deadline erased. Task objective. Survive in your interactions with the mutant without letting it perceive the truth that eliminating you would not endanger its own existence. Lynn exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Are you implying that it could indeed survive after killing me? What a ridiculous jest. If it were to actually bite down just now, wouldn't that mean my demise would be in vain?" Lynn's value. 10. The left hand, its fangs on display, shifted slightly, menacingly scrutinizing the suddenly perspiring Lynn. However, Lynn was not one to be easily intimidated. Years of cultivating a calm demeanor allowed him to swiftly maintain his previous nonchalant expression. He remarked coolly, "Since you are uncertain, I advise you against attempting it. Otherwise, that would result in a fatality for both parties. I presume you wouldn't want to be known for taking your own life in such a manner, would you? If word of that were to spread, it would indeed be a source of great amusement." Although Lynn appeared outwardly composed, internally he was in a state of turmoil. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining his calm. Should he show any sign of fear, the mutated left hand would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to sever his head without hesitation. Let us address the pressing matter at hand. Lynn feigned tranquility as he donned his monocle, its lens reflecting a chilling white light. He toyed with the fragments of silver on the counter and quietly stated, "The creature that arrived last night was a creation of the Demon Association, which I have seen mentioned in my mentor's journal. According to the entries, my mentor was once a member of this organization. While I am unaware of what transpired, I pondered, given yesterday's events, it is highly likely that my mentor has developed deep-seated conflicts with this association. The flesh puppet from last night was presumably sent here to eradicate my lineage, but it failed to locate my mentor and instead found me." The left hand interjected, "Humph." Lynn rose to his feet, pacing back and forth, and continued, "Moreover, judging by these fragments, the influence of the Demon Association has already infiltrated the vicinity. After eliminating that puppet last night, they must have employed some special means to ascertain what transpired here." The left hand retorted, "I was the one who eliminated it, not you." Lynn disregarded its words and paced thoughtfully, contemplating, "If I were in their position, I would undoubtedly continue to send individuals here to investigate or to cleanse the area. Should they discover that I am merely an ordinary human, they would undoubtedly crush me without a second thought." Suddenly, Lynn raised his head, his expression calm as he stated, "Either tonight or tomorrow, we shall certainly face a second wave of crisis." Lynn provided a profound analysis and summary. The left hand, in a huff, retorted, "What does it matter to me?" Lynn glanced at it, adjusting his monocle, and replied, "Do not delude yourself into believing you can remain uninvolved. We are inextricably linked. What affects one will affect the other. If I were to be killed, you would perish alongside me. The left hand scoffed, humph. Lynn's face then softened with a reassuring smile as he patted its furry head, saying, calm down, though I am unaware of how you transformed. You are nonetheless a part of me, my most utilized left hand. Logically, we should share a close bond. The left hand declared, let us establish some ground rules. Any arrivals must be my meal, with no share for you, and no consuming pesticides. Our collaboration is limited to these 2 days. Lynn adjusted his monocle. A glint of determination in his eyes, agreed. Chapter 76. Why does the voice sound somewhat familiar? Time. Evening. Lynn changed into a new combat suit in the attic, squinting as he retrieved a suitable knife from the operating room. The left hand was deep in slumber, bubbles forming rhythmically from its mouth. This will not suffice. I still lack adequate equipment. Lynn meticulously searched through the empty shell of the flesh puppet, yet failed to find the revolver and bone saw he had lost the previous day. Moreover, judging by the description of this left hand, his greatest trump card, the heart of the faceless demon, had likely become a part of this creature. This implies that his revolver and knife may have been consumed by it as well. Lynn furrowed his brow, glancing at his slumbering left hand, which continued to exhale bubbles. Should I search for them? Lynn pondered. He then made a bold decision. Donning a mask and gloves, Lynn's lenses glimmered as he cautiously extended his right hand, gently prying open a gap in the mouth of his left hand. After a moment of contemplation, a slender tentacle sprouted from his shoulder. Under Lynn's careful control, he maneuvered the tentacle into the mouth of his left hand. Curious. It seems this mutation is far from simple. Although it appears to be part of me, it likely possesses its own unique internal structure. Lynn navigated with his eyes closed, keenly attuned to his surroundings. At last, he reached the innermost depths without any hindrance. His probing appendages encountered numerous indescribable, undigested masses of flesh and mechanical remnants. It appeared that the tissue of the creature he had consumed resided here. Contemplating this, Lynn began to extract items from within. Ding. You have obtained a shattered core, 1 ding. You have obtained decayed flesh, 1 ding. You have obtained a demon hunter's revolver, 1 ding. You have obtained a bloodsaw bone cutter, 1. Lynn's eyes sparkled with delight. He had indeed found them. His earlier conjectures were validated. Both of his prized possessions had been swallowed by this aberration. With a smirk, he retracted his appendages, gazing disdainfully at the sticky revolver and razor. Click. The safety was disengaged. There was not a trace of damage. After all, they were legendary-grade artifacts. How could they possibly sustain war so easily? He was whole once more. His gaze shifted to the left hand, which remained blissfully asleep, its mouth still ajar. Perhaps he could take advantage of this moment to retrieve a few more items? There might still be some treasures inside the creature, preserved intact. After all, opportunities like this are fleeting. With this thought, Lynn cautiously delved his appendages back into the yawning mouth of the left hand. Ding. You have obtained the Eye of Focus, 1 ding. You have obtained the Dragon's Breath, damaged, 1 ding. You have obtained the Wraith's Hair, 1. As he continued to excavate deeper, Lynn's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, there was an abundance of treasures. If all these valuable items were to be digested, it would be an immeasurable loss. Enthralled, Lynn hastily extracted item after item, quickening the pace of his probing appendages. Suddenly, in a daze, the left hand stirred awake. In an instant, it beheld Lynn, who was eagerly collecting a variety of goods. Left hand, whoa, how dare you? This scoundrel. How much can one endure? With a snap, the sharp teeth of the left hand clamped down fiercely. Squish. The appendage controlled by Lynn was instantly severed in 2. Ding. Host's health has diminished. Ding. Host's health has diminished. Gulp. The left hand swallowed the severed appendage whole, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you wish to fight?" Then, its gaze fell upon the pile of sticky limbs and flesh that lay beside Lynn. In that instant, the left hand was left dumbfounded. Lynn extended his hand and coughed, saying, "Allow me to explain. I merely seek the props that you consumed yesterday. I harbor no intention of engaging in battle with you." Truly, a brief silence ensued. In the next moment, a cacophony of clashing echoed as his adversary relentlessly attacked him with a knife, while Lynn, with no choice, raised his own weapon to parry. "Listen to me. Grant me a chance to explain. I will slay you. I will take your life. How dare you steal back what I have consumed? You are doomed. I will end you." As dusk approached, the two resumed their deadly struggle after a fleeting moment of peace. Suddenly, a system notification resonated in Lynn's ears. Ding. You have triggered the quest, A Turbulent Evening. Quest objective. Survive the search of 3 hunters. Reward. 1,000 skeleton coins, 1,000 base experience. Additional special quest objective, eliminate all hunters. Reward, 1 legendary special item. 1 legendary skill blueprint. Quest description, the night in Ghost Alley is fraught with peril. Following last night's fierce battle, a new crisis is brewing. As mysterious hunters approach like hounds drawn by sound, please strive to remain hidden. Lynn gripped his knife with determination, his expression turning grave. Silence. Just as I suspected. They are here. Outside. The soul lantern flickered before dimming into darkness, heralding the arrival of night. In Ghost Alley, the black mist swirled ominously. Target detected. Blood and flesh puppet type 3. Blood sample collection in progress. Sample matching complete. Scenario recreation underway. From within the black mist, a grotesque creature with a human head and spider body lifted its gaze, its eye sockets flooding with blood, projecting a crimson scene upon the ground. The image revealed the gruesome moment before the blood and flesh puppet perished. Clearly, it had employed a special method to recreate the prior scene. Scenario analysis. The blood and flesh puppet succumbed to internal devouring and disintegration. Information transmission complete. Danger level assessed. Further investigation is permissible. The enormous spider-like creature slowly advanced, its massive abdomen emerging from the black mist, followed by 2 identical monstrosities. Its sharp legs sliced through the air, leaving chilling traces upon the ground with each step. Meanwhile, Lynn, wielding a revolver in his right hand, extended a tentacle from his shoulder holding a knife, his demeanor serious as he perched like a cat atop a beam. Drawing from past experience, he refrained from pressing against the wall, wary of a potential ambush from behind. Lynn solemnly unfastened the latch and declared, "You are agile. Take your position above the doorframe. We shall work in tandem. As soon as someone enters, we strike together. I will ensnare them with my tendrils, and you can devour them whole. Do not worry. All the prey this time will be yours." The left hand retorted, "Do not call me Lefty. Do you think our relationship is so amicable?" Yet, it silently elongated, fingers splayed, hovering above the doorframe. Meanwhile, the 4 tendrils Lynn had manifested were poised, ready to strike at a moment's notice. For tendrils were his limit, but he felt confident. After all, he now had a formidable ally that could consume anything. Judging by the hints, the approaching entity was certainly not a mere flesh puppet. Thus, he was prepared for battle. Lynn narrowed his eyes, akin to a cheetah lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Time trickled by, and he lost track of how long he had been waiting. In the next instant, his pupils constricted as a figure gradually materialized at the entrance of the apothecary. Now was the moment. Lynn bellowed, and without hesitation, his tendrils shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the figure in place. The left hand, concealed above the doorframe, expanded instantaneously, revealing a gaping maw that viciously devoured the intruder. In that moment, 2 terrified voices echoed from within the cavernous mouth. Lynn was taken aback. Why did that voice seem so familiar? Chapter 77. The hunter strikes without a second thought. Lynn swiftly descended from the rafters, only to witness the enormous maw of the left hand closing around a pair of legs, one large and one small, thrashing helplessly. Blood-clad malevolent spirit. 10. Malevolent blood infant. 10. Lynn exclaimed, "Stop. Halt. They are on our side." He reached out in alarm. Minutes later, the viscous blood-clad malevolent spirit and the adorable infant sat back to back on the threshold, strands of sticky saliva cascading down their forms. It felt as though they had awakened from a nightmare. The blood-clad malevolent spirit murmured dully, "Yada." The infant extended its tongue, slurping up the goo from its mother's face. Lynn retracted his left hand, astonished. "Ladies, what brings you here?" The blood-clad malevolent spirit vigorously shook its head, ridding itself of the saliva, and gazed at him earnestly. "Of course, we were worried about you. You rushed out in such haste during the day, and now, as night falls, you have yet to seek me out. What if you encounter another monster like the one last night?" Lynn felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, after battling side by side the previous night, their bond had undeniably deepened. The blood-clad malevolent spirit cautiously regarded Lynn's left hand, and upon noticing the gaping wound in the palm, its expression turned even more vigilant. "Allow me to introduce it." Lynn regained her composure, smiling as she gestured toward her left hand, saying, "This is the creature that mutated from me last night. It was this hand that devoured that monster. Since it is my left hand, I have temporarily named it Zwazwa." Suddenly, Zwazwa bit down on Lynn's right hand. "Zwaz was affection level for you. 1. Zwaz affection level for you. 1. the blood-clad spirit was taken aback, exclaiming, "One hand!" Instantly, horrific scenes from last night flooded her mind, depicting the terrifying sight of that monster being consumed from within. This was beyond her imagination, and it appeared to possess its own consciousness. Clearly, the creature that emerged from this mutation was something that defied rational explanation, and it seemed to be somewhat uncontrollable. The blood-clad spirit stared in disbelief at Lynn, who was struggling to restrain Zwa as it gnawed at her right hand, sensing an utterly absurd strangeness in the situation. Without further pleasantries, Lynn firmly asserted, "Tonight will not be peaceful. After the puppet's demise yesterday, the organization it belonged to will surely send someone to investigate. And tonight will undoubtedly be another sleepless night." The blood-clad spirit hesitated, glancing toward the door. "Are you certain it will be tonight?" Lynn replied cautiously. "I have special channels for information." Just as she finished speaking, a series of metallic clangs echoed from the mist beyond the door, resembling blades striking the ground. The two exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lynn swiftly ascended to the beams above, while the blood-clad spirit transformed into her true form. Gliding effortlessly to cling to the shattered ceiling like an octopus, her nails slowly extending, a hint of sickness and excitement glimmering in her eyes. Meanwhile, the cute child was suspended by one of her mother's tentacles at the doorframe, blinking curiously at Zwa, who was also poised for action nearby. With a flick of her tongue, she licked Zwa. "Ding! The malevolent blood infant's affection level for your left hand." "Wanna?" Zwa, taken aback, looked at the blinking child. It too tentatively extended its tongue and licked the child's cheek. "Ding! Your left hand's affection level for the malevolent blood infant." "One ding. The malevolent blood infant's affection level for your left hand." "One ding. Your left hand's affection level for the malevolent blood infant." "One." The two entities seemed to revel in their newfound camaraderie. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though two kindred spirits with shared passions had found each other, joyfully exchanging playful banter. The delight among monsters is surprisingly simple. Observing the absurd scene framed by the doorway, Lynn, exasperated, lowered her voice and urged, "Stop licking. Stop licking. Someone's coming." Simultaneously, from the depths of the black mist outside, a colossal amalgamation of three spider-like beings slowly materialized before the entrance. The target location had been confirmed and scanning was underway. The leading monster's eyes momentarily glowed with a crimson hue, immediately locking onto the empty store within. Almost instantaneously, Lynn leapt down, gun in hand, aiming directly at the creature's eye. With a resounding bang, the demon-hunting bullet sliced through the air, striking dead center into the monster's eye socket. Hissing sounds erupted as the sacred energy coursed through the creature's body, electric currents surging within. No need to hide. This time, it's biological puppets. "Prepare for battle," Lynn bellowed. Upon hearing the mechanical synthetic voice from outside the door, she recognized the enemy's scanning capabilities. But since they had already arrived at her doorstep, a direct confrontation was inevitable. Target locked. Identity confirmed. Target, flesh puppet type 3. Highest danger level. Hunt initiated. In the blink of an eye, the three monsters sprang into action. Instantly, their bodies transformed into a flurry of afterimages, and from their forearms sprouted scythe-like mantis blades. So swift. Simultaneously, the interface of the three creatures appeared before Lynn. Hunter type 120 level. Attributes: none race. Biological mechanical aggregate, combat ability. Extremely high speed and formidable regenerative capabilities. Description: a top-tier hunting tool of the Demon Association. Renowned for its speed and agility, possessing exceptional lethality and tracking abilities, often employed by the Demon Association for execution of hunting missions. As it lacks a soul, it is impervious to mental attacks and curses. Indeed, a creation of the Demon Association. In that split second, the three hunters fixed their gaze on Lynn, launching a rapid assault against her. Just as one of the hunter's mantis blades slashed across Lynn's face, a pair of crimson claws lunged forward. "Leave it to me." In an instant, a red shadow flitted past Lynn. The blood-clad specter in its monstrous form appeared at her side, its half-meter-long sharp claws clashing with the blades of the two hunters in a resounding strike. Excitement and a twisted thrill gleamed in her scarlet eyes. Chapter 78. Neuron synchronization. A terrifying fissure slowly split open at the center of her forehead, revealing grotesque barbs and tendrils within. Her eyes gleamed with a morbid excitement that intensified, her entire body trembling with anticipation. Upon witnessing this scene, Lynn instantly comprehended that the blood-clad malevolence had entered a frenzied state of combat. "Then I entrust this to you," Lynn shouted. Without hesitation, he swiftly distanced himself, his left arm retracting rapidly, returning with a resounding thud to his side. "Now, this hunter is in our hands. Left hand, bite it," Lynn commanded. In an instant, the left hand grew dramatically, its vast maw gaping wide, declaring, "I need no instruction." The left hand, akin to a serpent, lunged ferociously at the hunter. With a thunderous crash, the formidable force of the left hand created a deep crater at the hunter's position. However, the hunter's speed was astonishingly swift. Almost at the very moment the left hand initiated its attack, it reacted with lightning reflexes, leaping into the air like a gecko, its razor-sharp spider legs piercing the wall. The red glow in its eyes flickered urgently. Target analysis. Unknown biological entity engaged for extermination. With a hum, two scythe-like blades in its hands erupted with sharp electric sparks. In the next moment, its entire body spun like a whirlwind of blades, surging towards Lynn at an alarming velocity. The cobblestones of the street were violently upturned by the onslaught of the terrifying blades. Without a moment's pause, Lynn gritted his teeth, conjuring 4 tendrils that propelled him backward with great speed. Simultaneously, he pulled the trigger with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of demon-hunting bullets rained down upon the tempest of blades. Under the sacred damage inflicted by the bullets, the hunter's speed was drastically curtailed. Ding. Your proficiency in firearms has increased to level 1. Ding. Your proficiency in firearms has increased to level 1. Left hand, Lynn shouted. Leave it to me. The left hand retracted instantly, its gaping maw opening wide. In a swift motion, its elongated tongue split into 2, then into 4, transforming into hundreds of elongated tongues that darted towards the storm of blades like swords. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of tremendous metal clashes echoed, countless sparks erupting. The seemingly supple tongues revealed a hardness comparable to steel upon contact with the blades. The upside-down tower, a hall where machinery and flesh intertwined in a grotesque union. A man, clad in a pitch-black robe and adorned in a grayish-white hue, entered with a commanding stride, accompanied by his guards. His gaze was somber, and his voice emanated an icy coldness. Have the 3 hunters ventured into the soul alley to establish contact? Several servants in the hall turned, striking their chests with a single hand, replying gravely, "The signal has been established." Vice President of the Mechanized Demons. "We are poised to seize control of the 3 hunters at any moment." The mechanized demon walked indifferently towards the central screen of the hall and instructed, "Transfer the visual feed. I require first-hand information from the soul alley." Yes. The servants swiftly operated the controls, and the screen before him gradually glowed a crimson hue, pulsating with flashes, revealing 3 images in an instant. The images depicted Lynn and the blood-clothed malevolent spirit, who were currently engaged in combat with the hunters. The mechanized demon narrowed his eyes, immediately capturing the ghastly sight of the sickly yet exhilarated figure of the red-clad specter. The frenzied movements of that apparition overwhelmed the 2 hunters with sheer force. The cacophony of manic laughter intertwined with the frenzied dance steps resembled a grotesque feast of slaughter. The blood-clothed malevolent spirit. It is her. The mechanized demon furrowed his brow, his expression becoming slightly grave. He recognized this amalgamation of malevolence, especially renowned in the sinful city. This solitary madwoman was infamous for her penchant for slaughter, particularly in combat, where her pathological thrill and relentless pursuit of death rendered her an entity many high-ranking powers dared not provoke. Impossible. Even she could not possibly slay a Type 3 flesh puppet. His gaze sharpened. He was the direct orchestrator of this internal purge, second only to the president of the Demon Association. Over the past few days, he had employed various methods, intimidation and allure, to eliminate or absorb the dozens of elders who once constituted the leading force of the Demon Association. The colossal blood and flesh organization, previously safeguarded in separate compartments, had mostly been reclaimed during these hunts. According to the resonance among the fragments of the colossal entity, one piece resided within the soul alley, guarded by the blood saw. The flesh puppet from yesterday had been dispatched personally by him. His expression darkened further as he turned his attention to the visual feed of the 3rd hunter. Then, he beheld the youth wielding a gun with an unusually peculiar left hand. Could it be him? A mere human? His gaze deepened with foreboding. No, it cannot be. He discerned at once that, aside from the oddity of his left hand, the true strength of this human was rather lacking. However, his gaze soon fell upon the demon-hunting revolver in the hands of that human youth, and only upon seeing the weapon did his expression subtly alter. The demon hunter's revolver? It was at this moment that he began to regard the human boy with a measure of respect, for he could clearly discern that the typically solitary blood-clad specter seemed to be standing alongside him. Moreover, this seemingly frail youth wielded the very revolver that the flamboyant man never parted with. This alone spoke volumes. Establish a neural synchronization with Hunter number 3. The mechanic closed his eyes, forcefully extracting a viscous mechanical interface from the back of his head and connecting it to the fleshly interface of the hull. Yes, Vice President. The neural information synchronization and identity verification confirmed that the mechanic held the highest authority. Synchronization with Hunter number 3 was successful. Link activated. With a hum, the mechanic reopened his eyes, having taken control of Hunter number 3's body, and his gaze instantly fell upon Lynn, who was several dozen meters away. Almost simultaneously, a system alert rang in Lynn's ears. Ding. Warning. Warning. Crisis levels are escalating dramatically. Ding. You have triggered an urgent special mission. Survive. Mission rewards. 1,000 basic experience. 1,000 skeleton coins. 1 special item. Chapter 79. Focused gaze. Staring curse at the very moment he heard the alert. Lynn immediately sensed the distinct difference in the hunter before him. Compared to earlier, the hunter's eyes were now cold and wise, no longer mechanical, but resembling those of a human. This is bad. A severe crisis surged forth. Left hand. Be careful, Lynn shouted. He instinctively began to retreat. But the hunter suddenly raised its head and propelled itself toward him at lightning speed. The left hand opened wide, its massive mouth ready to unleash its sharp tongue towards the hunter in a torrent of movement. Transformation. High temperature. Fire attribute. The hunter's pupils were instantly enveloped in a layer of intense flame. Simultaneously, the mantis blade on its arms surged with a brilliant heat, erupting in a shower of sparks. With a resounding crash, amidst the chaotic storm, the searing blade sliced through the air. The long tongue of the left hand was swiftly severed by the extreme heat. A piercing cry of pain echoed. The left hand quickly recoiled, leaving behind a smoking half of its once lengthy tongue. My tongue is gone, it exclaimed in dismay towards Lynn. Lynn gritted his teeth and retreated, asking, can it regenerate? The left hand flicked its remaining half-tongue, and to his astonishment, the severed portion began to grow back. It's regrowing. In an almost instantaneous flash, the hunter appeared before Lynn like a fleeting shadow, wielding a blade radiating a searing heat, which he swiftly directed towards Lynn. Here I come. Lynn's left hand promptly seized a bone-slicing knife entangled around one of his tentacles. A violent burst of flames erupted forth. His arm elongated like a serpent, and with the knife in hand, he clashed with the hunter in a fierce duel. Evidently, the resentment from having his tongue severed moments earlier erupted with fervor. The clash of blades resonated with a metallic ring, countless sparks exploding into the air. However, Lynn could discern that the hunter across from him had transformed, displaying an extraordinary depth of combat experience, executing each attack with remarkable finesse. In contrast, Lynn's own strikes, though fierce, lacked structure, resembling a chaotic flurry of brute force. Left. Lynn swiftly raised his weapon, gritting his teeth as he fired at the hunter from the side. Hurry up and show your prowess in dispatching that flesh puppet. Weren't you incredibly brave yesterday? The left hand, still engaged in combat, retorted, that was from within. Now it's external. Even if I wanted to consume it, it would still leave me with a wound. Lynn exclaimed, I am a doctor. It has torn you apart, and I will stitch you back together. The left hand replied, but there's no opportunity. Lynn quickly retreated, his gaze flickering apprehensively. Indeed, this was an otherworldly realm where death lurked at every turn. Opportunity. Fine. I shall create that opportunity for you. In an instant, Lynn reached into his pocket and withdrew a pitch-black, cyst-laden eyeball. Focused gaze. Type. Cursed object ability. After being utilized by the flesh puppet, it can activate a gaze curse. Restriction. Must be fully integrated with the body to activate. Description. The cursed eye of the type 3 flesh puppet. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you, filled with curses and resentment. All that falls within its sight shall dissolve, everything melting away, crumbling to dust. This eyeball had been excavated from the depths of the left hand's body. During the ambush, he had meticulously studied it. It was evident that for other beings, this eyeball would hold no power. But he was different. With the abilities granted by the flesh catastrophe, he possessed the capacity to merge this eyeball into his own being. With that thought, Lynn swiftly extended his finger, biting down hard, and forcefully inserted it into his right eye socket. Ding. Your life force is depleting. Ding. Your life force is depleting. And in the very next moment, with a sickening squelch, he pried a bloodied eyeball from his right socket. After blowing on it gently, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a small vial from his pocket, carefully placing his eyeball inside. Then, seizing the monstrous eye in his hand, he forcefully thrust it into his eye socket. The pain was excruciating. Blood gushed from Lynn's right eye as he swiftly activated his flesh mutation ability. A torrent of neural tissue rapidly enveloped the focusing eye. Ding. You have linked a new organ. Focusing eye. Ding. Warning. Warning. The energy level of the focusing eye is excessively high, significantly diminishing your control over surplus limbs. With a whoosh, the two tentacles behind him instantly withered and disintegrated. But it was sufficient. Because of the left hand. Move aside, Lynn bellowed, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his bleeding right eye, his entire being buckling under the immense strain it imposed. At that moment, upon hearing his voice, the left hand abruptly recoiled. The instant it beheld Lynn's right eye, it displayed a look of sheer astonishment. You used that puppet's eye? Almost simultaneously with her words, Lynn abruptly lifted his head, his expression ferocious as he directed his gaze at the hunter. Cursive gaze. Activate. A resonating hum echoed, akin to a snapped string. The pupil of Lynn's right eye constricted instantaneously, an array of dense black lines swirling towards the focal point at its center. The hunter trembled, sensing an overwhelming peril approaching. In an instinctual response, he pushed his speed to the limit, moving so fast that he left afterimages in his wake. Yet the curse was already unleashed. Creak. A shrill cry, reminiscent of a tormented spirit being scorched, pierced the air. Wherever his gaze landed, the surrounding walls and the stone bricks underfoot began to dissolve at an unimaginable speed into a viscous slurry. In this open expanse, there was nowhere to hide. No matter how swift the hunter's movements, the vastness of this terrain meant that his form was swiftly affected, the surface rapidly corroding. The focusing eye. The controlling automaton's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? In that very moment, he finally realized that even if his flesh puppet had not been slain by this youth, it was undeniably intertwined with him. This individual must be eliminated. Chapter 80. The Arm of Dragon's Breath. Scorching dragon flame in an instant, gritting his teeth against the biting corrosion and dissolution, he charged towards Lynn with reckless abandon. Left hand. Hurry, Lynn shouted, desperately trying to rein in the chaos of his right eye. At that moment, the left hand surged forward, revealing a bloodthirsty and sharp grin. All right, it's all yours. A resounding cry echoed, reminiscent of a raven's call. The razor-sharp maw of the left hand suddenly gaped wide, unleashing a terrifying force that swept across the entire street. The cobblestones beneath shattered and upheaved with a clattering sound, while the surrounding structures creaked ominously, fracturing with each tremor. Even the dark mist enveloping the street twisted into a vortex, drawn inexorably into the cavernous mouth, like the eye of a storm. That inky abyss seemed to beckon like the depths of despair. The horrific scene caused a significant deviation in the trajectory of the hunter. The countenance of the mechanical demon altered drastically in an instant. At that moment, even he was compelled to halt abruptly, plunging his dual blades into the ground to prevent being consumed by the gravitational pull of that gaping void. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a foreboding sensation washed over him. This is bad, he howled. I've locked onto you. A cryptic smile tore across Lynn's face. In an instant, his right eye focused intently on the hunter, now forcibly halted in its rapid advance. A torrent of curses surged forth, akin to the whispers of malevolent spirits, cascading over the hunter's entire being. His frame began to corrode at an alarming rate. The massive arachnid legs erupted with countless cysts and blisters, as if scalded. His visage transformed beyond recognition. Warning, significant dissolution damage detected. Activating emergency healing. Engaging curse countermeasure. The hunter's mechanism instinctively triggered its defensive protocols. But in that very moment, he beheld the young human extending his hand, revealing an arm swathed in black cloth. It's not over yet. Lynn's lips curled into a wide grin, revealing a semblance of madness and malice. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed the mechanical demon. Dragon's breath arm. Type, heavy biocomposite entity, ability. Exhales searing dragon fire. Description, a forbidden biological annihilation mechanism forged from the blood and flesh of puppets. This entity embodies the might of a dragon's head, capable of purifying dark beings with its fiery breath. The dragon's head, steeped in resentment, will unleash its unending hatred upon all adversaries before it. Cataclysm, Lynn bellowed. He hurled the severed arm into the air. Two tendrils from behind him swiftly entwined the dismembered limb. Blood and flesh surging forth as countless neural tissues crawled and spread over the severed end at an unimaginable pace. Warning! Warning! System overload detected. In that instant, a thunderous roar of a dragon resonated throughout the night sky. Enveloped in a shroud of black cloth, the severed arm erupted in an instant, revealing the grotesque head of a colossal black dragon, its flesh intricately linked to the menacing limb, radiating with an aura of unrelenting fury and torment. Dragon breath. Lynn grimaced as he commanded the arm imbued with the essence of the dragon, directing the fearsome visage of the black dragon toward the hunter's direction. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant conflagration coalesced within the dragon's maw, illuminating the entire street. The massive jaws of the dragon suddenly gaped wide, as if intent on annihilating all impurities in existence. The searing breath, brimming with boundless wrath, erupted forth like a cascade of molten lava, engulfing the street in an inferno. With a thunderous roar, the blistering flames consumed everything within sight. The towering screen within the inverted tower was instantly dominated by the scene of the scalding dragon fire. The researchers in the hunter's hall displayed expressions of sheer terror and astonishment, the immense force compelling them to recoil. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the screen of Hunter No. 3 shattered. Warning, neural source of Hunter number 3 has been compromised. Automatic disconnection initiated. The acrid scent of searing heat filled the air as the interface connecting the mechanized lord to Hunter number 3 abruptly fractured, the violent backlash severing their neural synchronization. Lord Mechanized, are you all right? The surrounding attendants hastily gathered, their faces etched with shock. The mechanized lord gasped, his countenance twisted in rage, the mechanical components of his visage crackling with sparks. That wretch has employed the lethal weapon I meticulously designed for the flesh puppets. How dare he? With a thunderous punch, he obliterated the machine before him into shards. His fury was undeniable, for he perceived that the human was merely a feeble combatant. Aside from the peculiarities of his left hand, the only means by which he could inflict genuine harm was that infernal demon-hunting revolver. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that the human could harness the biological weapon of the flesh puppet within himself. No, that being cannot possibly be human. Such fearsome capability is beyond the realm of humanity. A chilling thought gripped him. Could he be an abominable creation of Bloodsaw? He clenched his teeth in determination. Indeed, this was the sole possibility. Bloodsaw had once been a venerable figure in their demon association, one of the foremost bioengineers studying giants. It was conceivable that, in the solitude of his secluded lair, he had concocted new bioweapons over the past decade. Fists clenched tightly, the mocking smile of the human resurfaced in his mind. The mechanical structure of his face erupting in a shower of sparks. His expression twisted in fury. If not for the constraints of remote control, if his true self were present. What would it matter if he had donned the eye of focus and the arm of dragon's breath? Meanwhile, on the other side, the abrupt sounds of 2 signal interruptions echoed through the air. The screens flickered and extinguished instantly. Master mechanism. Hunters 1 and 2 have been annihilated by that blood-clad malevolence. We have lost our signal connection there. 2 servants approached with solemn expressions. The mechanism lord growled menacingly. Do not concern yourselves. Tomorrow I shall personally confront them with my flesh puppets. Have we located Bloodsaw? One of the servants replied gravely. The other hunters are in pursuit. From the information we currently possess, it is highly likely that Bloodsaw has ventured to the doll courtyard, where he shares a profound bond with the Lady of Puppets. The mechanism narrowed his eyes, his fingers cracking ominously. In the alley of wandering souls, the blood-clad specter, having shredded both hunters into fragments, swiftly regained composure from her frenzied, cursed state. She turned her gaze towards the billowing smoke that rose after the raging flames on the opposite side of the street subsided. Even she had felt a wave of trepidation and shock as the dragon's breath surged towards her. She dashed through the smoke. Lynn, are you all right? Upon seeing Lynn's condition, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. The entire street lay in ruins. At the edge of the smoke, Lynn coughed violently, the arm of dragon's breath severing its neural link and tumbling to the ground. Most terrifying of all was his right eye, the inky eye of focus. Merely meeting his gaze evoked a profound sense of mystery and chill. I am unscathed. Lynn forcefully extracted the eye of focus from his right eye. Then, before the blood-clad specter, he carefully retrieved his own eye from a vial hidden within his garments. With a decisive motion, he thrust it into his right eye socket. The sight made the blood-clad specter shudder internally. Lynn then produced a vial of restorative potion, pouring some into his eye, closing it, and smiling, declared, "It is resolved." He let out a hearty belch, revealing a satisfied grin with a prominent canine, before spitting out a screw. Ding. You have completed the mission, Unsettled Knight. You have received a reward, 1,000 skeleton coins, 1,000 base experience. Ding. You have achieved the extra mission objective, eliminate 3 hunters. You have acquired a legendary special item, Knight Medic Class Transition Map, and a legendary skill map, Random Diagnosis Technique. Ding. You have completed the mission, Survive. You have gained 1,000 base experience, 1,000 skeleton coins, and obtained a special item, Knight Demon Blade. Lynn's eyes brightened at once. This bounty was nothing short of monumental. He swiftly opened the recently acquired system rewards. Knight Physician's Job Transition Mission Map. Type. Mission item. Description. They are physicians who traverse the night. A compassionate cadre of surgical experts devoted to ensuring all patients wear smiles of joy. Their unwavering commitment lies in alleviating the suffering of all beings afflicted by ailments. Thus, it is prudent to present oneself with an affliction when encountering them, lest their spirits be dampened. Random Diagnosis Technique. Quality. Special legendary skill. Effect. Randomly diagnose up to 20 diseases in the target. Description. Surely he must be ill. It is inconceivable that he is not. One ought to uncover something, at the very least. Chapter 81. The Informant of the Vision, Knight Demon Blade. Type. Surgical knife. Quality. Legendary special effect. Never dulls. Description. A resilient surgical knife, measuring half a meter in length. While more suited for cutting than surgery, it is undoubtedly capable of performing operations with precision, as true craftsmanship is often displayed in delicate procedures. Legends say it becomes even sharper at night. 3 high-quality special items, along with a substantial amount of skeletal coins and foundational experience. It can be said that tonight's undertaking has wholly compensated for yesterday's losses, significantly restoring his vigor. Moreover, he has achieved level 10. Once this incident is resolved, he can endeavor to transition to a new profession. All in all, it is a delightful situation. Lynn did not immediately claim his rewards, but chose instead to temporarily store them in the system's built-in storage space. All matters had been resolved. The blood-clad malevolent spirit furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, judging by the circumstances, it appears that only a cohort of scouts has come for investigation. You may have inadvertently provoked a vast organization. If you do not devise a strategy, it is likely that greater calamities await you in the coming days." Having traversed the events of the past 2 days, the blood-clad malevolent spirit recognized the gravity of the situation. In this shadowy world, if one were to identify an organization dedicated to the research of the pinnacle of bioweapons, it would undoubtedly be the Demon Association. They excel in the fusion of machinery and flesh, representing a unique entity within the dark realm. How could you have offended such an organization? The blood-clad malevolent spirit frowned at Lynn and inquired, "I see you seldom venture beyond Soul Alley. How could you have crossed paths with such a group? Could it be that you inadvertently caused harm while treating a patient, thus inciting their resentment?" Lynn shook his head. Maintaining his composure, "The specifics likely pertain to an encounter involving my mentor, though I have yet to establish contact with them. And I am not entirely clear on the situation. Regardless, tonight's sleepless night has been safely navigated. Let us tidy the battlefield. It is unwise to linger here. Should we attract the attention of other creatures at this juncture, it would be an unworthy trade-off." Agreed. More than half an hour later, at the Bloodsaw Apothecary. The hour was late, and it seemed unlikely that any further matters would arise today. "You should return home and rest, my lady," the malevolent spirit of blood clothing suggested, nodding as she cradled the adorable child. "If you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to contact me promptly. For the next few days, let the curse reside with me. Once this perilous crisis is resolved, I shall rely on your assistance for healing." Having spoken, the spirit extended her hand, smiling as she affectionately tousled Lynn's hair before turning away, embracing her little one and departing from the Bloodsaw Apothecary. It could be said that although this lady seemed mad, the events of the past 2 days revealed her to be an exceptionally dependable spirit. Lynn chose not to linger further. He swiftly closed the door behind him and retreated to the guest room in the backyard, lying down on the bed with his eyes shut. Today had been fraught with extraordinary peril. While it lacked the terror of the previous day, the transformation of the hunter had certainly captured his attention. He was certain that the individual controlling the hunter was a member of the Demon Association. This indicated that they were still in the calm before the storm. If he failed to devise a strategy, he would inevitably face even more terrifying assaults in the days to come. He had to find a way to contact his teacher or Xiao Xiao. Resolute, Lin found himself devoid of sleepiness. He closed his eyes and declared, "System, enter the vision." Ding. Skeleton coin. 500 in an instant. Accompanied by a profound sense of detachment, Lin's consciousness abruptly broke free from his physical form. The next moment, he found himself in the familiar, ethereal square. The enormous eye above continued to shine unwaveringly. As he stepped into this realm, a barrage of information bombarded his ears. Area information share. Since yesterday, a high-intensity monster invasion has once again occurred in Soul Alley. The invaders are suspected to be advanced biological weapons of the Demon Association. Residents of Soul Alley are advised to refrain from going outside to avoid unforeseen dangers. Area information share. Intelligence is being updated in real time. The battle in Soul Alley has concluded. One participant is suspected to be the renowned malevolent spirit, Lady Blood Clothing, while the identity of another combatant is believed to be an apprentice from the Bloodsaw Apothecary, recently gaining some notoriety in Soul Alley. Click to play. Skeleton coin. 30. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Already information has leaked into the vision? And there's even a video. Were there others present on the street at that time? He quickly clicked to enter. Skeleton coin. 30. Instantly, a scene shrouded in swirling black mist unfolded before Lin. The figures captured in the footage were those three individuals they had just dealt with moments ago, the hunter with the spider-like form. In the next instant, Lin beheld his own strikingly handsome face appear on screen. The scene unfolds in the midst of a fierce battle. Precisely at the moment he has just activated the focused eye to counter the assailant. The viewer count has surged to 2,000, and messages scroll rapidly across the screen. It's that doctor. I recognize him. How terrifying. Is his strength truly this formidable? He's so handsome. I wish to. It dawns on me why. When I passed by that apothecary today, the shop appeared dilapidated. I thought it had finally been vandalized. Yet, given the circumstances, it seems the doctor must have been involved in yesterday's skirmish. This is astonishing. I always presumed he was merely an innocuous apprentice. Who would have thought such a remarkable individual lurked within the Soul Alley? It makes sense now. I previously believed that the human faction thrived solely under the protection of the Bloodsaw Madman, but it appears he possesses considerable strength himself. Messages continue to cascade across the screen. Among the viewers are not only residents of Soul Alley, but also beings from neighboring regions, many of whom are inquiring about the identities of those depicted on screen. The viewership quickly accelerates to 3,000. Consequently, from just this single piece of information, the information broker has amassed at least 9 skeletal coins. This is undeniably a lucrative trade. Yet, it astonishes Lin even more, for during the battle, he had not perceived the presence of any other beings. His inability to observe could be attributed to his own weakness. But neither his left hand nor the blood garment specter had detected anything amiss, which is telling. Lin is plunged into contemplation. Clearly, this informant is deeply rooted in the visual realm, belonging to a notably capable species. Information sharing must be one of its primary endeavors. If that is the case, perhaps he could engage with it to seek methods for swiftly establishing contact with specific targets. Lin promptly retrieves the information it previously shared and identifies the being's name within the visual realm. He clicks. Informant 024, identity, information merchant, message, shares and trades intelligence from various regions of the dark world. Focused I can transmit. Chapter 82, The Contract Messenger. Indeed, a merchant. Without hesitation, Lin's gaze fixates on its information interface. In an instant, his vision blurs, and the surroundings rapidly distort. In the next moment, he finds himself seated in a cramped room, illuminated only by a lamp on the small table before him, facing a mysterious figure cloaked in black across the counter. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The figure cloaked in black spoke calmly to the suddenly appearing Lin. Lin glanced around, his gaze settling on the enigmatic figure, and replied with composure, "You are the one known for disseminating information, are you not?" The cloaked figure, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, responded in a measured tone. "I am the intelligence officer designated as 24, responsible for the 900 sector. I can provide you with all valuable intelligence within this area, albeit at a considerable cost." Lin cast a discerning look around the establishment and remarked, "It appears rather desolate here." In truth, 24 responded slowly. This is an independent grid I applied for from the Veil. Each customer who enters my shop is transmitted to a distinct grid space. At present, I am simultaneously hosting 754 patrons across other grid spaces. Lynn nodded, impressed by the capability to accommodate such a multitude. It was evident that this was beyond the capacity of an ordinary constitution. He refrained from further trivialities, contemplating his next words before inquiring earnestly. I wish to procure some intelligence, provided you possess relevant sources. 24, maintaining a steady demeanor, replied succinctly, please proceed with your inquiry. Lynn adjusted his non-existent monocle and stated seriously, for my first question, I seek to ascertain the precise location of the bloodsaw. A brief silence ensued, the candlelight flickering. Then, with unwavering composure, 24 replied, the cost is 50 black skull coins. What? Lynn exclaimed incredulously. 50 black skull coins? That amounts to a staggering 500,000 skull coins. Are you mad? I could not even liquidate my entire establishment to raise such a sum. 24 responded calmly. The target information has been escalated to a higher tier as of 1 day ago. Real-time tracking of the information has increased the price 50-fold. You are not the only patron seeking the coordinates of this target. Lynn felt a pang of realization. It was evident that his mentor's situation was dire. Beyond himself, the Demon Association was undoubtedly employing various means to locate his teacher. Composing himself, he inquired with steadiness, for my second question. How might one swiftly establish long-distance communication with a specific entity? Without hesitation, 24 replied, the fees vary according to the method employed. The minimum charge is 100 skull coins, while the maximum can reach up to 100,000 black skull coins. You may select your preferred standard. Lynn closed his eyes, contemplating, and chose the most economical option. The cheapest one, he instructed, direct transfer. Skull coins, 100, 24 nodded, stating calmly, payment received. To answer your query, the most expedient means of long-distance communication with a specific entity is through the Veil. The Veil is a mirrored realm coinciding with the Dark World, possessing teleportation capabilities, allowing you to communicate freely with any entity logged into the Veil from any region. A moment of silence hung in the air. Lynn hesitated, asking, and then, 24 replied, your inquiry has been addressed. Thank you for your patronage. Lynn, feeling exasperated, questioned, is this truly worth 100 coins? If I could establish contact in this realm, would I still need to consult you? Number 24 succinctly replied, this is the most basic level of intelligence. In other words, you get what you pay for. Lynn endeavored to calm himself, closing his eyes and responding solemnly, once again, I require intelligence valued at 1 black skull coin. The transaction was completed. Skull coins 1,000. Number 24 paused momentarily, then stated, the currency has been received. Allow me to enlighten you. You may hire a contract messenger to deliver messages over long distances. The speed of delivery varies according to the price of the chosen messenger. After imparting this information, number 24, resembling a statue, extended a pale, slender hand from beneath the dark cloak and placed a ledger upon the counter. We simultaneously offer messenger hiring services. You may select any messenger from our roster. Lynn cast a glance at the ledger, considering its apparent value. His gaze fell upon the entries within. Omen Bat, a beast-type messenger capable of swiftly transmitting information through the target's biological material and true name, while simultaneously bringing misfortune to the recipient. Tamed Hellhound, possessing acute olfactory and tracking abilities, it can deliver messages over long distances with just a trace of scent, though it is highly likely to never return. Void Leap Beast, an exceptionally efficient messenger, boasting the fastest speed in the Dark Realm, delivering swiftly and expiring just as quickly. It excels in all aspects of speed. Corrupted Earth Turtle King, this messenger possesses the pinnacle of defense and armor in the Dark Realm, guaranteeing the integrity of the correspondence. With an accident rate of 0, it consistently ranks at the top of the information security list, unassailable. After surveying the options, Lynn felt a sense of reliability with the Turtle King. I shall choose the Corrupted Earth Turtle King. Number 24 hesitated, seemingly checking information, then slowly announced, I am in the process of making a reservation. There are currently 5 available Turtle King messengers. Accident rate 0, speed 1, wait. Lynn interjected abruptly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Speed 1? Number 24 nodded affirmatively, explaining, indeed, due to special modifications, the speed has increased by more than tenfold compared to previous years. The Turtle King you are reserving has maintained the record for our store's Turtle King race for an extended period, an unbroken record. Lynn pondered for a long moment, then inquired, do you have any messengers that are more reliable? He took a deep breath, closing his eyes and clenching his fist. Number 24 replied slowly, currently. Only these 4 types of messengers are available. However, we are accelerating the training of more varieties. If you are dissatisfied, you may visit us again at a later time. Lynn furrowed his brow, his mind racing. After a considerable pause, he hesitated. The Ghost King is highly secure, but slow? Number 24 confirmed, yes. He pondered for a moment and remarked, the Void Beast is swift, but does it perish as quickly? Number 24 paused briefly before nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Lynn slammed his palm on the table, maintaining his composure. I require 2 of each type of messenger. It is of utmost urgency. Number 24 nodded again. Taking a moment before responding, your appointments have been successfully arranged. Please provide your address in the dark world, and we will expedite your order. Due to the nature of the biological contract, transactions cannot occur within the visual realm. Rest assured, your information will remain confidential, and you may fill it out with complete peace of mind. It placed a form before Lynn. After a moment's hesitation, he cast a glance at it and casually filled in the address of the neighboring residence. Number 24 retrieved the form and stated, 2 void jump beasts and 2 corrupted earth tortoise kings are being processed for your order. The current hiring fee totals 600 skeleton coins. Upon payment, your order will be dispatched immediately. Lynn replied in disbelief. Did I not just give you 1,000 coins? His frustration was palpable. Number 24 explained calmly. That was the information consultation fee. The messenger hiring fee requires separate settlement. Ding. 600 skeleton coins. Number 24 continued. The payment has been received, and your order is being arranged for delivery. You may return and await your shipment, which is expected to arrive within 2 hours, accompanied by an instruction manual for proper usage. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 83, Random Diagnosis Technique Potion Shop. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, breaking free from the visual realm. He immediately sat up in the guest room, casting a glance at his left hand, still deep in slumber. Swiftly, he drew the night demon blade and darted out of the potion shop, cautiously infiltrating the adjacent dilapidated building. Finding a well-concealed spot with a good vantage point, he concealed himself and awaited the delivery. Although it was somewhat precarious, he had no choice but to urgently contact his teacher and Xiao. If the Demon Association truly sent a heavy contingent, it would be too late for him to rectify the situation. During this interval, Lynn quickly accessed the system space and retrieved the 2 special items he had acquired. The Night Medic Career Transfer Task, Random Diagnosis Technique. Lynn meticulously read through the descriptions, grasping the purposes of these 2 items. Upon using the career scroll, it would trigger a task and teleport him to a specific location. Completing the task would allow him to officially transition into the Night Medic profession. Meanwhile, the Random Diagnosis Technique appeared rather formidable. This suggested that possessing this skill would enable him to swiftly diagnose a target, he mused. Without further contemplation, he declared, use. In an instant, the scroll in his hand transformed into beams of light that seamlessly integrated into his being. Ding. You have learned the special skill, Random Diagnosis Technique. Ding. The random diagnostic technique is divided into 2 effects, active triggering and passive triggering. The passive trigger allows for rapid multiple random diagnoses of the target, swiftly identifying any ailments afflicting the subject, and can be activated through any tissue of the target's body. Upon receiving this revelation, Lynn inhaled sharply, astonished. Truly, this legendary skill could indeed impose disease effects upon a target. How extraordinary! In an instant, a sinister chain of thought materialized in Lynn's mind. Bestow ailments, treat ailments, and profit. How insidious! This simply would not do. As a morally upright young man, he could not engage in such a conscience-stricken endeavor. One should not. At least ought not to. As he pondered, Lynn glanced at his left hand. Ding. Passive diagnosis triggered. Detected target ailments. 1. Indigestion. 2. Fear of pesticides. 3. Hypersomnia. 4. Genetic mutation, recessive. A series of system alerts echoed in Lynn's ears. Just one brief glance had allowed him to comprehensively discern the maladies afflicting his left hand. Lynn quietly gasped, utterly astonished. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Truly, this skill was nothing short of divine for a doctor like him. Then, Lynn hesitated. Should he perhaps try out the active skill? No, that would be exceedingly unethical. Moreover, Using his own left hand as a test subject would weigh heavily on his conscience. However, a slight trial should pose no significant issue, right? After some contemplation, he resolved to proceed. His focus sharpened on his slumbering left hand, and his pupils dilated in an instant. Activate. Ding. You have randomly diagnosed the target with vomiting. In the next moment, his drowsy left hand suddenly turned pale, jolting awake. What on earth? I feel dizzy and slightly nauseous. What is happening? Did I eat something bad? No, that shouldn't be the case. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged forth. With a sudden retch, the left hand expelled a considerable amount of incompletely formed matter. Ugh. Soon after, the hand drooped, muttering, "Why did I suddenly vomit? This is not right." Lynn immediately pulled a bottle of restorative potion from his pocket, exclaiming, "See? This is what happens when you eat recklessly. You consumed so much spoiled meat yesterday and even had 3 machines today. It's no wonder you're feeling ill. Here, drink this potion and take a good rest." The left hand, with no arguments left to offer, opened its mouth, and gulped down the restorative potion. Ding. The left hand's affection level towards you has slightly improved. It perceives you as somewhat detestable, yet occasionally not entirely unpleasant. Lynn yawned, arrogantly declaring, "Do not presume that I will express gratitude, nor believe that a mere vial of potion can bribe me. Given the opportunity, I would still consume you." Indeed, a rather formidable skill, the art of relaxation. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. In the next moment, Lynn abruptly sensed a disturbance from the outside world. He promptly opened his eyes and concealed himself with vigilance. A chilling wind gusted in from outside, causing the door to creak ominously. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, a tall, gaunt specter materialized at the door. "Your delivery," rasped a voice, as if the throat had been scorched. It was unmistakably the informant's package. Lynn's expression shifted slightly as he deftly leapt down from the beams, calmly approached the entrance, and looked up at the towering, slender specter. "Mr. Shermu, is that you?" Lynn inquired, nodding. He presented the identification provided by the informant. The gaunt figure sniffed slightly to confirm his identity and then awkwardly extended a pale hand, removing a finely crafted wooden box from beneath its eerie headpiece. "Please inspect," it intoned. Lynn cast a glance at him before accepting the wooden box. Upon opening it, he found 4 neatly arranged scrolls and a card beside them. The card bore a message written in the universal script of the dark world. "Thank you for your patronage." Informant. Instructions. Open the scroll, drip your blood onto it, sign your name. The employment contract has been prepared for you. Upon completion of these steps, the messenger will respond to your summons. Postscript. Please write your name on the back of the card and hand it to my messenger to confirm that you have successfully received the goods. The gaunt specter extended a feather quill towards Lynn. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out to take the pen, accidentally brushing against the specter's fingertip. Lynn was instantly enveloped by an indescribable chill that coursed through his body, prompting an involuntary shudder. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in his ears. Alert. Target disease detected. Chronic rheumatism. Alert. Target disease detected. Unattractiveness. Alert. Target disease detected. Cold poison eroding the body. Alert. Target disease detected. Abdominal cyst. Chapter 84. You are unwell. Seriously so. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his head, fixing a serious gaze upon the messenger's eyes, remaining utterly still. The slender, ghostly figure was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why this human was staring directly at him with an unsettling gaze that stirred a sense of unease within. "Please sign here. I must return to deliver my report," he rasped. Lynn extended his hand and replied solemnly, "Please hold on for a moment." The slender ghost paused and asked, "What is it?" Lynn adjusted his monocle and inquired deeply, "Have you experienced any abdominal discomfort, an overall chill, or a strange sensation in your knees while walking? Perhaps even an urge to weep when gazing into a mirror?" Instantly, the slender ghost froze in place. What is happening? How could he possibly know this? Indeed, over the past few months, he had been feeling increasingly unwell, particularly since a visit to the frigid bone abyss to deliver a message, after which he sensed something was amiss in his body. Yet, how could this stranger know of his symptoms? Observing the ghost's astonishment, Lynn calmly adjusted his glasses and stated, "My friend, your life hangs in the balance." The slender ghost stammered, "What?" Lynn continued earnestly, "As you can see, I am a professional doctor. The moment I brushed against your fingertip, I detected an abnormality in your health. May I inquire if you have experienced the symptoms I just described?" The ghost, bewildered, replied, "Why yes, somewhat." Lynn nodded gravely. Have you ventured into the frigid lands recently, perhaps suffering an injury from some twisted creature? Do you feel a persistent ache in your knees on overcast days? The slender ghost gasped. How do you know? Lynn narrowed his eyes and replied, let us not dwell on how I know. What matters is that your condition is serious. If left untreated, it could lead to paralysis or even death, and at the very least, you risk losing your livelihood and being adrift for life. The ghost panicked. This cannot be. Lynn adjusted his glasses again, gesturing firmly as he strode toward the adjoining door. Fortunately, you have encountered me, a dedicated healer. Were it not for our fortuitous meeting, I would not share this with you. My shop is right here. Allow me to assist you properly. Rest assured, the cost will be reasonable. A few minutes later, within the dimly lit confines of the blood-saw apothecary, the slender ghost sat dazed upon a small stool, gazing at the young human across from him, who had donned a white coat. He was unsure why he had followed him inside. Logically, he should have returned promptly to report, yet the symptoms Lynn had mentioned had indeed plagued him for months, and this doctor had discerned them merely by touching him. Was it possible that a mere messenger could stumble upon such fortune? Lynn, masked and serious, looked at him and said, Dear guest, your ailment is somewhat complex and multifaceted. I will address each issue one by one. Now, please lift your leg. The slender specter, in a state of bewilderment, instinctively glanced at his legs before meeting Lynn's untrustworthy gaze. He obediently placed his legs upon the counter. With a resounding thud, Lynn struck his knee with a small hammer. The slender specter exclaimed in shock. Slender specter value. 10 Lynn, with a grave demeanor, inquired. Does it hurt? The slender specter trembled as he replied, Indeed. It hurts dozens of times more than before. Lynn solemnly remarked, That's precisely the point. The root of your malady lies here. It is evident that your condition is chronic rheumatism triggered by cold toxins. If this continues, you will inevitably face bone hyperplasia, rendering you bedridden. The slender specter shivered, but it never hurt this much before. You only tapped it once. Was my tap too heavy? Lynn asked earnestly. The slender specter, in a daze, responded, No, not heavy. Adjusting his monocle, Lynn stated with gravity, If it hurts this much without being heavy, it signifies that the ailment has deeply entrenched itself. Do you truly desire to find yourself in a state of immobility? The slender specter stammered, unable to articulate a response. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly ventured, It can't be that serious, can it? With a resounding clap of his hands on the table, Lynn startled the slender specter, causing him to tremble. Lynn declared emphatically, This is utterly absurd. Do you realize how many patients have succumbed to their ailments due to such complacency, ultimately enduring a slow demise? Do you comprehend the torment that ensues once the pain has fully invaded your body? It hurts. Lynn leaned forward, his voice deepening with intensity. It hurts like hell, especially on cloudy days. Initially, it feels like ants crawling, then it escalates to hammers pounding, and eventually, it transforms into knives slicing through you, one cut after another, swelling up like a mass of flesh, each touch causing excruciating agony. The slender specter recoiled, wide-eyed, clutching the legs of the stool, unable to suppress his shivers. Here, I want treatment now. Please, doctor, stop talking. Moments later, Lynn presented a specially formulated blood-saw muscle patch from the store. Apply it 3 times daily, 1 patch at a time. After application, you will surely feel warmth, itchiness, and significant relief from pain. This is an internal remedy for rheumatic pain. You must brew and consume these 2 pounds of medicine once a day for 7 consecutive days. If you see no improvement, return to me. Noticing the slender specter's malnourished physique, Lynn added, I will prescribe additional tonics to ensure your robust health, enabling you to run like Lu Xiang. Calmly, he began to stuff various medications into the slender specter's arms. The slender specter, now dazed, held a growing pile of absurdly numerous medicines, questioning, Doctor, are we taking a bit too much medicine? Lynn, maintaining his composure, replied, Too much? This is merely for treating your chronic rheumatism. I haven't even mentioned other ailments yet. The slender specter trembled. What else is there? As Lynn took a seat and set aside the medications, the conversation lingered in the air. He gazed solemnly at the elongated specter and inquired, Have you been persistently feeling a chill in your body these past few days? Regardless of your efforts to exercise or keep warm, unable to stave off that penetrating cold? The slender specter widened its ghostly eyes, staring at its pale hands, and replied, Yes, indeed. Lynn narrowed his eyes and continued, Moreover, Do you not sense that this chill seems to emanate from within, surging in waves from your abdomen throughout your entire being? The specter, taken aback, exclaimed, "Indeed." Lynn remarked gravely, "Based on my preliminary diagnosis, it appears you have fallen victim to a malevolent cold poison, which has even given rise to a malignant cyst within your abdomen." The specter, in disbelief, retorted, "This cannot be true." With a resonant sound, Lynn drew forth his night demon blade and calmly stated, "Whether it is true or not, we shall ascertain through an incision."